Chapter 1, Prologue. Sleep. Fight. Eat. Those have always been the only three things any simple monster was supposed to know of. Of course, the higher their levels got and the more intelligence or strength they gained, the more things they would be capable of doing, but more than 99% of all monsters were mindless. Drones that knew nothing but how to fulfill their barest of desires. Of course, there were still monsters that had a fair amount of raw ability. Intelligence that put the world's greatest human scholar to shame. Strength that could only be surpassed by every nation of the world put together. Or skills that every single person wished to have. But there was one quality that was so rare in monsters that only a handful were truly known to have it, while at the same time being glanced over by any single person in the world and swiftly dismissed as a mere lie. Kindness. It was possible to tame a monster, but that was all it was. The taming of a wild creature that would never hesitate to cause havoc if the tamer stopped paying attention to it. Teaching a monster what kindness was known to be simply impossible, no matter what method one used. But even then, while they were mostly merely mindless and wicked creatures, those that were able to reason to a certain amount ended up following similar rules in civilization to what humans did. They had concepts similar to dividing the populace up into commoners, nobility, and royalty, although overall prowess was the most important value that monsters used to choose who belonged into which caste. The mindless monsters without reason were peasants. Those with at least something similar to a mind, who were able to listen to commands of those stronger than themselves, were commoners. Nobility was filled with monsters at the level of intelligence of humans, although they were far, far stronger than most humans could hope to be. And then at last, the royalty was filled with those directly underneath the king, the monster that stood at the peak of every single monstrosity or fiend out there. The concept behind choosing a new king was quite simple, however. If you could kill the king, you would become him. If a king died through natural reasons, the remaining royalty would choose the strongest amongst themselves to be the new king. Most of the time the royalty wasn't able to choose who the strongest amongst them actually was, and would end up fighting each other to death in order to be able to take over the position of their fallen brethren, who they would have not spared a single tear for. The current king of monsters was a quite peculiar one. The majority of kings in the past were those that had become as such through simple brutish strength after dethroning the former king and would rule over those beneath them to fulfill their own desires. But the king that had taken the throne at the current time was one of the rarest kind. He felt kindness. However, this kindness did not extend past his brethren, so those he cared for were only those that he ruled. And one might be confused, thinking that such a thing is not kindness, but simple loyalty to their people, although it was not too dissimilar to the kindness spread amongst humans. No matter how nice they were to those around them, if they gave everything they owned away to those more in need and lived without a single wicked thought when surrounded by other people, if they were faced with something else, such kindness had immediately disappeared. They would not bat an eye at the sight of a monster being slain, and would celebrate it instead. It did not matter if that monster had done nothing wrong yet, it was a monster and had to be exterminated for that sole reason. Such things showed what kindness truly was, selfish. A kindness that was meant to make a life more convenient or to fulfill their own sense of self-worth. Simply, to do whatever they wished, and allow those around them to be selfish. In that sense, the kindness of the king of monsters and the kindness of the people of the world was not much different. All they wanted was to kill their enemy to protect their own folk. And this is the story of a young monster doing all it can to fulfill their own personal selfish kindness, trying to escape the kindness of that king of monsters. Chapter 2, Big Blue Boxes. With a grunt from behind, an imp hurried up in its step and continued along the path filled with its brothers as long as its eyes could see. Like all of those brothers, this imp had a single role in life. Do as you're told. It didn't know why it had to, but it did know that if it didn't, it would be killed like many of its brothers were every single day, especially on this most recent venture to a place the imp didn't know much about. It knew why they were going though, to retrieve some lump of meat somewhere. That was the most that it knew, however. So instead of thinking about what was going on, the imp simply looked at the back of his brother in front of him. It was so nice and red and shiny. The imp liked red things, especially the juice that always came out of things that it killed. Well, the imp itself didn't kill anything yet, but it was there while its brothers killed things. But then, the imp suddenly noticed something on the back of the brother in front of it, a small lump. The imp walking in front of the imp was a good brother, it always went out into fights first, and even managed to kill something alone once. But now, something was different about this brother, and the imp didn't like that at all. With a loud shriek, the imp began to push against the lump on the imp in front of it, immediately drawing attention from not only the other imps around it, but also the stauncher monsters that were following the group to keep them in check. You. Quiet. One of them, a big, thick-furred guy, grunted out of its nose and pointed a stick at the imp, but it simply stared back and kept hitting against the lump on the back of the imp in front of it, as it didn't understand what the big guy just told it. Lump, different. Different, Evo. Evo, good. The big guy grunted out again and pushed through the group of imps before grabbing the lumped imp by the back of its neck and then dragged him further down the incredibly large group of monsters toward where the stronger ones were. The imp was actually quite jealous. It itself wasn't able to grunt in that way to make that Evo sound, but it would really like to be able to, because it seemed like a lot of fun. The imp was only able to grunt or shriek, or huff and puff, but never ended up speaking. That way, it would be able to ask about this Evo thing that it kept hearing about. Whenever one of its brothers was seen with something different on its body, it was dragged away and the stronger monsters would mutter Evo over and over again. It had thought that Evo meant something bad, but the big guy just now clearly grunted Evo with a smile, so maybe it was actually something good. And if it was, then the imp did something good for its brother. The feeling of doing such a thing immediately imprinted itself into the imp's brain as the first helpful gesture it had ever committed. And it hated it. Grah. It grunted out before spitting in front of it at the spot that the lumped imp was at before while it simply kept walking. Of course, the imp didn't notice that a strong wind was blowing, and even if it had noticed, it most likely wouldn't have expected the spit to fly back onto its body. Blee. The imp exclaimed as it looked down at its body and rubbed its hand over the spot that its spit landed at, before removing the sticky liquid annoyedly. And then, the imp realized something. If the spit that it spat in front of it was able to turn back and hit the imp again, then if he spat up, it would hit the imp behind it. The imp didn't know why it wanted to spit at the one behind it, but all of a sudden, it felt like playing a prank on it again. It was the perfect crime. Most likely, none of the other imps knew about the peculiar effect of spit, so they probably wouldn't be able to find out it was him, because all it was doing was look up a little bit. And so, the imp moved its tongue around in its mouth to gather as much spit as it could, before raising its chin and pushing it out of its mouth all at once. And a few moments later, it heard the grunts of an imp behind it. It didn't hit the one directly behind the imp, but instead, it hit one even more behind that, which made the young monster even less likely to be found out. With a grunting chuckle from the depth of its throat, the demon began to celebrate the success of this trick, although that celebration was quickly interrupted by a certain annoying entity. You have drawn a correct conclusion. Intelligence stat unlocked. There was this weird, very, very annoying blue box floating in front of the imp. It didn't know what it was, or why it had those weird squiggly lines inside of it. The imp finally did something super fun for the first time in its life, which had started only a few days ago and quite literally felt its mind go from small brain to big brain because it did such a fun thing, but then this annoying box appeared and ruined the moment. Gruff. The imp grunted out angrily and swung its hands at the box, and the moment he did so, the box disappeared in a cloud of blue mist. Happy that he was able to get rid of such a challenging enemy so easily, the imp bared its crooked teeth in a proud grin and continued on the seemingly infinite march. And that march continued on until night nearly came. This truly surprised the imp, as they usually kept walking constantly up until the moon was high up in the sky, but now, the sun was still there, and the stronger monsters, which were very very scary to the imp, were apparently preparing for something at the back of the enormous group of hundreds, or even thousands of monsters. So while everyone stopped walking, the imp didn't know exactly what to do, and as such simply chose to follow its fellow imps around. They surely knew what to do, right? Well, either way, the group of a total of 5 imps then began to walk in the direction of the forest, where they seemed to smell something delicious. The group stepped further and further into the woods, until they could hear some noise in the distance. Careful. They heard a voice yell out, although none of the imps knew exactly what kind of creature that voice came from, or what those weird words it was saying meant. So of course, as curious as imps are, they continued walking in the direction that they heard the voice come from, before one of them began to grunt. Grek! It exclaimed toward its comrades as it pointed into the direction, and all of them began to sprint there with the exception of your very own big brain imp. It had seen a lot of dangerous things over the last few days, and from what it remembered, most dangerous things made a lot of noise. For example, the big hairy horn thing that one of the stronger monsters killed screamed loud enough to make the imp's ear holes hurt. You remembered a past event and learned from it. Wisdom stat unlocked. With an annoyed frown, the imp stared at the blue box that reappeared after the imp killed it before, and just swung at it again, which once more made the box disappear and die in a weird blue cloud. Satisfied at having killed this persistent enemy once more, the imp turned around and tried to find the other imps again, although it then quickly noticed that the enemy had tricked it. It was smaller than before, so it most likely sacrificed some of its body for this sudden second attack. You learned from past experiences. Wisdom +1. Angrily, the imp kept staring at the box, trying to figure out what it was planning, before simply hissing and growling at it to make it run away, but it didn't seem like it worked, as the box just continued floating in the air, mocking the imp with its weird squiggly lines. But then, the imp had an idea. Instead of trying to attack it outright, it could maybe do other things. After all, it was a big brain imp now, so it would be a small brain thing to not use that big brain. It remembered that once, a super strong monster from the group came from the back and killed one of the enemies that nearly hurt the imp and its brethren, and it was doing so by pretending not to notice the enemy. Then the enemy attacked, and the strong monster killed it immediately. The imp didn't know how it did that, but it remembered what exactly happened, so the imp simply repeated that. Slowly, he stood similar to the monster from back then, with its back straight as it looked in the opposite direction. But then suddenly, the unimaginable happened. You learned from past experiences. Wisdom +1. A second one showed up. Immediately, the imp jumped away from both of the blue boxes, especially the one that just appeared out of nowhere, before the two small boxes were joined by a third one, a big box. You evaded something you saw as dangerous. Evasion stat unlocked. Scared at what was going on and why the enemies were suddenly multiplying, the imp had one choice. Running. It turned around and simply began to sprint away, but he was soon met with another box appearing in front of him. You made the choice of tactical retreat. Intelligence +1. The imp, for some reason, was able to react far quicker than before. Well, that didn't mean much, as such reactions were still incomparably low to the reactions of a rock, but it did change something to the imp. The issue was just that, even if it could run away from the boxes properly, it didn't mean that he could run away from everything. Especially if the issue was the fact that he was running in the first place. The imp hadn't thought about the fact that he was in a forest ever since the group of boxes appeared, and without looking at the ground had just been booking it. But it probably should have noticed that he was doing something wrong beforehand, although it was too late when the imp dropped to the ground and hit its head against a hard rock. It managed to stand up quite swiftly, but there was another problem now. 3 more enemies returned, and one of them was a new type. Instead of blue like the sky, it was red like that juice that comes out of enemies. You fell to the ground and injured yourself. Resistance stat unlocked. -10 health. You realized your mistake and want to learn from it. Wisdom +1. Immediately, the imp jumped up from the ground again and tried to continue running from them. It was slowly realizing that these were enemies far beyond what the young monster could ever hope to beat, but he at the very least had to try to survive. That was the conclusion that he came to, and he wouldn't let some dumb boxes beat him. He was a proud imp. Such boxes couldn't do anything to him. You have formed self-identity. As you currently are unnamed, it is possible to change your name if you wish to do so. Wisdom +2, Intelligence +2. And now, the imp once more realized what it had to do in order to get away from the numerous enemies that were surrounding him. Simply run for his life and search for his brothers. They stank like a frog's nether regions, so it probably wouldn't be that hard if the imp used his sniffer. Chapter 3, Ownership. Immediate correction. Despite the horrid smell of his brothers, it was quite hard to find them. All that happened while he was trying to do that was that he got distracted when more and more boxes appeared out of nowhere. But luckily, the more the boxes appeared, the more the imp's body became stronger and faster. Ha, screw you, dumb boxes with your stupid squiggly lines. The thing that changed most about the imp was that he became much faster, and whenever he nearly couldn't run anymore because he was out of breath, for some reason, he could nearly immediately start running again. But those feisty boxes kept catching up to him for some weird reason. He managed to kill them a few times, but in the end, they would always return a little bit later. They started appearing less frequently, yeah, but there was still a new box appearing every few minutes, and always when the imp did something super cool or smart, as if they were waiting for him to be distracted. And a few moments later, the imp noticed something else. It was the smell that he had been looking for all along, and when he did find it and stopped in his tracks to properly find out where exactly his brothers were, the smell became a lot stronger, while a new box appeared as well. You picked up a familiar smell. Perception +1. Grar. The imp growled out and simply hit the box to make it disappear again. They were easy to take care of alone, but when they were in a pack, the imp was feeling quite intimidated, so he wanted to take care of the ones that weren't with the others whenever he could. Now, the imp did the same, and then immediately booked it away from the other notifications that were slowly catching up to him, running in the direction of his brothers. And soon, he could not only smell his brothers, but he could also hear them. And some other weird sounds. And loud and painful grunts. And day. The imp muttered out as he looked at the scene in front of himself, seeing his brothers cut up on the ground while three tall, weird-looking things were standing above them. One of them, the shortest, was a completely red thing. It looked a bit like his brothers, but the imp could tell that it really wasn't his brothers. It had way too many weirdly colored bits, and the red bits were far too long and not really attached to the weirdly colored bits. Another one of them was a completely black thing. The imp could see two blue eyes come out between the weird black stuff that covered the thing's body, which looked similar to the cloth that some of the stronger monsters in his unit wore, but very different, and this one didn't seem to stink the same way. And the last of them, the tallest, was silver and blue, and it had a weird shiny stick in its hand and its foot was directly on one of the imp's brothers' heads, which was split off of its body. And that was something that the imp didn't like at all. Immediately, the imp began to bare its teeth, not caring for the boxes anymore, as he was now facing a more imminent, albeit not nearly as dangerous, opponent. Look. Another one. The red thing exclaimed excitedly as it pointed its hand toward the imp, who simply continued to stare at them. Huh. Doesn't it look somewhat angry? The tallest responded as it looked toward the other things. The imp didn't understand what it said, although it did understand that it was saying something, and he really wanted to know what it was. Tisk, angry. You realize you're talking about a monster, right? What could that thing be angry about? The black thing asked, and the imp listened closely as it was moving its mouth, managing to pick something out of it. Angry. It didn't know exactly what that grunt meant, but it seemed to be something important, so it figured that it was a good idea to remember it. Beginner Common Language Comprehension skill learned. Noticing the new box that appeared next to it, the imp jumped to the side a little, before the tall thing seemed to release a lot of air at once. Guess you're right. Just look at it, it probably ate some Arizona root and is now just high off of his ass. It replied, before the imp averted his attention from the box over to the thing. For some reason, even if he had no clue what exactly they were saying, he somehow knew that they were mocking him. And the imp didn't like to be mocked. Who cares? I want to make it my companion. The red thing exclaimed excitedly, before the black thing turned over to the red thing and frowned. Seriously? Ava, what do you want with an imp as a fucking pet? It's the lowest grade demon-type monster there is. And it's not even a proper imp, it's a lesser imp. Let's just kill it and get you something that doesn't look like it's going to hump the living daylight out of the plushie collection you have at the inn, Ava. The black thing grunted loudly in a lengthy way, and all of a sudden, the imp got confused. He had never heard such a long grunt before. The imp was actually getting somewhat curious and excited. But then, the blue and silver thing began to grunt as well. Exactly, Ava, why don't you just stop being impatient and wait, Ava? We know that you're happy you got the taming ability through your hunter job, Ava, but an imp is a really bad choice, Ava. Most hunters choose animals, like dogs, Ava. It said with a smirk on its face, and the imp got pretty confused again. Why were they saying that weird grunt so often? Was it something important as well? Maybe he had to remember that grunt, Ava. Although then, the red thing's weirdly colored bits became red as well, and it became really loud and angry. My name isn't Ava, you fuck quits. It's Avalon. You know I don't like being called Ava. It exclaimed, and this time, the imp took a real close look at the place where the grunts came out of for the red bit, and it slowly tried to copy what the thing was doing. Ava, the imp grunted out, hoping that it said the right thing, but the red thing just became more angry and red at that. I just fucking said it's not Ava, you goddamn dash, it exclaimed, and while the imp didn't realize what it said, the other three things realized what it was. They seemed to look at each other confused, but at the same time, the imp was just taking care of the new boxes that appeared next to him. You have learned speech. Intelligence +2, Wisdom +2. Beginner Common Language Comprehension skill leveled up. Immediately, the imp just waved his hand at the boxes immediately, and then at the same time chose to just take out the other boxes that were coming closer again. For some reason, he didn't feel like he was just as scared of these boxes anymore. They were terrifying still, but the imp now thought he could take them on for some reason. And while the imp was just flailing its skimpy, thin arms around at the boxes around it, the three things began to talk amongst each other. Did that lesser Fucking imp just say my name? The red thing asked confused, and the black thing nodded its head slowly. I think it did. Can monsters usually learn our language? Is it some unique MO-? Who the fuck cares? Ava, tame that imp immediately. If we bring it to Zaragon, he'll definitely give us a shitton of money. The blue and silver thing exclaimed, and for once, it seemed like the three of them started to agree with each other, although the red thing seemed to have something small against it still. It's not technically taming, that's a really hard thing to do, but it doesn't need an ownership collar. And my name isn't Dash. Just Fucking get to it, Avalon, please. God. The black thing responded sassily as it crossed its arms and rolled its eyes, and the red thing just grumbled quietly and walked up to the imp that seemed to be swatting invisible things in the air. Slowly, the red thing stepped up, banged the imp with a leather collar in its hand, and then tried to put it on the imp's neck. And it didn't end up just trying, but it really did work. And as it did so, the imp immediately froze as numerous, blinking red boxes appeared around it, covering its sight. Warning. 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 An invasive entity is trying to take over your mind. You do not have the required resistance, intelligence, or wisdom to resist. And while the imp wasn't able to really do anything but try to rip at the thing around its neck and just looked around itself as a lot of boxes appeared around it, the imp just dropped to the ground, starting to shake in fear at this unknown feeling. It suddenly felt weird, as if its mind was being pulled away, and it couldn't help but stare at a single point. The red thing that was standing next to it. You are experiencing extreme fear. Resistance +1. You have now been placed under the ownership of Avalon Steinharth. As the item used to place you under the command of your owner is not meant for your kind, it is possible to break out of its effect. Do you want to initiate the resistance? The imp didn't know exactly what was going on, but it just realized one thing. That one big box that appeared in front of it just now wasn't one that was trying to harm it. Instead, the imp was feeling hope from it, and for some reason started to understand what it was trying to tell him. Slowly, the imp began to think that he wanted to accept whatever it was the box was trying to make him do, before another box appeared around it while all of the others, even the red blinking ones, disappeared, and the imp began to feel very hazy all of a sudden. Resistance will be effective in 7 days, 13 hours, 11 minutes, 45 seconds. The imp stared at the box in front of it, and a few of the squiggly lines toward the end were starting to change all the time. Nothing happened just yet, but the imp was sure that something would happen later as long as he just dealt with what was going on right now. And now, when the imp looked at the red thing, it felt a few different emotions. 1. Complete will for submission. He wasn't sure why, and he had never felt such a thing before, but the imp somehow knew that it wouldn't end well for him if he did anything the red thing didn't want. 2. Complete and utter hatred. To begin with, the imp didn't like a lot of things. Not the sky, not the ground, and not even that dumb pink flower in the corner of his eye. But now, all of that dislike turned into pure hatred. Slowly, the imp stood up and looked around, simply staring in front of it at the red thing. Ooh! I think it worked. It exclaimed, and the blue and silver thing began to laugh. You bet it did. I didn't think those kinds of ownership collars worked on monsters, but apparently they do. Either way, I think that guy is going to be very interesting. The thing said with a grin, but the imp just ground its own sharp teeth and stepped forward. There was a sudden urge that overcame him, which seemed to be connected to one of the new boxes that he just started seeing. You are too exhausted to fuel the resistance. Somehow regain energy. The imp began to be able to somewhat understand these boxes, although just roughly. Even if they were his greatest enemy, maybe he had to rely on them for now. And if that was the case, he really had to get rid of his exhaustion, and there was one certain way that the imp figured would be a great way to get his energy back, which was eat. And so, he ate. His teeth ground through the red meat in front of him as bones cracked as he pressed into them. The imp could feel the disgusted stares from behind him, but the imp didn't care. He just knew he needed to do something, anything, to make sure he could break out of the control they had him under. Even if it meant eating his own brothers. Chapter 4, Boosted. With the dark red, nearly black, murky dried blood covering his mouth and hands, the imp kept walking behind the three things in front of him. They kept looking at him weirdly, but the imp didn't care in the slightest. The hatred that he felt in his body was more than enough to look past such things. The sun had now nearly gone down completely, and it seemed like the things were looking for something. It was similar to what the commoner monsters always did when the sun went down, so they would probably stop moving soon to wait for the sun to come back up. The imp didn't really understand why they did it, but once more, it didn't care. He just watched them from behind, with a cold stare that he hoped would make them all drop dead instantly. But whenever he thought about actually attacking them to try and kill them, the imp felt such horrendous fear throughout all his body that he would nearly drop to the ground, letting him even ignore the boxes that would appear all around him at such a time. And usually, when that happened, the imp was unable to keep moving and instead just stopped in his tracks, and the black thing would in response then grab the imp by the stuffy collar around his neck and drag him behind it. After a while of walking, the things stopped moving next to a river and placed down the things on their backs, before the black thing attached a rope to the imp's collar and then climbed on a tree before tying the other end of the rope to a branch. Isn't that kinda unnecessary? The red thing asked in response to seeing such a thing happen, and the black thing shrugged in response. I mean, who knows what this thing might do at night? It probably can't climb, and it definitely won't be able to destroy an enchanted rope, but it might be able to loosen the knot if we're not careful. So what, not like it can attack us or run away anyway. The blue thing then exclaimed before throwing something at the black thing, just come and help set up the tent. It said, before the three things huddled around some kind of brown object, while the imp just stood there underneath the branch. There were more issues than just one with this, although there was a problem that stuck out. It was probably on purpose, but apparently, when the black thing tied the rope to the branch, it made it too short. That meant that the imp wasn't able to sit down, and always had to keep his body stretched as much as possible to not choke himself. But after all that happened today, the imp was feeling extremely exhausted. He could already feel his legs giving in, and it took him a lot of effort not to let that happen. The imp just stared forward, trying to focus on something, on anything, to keep himself from falling asleep. And to his luck, there was something to focus on now, the flames that the three things ignited in front of them. Fire was something mesmerizing to the imp. Out of all the different things that it saw in its short life so far, it was what excited him the most. The way that fire just waved around chaotically and swallowed anything in its path was something beautiful. All monsters admired strength, and to the imp, fire was the epitome of strength. So of course, the choice was obvious. The imp would continue to stare at the flames to make sure it wouldn't fall asleep. At some point, the imp stopped noticing anything else that was going on. The light disappeared from anywhere around him, and the flames slowly began to dwindle and shrink. The imp's body became heavier by the second, but in the middle of the night, just when the flames were about to disappear and the one thing that allowed the imp to stay awake would be gone, they spiked up all of a sudden. Of course this startled the imp, enough to let him look away for a little while. The first thing that the imp noticed were numerous notifications around him. Beginner concentration skill learned. Beginner concentration skill leveled up. Beginner concentration skill leveled up. Beginner exhaustion resistant skill learned. Beginner exhaustion resistant skill leveled up. Beginner exhaustion resistant skill leveled up. You managed to fight through your tiredness through pure will. Willpower stat unlocked. Your will doesn't dwindle. Willpower +1. Your will doesn't dwindle. Willpower +1. Your will doesn't dwindle. Willpower +1. You fought through exhaustion. Constitution +1. You fought through extreme exhaustion. Constitution +1. Resistance +1. The imp was terrified at the fact that so many of the boxes appeared all of a sudden, but at the very least he could now see that they were not nearly as aggressive as he thought they were. They made him shudder, but the imp was sure that it could see through that if it needed to. So it literally tried that, and saw through the boxes with his pure will, noticing the red thing standing past them. I noticed that you liked the fire. It said before slowly stepping up closer toward the imp, but he himself wasn't sure what he wanted to do about it. He was filled with hatred when looking at the red thing, but at the same time, he was filled with fear when that hatred started taking over. It helped his body stay energized, but it seemed to at the same time exhaust the imp. It didn't like this feeling at all. Grrrgh. The imp ended up growling toward the red thing, but it simply came closer. Shoo. Don't worry. You don't need to be scared of me. The red thing said quietly as it sat down on the ground in front of the imp, who was simply staring at it with a smile. Ava. Ava. The imp yelled out, because he noticed that this word made the red thing angry, and he wanted to somehow make sure that the red thing would just run away from it. It seemed like the red thing was rather annoyed for a moment, but then it let out a deep breath and looked at the imp again. It's Evelyn. Can you say that? Evelyn. The red thing asked, and the imp simply continued staring at it with his teeth grinding against each other. Come on. You managed to pick up that stupid nickname, so surely you can manage my real name. Evelyn, I am Evelyn. Avialyn. Once more, the red thing began to speak as it repeatedly pointed at itself, and now, the imp stared closely at its lips before another box appeared in the corner of his vision. Beginner Common Language Comprehension skill leveled up. Ava, Lynn. The imp muttered out through his clenched teeth, and the red thing's face suddenly became happier, it seemed. Yes. Yes, that's it. I'm Evelyn. It replied, before the imp once more repeated one of the red thing's words. Yes. Yes. He said next, and now the red thing's face just became ecstatic. Wow, that's amazing. What if? It muttered to itself, turning away as it did so, before grabbing some kind of square object from the thing that it came out of before, and then sat down in front of the imp. Here, let's try this. Reading should definitely help your comprehension skill. The red thing muttered to itself before opening the square to show a few white squares inside of it, and then suddenly it took a stick and created some squiggly lines on the front of it. They were exactly like what was on the boxes. And all of a sudden, the imp realized something. Maybe if it used the red thing, it would be able to understand the boxes. Obviously they had something to do with him becoming stronger, faster, and smarter, the imp just didn't know why yet. But it hoped to be able to find out soon. This here is the letter A, try to pronounce it. Dot. The red thing said, and the imp followed part, using its mouth to make that sound. Next followed another sound, then another, until the red thing wanted to do something else. Instead, it now slowly made other, longer sounds. For example, it made a certain sound while pointing at the lowly kindling flames. Fire. This is Fifieri. The red thing said as it pointed at its mouth, before the imp slowly repeated it. Fifieri. In the exact same way. Good job. It exclaimed as it clasped its hands together, before looking to the side at the flames again. You really like fire, right? The red thing asked, and the imp just stared at it while baring its teeth the whole time, before the red thing just sighed loudly. Well, work with me here, will you? I need to find something you like to get you to practice stuff more easily, that's like Animal Training 101. The red thing exclaimed, but the imp simply started growling lowly, before the red thing shook its head and looked down at the fire. Alright, let's figure it out tomorrow then. It muttered before moving its fingers around in the air while releasing a steady stream of a pure white, bright substance that illuminated the area around the red thing while floating in the air, forming a small circle with squiggly lines inside, but different ones to those that the imp knew about. And after a little while, the red thing tapped the center of the bright substance and the fire nearly immediately went out. Hegu. The imp exclaimed confused, simply staring at the slowly fading light that was still floating in the air, and the red thing turned over to him confused. Oh, do you like magic? Or do you not like magic? I don't know what those sounds mean. The red thing muttered, and the imp simply kept standing there doing nothing, before the red thing stepped back toward him. Wait, that's it. There was a special spell like that, right? The red thing whispered excitedly, before turning around and sprinting toward the small thing that it crawled out of before, and returned with another one of those square with lots and lots of white squares inside, although there already seemed to be some of those squiggly lines in there. Oh please, I really hope this works and will end up worth it. Because these spells were really fucking expensive. The red thing muttered to itself and placed its hands on one of the white squares with the squiggly lines inside, before the whole white square began to glow brightly. And before he knew it, the imp himself was surrounded by a lot of white light and a box appeared in front of him again. Proficiency boost activated. Boosting skill, Beginner Common Language Comprehension, for the next 7 days. The imp continued to stare forward at the squiggly lines inside of the box, and then the red thing sat back down in front of the imp and took its big square out again. Now, let's try this again, buddy. Chapter 5, Overeating. Sound after sound, the red thing made the imp repeat after it. More and more boxes seemed to appear while they were doing so, and more, the imp began to understand what exactly it was doing. It was becoming easier and easier to learn the new sounds, and it actually somewhat knew what was happening. Until now it was just repeating the sounds without exactly knowing what they meant, but now, it understood its meaning. The sound of fire referred to the flames that the red thing put out before. Avalon was the way the red thing wanted to be spoken to, and for some reason, that red thing in his mind had changed to Avalon after finding this out. He didn't want that to happen, but it became simply inevitable. Overall, the whole process of learning those sounds was pretty interesting to the imp, but for some reason so many more boxes popped up all of a sudden, and they were all the same one. The imp was pretty scared, but in the end he managed to get used to them being around somehow, even if just barely. And before the imp knew it, the sun came up again and Avalon turned around toward the sunrise surprised. Eh? Already? She muttered out quietly before standing up with a sigh and stepped up toward the thing that the other two things were sleeping in, which the imp found out to be called a tent. Just a few kicks against the side of that tent later, the blue and black things came out of it tiredly and looked around, mainly at Avalon. "You're up already?" The black thing asked with a wry smile, and Avalon nodded her head smugly and pointed at the imp. "The imp and I were working together on something last night. Go on, buddy, show them what you can do." Avalon exclaimed and looked at him full of hope, but the imp just stared back at one thing. The piece of dried meat that the blue thing was currently holding. "Eh? You showed it how to be even more of an idiot. To be fair, if anyone could do that, it would be you." The black thing muttered as it held its hand to its chin, but was surprised when it noticed the imp open his mouth. "Food!" he exclaimed and tried to point at the jerky, trying to step forward, although he was unable to do so due to the rope around its neck which he was forced to stand in place through. Confused, the black thing now looked back at Avalon, who was crossing her arms smugly. "Who's the idiot now?" she asked with a grin, and the blue thing ripped a piece off the jerky with its mouth and then threw the rest toward the imp, who tried to catch it but didn't manage to, instead tripping on his own feet which ended up making him fall down and nearly choke himself to death. "Yeah, I'd say it's still that thing," the blue thing pointed out, but Avalon just replied with an angry expression and rushed over toward the imp to remove the rope. And immediately when she did so, the imp rushed over toward the jerky that the blue thing threw over to him before for two reasons. The first being that the hunger he felt was so much more intense ever since he was given this collar, and he hadn't eaten anything ever since he devoured his brothers. The second reason was that he started to smell Avalon's scent when she approached him just now. The imp was able to get used to seeing her, but any other sense just overwhelmed him with anger and hatred anew. While the imp just started to rip at the small piece of jerky, the others slowly got ready to leave again after having a bit of breakfast themselves, and the black thing climbed up on the tree to release the other end of the rope still attached to the branch. "Alright, let's get going. It's still a few days until we reach town, again." Avalon, did you take the tone last night?" the blue thing asked confused, and before it knew it, Avalon already started moving to try and ignore the question, but both the black and blue things swiftly looked at each other and then at the imp, who was still savoring the flavor of the jerky, before sprinting after Avalon. "Wait, don't tell me you..." Immediately, the blue thing started flipping through the square, which the imp found out to be called a book, until it stopped and turned its head over to the side to where Avalon was walking. "If you just used a fucking G skill boost on an imp, I'll rip your head off." Wait, she did what? With confusion and anger on its face, the black thing jumped in front of Avalon and spread its arms out to make her stop walking. "Why would you waste a skill boost on an imp? Do you know how expensive that tome was?" it yelled out, and Avalon twirled her long red hair around her finger. "Of course I know. But I paid a third of it, so I can use a third of the spells how I want. And I wanted to use a skill boost on the imp's common language comprehension to make it sell for more when we get to town," Avalon explained, and was for some reason twisting her body in weird ways toward the black thing, which was slowly looking away in response. "TSK. Fine, but if that didn't pay off, I swear I'll share that story about the one time you dash," it started saying, and Avalon immediately grabbed the small blade by her side and held it to the black thing's throat faster than the imp could react. "If you even think about it, James, I swear to the gods that I will tell Jennifer all the things you said about her," Avalon replied immediately, and all of a sudden, the imp felt an uncomfortable sting in the center of its body, considering that he seemed to have learned the name of another one of the three things. He, under no circumstances, wanted that to happen, but it seemed like the imp couldn't just rip his ears off. Or, could he? Hey, stop that! James yelled out angrily, and Evelyn crossed her arms with a huff and twisted her face away. You started it, she replied, but James pushed her to the side as he moved closer to the imp, who was currently trying to quite literally rip his ears off to stop hearing more about the things that took him captive. Not you, Birdbrain, the imp. If you ended up using a skill boost on it, then I don't want it to be damaged at all. We need it to be in peak condition. The black-clothed young man yelled out as he forced the imp to keep his arms away from his head, and then James turned back around and looked into the distance with a sigh. By Gordon, now there's monsters here, great. Thomas. James muttered with a sigh, and now the imp once more felt the same sting in its body as it even learned the name of the blue thing. I got it. Thomas replied and unsheathed the sword from his side and held his shield in front of himself, before slamming the former against the latter a few times to attract the attention of the monsters. The imp recognized them, actually. Not these particular ones, but he saw some that looked like these before. They were very nasty monsters that smelled horribly, even to an imp, but right now they for some reason smelled pretty good. Although, that was probably just because of the imp's incredible hunger. These monsters were pig-faced, rat-bodied peasant monsters, which some strong commoner monsters chose to ride on sometimes, and they had a very nasty bite to them, stemming from their giant, razor-sharp incisors. But the imp was confused at what was happening right now, because Thomas simply ended up cutting the three peasant monsters apart instantly like they were nothing, before taking a step back while pressing his nose closed with his fingers. Fuck, they smell horrible. Let's get out of here, we can't use them for anything. Thomas muttered and jerked his head down the path the four of them were standing on, but the imp wanted to do something else. He, for some reason, felt terrified at the thought of doing so, but his hunger managed to overcome his fear for just a moment, so the imp sat down in front of the peasant monsters and simply burrowed his teeth inside of their dirty, stinking, delicious meat. While twisting their faces in disgust, the three things that captured the imp looked at each other and slightly shuddered after seeing this. How can it eat that? Ugh, makes me sick just thinking about it. James said and turned around, trying not to look at what was going on, and even Evelyn nodded her head slowly. True that. But let's let it eat for now, we can't have it starve before we get to town. And we should probably let it drink something by the river here as well, we're going inland now, and I don't want to let it drink from my pouch. Evelyn said with a wry smile, and Thomas shrugged his shoulders and leaned against a tree. Fine, but let's leave immediately afterward. He replied, so the others nodded and joined Thomas by the tree, while the imp continued on with his feast. The taste on his tongue was utterly disgusting, and the smell coming from the blood around his mouth made him want to run off and hide, but the imp knew that he had to deal with this for now. He didn't directly understand what the three things were saying just now, but he knew that this was one of the few chances that he was given to eat. And that meant that he had to eat as much as he possibly could. Then, halfway through the last monster, he nearly wanted to throw up. And not because he was disgusted, which he was, but because he was full. He couldn't eat another bite, but then he did, and was severely punished with a box. Beginner overeating skill learned. And it seemed like even the imp's stomach was distracted by the notification, because it forgot that he wasn't hungry anymore. So, the imp continued forcing the monster's meat and blood down his throat until there was nothing left, and then looked up toward the three things, before the blue thing pointed at the river just about 10 meters away from them. Go and clean yourself. And drink something as well. Thomas said with a frown, and just out of spite, the imp thought he shouldn't do what he wanted, even if he didn't really understand what Thomas wanted, but before the imp could actually start that thought, his body was overwhelmed by fear that he wasn't able to overthrow with hunger again. Immediately, the imp felt inclined to sprint toward the water flowing next to them, which he then did nearly immediately, before simply jumping inside of it at a shallow place where he could stand. The water colored itself red for a few moments after the imp entered it, but that soon disappeared, although the same thing happened a few times when he put his hands or face into the water. And a little while later, when the imp filled his body with as much water as he could, the three things now continued to move, so the imp rushed out of the water and followed them, as despite feeling pure hatred toward them, he had no choice. Chapter 6, Level Up. For hours and hours on end, the imp continued to follow the three things that had captured him, and considering that the imp was somewhat able to keep its anger under control lately, it was able to properly take a look at what they were doing and what they were like. After all, they were his enemies, so it was best to know something about them, at least that was the conclusion the imp came to. The main things that it noticed were the roles of the different things. First, the black thing, James, usually went on ahead if something seemed off, and usually was the one that tried to distract some of the monsters while Evelyn and Thomas took care of the rest. Evelyn herself for the most part stayed in the back and shot arrows at the monsters, although she also chose to go into close combat when necessary sometimes, using a small dagger by her side. She was also using a lot of magic, and sometimes shot fire arrows at monsters. And at last, Thomas. He was the one that the imp deemed most dangerous, albeit least aggressive. While James and Evelyn ended up being quite loud pretty often, Thomas just stayed out of everything for the most part and tried to get the others to keep walking instead of yelling at each other. But when monsters entered his sight, he basically changed instantly. Within a few moments, the monsters in front of him were shred to pieces with his sword. The imp didn't even understand why he had that shield beyond hammering onto it to grab the monsters' attention sometimes, because none of them even managed to land a hit on him. Especially in the fight that the imp was currently watching, Thomas was once more taking care of most of the monsters, but the imp himself noticed something that none of the others did, not even James, the lookout. On one of the trees behind the group, a monster was lying in wait, eyeing Evelyn the whole time. It seemed to just ignore the imp because it had no interest in him, which he was rather glad about. If that monster managed to hurt, maybe even kill, any of them, it would make it possible for him to escape a lot earlier than he would have thought. At least that was in the imp's mind for a while, until what he had hoped for actually happened. The monster jumped off the tree and grabbed onto Evelyn's back, and the imp ended up grinning broadly in response to seeing the red-haired thing flail around so much trying to get it off of her. Thomas and James were pretty far away, and because the monster was holding Evelyn's mouth shut with two of its forearms while the others began to scratch at her neck, neither of them noticed that anything was even going on. But then, something that immediately changed the imp's mind happened. A red box appeared in front of him. Your owner is currently taking damage. If your owner dies, so will you. The imp was smart, maybe not as smart as it thought it was just yesterday, but it was smart enough to figure out that red boxes were the worst of them all. The blue ones seemed to actually help him, so maybe they weren't all bad, but the red boxes only appeared when something really, really bad was happening. And the moment that the imp saw the color of the box, his body was filled with fear, a fear that he had never felt before. A fear that he didn't want to feel, but had to due to being captured by Evelyn. The imp actually felt scared for something else's sake. It was for something that the imp hated from the deepest core of his body, but it was fear nonetheless. He was probably feeling it because it also influenced him, but for some reason this felt different. For just a split moment, it felt as if the imp didn't hate Evelyn all that much, because he knew what she was feeling right now. And then a few new boxes appeared, and the imp ended up just sprinting forward. You have felt empathy for the first time. Intelligence +1, wisdom +1, willpower +1, perception +1. As fast as he could, with all the speed that he had gained while running from the boxes before, the imp now chose to engage something instead of running away from it, despite being utterly terrified. For some reason, it just wanted to continue on forward. You fought against fear. Willpower +1. Evelyn seemed to have tried to grab the small blade from her side to fight the monster off, but it had slammed it out of her hand, making the dagger lay in the imp's path. It wasn't exactly sure how to use it, but it had watched Evelyn do so a few times, and even then, instinct may be enough to let the imp push through. It grabbed the dagger at the not sharp part, and without thinking about it, just pushed it against the monster's back as hard as it could. But just then, it realized that it had never gained strength before. Bug Ape, -1 health. You have dealt damage for the first time. Strength stat unlocked. Beginner dagger mastery skill learned. Immediately after the imp hit the dagger against the monster's back, the monster turned its head around and began to screech. Of course that pulled James and Thomas's attention, but at that point, Evelyn was able to use the distraction that the imp caused to overwhelm the monster and then threw it to the ground, before pulling on the imp's hand, which was still holding the dagger, and made him stab the dagger through the monster's chest. Bug Ape, -298 health. You have dealt damage improbable for your strength. Strength +3. Beginner dagger mastery leveled up. Beginner dagger mastery leveled up. Beginner dagger mastery leveled up. Confused and surprised, the imp stepped backward and let go of the dagger, letting Evelyn grab it instead, before she swiftly continued stabbing the monster repeatedly before it completely stopped moving. And then, all of a sudden, more boxes appeared in front of the imp. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. After the notifications stopped appearing, there seemed to be about as many as the imp had fingers. Another last one appeared. You have 9 unused stat points available. Annoyed, the imp waved his hands around to make the notifications disappear, because it was more worried about something else at the moment. And the thing that the imp was worrying about took the shape of James, currently running at the imp before kicking it into the stomach, pushing it a few meters away. 189 health. Warning, you are low on health. You took a high damage attack. Resistance +1. Evelyn. Did this FU seeker try to hurt you? James yelled out as he looked over at Evelyn, but the young woman held her throat and shook her head immediately, while the imp just held its hand to its stomach. And no. It helped. She responded in a painful voice, and James began to grind his teeth as he looked at the imp with a short sword pointed at it. It was holding a dagger toward you, of course it was trying to hurt you. He exclaimed, and the imp's vision slowly turned darker as he noticed that Evelyn was drinking some red liquid before the blood from her throat stopped flowing. For some reason, the imp somehow felt relieved after seeing this. Another emotion that he had never felt before, which filled him with utter discontent. But after Evelyn twisted her face and held her hand against her mouth for a few moments, seemingly trying to hold something back out of disgust, she slowly stood up and walked over toward James and held her hand up. I said that it helped. Evelyn told James, and before the latter managed to get a word in, she continued, it tried to stab the bug ape. It wasn't trying to hurt me, really. She yelled at James, who simply clicked his tongue and turned around while putting his sword back into its sheath. Before Evelyn herself kneeled down and took a look at the imp. Are you okay? Do you need a potion as well? She asked, holding forward a bottle with the red liquid she gulped down before, although the imp just tilted his head to the side while trying to sniff the bottle suspiciously. It's a potion. Potion. Evelyn explained, first trying to get the imp to know the word, so that it wasn't a complete unknown to him, and soon he tried to repeat what she said. After all, he already managed to learn whenever she wanted him to repeat something, and his mouth was used to making sounds like that a little. Potion. The imp exclaimed smugly, and Evelyn nodded her head with a smile. Yup, exactly. A potion. If you get hurt and bleed, it makes you feel better again. Evelyn explained, pointing at the blood still on her throat before smiling brightly. Better. Once more, the imp repeated a word it heard while pointing at the bottle, and Evelyn nodded once more. Good. Well, you seem to be healthy enough. The red thing said with a sigh before rubbing her hand over the front of her neck a few more times, and then turned over toward the other things. There was another small river near here, right? I'd like to wash this off, if possible. Evelyn explained as she turned toward Thomas, who just replied with a shrug. I think so. Let's just keep going for a while, and if we don't find anything, we'll try to figure out something else. He replied, before Thomas looked over toward James, who seemed to be fiddling around with the monsters that they were fighting before. Did you find any? He asked, but James just shook his head before rubbing the blood off his hands with a towel. Tough luck again. But really, the monsters in the area are mostly really weak. The most extraordinary one we found is the one that's currently stuffing a bug ape's foot in its mouth, and it's only level. James started as he looked over at the imp, who was trying to have a nice little meal. Actually, what is its level? James asked as he stepped forward toward the other things, and the three of them looked at each other for a moment before both James and Thomas turned exclusively to Evelyn. You didn't check yet? Thomas inquired, but Evelyn just kept trying to get some more of the blood off her throat while shaking her head. Nope. As I said, it's not taming. Taming would let me check its stats, level, skills, and so on, but the ownership basically just makes it so that it has to follow our commands and can't attack us. And my beginner inspection doesn't let me see beyond its race. She explained, so Thomas began to scratch his cheek for a little while, before opening his eyes wide in realization of something important. Wait, you started teaching it how to speak, right? Can you teach it how to read and write as well? If you can make it write down its status for us, we won't need to inspect it. Thomas suggested, and Evelyn shook her head with a sigh. Beginner language comprehension doesn't support reading and writing, that comes at apprentice, and it obviously only has the beginner one. I mean, it's not impossible to learn it without the skill support, and it might actually be easier than I think because of the skill boost, but it's going to take a while. I'll try my best, though. She replied, but James just sighed lightly. Do we really need to teach that all to an imp? We're selling it in a few days anyway. The black thing complained, but Thomas lightly hit his shoulder with a smirk. That's exactly why. The higher its stats and skills are while it stays an imp, the more it's going to be worth. It probably got a little bit of experience just now because it hit the bug ape, but it shouldn't have been enough to get it to evolve. He pointed out before pointing at the imp himself. Just think about it. We managed to confirm it's a lesser imp. A lesser imp. They're classified as high peasant monsters at most, dude. What do you think a peasant monster with the intelligence of a high commoner, or even a low noble would be worth? Thomas explained with a smirk on his face, and James could only follow in part. A shitten. The black thing asked, and the blue thing nodded its head. A shitten. It replied, and even though the imp wasn't sure what was going on, he knew that something was off, considering the happy grin of the two dumb things compared to the sad expression of the nice thing. Chapter 7, Right. While the imp was currently playing around with the chunk of a bone in its mouth, the only leftover from the group of monsters that the three things killed just now, exactly those three things started to walk again, and the imp simply followed like always. The imp actually felt rather weird at the moment, ever since that one monster died. Not only did he stop feeling complete hatred toward Evelyn, but he also felt something else. Something deeper inside of his body that he couldn't really explain. And it wasn't anything physical either, more of a feeling like something was wrong with him, or that there was something that he still needed to do, but in the end he really couldn't figure out what that thing was, even if he tried really hard to. Although he did notice one thing. Whenever he tried to concentrate on that weird feeling, a specific box appeared in front of him. And used stat points, 9. But even then, the imp had no idea what was actually going on. He recognized the last squiggly line at the end of the box, because it was one of the ever-changing squiggly lines in that one box that wouldn't disappear no matter how often the imp hit it. It was a feisty little bitch, to be exact. Either way, if the imp couldn't find out what it was supposed to do with this weird feeling, he would probably go insane at some point, because that feeling of unease simply kept growing stronger and stronger the more the imp tried to ignore it. And so, the imp tried to make that box appear as often as he could, to hopefully annoy it before it could annoy him too much, and soon enough it seemed as if that ended up working at least to an extent, because a new box appeared in its stead. Recommended stat to enhance, intelligence. Continue. Happily, the imp began to smile brightly at his overwhelming victory against the box. His first one in a while, actually. And in response, the imp wanted to just yell out one thing, the only word that the imp knew to be at least somewhat appropriate in this situation. Yesh! It exclaimed and raised its hands into the air, and the three things immediately turned toward the imp, placing their hands on their weapons, ready to attack anything that might have shown up, before James clicked his tongue and turned back around, being the first to continue moving. The hell was that about? He asked, but Thomas just shrugged, while he and Evelyn also began to walk again. Just ignore it. Who knows what's going on in its head? Thomas pointed out, and there was one specific thing currently going on in there. 9 stat points assigned to intelligence stat. New intelligence stat at 20. An immense and horrid, stinging pain, as the imp's head felt overwhelmingly hot. It didn't know what was going on all of a sudden, but it knew for sure that it wanted to know, and as such gaining another new part about himself. Greed for knowledge. The imp's mind, which was usually just filled with the mere emotion of hatred toward the three things, although the hatred he had for Evelyn had shrunk, was now filled with numerous questions. What's going on? What are the boxes? Where are the things taking me? Why is Evelyn teaching me to speak? How can I stop this pain? All of these were just a handful of the thoughts that the imp had gained together with the increase of its intelligence. And after a little while, at least the last one of them had been answered. The pain simply stopped on its own, and the imp could continue walking behind the three things, slowly managing to focus on the rest of his questions. And in response to any of them, all that the imp could think was, I don't know. And then, the I don't know had was overwhelmed by the new feeling in its mind. The curiosity of, I want to know, ... But it knew that it couldn't just go and ask the three things about his questions, mainly because he simply didn't have the ability to. The three things seemed to speak to each other in the language that the imp was still learning, so it somehow had to try and get his thoughts across. For hours and hours on end, while they were all walking, the imp was trying to get an idea, but he simply never got one. He just tried to figure it out, although he seemed to still lack the intelligence for it. But at the very least it managed to figure out the priority of the issues it needed to figure out. The imp somehow had to be able to speak to the three things. For one, to tell Thomas and James how much they sucked, and to then ask Evelyn whatever questions he might have. And to his luck, the nice red thing seemed to have the same thing in mind. While they were all taking a break when the sun was at the highest it would be, Evelyn sat down together with the imp and grabbed the empty book that Evelyn drew into before, and then grabbed a pencil to make the squiggly lines inside of it. Although instead of being squiggly, the lines were straight. And then, they changed into the shape of the box. The imp barely could believe his eyes, but soon enough, Evelyn even drew the squiggly lines inside. Excitedly at maybe finding a way to learn about them, the imp jumped back up and raised his hand toward one of the boxes. Erg. Erg. He tried to explain, although he just really didn't know the word for it, although Evelyn seemed to. You're seeing it. Is it a notification? She asked with a broad smile, and the imp just tried to repeat that word as well as he could. Notification. It exclaimed, considering that it only heard such a long word so quickly, the imp felt rather proud at managing to replicate the sound so well. Beginner Common Language Comprehension skill leveled up. And immediately, the word that the imp just said seemed to be nearly imprinted in his mind, like the words that caused a box to appear always were, and just then, the box turned into a notification. It was a bigger word, but for some reason it seemed a lot less scary than box. The imp didn't know why, but it was happy that it managed to figure out what it meant. Yes. Exactly. Well, at least it knows about them. Evelyn muttered to herself before starting to write something down in her book, before drawing a long line into the center of the page. Alright, I guess we should start like this. Try to take this into your hand, okay? The red thing asked the imp as she held forward the small stick she was holding toward him. Slowly, the imp grabbed it from her, realizing that that was what Evelyn wanted from him, before Evelyn slowly led the imp's hand across the paper. This is how you write. I already showed these letters to you yesterday, now you just need to write them. She explained, and the imp slowly nodded his head, right. It grunted, and Evelyn's smile grew a little bit. Exactly. This one here is a. Do you remember it? Try to say it again. Evelyn asked of the imp, and he just did as asked, slowly moving the stick in 3 straight lines while making that sound lengthily. Good job. Evelyn exclaimed with a bright smile and pushed her hand into her pocket, grabbing a small bag that gave off a completely delicious smell to the imp, before Evelyn slowly grabbed a cube of meat out of it and presented it to the imp. Confused, he leaned in a little bit and just sniffed the cube, unsure what Evelyn wanted him to do with it, before the red thing just chuckled in response. You're supposed to eat it. Eat it. She explained and slowly held the small cube of meat in front of her lips, before holding it back toward the imp. Gah. The imp exclaimed happily and immediately sucked the cube up with his mouth, or at least he wanted to. But before he could do that, Evelyn pulled the cube away from him. No. Bad. She exclaimed with a stern expression, but the imp was confused. Wasn't he supposed to eat the cube? Say, thank you. The red thing told him, and the imp tilted his head to the side, before a laugh from the super dumb black thing could be heard. You trying to teach it manners? Come on, as if it can do that. James laughed with a smirk as he looked at the imp, and for some reason he felt incredibly annoyed at what he just said, even if it couldn't understand what James was saying. But the imp figured out that Evelyn wanted him to repeat the words she just said, so he swiftly tried to do so. Thank you. It exclaimed smugly while giving a stink eye to James, who just shook his head with a smirk and turned back around, before Evelyn smiled at the imp happily. And then, Evelyn slowly grabbed his hand and placed the cube on top of his palm, once more repeating the same motion as before, pretending as if she was grabbing a cube between 2 of her fingers before leading it to her mouth. Like this, now. She said, so the imp tried to mimic what she was doing, and grabbed the small meat of cube between his fingers before leading it to his mouth, while Evelyn nodded her head. Good. And now you can eat it. She told the imp, so he slowly opened his mouth up and placed the cube of meat on his tongue before swiftly moving it to his back chompers to crush the puny little thing up. Good job. Now, keep writing the same letter some more, okay? She asked of the imp, and he simply tilted his head to the side and said, thank you. In a questioning tone while extending his hand forward to get another meat cube, but Evelyn just replied with a deep sigh. Right, couldn't be that easy. The red thing muttered to herself before just pointing at the paper again, slightly starting to lead the imp's hand once more. Not yet, after you continue. She told him, so the imp began to frown but looked down at his hand, following the motions that Evelyn had given him a few more times, and then started writing another version of the same sound before another notification appeared in front of him. Beginner common language comprehension skill leveled up. Grow. The imp muttered out before tilting his head to the side, leaning up toward the notification confused, which seemed to be coincidentally right in the direction of Evelyn, who ended up leaning in toward him a little as well. Ah, a notification, huh? I wish I could properly read the writing through the reflection in your eyes. Evelyn whispered, and even though the imp didn't really understand what she said, it understood something else. It recognized the smaller, rounder written version of the sound in the notification. Excitedly, it pointed at the place where it could see it and then looked at Evelyn, repeatedly making the sound. A. A. It exclaimed, so Evelyn began to smile in response. Oh, so you recognize the letter? She asked happily, and then grasped her hands together excitedly. How great! Chapter 8, Man-Made Beauty. Once more, the imp carefully placed one of the meat cubes into his mouth and began to chew on it, in the same way as he had been for the past few times whenever he finished writing all the versions of one letter, which the imp found the short sounds to be called, and each letter usually had two versions to itself, a big and a smaller version. It seemed like the imp was not even halfway done with all of the different letters there were when Evelyn grabbed the book and stood up with a smile on her face. All right, come. We need to keep walking now. We'll continue tonight, okay? Evelyn asked the imp, who just slowly nodded his head. It didn't really understand what Evelyn was saying, but he understood when she was trying to ask him a question, and most of the time it seemed to be a good idea to nod or say yes. It didn't always work, but in about 4 out of 5 cases it did. And that was good enough for the imp, really. Either way, for now, the imp once more started to follow the 3 things along the trampled path in this forest. And while he was walking, the imp decided to punch the notifications that appeared while he was writing the letters, because there were a lot. They all seemed to be the same one though, at least all the letters were in the same order on them. The imp also noticed that there really didn't seem to be that many other notifications appearing lately, no matter what he did. A few ones did come by again, but only very, very rarely. Of course, the imp had mixed feelings about that. For one, it meant that he had nearly achieved absolute victory over his oldest nemesis, but he was also missing out on the sweet new things that it could do because of them. He felt so much smarter, stronger, or quicker whenever they appeared, but now that they stopped coming by, he stopped gaining as much stuff in those areas. Although, there was one other new notification that appeared a few times since the imp started writing the letters, and one of them actually appeared while the imp was writing the last few letters. Your fingers feel easier to move. Dexterity +1. And whenever this one appeared, the imp's hands started feeling different and he could write the new letters far better. So this was definitely also a good one. And with a smug grin on the imp's face, he continued on walking behind the 3 things, although he was soon filled with unimaginable boredom. And then, another few monsters appeared. The imp was hoping that it was allowed to help again this time, but instead, the 3 things just got rid of the monsters immediately, although one of them was holding a pretty interesting thing that the imp didn't seem to be able to eat properly. It was a short and hard, and looked a little like all the trees around from its material, and Evelyn slowly squatted down in front of the imp and took the small thing from him. A wooden toy dagger? She asked confused, and then looked at the imp with a wink. Here, you can keep this. She told him, but the evil black thing seemed to have something he wanted to complain about again. Come on, what the hell are you doing all the time? James asked with an annoyed expression on his face, and Evelyn stood up with her arms crossed. What do you mean? I just gave the imp something to play around with. Toys are supposed to help children's intelligence develop, right? She asked with a frown, and James seemed to want to say something but instead just sighed angrily and shook his head before turning around. Just tell it to start eating already. James told her annoyedly, how does it even have an appetite like that? He asked, but Evelyn just shrugged and smiled down at the imp, who was still trying to somehow bite the wooden dagger apart. Well, that means it's healthy at least, right? The nice red thing suggested, and then squatted down toward the imp again. No, don't bite it. That's something like my dagger here. You used it before, remember? She explained, and the imp slowly nodded his head and looked at the small item, somehow seeing the resemblance between the 2 things, even if just barely. Evelyn's dagger was super shiny and pretty, but this one was just dirty and not even sharp. And some idiot seemed to have even covered it in their saliva. Gree. The imp grunted with a wry smile, placing the dagger down to the side before leaning forward toward the monster laying in front of Him to just eat instead of trying to figure out what to do with this thing. Although just when he was trying to bite into it, the imp noticed that something felt off. It wasn't a big feeling, and it wasn't anything like what he kept feeling with the three things, it just felt wrong. Confused, the imp just sat down on his butt and tried to think about what that wrong feeling was about, and then used his blunt claws to rip a small piece of flesh out of the monster before placing it onto his mouth. It seemed like for some reason, Evelyn was happy about seeing this, and started doing something with the other monsters while the imp was eating the first one. After a little while, when the imp was finally done eating the monster with the exception of those hard bits in the center of the flesh that were hard to rip apart with his hands, he stood up to eat the others, but for some reasons there were already only the hard bits left. Did he forget that he already ate those? At the very least that was the imp's first thought, although it seemed to be rather different in reality. Soon enough, Evelyn stepped up to the imp with a very delicious-smelling bag in her arms and held it up in front of the imp. "Here you go, now you can eat while we continue walking," she exclaimed, and then opened the bag up to show that there was more meat inside of it, although it didn't seem to be as bloody as the meat that the imp usually ate. "That's actually a pretty good idea," Thomas, the blue and silver thing, pointed out as he looked at Evelyn, who happily chuckled as she tied the bag to the imp's back in a way where he was able to simply pull the bag to the front of its body to start eating. And although the bag was very, very heavy, the imp still kind of liked it, because he now always had something very delicious with him. "I know it is. But let's get going now. If we hurry we can maybe get over the bridge to Iran before tonight," Evelyn pointed out, but Thomas quickly shook his head in response. "I doubt it. It took all day last time, remember? There's supposed to be an inn there. We should reach it in a few hours, so let's just relax when we get there," he replied, and James seemed to take an issue with that suggestion. "But that's going to cost us probably half a day. Can't we just try to walk around the lake this time?" James asked, but Thomas just sighed deeply and once more shook his head. "That's going to take 2 days longer than waiting for morning. And just think about how many bandit hideouts there are supposed to be all around the world lake. It's a pain in the ass, trust me," Thomas explained before turning around and starting to walk again. "Let's just keep going. The sooner we get to the inn, the sooner I can get to training properly again," the blue and silver thing said with a rather annoyed expression, and Evelyn and James slowly nodded their heads before following behind him, while the imp did the same as he was continuously stuffing his face with some of the meat in the bag. Although, now that he could carry it around with him, it seemed to be a good idea to not eat it all at once. Until now, he was overeating all the time when he ate the monsters and was literally hurting himself a little, but he had to in order to keep his hunger from making him mad. But if he was able to eat all the time now, he wouldn't need to worry about that. "Grage!" The imp cackled to himself at his intelligence, and stuffed his mouth with another chunk of fine, raw meat. And after a little while, he figured to just put the bag on his back again so that he wouldn't end up eating it all at once, and a nice little notification appeared in front of him. "You resisted a basic urge. Willpower +1. Surprised that it suddenly appeared out of nowhere, the imp quickly hit it with his new wooden dagger to make it disappear, and then continued to just follow the others in front of him. He didn't know why he was given the wooden dagger, by the way, but it looked pretty fun, so it didn't have much issue with it. And for some reason the imp felt pretty comfortable while carrying it. And with such thoughts, the imp continued to follow behind the three things for another few hours, until he started to hear something in the distance. It sounded pretty loud to the imp, so he wasn't sure what exactly the loud sounds came from, although it was rather curious about it. The imp and the three things were currently walking up tight slope, and he actually had to use the wooden dagger for support a few times, but the further they went, the louder the sounds became. And then, the imp's eyes were blinded by bright light nearly immediately from the light of the sun that had started lowering itself. And when his eyes got used to that light, the imp was able to see the place that the sounds originated from. There were hundreds of things just like the three things that the imp was with inside of that place, and there were a handful of big structures there with many different moving blocks of wood pulled by animals moving toward and away from it. But the things that seemed most impressive to the imp were none of that. Rather, what impressed him were the structures behind that. There was a giant, seemingly infinitely long gray road reaching into the distance, where the imp could see some kind of tiny speck of dirt floating above the water. With the sun directly behind that speck of dirt, the imp had no idea what to think. It was something that it hadn't felt before. This was the first time that the imp was faced with man-made beauty. Chapter 9, Fear. The imp stared forward at all of these new things that he had never even imagined could exist, and was soon faced with Evelyn leaning down toward him, pulling him out of his nearly petrified state. Come on, don't stop walking," she told him with a frown, and the imp simply looked at the red thing in front of him and began to follow the three things again, all the while still staring forward at this wondrous sight, although it soon snapped out of it when the imp started to feel incredibly dizzy and nauseous, and simply felt like running away. Why do you? Oh come on, the imp again. What's it this time? James asked annoyed, staring down at the shaking young monster, and Thomas quickly took a look around and then slapped his forehead with a sigh. Right, I forgot. The lake god scares off monsters, doesn't it? He pointed out, and Evelyn looked at the imp with a nod herself. Then how can we bring the imp to town with us? We can't just let it stay out here, it's just going to be killed by some random adventurer, she said and crossed her arms, and Thomas scratched his neck in thought. Well, it seems to trust you a good bit, and monsters are scared of the lake god because of the aura it gives off. That kind of stuff can be overcome with a high enough willpower stat, so maybe with your help its willpower stat can rise a bit more, Thomas suggested, before then continuing, we'll go and get rooms in the inn while you're out here with it, and at the very least I'll come back in a bit before training. How's that sound? The blue and silver thing pointed out, all the whilst the imp was still just standing there, trying to figure out what was going on, while he stopped being able to hear what the things were speaking about. He didn't really understand much of it anyway, so it didn't really matter if he listened to them or not in the end. Right now, the imp just wanted to figure out what exactly to do. He wanted to collapse right there, or just turn around and sprint off, but the imp knew that he couldn't do that. At the mere thought of fleeing, he was faced with fear just as strong as he was feeling at the thought of getting closer toward that lake. And the imp's mind felt like splitting open because of just that. Whenever a single thought appeared in his head, the pain just got stronger, letting the imp even ignore the notification that popped up soon after the pain started. Just a little while later, the imp could feel the pain get less and he regained his ability to think, and immediately saw two the same notifications, as well as one long one. You managed to fight off against mental pain. Willpower +1. You managed to fight off against mental pain. Willpower +1. Your mind is exhausted. In order to be able to break out of the ownership, ensure that you are always in a conscious state of mind. Confused, the imp stared at the notifications without even getting the gist of what was there. He now recognized about half of the letters, but even then, that didn't allow him to know about words he never heard before. So, the imp swiftly tried to turn away from the notifications while holding his head in pain, before he noticed that he was suddenly further away from the large structures. Turning around, the imp could then see Evelyn standing there, looking down onto him. You better now? She asked with a smile, and the imp was about to immediately reply with yes like he did to any of her questions, although he noticed that he actually slightly understood what she was saying. He knew that she was asking him if the pain had gone away. Yes. The imp then replied, this time truly meaning its reply, and another notification appeared in front of him. Beginner Common Language Comprehension skill leveled up. Good. Now, do you want to try to get back there again? Evelyn asked, and the imp didn't really manage to reply before its head began to hang low, because it was as tired as it never was before all of a sudden. Come on, wake up. We need to get going. The red thing exclaimed, and immediately at hearing her voice again, the imp snapped its neck upward while another notification appeared in front of it. Beginner Exhaustion Resistance skill leveled up. All of a sudden, the imp could notice that it didn't feel nearly as tired as it did before, even if its body still felt quite heavy and sluggish, and it soon heard the red thing's voice again. Ah. Oh, well, I guess if that works, then. Evelyn muttered to herself and then looked down at the imp with a stern expression. Get started. Hurry. Toward the inn. She exclaimed and pointed in the direction of the large buildings, and immediately, the imp's body began to move on its own, and he could hear Evelyn speak from behind him again. Eh? Wait, am I an idiot? Of course commands would work. The red thing whispered and began to follow the imp, although he soon stopped moving again, because the sharp pain returned to his head as he started to play with the thought of fleeing once more. Imp. Go. Evelyn exclaimed, although her voice seemed rather conflicted at the moment as she was staring at him hold its head in pain. And then, the fear of not following the command heavily overwhelmed of the fear of getting closer to the lake, but just for a few more steps, and then the fear toward the lake returned stronger than ever. You are fighting against fear itself. Willpower +1. Slowly, the imp managed to cool down his head again and took a few more steps forward, but now the imp really couldn't dash. Keep walking." Evelyn yelled out toward the imp in a stutter, and he immediately felt his feet move on their own, as he continued to move toward the large structures against his fill. All the time, his mind was screaming, wanting to make him run away immediately, and whenever that happened Evelyn would give the imp another command to move forward, albeit ever the less convicted to do so. A handful of notifications appeared while the imp was walking, and they always seemed to make it at least a tiny bit easier to keep going, although taking a bucket of water away from the ocean didn't make a difference either. But soon enough, these notifications stopped appearing altogether, and his body continuously felt as tired as it could be. And then, the imp just couldn't take it anymore, and his body collapsed on the grass. All he could see at that time was the darkness of the inside of his eyelids, while the outside was pressed up against the dirt. His body was just stuck like it was, and he couldn't keep going no matter what happened. It was as if his whole body convulsed at once to make any sort of movement impossible. To the imp, it seemed somewhat as if he was about to die, although he soon felt something tugging on his arms. For a few moments, the imp thought that it was Evelyn pulling him back away from the large structures again, but he was soon shown that it was the opposite, as his body continued to cramp up in response to seemingly getting closer to what caused his immense contradictory fears, until he just stopped somewhere on hard ground and kept laying there for another while, until he seemed to be able to calm down somehow. That took quite a while in itself, however, and his fear was replaced with another emotion when he heard a certain thing's voice, although he still wasn't able to see him. "That lazy bastard. Why'd you let it sleep on the grass?" James asked angrily, and next, Evelyn's voice could be heard again. "He wasn't sleeping, he fell unconscious," she exclaimed, and for a few moments, there seemed to be complete silence, while the imp was just trying to concentrate on not passing out, because it for some reason instinctively knew not to do that at the moment. For a little while, both James and Evelyn seemed to start yelling at each other again, before the imp felt a cold hand touch his forehead once they went quiet. Just momentarily, he was startled at the sudden feeling, but soon it seemed to help him calm down somehow. It was as if his body relaxed, and the fear of everything just disappeared at the same time, before the imp was slowly able to stand back up and open his eyes. He was now far closer to the big structures than before, and all around him, numerous things were walking around, staring at him suspiciously and full of fear. And the imp returned that by feeling scared once more as well, although this time it wasn't such overwhelming fear as before. Instead he was just slightly startled and chose to hide behind of Evelyn. "Good, looks like you're better again, huh buddy?" The red thing whispered with a relieved sigh and looked at the imp standing behind her, before scratching her cheek. "Now, let's try to get a bit closer again," she suggested, before grabbing the imp by his hand to lead him forward as if he was a child. A few times, it felt like the imp would end up far too scared to move on again, but for some reason, with Evelyn's support instead of her commands, he was able to continue on forward, until they stepped into the largest structure in the area before heading off up the stairs toward where the blue and silver thing was standing. "Huh? You're here already?" Thomas asked and then looked down at the small imp, still attached to Evelyn's hand. "And what exactly are you doing there?" he then asked with a wry smile, before Evelyn shrugged. "He acts like a kid a lot of the time, so let's just try and treat him like one. Maybe that's going to help get him through town," Evelyn suggested, and once more, Thomas looked at her with a wry smile. Thomas asked, and Evelyn sighed deeply before looking at the blue and silver thing annoyed. "Yes, he. And don't start in the same way as James now, I'm not in the mood," she exclaimed rather angrily, actually squeezing the imp's hand tight enough to make a red notification appear. -2 health. Immediately, Evelyn loosened her grip and looked to the side at the imp. "Oh, sorry. Did I hurt you?" she asked with worry in her voice, and the imp just tilted his head to the side. He once more wanted to just answer with yes, but this time again he actually somewhat understood what she was asking him, so he said the opposite, "No." He muttered nervously, because it was the first time that he said this word, and Evelyn just smiled in relief. "All right, I'm glad," Evelyn whispered to herself before Thomas looked at her with a deep frown. "Right. Let's go to the training rooms in the bas.e.m.e.nt for now. James is there already as well. I think we need to talk about this." Chapter 10, Protect. Quite swiftly, the imp followed behind Evelyn and Thomas as the two of them were walking through the large structure, while he was still attached to Evelyn's hand for some reason. He didn't know exactly why she grabbed his hand so suddenly, but the imp didn't really mind. It helped him calm down a little, and it was just a pretty nice feeling overall. But soon enough, that nice feeling became useless, because he soon felt a sharp pain in the side of his body as the imp flew away against a wall. -213 health. Warning, you are low on health. Confused, the imp tried to figure out what was going on, but the world around him was just constantly moving for some reason, so he quickly closed his eyes in order to regain his composure slowly, before he heard Evelyn's voice. "James, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, and as the door to the room that Evelyn, Thomas, and the imp just entered closed behind them, the red thing started moving toward him with loud stomping footsteps, although she suddenly stopped moving. "Stop. Let me ask you, what are you doing exactly?" Thomas asked her loudly, and the imp tried to continue listening into the conversation, trying to pick up as much as possible from what they were saying. "I'm trying to help him," Evelyn replied immediately, and tried to continue making her way toward the imp, but she seemed to be held back by someone, who the imp assumed to be Thomas. "Who is he?" "James, and I don't need help." "And the imp isn't it, try to remember that." "No, he dash." "Evelyn, stop this. It's an imp, it would probably kill you immediately if it had the chance to. It's a monster, a heartless, cruel monster. Don't try to pretend that it's an animal that can be trained." Thomas explained rather angrily, but Evelyn simply seemed to stay quiet as she looked over at the imp, who was still trying to listen in on everything and as such was simply laying there dizzily with his eyes closed. "Alright, then let's test who of us is right," Evelyn said and ripped herself away from Thomas before making her way toward the imp and helping him up. "We'll see what he does. It's possible to deactivate the function of collars like he's wearing momentarily. Then, we'll try to see if he would attack me, or if he still wouldn't. If he does attack me, then we'll keep treating him like you want, which is like a walking rock without a heart. If he doesn't attack me, then you leave me alone and let me treat him like I want. We'll sell him to Zaragon either way, don't worry," Evelyn said with her arms crossed angrily as she stared forward at the other two, who were just looking at each other for a moment. "You realize that you're putting your life to risk in order to be able to treat an imp better for a few days, right?" The blue and silver thing asked, utterly astounded, and he was seemingly pretty surprised to see Evelyn nod her head. Let's just get to it," she replied and brought the imp to the center of the room before sitting down on the floor cross-legged in front of him, touching the collar with the tip of her finger before looking at the other two. "Ready?" "Well, tough luck, I'm deactivating it," Evelyn said quite clearly before the imp felt a slightly hot pain around his neck. "The effect of the ownership collar has been weakened considerably. Breakout possible in 10 minutes, 14 seconds. Immediately, the imp was overcome with numerous confusing thoughts and emotions as he felt that he wasn't under the control of Evelyn anymore, and it was just completely confused at what was going on or what it was supposed to do now. Was it supposed to go? Was it supposed to do something special for them? Were they waiting for something to happen? Confused, the imp tilted its head to the side at Evelyn, because he had noticed that she often did so when trying to ask questions, and figured that it would be possible to get his thoughts across like this. "What?" he asked, trying to use a word that he heard a little while ago and somewhat managed to keep the meaning in his mind of, before the imp suddenly began to sniff the air. He was feeling so much more hungry all of a sudden, but at the very least he wasn't tired or dizzy anymore, so that was good. Immediately, the imp tried to grab at its back to pull the bag in front of himself, and then pushed his hand into the pile of meat that was still inside of it before pushing it into his mouth to keep himself fed, before he suddenly heard James and Thomas in the background. "It's..." Thomas started confused, and immediately, James finished the sentence, "eating." The two of them asked, although the imp added something else onto his workload while he was doing so. Slowly, he turned around and stared at the two of them while grinding the meat into paste in his mouth, before he slowly began to notice how good everything around him smelled just now. At first, the imp thought it was just the meat in his bag, but after actually eating it, he noticed that it came from somewhere else, from directly in front of him. But despite smelling so good, it made him feel sick from the bottom of his stomach. And there was one thing that popped into his head at that moment. The imp managed to figure out what it actually was called not too long ago. It was an imp. He somehow knew that already, but now he managed to connect this knowledge to an actual word. The imp also knew what these three things were called, even if he didn't know what they actually were. And at last, the imp also knew what this emotion that he felt toward the two of them was called, and what the emotion he felt toward Evelyn was called. All of a sudden, now that the imp was allowed to think and do freely, he seemed to have knowledge that he didn't have before, although that just regarded his speech for the most part. Slowly, the imp swallowed the meat in his mouth and stared at the two things in front of him with pure anger in his eyes, before slowly beginning to speak. Imp, hate. James. He muttered as he looked at the black thing with a cold stare, and his sight turned over toward the blue thing next. Imp, hate. Thomas. The imp added, and confused, both James and Thomas looked at each other trying to figure out what was going on, before the young monster turned around and looked at Evelyn next. Imp. No hate. Evelyn. Imp. Like Evelyn. The imp said as he looked at the red thing, and then stepped closer toward her. For a moment, James seemed to want to step forward and stop him, but was held back by Thomas. And then, just when the imp stood in front of Evelyn, he turned back around and once more stared at Thomas and James. James. Thomas. Bad. Imp. Protect Evelyn. After a few moments, the imp understood what he actually just said, although he himself didn't know that he thought like this before speaking. But it seemed like at least one of the two bad things had something against that. The hell are you fucking talking about, you shitty little shitter? James yelled out as he began to walk toward the imp with determination, but before he could actually reach him, Evelyn stood up and stepped in front of the monster. Stop it, James. She told him with anger in her eyes, but James simply pushed her to the side. No, I won't stop it. And do you know why? Because you're insane, Evelyn. James replied, and before he could do anything to defend himself, the black thing kicked the imp in the stomach. Or at least he tried, but the meat bag was still in the front of his body, so he didn't really take any damage from the kick itself, even if the imp did hurt himself from the impact when he tripped backward. Without hesitation, James stood above the imp and slowly raised his foot over his face, but now, he was stopped by even Thomas. James, I agree that Evelyn's insane for treating the imp like that, but we can still make a lot of money by selling it, and we need a lot of money, remember? The blue thing explained to James, who just continued staring down at the imp before clicking his tongue and turning away angrily, just walking toward the door without any hesitation. And now to you, Evelyn. You won. Treat it however you want, James and I will stay out of it, but if you even for a moment hesitate in the decision to sell it, you're out. Got it. Thomas told her and stepped into the center of the room, only turning his head toward Evelyn. Now get out of here. We'll get going by sunrise so that we can actually cross the lake before dusk. Thomas said commandingly, and Evelyn stood up with a nod and made her way out of the room, pulling the imp behind her, while the imp just started staring at the things in the notification that were constantly changing. They didn't seem to be letters, so he didn't really know what he was supposed to think of these. In the first place, it was weird that they were changing at different paces to each other. But most of the things were completely the same now, and only one of them was slightly different and was still changing. But soon enough, Evelyn interrupted the imp and squatted down in front of him, mumbling something to herself as she began to fidget with the imp's collar. The effect of the ownership collar has been reinstated. You have managed to break through the effect immensely. It is now possible to break out of the control within 12 hours, 23 minutes, 11 seconds. All of a sudden, the things that were changing once more changed to be completely different. It startled the imp a little bit, but at the very least it was now able to actually figure out what they were and why they were changing. But for now, the imp kept following behind Evelyn again and stuffed some more meat into his mouth, because he was feeling really hungry again. And so, Evelyn and the imp made their way up the stairs inside of this building, and entered a small room, before Evelyn closed the door behind them and tiredly collapsed on the bed, pressing her arm against her eyes without thinking of what was going on around her. And just then, it seemed to be the imp's perfect chance. There was something that he wanted to do for a while now, but Thomas and James always looked at him angrily whenever the imp got too close to Evelyn. Slowly and quietly, the imp stepped through the room toward Evelyn and extended his hand toward her with a mischievous smile. Chapter 11, Values. Slowly, the imp extended his hand toward Evelyn laying on the bed, and immediately pushed his fingers into the skin that he found there. It felt so nice, soft, and smooth to the imp that he couldn't resist it at all. He had to look at it over and over again numerous times so far, and now he had enough from just looking and wanted to actually do what he wanted with it. But it seemed like Evelyn wasn't so happy about that. Ah. What are you doing? She yelled out and immediately sat up on the bed when she noticed that something was off, staring at the imp in front of her. The imp, however, simply tilted his head to the side confused. Book. He said in that weird tone that Evelyn always used when asking questions as he showed Evelyn what he was holding. Ah. Yeah, sure, we can take a look. But be careful, you're scratching it up. Although, your claws aren't as sharp as other imps, huh? Evelyn asked, surprised as she took a closer look, and the imp just once more tilted his head to the side, not really understanding what Evelyn was asking. Well, anyway, I guess we should continue practicing the letters, huh? The red thing asked with a smile, before the imp just looked at her with a blank expression. Then come on, the rest of them shouldn't be that tough. You did a great job toward the end of yesterday's practice as well. With a smile on her face, Evelyn took the book that the imp grabbed before from him again and then flipped it open to the page that they were at last night, taking out the pencil that they were using as well. And from that point on, Evelyn and the imp continued having the young monster learn about the rest of the letters, as planned, which he managed to do far quicker than Evelyn expected, and when all of them were finished, the imp really just noticed how often more of the same notification appeared in front of him. Beginner Common Language Comprehension skill leveled up. And while the imp was trying to reach them to make them disappear, the red thing placed her hand on the top of the imp's head, although it was really confused at what was going on. Ergu. It exclaimed askingly and held his hands on top of his head as well, or rather on top of Evelyn's hand that was still on top of his head, before she began to laugh quietly. Just saying, you did a great job. And now? If I want to see what your status is, then I should maybe. She muttered to herself and then wrote even more letters onto the page, although they seemed different than the other ones. And the imp actually recognized them as well. They were the letters that were alternating on that notification that just didn't seem to want to disappear. You see, these are called numbers. Evelyn explained as she tapped the page, so the imp nodded his head excitedly. Numbers. He exclaimed, but Evelyn shook her head with a smile, trying to properly teach him pronunciation as well. After another try, the imp seemed to already get it, though. And one after another, the imp was taught how these different numbers worked, and in what order they worked. It was pretty simple actually. But something seemed weird to the imp, so to make sure, he looked back and forth from the page with the order of the numbers and the notification floating next to him, before tilting his head to the side confused. Gahoo. He muttered, and Evelyn chuckled in response to hearing these weird sounds from the imp, before she looked at him with a smile. Now, I think we should be able to try this, huh? You can see notifications, right? Evelyn asked the imp while she took a blue pen and drew a blue square onto the paper, with the word notification written inside of it, and the imp pointed at the page and then at the notification floating next to it before nodding quickly. Good. Can you think really, really hard of it? The red thing asked, but the imp just tilted his head to the side confused, so she figured she should do something else, turning the imp's head to look directly to where he was pointing before, where a notification seemed to be, making sure that he was really thinking of notifications. And then, while the imp was looking at the notification and its ticking numbers, now, try to say the word. Status. Evelyn told the imp, who did as told and simply repeated that word in a mutter. Status. He said, before a really, really big, the biggest one so far, notification appeared in front of the imp. Of course, he immediately jumped back confused and startled, but Evelyn touched his back to reassure him. Don't worry, that was supposed to happen. Just take a look at it. The red thing told the imp with a calm voice, so he slowly turned his head toward it to see what the notification was. Name, none, race, lesser imp, level, 10. Health, 220, mana, 380. Strength, 6, Constitution, 12, Resistance, 13. Agility, 6, Evasion, 5, Dexterity, 5. Intelligence, 20, Wisdom, 14. Perception, 9, Willpower, 20. Skills. Dash, Beginner Common Language Comprehension, level, 73. Dash, Beginner Dagger Mastery, level, 4. Dash, Beginner Concentration, level, 18. Dash, Beginner Overeating, level, 13. Dash, Beginner Exhaustion Resistance, level, 21. This was so different to what the imp usually saw when looking at notifications. There were lines everywhere, and not the letters, but straight lines splitting the words up into sections. It seemed like there were a lot of different numbers as well, but overall, the imp really had no idea what all of this even was. Now. Evelyn muttered to herself while looking back down onto the page in front of her, drawing another notification, but this time a large one that looked like the large notification that appeared in front of the imp, and then placed the book down in front of the imp. Compare. she told him, and then pointed from the page to the place where the notification seemed to be, doing so over and over again, before the imp nodded and realized that they were supposed to be the same. But there were some parts missing. And once the imp was given the pencil again, before the pencil was pressed against the paper through Evelyn, the imp understood what he had to do, at least somewhat. To the best of the ability, the imp then continued to fill the different fields on the paper out, and even though there were some empty ones, it seemed to look a lot like the notification that the imp could see now. Although, he was freaking out when he finished one of the fields, and a notification appeared that distracted him for a moment, and when he looked back the number changed. What pesky little bitches these notifications were, working together to trick him like that. But soon enough, all of the fields were filled out completely and the imp grabbed the book, showing it to Evelyn proudly. "Good job," Evelyn exclaimed and grabbed the small bag in her pocket, grabbing one of the meat cubes from it to give it to the imp. For some reason, while this meat was a lot tougher, it was a lot tastier as well, so the imp enjoyed getting such a treat. "Wait, what?" Evelyn muttered to herself as she looked at the page confused, frowning as she did so. The imp already started thinking that he did something wrong, but after a while, the red thing simply raised her head and looked at the imp excitedly, and then flipped the page of the book to the next one before writing down something else, muttering to herself. You're pretty healthy, so your levels should have full worth for health and mana. What was it again? Stat times the stat value, plus level times 10. Evelyn asked herself, and then began to smile brightly. Holy shit. Holy shit. The red thing exclaimed, and then stared at the imp with wide open eyes and immediately jumped off of her feet, stepping over toward her big bag that she always had with her, pulling out a small booklet from inside it. "Please, please. Be in here," Evelyn whispered, seemingly nervously, and the imp just looked at her confused while trying to listen to Evelyn some more. "Here it is. Lesser imp, demon type. Stat values. Usually it's 0. 2 for constitution and other physical stats, and for wisdom and other mental stats it's." She muttered to herself, before shaking her head confused and looking at the imp again while standing up, flipping the book in front of the imp back to the page before, pointing at it and into the air where the status still seemed to be again. "Compare." She told him commandingly to activate the ownership collar for extra insurance, and the imp immediately once more went over the sketch of the status to make sure everything was correct, but didn't seem to want to change anything. So, Evelyn opened her eyes wide and stared at the imp happily. "You're an anomaly. That's why," she yelled out, but once more, the imp didn't understand what was going on while he was being dragged along the room by his hand, back toward the door, although Evelyn stopped just before opening it up. Should I tell them about it? I mean, that should just be proof that he's valuable, right? Maybe they'll treat him better if they know that we can sell him better." She whispered to herself and then looked down at the imp with a slightly bitter smile, and then nodded her head with dedication and opened the door, although she wasn't nearly as excited as before. Slowly, the imp was dragged through the hallways of the building until they stood in front of another door, which Evelyn slowly tapped her fist on a few times, causing the door to open a few moments later and a voice came from the inside of the room. "Yes, can I? Oh, it's you," Thomas said with a light frown as he stared down at the imp, who ended up just feeling a slight shudder, before Evelyn scratched the back of her neck. "Can I come in? I have something to tell you two about. Maybe it's going to be a good way to show you two not to treat him that badly, at least not physically," Evelyn said with a frown as she glared into the room at James, who was standing behind Thomas, and the blue and silver thing sighed and stepped to the side. "Fine. But I hope it's worth it," he replied, so the red thing quickly dragged the imp into the room before showing the two of them the page with the status information. "That's its status. Sure, it's pretty high for a level 10 lesser imp, but that's what you were working toward, right?" James asked with a frown, not understanding the issue here, and Evelyn immediately shook her head. "Don't you notice anything off at all?" she asked with a smirk, and slowly, Thomas rubbed his chin. "Isn't the imp's mana value way too high? It's nearly double the health value. Is it sick or something?" The blue thing asked and frowned again, but Evelyn shook her head. "Nope, he's pretty healthy. A bit tired, but being tired doesn't pull down your per level value for health." "Then can you just tell us what's up and stop being so cryptic?" James asked with annoyedly, and Evelyn simply handed them the small booklet she looked through before and told them to flip to the next side in the large book they were already looking at, before Thomas opened his eyes wide in confusion. "Wait, are you trying to say he asked, and Evelyn nodded with a smirk. Regular imps have a rough physical stat value of 0.2. His seems to be 0.1. That makes him about half as strong as other lesser imps. But when it comes to mental stats, lesser imps have a rough 0.05 stat value. But at the very least his wisdom stat has a value of 0.2. If it's the same for his other mental stats. Evelyn started, and both Thomas and James looked at each other and then at the imp, who was currently stuffing its finger into his nose to go on a mining trip, while Evelyn continued, then he's about 4 times as smart as a regular lesser imp. Chapter 12, Reading. That thing is supposed to be 4 times as smart as a regular imp. Are you serious? Thomas asked with a wry smile, and Evelyn nodded her head smugly for some reason, while the imp simply stood there next to her, pulling his finger out of his nose again. And there it was, the most beautiful thing that he may overproduce. Such form. Such color. Such size. It was perfect. Deep down, the imp knew that he didn't want to see it go, but right now, he was on another mission. He had seen it done before by one of the stronger monsters when the imp was still part of that group, so all he had to do now was replicate that godlike technique. Slowly, he placed the treasure onto his thumb and pushed his middle finger onto the skin directly behind it, before pressing it down. And forward, just waiting for his middle finger to be released with as much speed as possible. But from watching Evelyn shoot those sticks out with her bow, the imp knew that speed wasn't the most important thing a projectile needed. He also needed proper aim. Slowly, the imp grasped the arm that was going to shoot the treasure out with his other one for more stability, closed one of his eyes, and lined his fingers up with the face of the most disgusting of the 2 things in front of him. James. And then, it was time for it to say goodbye to the treasure born out of his nose. With thoughts of loss and regret pushing themselves up within the imp's head, he simply stayed dedicated and did what he had to do. The hell's it dash? James asked with a wry smile as he finally noticed this happen, but it was too late for him already. With a speed that the imp himself couldn't fathom, his middle finger pushed the treasure forward, and as if the world around him slowed down in order to allow him to watch his greatest work so far unfold, the imp was able to see the treasure fly through the air in a straight line, and before anyone in the room knew it, the treasure flew into James' throat, the place that was supposed to give the imp max points. It was done, the imp had to sacrifice everything, but it was worth it in the end. Especially so when the imp was able to see James convulse and run over to a bucket in the corner to get rid of what he had eaten today. Kekakagaga. The imp laughed loudly, although it soon felt a pain in its stomach when he couldn't manage to stop laughing. Was he poisoned? Was he cursed? What did these horrible things do to him? But then, it seemed as if the 3 main conspirators appeared in front of the imp as he dropped to the ground, staring down onto him to watch him suffer. You hit your target with perfect accuracy. Dexterity +1, Perception +1. GHG. Trying to call for help, the imp looked around, raising his hand in the air to at the very least do damage to his greatest enemies to take them down with him if he wasn't able to be saved from this horrid fate. Yeah. Let's check on that again, maybe. Thomas asked with a wry smile as he looked at Evelyn, who wasn't sure how to react herself, with embarrassment or enjoyment over what the imp did. But at the very least, she held James back from hurting the imp even more in his dying moments. Come on, just let me break 1 finger. If it's that weak, it shouldn't need them anyway. James exclaimed angrily, but Evelyn still held him back with as much strength as she could muster. Back inside of the same room that Evelyn and the imp were in before, the red thing dropped down onto the bed again and went to sleep. She seemed to have prepared a smaller spot for the imp to sleep at as well, but he somehow really didn't think that he actually should go to sleep, for whatever reason. And while he was tired, he was still able to hold out a little bit, although he really didn't understand why that was. Maybe it was just an instinct to make sure that he wouldn't be able to be attacked by the notifications after their failed attempt at his life. Either way, the imp still felt a little bored, so he figured he should do something else to pass the time, and then ended up taking another one of the smaller books that Evelyn had with her. It was completely useless though. It already had a lot of words and letters inside of it, completely different to the book that he and Evelyn always played with. He was just about to throw it to the side, when he noticed that he recognized some of the different words inside of it from the notifications. If the notifications and this useless book were somehow related to each other, then he really had to investigate what this wicked creature was. After all, if it was dangerous, he didn't want it to be anywhere near Evelyn. The imp continuously tried to properly figure out what those things were saying, but while he was able to somewhat figure out what the words were, he had no idea what they meant. After all, what the hell was a rock, and what was a fish, and worst of all, what was anti-disestablishmentarianism? All of these things made the imp really, really angry. And annoyed. And tired. Although the last one was usually taken care of whenever new notifications appeared around him. Because his dedication rose in the face of the enemy. That, and he was scared shitless whenever they appeared out of nowhere. Beginner common language comprehension skill leveled up. Sta. The imp yelled out angrily, and was now even more startled when Evelyn began to groan behind him, but she seemed to properly fall asleep immediately afterward again. So, instead of stopping so that this wouldn't happen again, the imp quickly went back to reading. Or at least he stared at the pages and tried to read, but it didn't seem to work all that well. And before he knew it, Evelyn stood up from the bed even before it was bright out again, and she immediately jumped up when she saw that the imp was holding the book in his hands. Ah. Careful with that. That's not something you should play around with. Evelyn exclaimed, but the imp just tilted his head to the side confused and watched as Evelyn quickly took the book from him and put it into her bag. Well, at least it doesn't seem to be ripped anywhere. Guess you weren't playing with it for that long, huh? The red thing said with a relieved sigh, but for some reason that annoyed the imp a little. He didn't fully understand what Evelyn was saying, but he actually kind of got the gist of everything she said. Not playing. The imp complained, and Evelyn raised her eyebrows in surprise as she looked at the imp confused, and then took out the empty book again. Can you think about making this box appear again and say, status? Evelyn asked, and with a disgusted expression, really not wanting to summon what seemed to be the boss of his enemies over to him. Gray. Status. Annoyedly, the imp muttered this out and the huge notification appeared again. Somehow, even if he could understand Evelyn pretty well now, he still had no idea what any of this was saying, even if he did recognize some parts of it. Slowly, Evelyn held the page with the drawing of the box in front of the imp again and tapped one of the fields at the bottom of it. Compare. She told him, and the imp tilted his head to the side confused. He already did that a few times yesterday. He did have to change one or two things all of a sudden, but by now he should have gotten everything right. At least that's what the imp thought at first. But it seemed like one mistake still hid inside of the large notification, and annoyedly the imp took the pencil Evelyn was holding toward him and fixed the mistake by writing the right number next to the wrong one. And before he knew it, Evelyn pulled the book away again and then looked at the imp surprised once more. Wait. Is this right? She asked herself confused, and with a smug expression, the imp just showed its crooked teeth and nodded. Yes. He replied, and Evelyn just looked at him with a confused expression. How did you manage to go from 73 to 96 in one night? And in response to that question, the imp just shrugged his shoulders and looked back at her. Ha. Evelyn sighed deeply and began to frown, before taking the book back out of her bag and handing it to the imp again. If you somehow damage it, I'm taking it back again, got that? The red thing told the imp and he just nodded his head again and sat back down to try and read again. Although once more he was just looking at the letters and words and tried to see where else he could see the same words. And a little while later, Evelyn tapped the imp's shoulder, telling him that they're leaving now, so he quickly made sure he had everything. Bag full of delicious meat, check. Wooden dagger that can even slay the gods, check. Book that somehow has to be related to his worst enemies, check. And so, the imp puffed some air out of his nose while the meat bag was slung over his back, the dagger stuck into the strap running diagonally across his body, and he was holding the book with both his arms against his chest so that it couldn't run away. Leave. The imp then exclaimed, heading toward the door as he said so, and for some reason it seemed like Evelyn was laughing now that she took a closer look at him, even if the imp really didn't understand why. Then, Evelyn opened the door up and the two of them made their way down to the bottom floor of the building, waiting for Thomas and James to arrive outside. There were a lot of things similar to the three things the imp was traveling with out here, but most of them were looking at the imp angrily. Or annoyedly, although some even seemed to be scared of him even if he didn't do anything. The imp especially liked it when the last of those three things happened. That just showed that, despite looking so dumb, all of the things were at least smart enough to know how strong and scary the imp was. With a proud puff out of his nose, the imp stood there straight, although Evelyn seemed to drag him somewhere else a little bit further to the side, and then ended up pulling the meat bag to the imp's side while placing some weird large piece of brown cloth over his back, bound some of it around his neck, and pulled some of it over his head. All of this felt kind of weird to the imp and he wanted to rip it off of his body, but he hesitated for a moment when he saw Evelyn's expression. "All right, as I thought, you look good with a cloak," she said with a bright smile, rubbing her palm over the imp's head. Chapter 13, Breaking Out. Confused, the imp just stared at Evelyn while he was clothed in the cloak and currently had the red thing's hand pressed onto his head. "You need to wear this to hide being a monster from other people. It might be a bit troublesome if others found out, after all," Evelyn explained, and the imp did somewhat understand. It was impossible to hide the fact that there was tension between monsters and these people. The first time that the imp met any of them, they had killed his brothers and were just about to kill him as well. These people. Wait. People. The imp repeated confused, and Evelyn nodded her head as she looked around. "Yeah, people. You know, humans, elves, dwarves," she explained, and then looked at the imp with a wry smile. "Wait, you didn't know what we were until now?" Evelyn asked him, and the imp slowly nodded his head. "Holy f.u.c.k.i.n.g. Well. Thomas and I are humans, and James is a light elf. That's what people are called that are half elf and half dark elf," she explained to the imp, but he just tilted his head to the side, really not able to connect any of that to anything. "Ha. Well, I guess I can try to show you when we're in town." "The red thing, no," the red human muttered to herself, and the imp slowly nodded and just shrugged, really not interested in all of that. But at least he knew what the things were now, so that seemed like a good thing. For now, the imp simply tried to get used to this thing, this cloak. He didn't like it at all, but according to Avelia it was important, so he figured he should keep wearing it. Evelyn was smarter than the imp, so she was probably right. And a few minutes later, while the imp had already moved on to looking at the notification that wouldn't disappear no matter what and was trying to figure out what the countdown was working toward, Thomas and James came out of the building, and without them saying anything to Evelyn and the imp, the group continued on toward the large bridge leading to the floating speck of dirt in the distance. It began getting a little tough the closer they got toward that bridge, because the imp was starting to feel like he was getting scared again, but with Evelyn's help and support, he managed to fight through it. Soon enough, they then entered the large, broad structure and began to walk on it further into the distance. From this perspective, it seemed like it would continue on infinitely, because it simply looked like it, but the imp knew that it wasn't the case because he managed to see the island in the distance beforehand. It was pretty full on the bridge, and because he had nothing else to do, the imp resorted to just eating some of the rest of the meat in his bag while continuing to stare at the page of the book, and soon, they reached an area that was even larger and broader than the rest of the bridge, where a lot of people that were even coming from the other side seemed to be gathering. Finally at the rest area. Walking on a light slope for so long is damn exhausting, James complained as he approached an area where they seemed to be able to sit down, although he was staring at the imp while they were walking there. "And why the hell isn't that thing tired yet?" James asked annoyedly, and Evelyn just smiled wryly. "Well, he has the exhaustion resistance skill, so I guess that's why." I did expect him to complain a little though. Although, he has the concentration skill as well and he was staring at the book the whole time. Maybe that helped, Evelyn suggested, and Thomas shrugged as he sat down on one of the benches and pulled his bag in front of him. Maybe. And even if it has a low constitution stat and stat value, it's still a monster, so its base stamina is probably still pretty high, he replied, before biting into his food with a frown. "Actually, why did you give it your book? That's the Minor Arcana Fairy Tale one, right?" "Well, he just had it when I woke up this morning. I took it away from him at first, but then I noticed that he was speaking a lot more, so I had him update the level of his language comprehension. And it rose like 20 levels last night. So I figured I should let him keep reading for a while. He's been treating him well, so that's why." Evelyn replied somewhat nervously, seemingly once more trying to make sure that everything was really fine with it. "Well, I guess," Thomas said with a sigh, and for another while, they all just continued eating, while the imp just stared down at the book some more. At least, until he suddenly felt a slight rush in his head, as if he was woozy for a moment but immediately recovered. And when he looked up, he saw another notification that he hadn't seen before. Beginner Common Language Comprehension leveled up. Beginner Common Language Comprehension hit level 100 and became Apprentice Common Language Comprehension. Confused, the imp looked at the notifications before just slightly shrugging and returning to his book. He still didn't really understand anything, but at this point, something kind of felt different. He recognized some of the words more easily, and he was able to actually imagine what they sounded like. That didn't make it possible for him to actually find out what they meant though, he just knew what they were said like. But at the very least he was able to recognize some of the words he heard before written down like this. Even then, the imp had to just continue trying like this, and soon all the knowledge that this book was hiding from him would be unraveled, revealing the secrets to once and for all killing the notifications. But then, around the same time that the imp was thinking that, some more annoying notifications appeared. You have broken out of the control of the ownership collar. You are no longer under the ownership of Evelyn Steinhardt. The imp felt slightly weird all of a sudden, similar to what happened yesterday night when he told Thomas and James that he didn't like them, but this time was slightly different. It was far more liberating. But there was something else that the imp was trying to figure out. He managed to recognize Evelyn's name pretty quickly, but he was confused about the word behind that. It didn't really seem like other words to him, so he slowly turned to Evelyn, the one who that word appeared with. Evelyn. The imp said in the clearest pronunciation it managed so far, so she turned toward him surprised and smiled, although she still had food in her mouth. "MHM?" she asked, so now that the imp had her attention, he tilted his head to the side. "What? Steinhardt?" he asked her, and immediately Evelyn ripped her eyes open and began to choke on her food. The imp was a bit worried at what was going on all of a sudden, but a few moments later, it seemed like Evelyn was alright again. "Did you just say, Steinhardt?" she asked confused, so the imp just nodded his head, before Evelyn looked over toward Thomas and James. "Did you mention my last name to him?" With confused expressions, the two of them shook their heads, before Thomas replied. "Why would we? We never really knew you as a Steinhardt, just as Evelyn, so saying your name has little meaning. And names aren't needed at the inn, just our adventurer's ID." Thomas pointed out, so Evelyn turned around back toward the imp. Where did you hear that name?" Evelyn asked him, but the imp quickly began to frown. "Not here. Read," the imp said as he pointed at the notification in front of him, before Evelyn looked at him surprised. Were there any other big words in that notification? Slowly, the imp turned back toward the notification and frowned, trying to see what it was, and then seemed to recognize another of the big words. "Ownership," the imp explained, so Evelyn just sighed in relief. "Ha. I guess it was just some kind of ownership info." She sighed in relief, before leaning in toward the imp confused. "And you can read now?" Evelyn asked, and the imp nodded his head with a smug smile. "Imp can," he exclaimed, and Evelyn turned to the others with a grin. Well, seems like his language comprehensions was upgraded. She told them, and Thomas, James and Evelyn then began to speak about some things that the imp didn't really care about. Instead, he just wanted to return to reading the book now that he actually managed to figure out what they at least sounded like. Maybe soon he would be able to understand the words as well. Soon enough, the small group stood back up and continued on their way toward the island, while the imp continued to try and read and was still bothered by the notifications all the time. It was pretty annoying actually, but in the end the imp managed to fight through that due to being happy about the fact that he slowly began to understand the words he was actually reading, although only if he looked at it really hard and then thought about the word over and over again in his head. And after a little while, the imp was stopped by Evelyn, and when he looked around, he was suddenly back on proper ground instead of the wood of the bridge. "Gay?" the imp asked confused and tilted his head to the side, and Evelyn looked at him with a light smile. "We're here, so now you need to be more careful. Stop reading and just look around a bit," she told him, and the imp nodded his head, closing the book like he was told to and pressing it back against his chest. There were a lot of people here though. Some were short and stumpy, and others were super tall and hunky, and some looked more like monsters with fur all over their bodies. And so, as promised, Evelyn showed the imp all kinds of different people and told him what kind of person they were. Through that, the imp learned actually lots and lots of new words, and after a handful of failed tries, he was able to properly assign the right race to a person every few attempts. But then, some loud person interrupted the interesting lesson all of a sudden. "Anyone that can fight, come down to the southern bridge. There's a monster horde down there," he yelled out, and immediately, Evelyn, Thomas and James looked at each other confused. "A monster horde? From the south?" Thomas asked surprised, and next, James spoke up. "Weren't those rumors fake?" James added, but Evelyn immediately shook her head. I thought so as well, but..." she said, confused with wide open eyes, before Thomas scratched the back of his neck. Well, there's a bunch of adventurers in this town, and if any place can defend against monsters, it's this one. So let's not worry, and instead make our way back like planned. While scratching the back of his neck, Thomas told this to the others, before looking up into the sky at the sun. If we don't hurry, we'll not make it all the way down again. At the very least, we can't go all the way back down the South Bridge. He said in a commanding tone, and the others slowly nodded their heads, although Evelyn seemed rather reluctant about it. Fine. Let's get going then. Chapter 14, Pheasant. While a large amount of adventurers were rushing south to take care of the monster horde at the bottom of the bridge, Evelyn, Thomas, James, and the imp made their way to the northern bridge, which they without any hesitation started descending from. There were a lot of other people seemingly trying to do the same thing, although the imp didn't really understand why they seemed so scared. The imp himself was starting to relax a lot because the weird, icky feeling that he got ever since they got close to the huge lake slowly disappeared the closer they got to the end of the bridge. Do you guys really think it was a good idea for us to just leave like that? Evelyn asked with concern as she turned around and looked at the island when the group had nearly reached the bottom of the bridge already, and Thomas sighed deeply and simply frowned at that question, just like every time that Evelyn asked something similar, before finally turning around with clear annoyance in his face. I already said, no discussion. Thomas said with a frown, which suddenly turned into shock and confusion, before he took a sudden step backward, bumping into the imp and dropping to the ground. Gay. The imp let out involuntarily as he dropped his book to the ground, which had started sliding down the slightly sloped bridge while Thomas dropped onto his back due to that slope as well. And then, suddenly taken out of his trance created by trying to read, the imp quickly followed the book and picked it back up, before turning around and looking into the direction of the others, before noticing that literally everyone on the bridge was currently just staring at the floating island in the distance, which had turned into a pure mass of flames. While everyone around the imp seemed to be pretty scared of the flames, the imp was more curious about them, because weirdly enough, instead of that red-orange that fire usually was, these flames were completely blue. Although, exactly that seemed to be the reason why everyone was so scared. Azure flames. Evelyn muttered quietly and kept staring at the island in the distance, while others around her began to start moving again, although incredibly erratically and seemingly as quickly as they could. Even those that were going up the bridge started to walk down it again. And there, the imp came in contact with a word over and over again, but he was pretty confused about it, because it was supposed to be in a whole different direction to the fire, and it wasn't usually blue either. Although, considering that even Evelyn was saying it, it had to be true. The sun. It's the sun. Get going. Hurry. Evelyn yelled out and immediately grabbed the imp by the hand, dragging him behind her as quickly as she could, while Thomas and James ran in front of them. And once they got to the bottom of the bridge, they didn't stop either, but instead just continuously kept running without any sort of hesitation in the slightest. The imp actually nearly lost his book a few times, so it was pretty annoyed and unhappy about having to run like that all of a sudden. But after a while, 1, 2, or maybe even 3 hours later, the four of them finally stopped running, and everyone immediately collapsed on the ground while it already became dark out. The imp was feeling surprisingly energetic even then, even if he would have been heaving for air just yesterday. That was probably just because the imp was so amazing at everything he did, but he didn't feel like bragging while Evelyn was obviously not feeling well. With a pale, nearly pure white, expression, the young woman looked at Thomas and James with fear in her face. What was a royal doing there? What the fuck was a royal doing there? She yelled out, but it seemed like neither Thomas nor James had any answer to that at all. I don't know, but we really need to get going. We're taking a quick break here, and then we're continuing on to the capital. And not even a royal would go there at the moment, right? Thomas asked with a wry smile, burying his face inside of his hands, and James quickly nodded his head. Right. Literally the strongest fighters in the world are gathering there. Some of them should be able to take care of a royal or two, alright? He asked while shaking all over, and the imp just stared at the two of them annoyedly and looked over toward Evelyn, pushing his hand into the meat bag and offering her a fistful of his food. After all, he wasn't feeling as hungry as the past few days, so he would surely be able to spare a little for her. Thanks, but I can't eat that. We probably should eat though, right? Just some grilled meat should be fine. Evelyn muttered in reply before slowly standing up. I'll get some firewood, she said, but before she could even stand up properly, her body collapsed again in reaction to what she just experienced. "Oh, seems like I'm still a little tired. I can go get some in a minute, I just need to rest," the woman added, but while she did so, James shook his head. "It's fine, I can go get it," he replied, although he just kept sitting there, pulling his knees against his chest, while Thomas began to laugh nervously. "So, you think you're going anytime soon? I can do it as well, if you want," Thomas suggested, but similar to James, didn't even budge at all beside the little bit caused by his constant shaking. Tisk. The imp clicked his tongue because he was annoyed at their laziness, and looked over at Evelyn. "Fire, wood?" he asked, and pulled his cloak to the side to show the dagger bound to the strap of his bag. "Wood," the imp added, and Evelyn just so slightly smiled at him. "Yeah, that's wood. Do you think you can get us as many pieces of wood like this as you can?" Evelyn asked, pulling over a stick that was laying near her, and the imp took a closer look before nodding his head. He saw a lot of those sticks a little while ago. They were all piled together already as well, so it would be easy to find a lot of them. "Yes," the imp yelled out and immediately turned around, trying to remember where he saw all that wood, although it was rather hard to do so because of how dark it was. But after just a little while, the imp got used to it while he was walking through the forest, soon finding the pile of sticks again. For some reason, though, some annoying thing was sleeping on it, and the imp really didn't like that at all. So, angrily, the imp took the wooden dagger he had with him and stared at the thing. But the imp knew that he had to be careful, because even if it was harmless and asleep right now, he might wake it up and be attacked. He learned such a lesson the hard way before when he was still with his brothers. Slowly, the imp moved across the distance between him and the pile of sticks as quietly as he could, and when he reached the small thing laying on the sticks, he swung the pointy tip of it directly at its head. And with a loud crack, it seemed like some delicious-smelling blood splattered across the imp and the sticks below it, but this beautiful scene was interrupted by some horrid notifications. Pheasant -40 damage. You attacked without being noticed. Damage increased by 20%. You attacked a weak spot. Damage increased by 50%. You attacked a sleeping enemy. Damage increased by 50%. Total damage, 108. You killed the pheasant. You leveled up. Beginner dagger mastery leveled up. You killed an enemy with one hit. Strength +1, agility +1. Beginner stealth skill learned. Annoyed at their sudden appearance, the imp swung his wooden dagger at the notifications and quickly made them run away in a cloud of mist, while the imp stuffed the small thing into his bag to eat later, although that didn't seem to be the only interesting thing on the pile of sticks. And all of them were pretty shiny, so they were probably good things. Happily, the imp stuffed them into his bag as well and then grabbed the pile of sticks, which were stuck together pretty tightly, and pulled it along with him back to where Evelyn, and the two bad people, were waiting for him. And it seemed like especially the latter two were quite surprised to see the imp bring along that many sticks so quickly. "You found a nest?" Evelyn asked with a light smile, and then took a closer look at the imp and frowned slightly. "Wait, are you bleeding?" she exclaimed all of a sudden when she saw the red splatters on the imp's cloak, but he just shook his head proudly and stuffed his hand into his bag, pulling out the first enemy that he killed himself. "Wait, this is a pheasant's nest?" she asked surprised, and Thomas smiled lightly. "Well, at least we'll have something to eat for now. We only have a little left right now," he pointed out, but Evelyn frowned at him. "Hey. He killed it, so he should keep it. You know that he eats a lot more than us." "Yeah, because it's a glutton. It has the overeating skill, it doesn't need to eat as much as it does. It chooses to. So, let's go ahead and fucking eat it already, I'm starving," James exclaimed, trying to take the pheasant from the imp, who quickly took a step back so that he couldn't do so. "Uf.u.c.k.i.n.g, give me that, now," James yelled out, trying to move closer to the imp, but Evelyn quickly stopped him. "Seriously, stop. We spoke about this. We're treating him like I want to. He hunted it, so Evelyn told him off, but was interrupted by the loud grumbling of her stomach. Something which the imp had learned to be a sign that she was hungry. He didn't want to give it to James or Thomas out of his own free will, but he didn't mind giving his prey to Evelyn at all. The imp himself wasn't hungry anyway, so he swiftly looked at the thing in his hand and held it over toward Evelyn. "Take," the imp said, and Evelyn raised her brows in response. "You sure?" she asked him, and the imp slowly nodded his head. "Imp not hungry?" Evelyn hungry. Eat. The imp told her, and with a smile on her face, she slowly received the bird from him. Thank you. You too, then at least take care of this, all right? I'll wash the blood off of him and the cloak so that we don't attract monsters. Evelyn said, slowly trying to stand up before giving the prey to Thomas and James, both of which slowly began to make a fire while preparing the bird for eating. Chapter 15, Cooking. After just a little bit of searching, Evelyn and the imp managed to find a small river with clear enough water to clean clothes with, and Evelyn then swiftly pulled the cloak off of the imp's body. Now then, let's hope we can get this out easily enough. Evelyn muttered quietly, while the imp just stood there confused. Why was she trying to get the blood off of the cloak? It smelled delicious, and who didn't want to smell delicious? And then, the imp noticed that, if he didn't know something, could just ask at this point. He was a big brain imp, after all. Why clean? The imp asked curiously, and Evelyn turned to him surprised as she was rubbing over the cloth with her palm, still shaking out of fear as well as due to the cold water she was washing the cloak with. Do you think this smells good? Evelyn asked, so the imp immediately nodded his head without a moment of hesitation, although Evelyn just seemed even more surprised at that. Oh, Other monsters think so as well, so if you have bloody clothes, monsters might smell you and come because they want to eat you. With a frown, the imp crossed his arms in front of his book and grasped it tightly. Not eat imp. He said angrily, and Evelyn nodded her head with a smile. Exactly. We don't want that, now do we? She asked, so the imp quickly shook his head in response. And for the next little while, the imp just stood there, watching Evelyn as she was washing the blood off of the imp's cloak, before putting it over her arm and bringing it and the imp back to Thomas and James, who already made a small fire. Conveniently, they did so next to a few large rocks, which were the perfect surface to place the cloak down on to have it dry through the fire. But once more, the imp was confused at why she did so, and simply asked again. Why dry? He asked, so Evelyn scratched her cheek with a wry smile and began to explain it the best she could. If you wear wet clothes, you can get sick, and that's really not good. You'll cough and feel sluggish, and just in general be super weak compared to usual. With a frown, the imp shook his head and stared at the wet cloak with an angry frown. Imp not weak. Imp strong. He said annoyedly, so Evelyn slowly placed her hand on the top of the imp's head and began rubbing it again, although the imp thought that was a pretty weird thing to do. Even then, he just let it be and accepted this fate, because it seemed to make Evelyn happy. Alright then. Let's just hurry and get this done. Thomas suggested while rolling his eyes, and then placed a fleshy version of the bird that the imp killed before over the fire, but the imp titled his head to the side at this action. Wouldn't fire just break the bird? Why fire? The imp asked and pointed at the fleshy bird, before Evelyn smiled at the imp. It seems to be different for monsters, but people like us can't really eat raw meat or else we'll get sick, so we need to cook it like this first until it's a different color all the way through. Evelyn explained, and the imp frowned and looked into his bag at the bunch of meat that he had in it, before grabbing a handful of it and dropping it into the fire, causing some small bits of the fire to fly around in James' direction. Arg. What the hell are you doing, you damn dash? James yelled out angrily, but the imp just looked at him with a frown before turning to Evelyn. Wrong? He asked, so Evelyn quickly nodded. Yeah, pretty wrong, actually. Here, just try this out. Evelyn suggested and grabbed one of the thinner sticks that couldn't really be used for the fire all that well, before grabbing some of the meat from the imp's bag and binding it around the stick, before giving it to the imp. Here, try it now. And don't throw it in, just hold it above the fire. Evelyn said, and the imp frowned in response but tried to take the meat stick, doing what he was just told to do. Now you just need to wait a little longer. That should give him the cooking skill, right? Evelyn asked as she turned toward the other two, so Thomas just shrugged, maybe, I guess. He replied, and the imp just looked at the meat at the end of the stick while it slowly changed its color to become much, much darker than before. And around when it was pretty dark and brown, Evelyn slowly pulled his hand with the stick back. Alright, that should be enough. Just wait a little bit now until it cooled off some, and then you can dash, the young woman tried to explain, but before she could even finish, the imp stuffed the meat into his mouth, distracted by a notification that instantly became more. Beginner cooking skill learned. -9 health. Bwah. The imp exclaimed with the hot meat in his mouth, but still continued chewing it nonetheless. Others seemed to be able to eat it like that, and the imp didn't want anyone to think that he was weaker than them in any way. So, even if the meat was a lot tougher than raw meat, he had to fight through it, and when it finally cooled off in his mouth a bit, he swallowed it down and once more started slightly burning his throat, but it wasn't nearly as bad as with his tongue just now, so there was nothing to worry about. "Are you alright?" Avalon asked when the imp finally settled down a little, and he just nodded his head in response. "Yesh," he replied, even if he couldn't really feel his tongue, but nonetheless but another piece of meat around the end of the stick. The imp wasn't a wuss, so he would continue eating this meat as long as these people did so. At the very least that's what he was thinking before, but when the meat became brown again and wanted to stuff it in his mouth, Avalon took the meat from him and held it away a bit. "Not this time. Just wait until it cooled off a little," she exclaimed, while Thomas and James started cutting the bird apart into pieces that could be properly eaten by them and Avalon, and the imp just crossed his arms with a pout on his face, while Avalon sighed and gave the imp another stick and bound more meat around it, handing it to the imp again. "Here, just make some more. When this is done, you can eat the one you made before, alright?" Avalon told him, so the imp slowly nodded his head and began to hold the meat above the fire again. And a few minutes later, when it was finally finished, the imp looked over at Avalon again. "Alright. Here, try it now," she suggested and gave the other meat to the imp while taking the new one from him, and confused the imp took another bite off the meat, expecting it to be just as hot as the other meat was before. But to his surprise, it wasn't. It was still warm, but it wasn't hot enough to hurt him anymore. And on top of that, something else came to the imp's surprise. This burned meat tasted really, really, really good. Far better than the raw meat that he has been eating up until now. So immediately, the imp stuffed his face with the burned meat and quickly put new meat onto this stick, holding it over the fire again. And when this meat was done, the imp ate the bit of meat that had been cooling off a little bit, and then placed the next bit of meat over the fire. And he didn't actually eat all of it all at once, but stuffed some of the cooked meat into his bag to keep for later. "Ha! Yeah, that bag can never be used ever again, can it?" Avalon muttered with a wry smile, while the imp just looked at her with his head tilted to the side. In total, the imp, Avalon, and the other two sat there for a total of 1 hour, slowly finishing to eat and just recovering a bit of their stamina, and most importantly, they did this to cool their nerves down after what they saw at the last town they were at. Well, with the exception of the imp, of course. He just happily continued cooking his meat until he didn't have any raw meat left anymore, and then slowly began to eat what he placed into his bag on top of the shiny stuff he grabbed from the pile of sticks before. But once that hour was over, Avalon quickly grabbed the cloak, which had finished drying at this point, and placed it back onto the imp, who just looked down at it with a frown. It smelled a little weird, but it was probably fine now. So, after Thomas and James destroyed the pretty fire that they made before, the four of them continued walking, and although they weren't in just as much of a hurry as before after leaving the last town, they still seemed to be walking faster than usual, and most importantly, they seemed far more on edge and reacted pretty aggressively to the slightest sound they didn't know the source of. And when they encountered a few monsters, Thomas actually stumbled up for the first time ever and got injured. One of the monsters managed to bite his arm, but it sadly didn't seem to be a serious injury, so the imp had to continue dealing with that annoying person. But after the useless Thomas got injured, the group had to stop for a little while Avalon bound some white cloth around Thomas's leg to seemingly stop the bleeding. Quickly afterward, though, they continued on moving again until it became bright again. Such bright light was actually a little annoying to the imp, but at the very least his cloak blocked a little bit of it, so he really didn't need to worry. But instead, what the imp did have to worry about was the fact that there suddenly seemed to be more people around again, in the same blocks of wood that the imp saw in front and on top of the bridges, but this time around, there was something else that seemed a lot more interesting, especially the closer that the group got to it. It seemed like a giant block of stone, and all of the people that the imp could see were approaching a large hole in one side of the block of stone. It seemed a bit weird at first, but from Avalon's reaction, the imp figured that it was a good place. Chapter 16, Zaragon. Finally, we're here. Avalon exclaimed with a heavily relieved expression, before turning her head over toward the imp with a bitter one, and then just grabbed the imp's hand and continued leading him toward the block of stone. What? The imp then asked and pointed at the block, and Avalon just smiled at him. That's called a town. A place where lots of people live together. She explained to the imp, who just slowly tilted his head to the side. Island, not town? He asked, really confused. The imp thought that the place that they were at before that began to burn so prettily yesterday was supposed to be a town, but apparently it wasn't. because these two places look completely different. In response to that question, Evelyn audibly gulped down the saliva from her mouth. It is, but this one here needs large walls to defend against monsters, she explained, so the imp slowly nodded in understanding, even if he still wasn't totally sure why this one looked so different to the town. They were it before, but in the end the imp didn't really care all that much. Instead, he returned to his book, which he was actually slowly starting to properly understand when reading the words, so he was slowly making his way through the first chapter, called the Ace of Cups. It seemed pretty interesting, and the imp really enjoyed reading through it, although he did have to read it a few times to totally understand what the story was about. From what the imp could tell, it was about a boy who grew up in one of these towns that Evelyn spoke about, although for his whole life, he was hiding from other people every chance he got. And the few times that he did go to see them, he stole things from the other people without them knowing about it. After a while, the boy grew older and continued stealing and stealing, until more people joined him within a hideout in the town, and the boy became known as the King of Thieves. Later, a trap was set for him and the boy was captured, imprisoned within a deep dungeon. For years, the boy was kept there, nearly starving to death each and every day, and only given the minimal amount of rotten food and dirty water to keep him alive. But then, out of nowhere, a figure clothed in a brightly colored suit appeared in front of him, and introduced himself as the arcane dealer, holding a deck of cards in front of him, and telling the boy to pull any one card out of the deck. And the card that he pulled was the Ace of Cups. Soon after, the figure disappeared, and the card that the boy pulled out of the deck had turned into a decorated golden cup, with a pitch-black liquid inside. Craving any type of sustenance out of sheer starvation and thirst, the boy chose to drink the liquid inside of the cup. The world around the boy became weird and shifty, and out of surprise, the boy dropped the cup to the ground, alerting the guards that stood around his cell at all times. But when they stormed into the cell, all they found was the cup laying on the ground, while the boy seemed to have disappeared. In reality, however, they were completely unable to perceive the boy in any way, even forgetting who they were supposed to be guarding. Just like that, the boy escaped the prison, never to be seen again. The imp didn't really understand what all of these words meant, but at the very least he got a rough idea, and figured out that the Ace of Cups was something really amazing. Although, he didn't really understand what exactly it did, but it seemed amazing at least. And when the imp looked up from the book the next time, he quickly punched some notifications and then looked around himself, noticing that he was no longer outside the block of stone, but inside a town just like the one on the floating island from before. Alright, first, we need to go to the guild. Then we're going to see Zaragon and finally sell the imp. Thomas told the others with a sigh, although the imp really didn't understand what exactly he meant with sell the imp. He was an imp, but what did sell mean? While trying to figure this mystery out, the imp continued following Evelyn, Thomas and James toward a large building that took them surprisingly long to each, and that time was spent with the imp eating some of the cooked meat he had in his bag and looking around at all the different people around him. And when they finally did reach the building, the four of them quickly went inside, although there was a surprising amount of commotion there, and lots of people were running around wildly, yelling at each other. Seems like they already know about the sun. Evelyn sighed in relief, before James nodded and crossed his arms. Good, then we can just relax from now on, right? He asked with a wry smile, and Thomas nodded his head as well. I hope so. Then let's go to Zaragon's and sell the imp already. Thomas said with a smile, seemingly finally able to relax after they started running away from the last town, although Evelyn was still tensed up a whole lot. She did keep quiet about what was bothering her, though. And so, the four of them once more began to walk, to a whole other part of town, even further away than the building they were in before, although the area was a little uncomfortable for the imp to be in. It seemed like there was someone staring at them at all times, and a lot of hooded people were walking around there, and most importantly, there were more small animals here than in the forests that they were in until now. And while the imp generally didn't mind all of that, as he was used to it to a certain point already, all of these things together seemed really bad to him. But then, the four finally reached a small door, which not only seemed completely out of place location-wise, directly set into a wall in an alleyway, but it was the only clean thing around as well. And while the alleyway was dark and gloomy, this door was completely white, without a single speck of discoloration on it. Ah. Lucky. First location. James exclaimed with a grin on his face, and Thomas nodded his head as well. Yeah, people say Zaragon always offers you a good deal when you happen to find the door right off the bat. Thomas replied and quickly stepped up to the door, hitting it with his knuckles a few times to knock, and a few moments later, the door slowly opened up to reveal a bright, pure white room inside. And so, the four of them stepped into that room, before the door immediately closed, and Evelyn walked up to the imp and slowly took all of his things from him. His cloak, his meat bag, his book, and even his wooden dagger. He was left completely naked and exposed now. Although, that was the way he usually was, so it wasn't that big a deal either. Especially after seeing that the others also placed their armor and weapons away into small white baskets, even taking off their shoes. Is this really necessary every single time? James asked with an annoyed grunt, and Evelyn just shrugged quietly as she began to pour water over the imp's feet, before doing the same to her own. Zaragon's rules. Nothing we can do about it, she said, and James sighed deeply before nodding his head. Right. Just feels weird to place all of my items at the entrance of a shop that you can enter from a dozen places in town, James said with a frown, but Thomas just chuckled quietly while shaking his head. You know nobody can come in here while we're here, right? He asked, but James just tilted his head slightly to the side confused. You didn't? Thomas added surprised, I thought that was common knowledge for people who go see Zaragon. How am I supposed to know? I'm not from the capital, the first time I even heard of him was when I came here with you last time. James replied, so Thomas just chuckled again and stepped up to the next door at the other side of the room, once more knocking on it. Slowly, the door opened up, and Evelyn took the imp by the hand and for some reason squeezed really hard all of a sudden, actually kind of hurting the imp, even if not by much. And then, when the imp stepped into the room, he was met with even more pure white, although some things stuck out of that pure color. Neatly aligned items, placed against the walls or set on pedestals along the center of the room, and on the side of the room opposite to the door stood a single, tall man wearing completely white clothes. Even his skin was nearly white, so he was basically invisible as he stood there, at the very least that was until the man slowly opened his eyes, showing small, pitch-black circles with glowing white rings in their center. Just from looking at the man's eyes, the imp began to shudder, although it became even worse when the man began to speak. Welcome, welcome, dear customers. How may I help you on this beautiful day? He asked with a deep, clear voice that made the imp want to scream just hearing it. He didn't know why that was the case, but it was. We want to sell. Thomas exclaimed in a clear voice, and swiftly, the pure white man began to grin broadly as he disappeared into a black mist, before appearing directly in front of the imp. And while the black mist still came from his body, the man placed one of his glove-covered hands onto the imp's right shoulder, another one on his chin while pulling his face from left to right, a third hand was pressing onto the imp's hand while the last one pulled the imp's eye open and then ran down to his mouth. Although the imp really didn't like any of this at all, the sheer force placed onto his body with that single hand on his shoulder made it impossible for him to move. Oh ho. An anomalous imp, I see. Some interesting skills as well, but most importantly, an apprentice-stage language comprehension skill. The man asked with his deep voice, and in response, Evelyn nodded her head slowly. Why yes. When we met him, he said my name after hearing it only a few times. And then I showed him how to read and write, and boosted the language comprehension skill even. Zaragon asked, so Evelyn once more just nodded. Interesting, interesting. Doing all of this to a wild imp is quite impressive, I must say. The man said and placed all four of his arms behind his back, but Thomas, James, and Evelyn just looked at him confused. Wild. No, no, Evelyn put an ownership collar on James exclaimed, but he immediately stopped after being hit by Zaragon's glare. Did I ask you to speak? Zaragon asked, but James simply shook his head, so Zaragon swiftly turned back toward Evelyn. It is true that you put it under the control of ownership, but this dear young imp broke out of that control. Zaragon pointed out, looking at Evelyn while waiting for a response, so Evelyn looked down at the imp with a frown. But I placed the collar on him, and it worked without a problem. She replied, so swiftly, Zaragon began to smile, showing his sharp teeth as he did so. So you did, but this is not an item meant to restrain demons, you see. It worked as it is nothing but a lesser creature. Due to its anomalous nature, it was able to slowly resist the effect. It seems like something happened to considerably weaken the control, although I can't exactly say what that was. Zaragon pointed out, and immediately, the three of them could remember what exactly that moment was, before Zaragon continued. Either way, that is not of importance. So you say this imp can truly read? Zaragon asked curiously, and Evelyn nodded her head immediately. Yes, he can. He was reading the Minor Arcana tales a lot since yesterday," she explained, so Zaragon slowly formed another broad grin. "Is that so? Tell me, young demon, can you tell me about any of the stories in that book?" Zaragon asked, and the imp, feeling forced to oblige after the words of the man, slowly tried to remember what he read. "Ace of Cups," the imp replied, and with a surprised smile, Zaragon raised his brows. I see. What a coincidence that is," he explained with a laugh, before turning around and waving one of his hands in front of himself, immediately making all of the different items and pillars in the room disappear, just to replace them with a single other one. It was a pillar, about at the height of the man's waist, with a single small item on top of it. A small card with a decorated, golden cup displayed on it. Chapter 17, Disappear. "Wait, is that the—" Thomas muttered quietly, and with a broad grin on his face, Zaragon nodded and moved closer toward the young man. "Of course it is, each and every piece that I offer is authentic. It is the one and only Ace of Cups. And now, let's get to business, shall we?" Zaragon said immediately afterward, stepping up to the card on the pedestal. "In exchange for the imp, I offer you a single use of the Ace of Cups, or alternatively, 30 gold coins." The man explained with that same broad grin on his face, while the Avalon, Thomas and James were looking at each other immediately. "A use of the Ace of Cups, or 30 gold coins." James repeated quietly, "If we use the Ace of Cups, can't we get far more money than 30 gold coins if we handle everything properly?" The black-clothed light elf asked, and Avalon immediately looked at him with a frown. "What do you mean with everything? Are you trying to tell us that we should steal from people using the Ace of Cups?" she asked, and with a light frown, James started looking down nervously, unsure whether that was what he was insinuating or not. "And even if we figured that we should do that, I don't even understand why Zaragon is selling a use of the Ace of Cups to us as an equivalent of 30 gold coins. That would be worth far more, wouldn't it?" Avalon asked with a frown, and the four-armed man swiftly explained with a broad grin on his face. "Let's just say that I have my own reasons," Zaragon said with a smile, but that made Avalon even more suspicious. "Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Let's just go with the gold, that's the safe route," Avalon said and looked at the imp with a bitter smile. "Or maybe we should just go. Maybe we don't need to sell him. He could be really useful in combat if we train him properly, right?" Avalon suggested, but before she could do so, James began to grind his teeth in response. "What the fuck, Avalon? That was the deal from the start, you stupid bitch. Just get it already, we're selling him, and that's that," James exclaimed, and then looked directly at Thomas. "Let's use the Ace of Cups," he told his human companion, all the whilst Zaragon just curiously watched and grinned. Yeah, let's do that. Avalon, it's the Ace of Cups, it's been used for the greatest heists and assassinations in history. You can steal anything, kill anyone, without anybody even thinking that something's wrong. If you don't think that is the best chance we get to succeed in life, then you're out, Avalon," Thomas exclaimed, and at that point, the imp started to mentally drift off in response to what Thomas just said. Steal anything. Kill anyone. This somehow reminded the imp of something that he had suppressed all this time, a task that he had been given when he first came into existence. The whole reason for the horde of monsters to walk together in such a fashion like it was when he was part of that group. And with the Ace of Cups, that would be possible. Just when that question crossed his mind, a notification flickered into existence, although it did so pretty weirdly. As if it had always been there, the imp just never noticed it before. Command, retrieval of. Retrieve the one who is to become the greatest weapon to the king at the cost of your life if necessary. Seeing this notification caused a feeling that the imp had felt only a few times before to appear, a feeling that seemed to force him to do something. It was just far stronger than what the imp could have ever imagined any kind of feeling to be. It was suffocating. Just imagining the idea of trying to resist this command made the imp want to crawl up into a ball and die right then and there, because the pain that he was feeling when he did so was far worse than any death. Is something wrong with it? Zaragon asked with a frown as he leaned back and toward the imp, who was currently trying to fight against this pain after dropping to the ground. Oh, it's probably just a bit tired, that's all, Thomas said with a wry smile and immediately ran up to the imp, trying to pull him back up on his legs. Come on you lit dash. And then, the imp could feel his body drop back onto the ground, while everything was completely silent. But just a few moments later, the silence disappeared in a storm of disaster, while the imp could hear James convulse and throw up while Evelyn dropped to her legs. Finally, the imp seemed to be able to open his eyes and quickly saw Thomas's arm, still grasping the imp's hand. Although, something seemed to be a little off. All that the imp could see of Thomas was this one arm, the rest of his body was just gone. At least that's what it seemed like at first, but soon the imp could see a pair of legs, smelling like deliciously cooked meat that even still gave off a little smoke. But weirdly enough, it seemed like the same thing didn't just happen to Thomas, but also Zaragon, who was standing directly next to Thomas while it happened, although Zaragon's body seemed to have turned into something of a mass of pure white flesh that was constantly moving and growing. Then, the imp noticed something else. A large sphere of blue flames in the distance, easily seen through the large hole that now made up half the room, starting directly from behind the pillar with the Ace of Cups on it. Slowly, the imp then stood up and just walked up to the card that piqued his interest that much and caused such pain to appear. He needed to climb onto the pillar a little bit, but he managed to grab the card pretty easily, and immediately when his fingers touched the card, Evelyn's hand grabbed the imps and pulled him away toward the door that they entered this room through, back into the room that they placed all of their items into. As quickly as she could, Evelyn put her armor and shoes back on and simply gave the basket with the imp's items back to him, so he happily put his cloak back on, put his bag over his shoulder and grasped his book, pushing the card in between the pages to make sure he wouldn't lose it. Hurry, we need to hurry. Evelyn muttered to herself quietly, shaking all over as she did so, and then immediately tried to push the door open to step outside. But nothing happened. Nothing at all, the door didn't budge in the slightest. Although in return, the other door in this small room opened up again, and Zaragon, now only wearing a scorched lower half of his suit, stepped through the door, looking even more horrifying than before. His whole body was covered in cracks, as if he was about to shatter just like that, and now that he was shirtless, a vertical slit with sharp blade-like teeth revealed itself on Zaragon's upper body, and even worse, Zaragon's already terrifying expression became twisted in madness and anger. "Did I allow you to leave?" Zaragon asked angrily, but Evelyn just dropped to the ground again, her dagger falling to the ground next to the imp, who seemed to be just as terrified of the existence in front of him. "I know how you can repay me," Zaragon said with a slight grin on his face, before the vertical mouth on his upper body slightly opened up, closing in on Evelyn. And the imp knew exactly what he was about to do with that mouth. After all, one of the things that he was best at was eating. So he knew when someone wanted to eat. But the imp couldn't let that happen. Evelyn was always so kind to him, while the other two people were treating him horribly. She tried her best to be nice. Even now, instead of trying to help James, Evelyn grabbed the imp, even if he was further away from her than James. She was trying to save him, so now, the imp had to save her. He knew that the small wooden dagger couldn't do much, but there was a different weapon that might be able to. Nervously, and filled with fear, the imp grabbed the dagger that fell from Evelyn's hip and grasped it tightly. Zaragon was currently distracted as he was closing in on Evelyn, so the imp had the perfect chance to step behind the monstrosity in front of him and attack him there, a tactic that the imp learned by watching the three others fight that much. He knew that this would work. He would save Evelyn and the two of them would go back to the forest and run away from all of this. Evelyn could show him so many more words, so many more things to eat, and so many, many more kind things. With such thoughts in his mind, the imp grasped the dagger with both his hands and stabbed it right into the center of Zaragon's neck. A place where it would be impossible to fight an attack off properly. Surely, the imp would dash. Zaragon -0 damage. Immediately when the imp saw the notification and the tiniest of numbers attached to the damage that he did, his mind began to race. But before he did so, Zaragon turned around with a face twisted in immeasurable anger. "Don't worry. I'll get to you later," he said, showing the sharp teeth in his mouth as he did so, and his dark eyes penetrated the imp's being. And while the young monster dropped backward onto the ground with nothing but terror soaked into every fiber of his being, he had to watch the mouth on the front of Zaragon's body close around Evelyn with a loud crunch. While the bones were cracking and being ground up inside of Zaragon's body, the man himself used all four of his arms to rip Evelyn's body apart, pushing parts of her body into the mouth in his face. This pure white room instantly became dyed red while the person that was Evelyn Steinhardt slowly disappeared into nothingness. When something died, it was impossible for it to come back to life. The imp knew that. But even then, this was something that he didn't want to be true in this case. The imp didn't know how long he just sat there, but for a while, he simply stared forward and watched the whole thing. not because he wanted to, but because he had to. His body became petrified, he was unable to do anything at all. The imp wanted to disappear immediately from this terrifying creature that just devoured the one being that the imp thought of as kind and caring. And with that thought, the imp's eyes slowly turned toward the book that was laying next to him, while he slowly moved his shaking, thin hand toward it to pull the card out of it. He wanted to use this card exactly in the way it was intended to. He wanted to disappear, he wanted to be the king of thieves that ran away from his prison. The imp just wanted to be gone. And while the imp grasped the card, Zaragon turned around with a pleased expression as the cracks on his body disappeared and a full suit reappeared on him, although he became surprised when he stared at the imp in front of him. Although that feeling of surprise vanished quite swiftly together with the sudden disappearance of the imp himself. Chapter 18, Nothing Matters. While from Zaragon's perspective the imp simply disappeared, from the imp's own perspective the world around him completely changed. Everything looked as if covered in a thin layer of smoke or mist, and there was no place that wasn't blurry. But at the very least it seemed to have worked properly. When the imp held the card tightly, a small cup suddenly appeared in his hands like the story he read told him, and when he drank the black liquid inside of this, Zaragon started ignoring him while the imp began to see the world around himself differently. The first thing that the imp did was to pick up the things that he dropped just now, even if he could only do so with a heavily shaking body. But even then, the imp didn't want to leave behind the book or the wooden dagger, and even if it didn't help him this time, the imp picked up the dagger. That Evelyn dropped before she also disappeared. Slowly, the imp stepped forward toward the door which had slowly opened in front of him, stepping into the blood that Evelyn left behind. With an empty mind, and no idea what to do, the imp continued on forward. All he did was walk without a single moment of thought, simply grasping the book and Evelyn's dagger tightly, after stuffing the cup, which had turned back into a card, into his bag together with the shiny stuff and the meat. The imp did somewhat notice that something was going on around him, even if everything seemed just so dulled. There was a little bit of heat around him sometimes, but it was never enough to hurt him. At one point, a part of a building dropped down onto the street in front of the imp, but it missed him by a few centimeters. And then, the imp suddenly found himself at another place, a place that he really didn't recognize. He had no idea why he was there, but he knew one thing, which was that he didn't care either. The imp just continued walking around the place and stepped through the large door while numerous people in shiny armor were running around, trying to fend off the monsters that were trying to invade the place as well. Slowly, the imp stepped up the large stairs in front of him and along the long, large hallway to the place that his feet brought him to. There were some people at the end of the hallway in a large hall, one of them holding a large blue sphere of flames above his head, while the others were surrounding something small on the other side of the room compared to the small person. Momentarily, it seemed as if the imp recognized that small person, but he didn't care enough about figuring out why he thought he recognized them. That person wasn't Evelyn, so it didn't matter to the imp. But then, the imp stopped moving, apparently having found the place that his body was looking for while his mind was absent. He looked into the basket, and for some reason felt drawn to the small creature laying inside of there. The imp didn't know why, but he did. Carefully, the imp placed the metal dagger in his hand into the ring on his bag's strap for it and stuffed his book into his bag, somehow feeling rushed. Slowly, the imp grabbed the woven basket that the small creature was laying in and grasped it tightly, involuntarily smiling as he looked at its eyes. They seemed to be going through numerous different states of color, but every once in a while, they were red like blood, the same color that Evelyn's eyes had. And although the color soon changed again to something else, in those few moments while the eyes were red, the imp couldn't stop just staring at the small thing he was carrying. And without him even noticing, the imp already brought the basket with it outside of the place that he entered subconsciously, before stepping along the utterly ruined streets, through the masses of monsters that were around him that didn't spare him a moment of thought, and toward the forest outside of the town. The imp didn't really know how long he was walking after that, but at the very least, it already got dark when he did so. And like he was now used to, the imp stopped when he realized that this was the case. At a safe location, surrounded by as many trees as possible, the imp just sat down with the small creature in the basket, and held that basket as tightly as he could, not leaving a single chance for it to be stolen. But just sitting there like that, the imp suddenly felt quite tired. He wanted to keep watching the little thing and see what it was doing, but in the end, the exhaustion that he hadn't allowed to overthrow him over the past few days had won, and the world became dark around him. Although that soon changed again, when the imp noticed that the thing he had been carrying was making loud sounds. Really, really loud and obnoxious sounds. But most importantly, the imp noticed something else as well. The world around him had changed back to what it was supposed to be. It wasn't blurry or shifty anymore, even if the imp still felt somewhat numb about everything that happened yesterday. Although just when he was thinking that, an immense pain spiked in the imp's head while numerous notifications appeared all around him. You have activated the Ace of Cups. For the next 12 hours, you will evade the world, and the world will evade you. Beginner stealth skill learned. Beginner stealth skill leveled up. Beginner stealth skill leveled up. Beginner stealth skill leveled up. Beginner stealth hit level 100 and became apprentice stealth. Apprentice stealth leveled up. Apprentice stealth leveled up. Apprentice stealth leveled up. You have evaded immense danger. Evasion +1. You have evaded immense danger. Evasion +1. You have evaded immense danger. Evasion +1. You have been surrounded by a large amount of holy energy. Resistance +1. You have been surrounded by a large amount of holy energy. Resistance +1. You have been surrounded by a large amount of holy energy. Resistance +1. Beginner holy energy resistance skill learned. Beginner holy energy resistance skill leveled up. Beginner holy energy resistance skill leveled up. Beginner holy energy resistance skill leveled up. The effect of the Ace of Cups has run out. As you are still in possession of the Ace of Cups even after the effect ran out, you are now the owner of the card. 1/14 cards of the Suit of Cups acquired. 1/56 cards of the Minor Arcana acquired. Aptitude with the water element increased. Beginner water magic skill learned. You have found. Bring it back to the Monster King. After that total onslaught of notifications, the imp had no choice but to press his eyes shut and try to get through it until they all appeared, because right now they were really putting a lot of pressure onto his head. But more than that, the imp was worried about what was going on with the small creature that he brought with him from that town. It was screaming a lot, so it was probably hurt somewhere. So, trying to fight through the pain that overcame him by ignoring the actual notifications as much as he could, the imp tried to see if there was something wrong with the creature. But no matter how many times he checked, he couldn't find any injuries anywhere. Other than that, maybe it was just hungry. At the very least, that's what the imp figured, so he swiftly pushed his hand into his pocket and grabbed a chunk of the meat that he had inside of it, trying to give it to the creature. Eat. The imp told it, but it just didn't react at all. If it didn't want to eat the delicious meat that he himself cooked, then it should just starve. That was what the imp thought only at first, though. Because after a while of trying to endure its crying, the imp couldn't handle it anymore. He started feeling uneasy even, so he had to try and figure something out. And then, after looking at the basket a little bit more, the imp soon found a few different things laying inside of it under the blanket that the creature was laying on. One of those things was a small bottle with a white liquid inside. The imp didn't really know what it was, but the creature seemed to try and grab it when he held it up, so he figured he could try give it to the creature. But when he actually placed it into its hands, the stupid thing just dropped the bottle. So the imp was forced to hold it for the creature, and just did what it wanted to do, which was to press the tip of that bottle against the creature's mouth. And before the imp knew it, the creature stopped crying and instead just drank the white liquid. Glad that it finally shut up, the imp started to look at the notifications floating in front of it, which he now actually understood for the most part. He didn't really know why he got so many notifications all of a sudden, but they all seemed to tell the imp about good things. At the very least there weren't any red notifications again, so that had to be a good sign. Slowly, when the bottle was basically completely empty, the creature closed its eyes and finally stayed quiet for a while. It seemed like this white liquid was a wonderful magic item meant to get rid of annoying things. So, of course quite curious what it tasted like, the imp began to sip on the liquid left inside of the bottle and then twisted his mouth a little in response. Yew. The imp muttered to himself and slowly placed the bottle back into the basket, although he felt no effect of it at all. Maybe it wasn't a potion after all, but just the kind of thing that the creature could eat. If that was the case, then he should probably figure out a way how to get more of it, because if the creature wouldn't eat meat and just that white liquid, then it would probably start crying just like before. And the imp really wanted to avoid that under any circumstances. But for now, the imp had to do something else, even if he didn't really know why he had to do it. He had to bring this creature back to the place where he was born, but that would probably take a really, really long time, and he only knew where to go because it felt like someone was telling him to go into a specific direction. In the end, it didn't really matter anymore anyway. Nothing mattered anymore, not after the one kind person the imp knew died. The imp just wanted to crawl up in a ball and die right there, just shrivel up and disappear to where Evelyn was waiting. MMNG. However, the imp was swiftly pulled out of such thoughts by the creature laying in the basket next to him, simply turning in its sleep. Chapter 19, Child. After a little while of just sitting there and staring at the small creature in the basket, the imp chose to finally start moving again, and then carefully picked the basket up by the large handle attached to it. And then, the imp began to walk, and walk, without pause. After all, that seemed to be what he was supposed to do. Every once in a while, the small creature seemed to wake up, although it luckily fell right back asleep so that the imp didn't need to worry about what he was supposed to do with its screams and cries. But then, a few hours later, the imp chose to take a break, just because that's what he learned from the 3 he has been traveling with until now and wanted to use that break for something else. First of all, he wanted to properly try and figure out what exactly happened to him after they entered that place with the 4 armed men, and the imp tried to disappear, and for that grabbed the small card out of his bag. Again and again, the imp tried to use it in the same way again, but nothing ever happened. Instead, after a little while, a notification appeared. Ace of Cups cooldown, 29 days, 6 hours, 46 minutes, 9 seconds. And once again, it seemed to be one of those notifications that kept changing over time, switching out the numbers all the time. The imp slowly understood that it meant that it would take a certain amount of time until the countdown hit 0, but he wasn't entirely sure what would happen when it did. Either way, for now, he had no choice but to accept it as it was, and instead angrily placed the card back into his bag, starting to eat some of the meat inside of there. At the very least, that's what he wanted to do, but instead he suddenly bit into something very hard that the imp accidentally picked up together with the chunk of meat. Annoyedly, he spat it onto his hand and took a look at it, recognizing it as one of the shiny things that he found inside of the pile of sticks from before, although he once more really wasn't sure what it was. There was so much that he didn't know about, and now he had nobody that he could ask either. So, instead, he resolved himself to try and find out what it was himself. It was small, round and blue. It was hard and couldn't be eaten. And most importantly, it was shiny and was found in a pile of sticks. Combining all of these things together, the imp came to a simple conclusion. He had not the slightest clue what it was supposed to be. Although, he did see something similar before, attached to Evelyn's dagger. Carefully, the imp pulled it away from the strap of his bag and took a closer look at it, noticing that there really was a similar thing set into the end of the dagger, even if it was red instead of blue and a slight bit smaller. But at the very least, it was a clue. Next, the imp swiftly chose to grab the other shiny things that he found on top of the pile of sticks and compared them to the 2 things that he already found. Most of them seemed to be different types of the same thing, usually just in different sizes or colors. There were some other things as well, but the imp really had no idea what they were supposed to be. And then, the imp picked up one of the small, yellow shiny things which seemed to be different from the other yellow shiny things, because it had a different shape and other colors on it as well. But when the imp played around with it a little, he accidentally moved a small part of this shiny thing, and it broke apart. "Wah!" he exclaimed, for some reason feeling really nervous at the fact that he broke it, although for some reason, it seemed to be still hanging on one side. When the imp played around with it a little more, he soon figured out that he indeed didn't break it, and actually just opened it. And inside of it, the imp found another monster. It was another imp, even, at the very least it had the same red skin as the imp. On top of that, it was also wearing the same clothes as him. And while the other imp was incredibly ugly, the imp was glad to at least see someone else. Although, for some reason, he was only able to see the other imp's face, and only inside of the small shiny plate of the thing. And when he got closer, the other imp also got closer. And then, the imp remembered something else. Whenever he looked into water, he would be able to see himself inside of it as well, so maybe this was actually the imp it was showing. But the shiny flat piece didn't really seem like water, so the imp was a little confused about it. Either way, for now, the imp just placed it away. Other than this small item, the imp found one more thing. Although it looked like a stick at first and the imp meant to have it burn together with the other sticks, it had some shiny bits inside of it, so he really didn't want to burn it if he didn't have to for some reason. He wasn't sure what exactly this stick was, and why it was special enough to have shinty bits inside of it, but all of the shiny bits were the exact same color as the blue thing the imp bit into before. So maybe they also had something to do with each other. The imp really wasn't sure what that might be, though, so he put it back into the bag with the other things, because it was just about time to get moving again. But exactly when he tried to pick the small creature back up, the imp heard something else behind him, immediately turning around in response. Just there stood another person, although a very, very short one. As far as the imp could remember from what Evelyn taught him, that person could be one of three things just based on size. 1. A dwarf. However, the dwarf could be excluded pretty quickly, because they were supposed to have heads that were a lot bigger, a lot of hair on their faces, and shorter, stumpier arms and legs. Then, a gnome. But the imp could also exclude those because gnomes were supposed to have pointy ears, and this ones were just as round as Evelyn's ears were. And third, a child. The imp didn't really understand what a child was supposed to be and why it could become other types of people later on, but from what the imp could tell, this could be the most likely type of person this one was. But when the child saw the imp, it immediately dropped onto the ground and placed its hands against its face, starting to cry in response to seeing it. Stop. The imp told it, but the child was already crying way too loud to be able to hear him, so the imp got closer and grasped his dagger tightly. Stop, he exclaimed, a slight bit louder. This time, it seemed like the child did hear him and slightly flinched in response, but just started crying even louder. And now, the imp got really angry. Once more, he moved in closer and pointed the dagger at the child, leaning in toward it so that it could really hear him speak. Stop. The imp yelled out as loudly as he could, because he didn't want to deal with whatever this person was trying to do, and immediately, the child stopped crying and just stared at the imp with its whole body shaking, just like what Evelyn, Thomas, and James did when they all ran from the burning island. But then, the imp noticed something else. A very unpleasant smell that just entered his nose, and he swiftly turned toward the source, which seemed to be in between the legs of the child, where a small puddle formed on the cold and hard ground. You have instilled immense fear in someone. Charisma stat unlocked. Entirely annoyed at the sudden appearance of a notification, the imp swiftly took a look at what it said and then slashed it with his dagger. He understood what they were telling him now, but he still didn't care. Instead, the imp was thinking something very different. Which was that no matter the unpleasant smell this child gave off, the imp was hungry, and the small creature in the basket would probably wake up soon enough as well. And if it couldn't eat anything, then maybe the imp was able to give it some blood to drink. He saw a few monsters back in the horde do that, so perhaps the small creature could do the same. But just when the imp was about to turn his dagger at the child, exactly that tiny creature began to cry as well. For some reason, the cries of this small creature and the child caused very different feelings in the imp. This child just made him very angry, but the little creature, on the other hand, made him feel scared, although it was a different type of fear to what he used to feel before in different situations. So of course, as fast as he could, the imp turned around and ran toward the small creature in the basket to take care of it, and even if the imp felt a little bit of pain when he got closer all of a sudden, he still couldn't help himself. Quickly, the imp stuffed the dagger into his bag, not even trying to put it onto the bag's strap, and tried to figure out what to do to calm it down, most importantly trying to find more of that white liquid that made it stop last time. But no matter how much he looked, there only seemed to be that one bottle. And at the worst timing, another notification appeared. Beginner Holy Energy Resistance leveled up. Once more incredibly annoyed, the imp turned toward the notification and without even thinking about reading it, hit it with his hand to make it disappear. And behind that notification, the imp saw something that might help him out. The child. Immediately, the imp grabbed the basket in one hand and tried to haul it over toward the child while grabbing his dagger again with his other hand. And when the imp stood in front of the child, he placed the basket down and pointed the dagger at it while trying to grab the bottle that had the white liquid inside of it before, and held it toward the child as well. He wasn't exactly sure if it could help him, but the child and the small creature looked somewhat similar in a few ways, so it might know something about the white liquid. Then, seeing that the child didn't understand, he pointed the bottle at the still crying creature. It needs food. The imp growled, and then pressed the bottle against the child's hand. You give food. Chapter 20, Aaron Ernhoff. Confused and basically unable to move because of the monster in front of it, the child just grasped the bottle as tightly as he could, before the imp slowly moved the dagger closer toward the child's face. You give food. The imp repeated with a growl, and now, the child began to slowly react in response and tried to stand up in a hurry, throwing the bottle to the ground as it did so. But instead of doing what the imp told it to, the child turned around and chose to run into the opposite direction. As quickly as it could. Of course, the imp immediately picked the bottle up and chose to follow the child, unsure whether it was trying to lead him to where more of the white liquid was or not, but the child was still the imp's best lead to get the tiny creature in the basket he was carrying to stop crying. For a few moments, he then just followed the child, but before he knew it the imp stood in front of a small group of people. None of them seemed to be a major threat, at the very least they didn't have any weapons that the imp could see, and the majority of them seemed to be weak children like the one that the imp followed before. What? Why isn't the repellent working? One of the people, a human clothed in a mostly white cloak with some yellow and red bits on it, exclaimed confused and looked at large wooden box that they connected to what the imp learned to be called a horse. The imp got a pretty bad feeling when he looked at that box, but it was nothing compared to the fear he felt when approaching that floating island for the first time, so the imp could fight through it and ended up feeling just a little annoyed. Wait, it's a lesser imp. They are hurt by holy energy, right? I think I can deal with it. The same human said, his body slightly shaking as he did so. Why did these people recognize the imp as a monster so quickly? The cloak was supposed to hide that he was one, right? And just then, the imp tried to touch his head to see if everything was right, although he swiftly noticed that he didn't have the cloak's hood pulled up, something that he was told was the most important thing about it. But while he was thinking about how dumb he was for not realizing that, the human started using a weird yellow stick with lots of white shiny things on it and waved it around in the air. The imp really was pretty curious about what exactly he was doing, especially because the white shiny things looked really similar to the small shiny balls that he was looking at before, and this might be a way to find out how to use them. So, while the small creature was crying loudly in the basket the imp was holding, the human stopped waving the yellow stick around, and for a moment, the imp felt a deep sting in his chest that he immediately grasped. 31 health. Beginner holy energy resistance leveled up. After trying to rub the spot on his chest that started hurting all of a sudden, the imp slowly looked at the notifications next to him, and the moment that he saw that one of them was red, he turned toward the human in front of him. That hurt. The imp scowled angrily, and immediately, the human looked at the imp confused. It's speaking. Wait, it's wearing clothes, so maybe it's tamed. The human asked as he turned to the others in the group, although before they could answer, the man felt a sharp, burning pain in his leg. And as he turned around toward the source of that pain, it didn't take long to find out what caused it. After all, how could he miss that shiny, well-kept dagger currently covered in his own blood being pulled out of his leg? Aaron Ernhoff minus 20 damage. Aaron Ernhoff minus 23 damage. Aaron Ernhoff minus 24 damage. Aaron Ernhoff, 25 damage. Aaron Ernhoff, 22 damage. Beginner dagger mastery leveled up. Again and again, the imp stabbed the dagger into the human's leg, mostly trying to hit the same spot, and so swiftly caused the man to drop to the ground with a horrified scream in his voice as he tried to pull himself away from the imp, who simply continued to stab his victim, although this time aiming for the back. After all, this human tried to attack the imp. It didn't matter if he did it because he was scared, or because he wanted to protect the other people that were there with him. Many of the monsters that Evelyn, Thomas, and James killed were obviously also just trying to live their own lives, and often didn't even attack them first. If it was okay to kill monsters in that way, it was obviously okay to kill people as well, right? At least the imp himself didn't see any difference in it. And after stabbing the back of the man a few more times, the human's body went limp and a few more notifications appeared in front of the imp. Lethal damage done to Aaron Ernhoff. Beginner dagger mastery leveled up. You 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 have 34 unused stat points. Confused, the imp tilted his head to the side at it, especially the stat points. It seemed like he read that word somewhere before, although he didn't really remember it. But on top of that, a weirdly familiar, awkward feeling returned to the imp's chest, which he felt after his first ever fight. Just before he suddenly became a lot smarter. This was probably what the others called experience before, right? By listening to the others' conversations, the imp figured out that you were supposed to get it whenever you killed something, and that it helped you get a lot stronger. But the word stat reminded the imp of something else, before repeating the word that he mentally seemed to automatically connect with it. Status. Name, none, race, lesser imp, level, 44. Health, 560, mana, 840. Strength, 7, Constitution, 12, Resistance, 13. Agility, 7, Evasion, 20, Dexterity, 6. Intelligence, 20, Wisdom, 20. Perception, 10, Willpower, 20, Charisma, 1. 34 stat points available. Skills. Dash, Apprentice Common Language Comprehension, level, 73. Dash, Apprentice Stealth, level, 56. Dash, Beginner Dagger Mastery, level, 6. Dash, Beginner Concentration, level, 18. Dash, Beginner Overeating, level, 13. Dash, Beginner Exhaustion Resistance, level, 28. Dash, Beginner Cooking, level, 6. Dash, Beginner Water Magic, level, 1. Dash, Beginner Holy Energy Resistance, level, 78. Slowly, the imp looked through all that was written on this large box, and he was able to swiftly recognize a lot of parts about it from some of the notifications that appeared before. He somewhat understood a few parts about it, even if not really all that much, but he at least got the gist of it. And the thing that he was luckily able to figure out at this point as well was what all of the stuff at the top of the notification meant. They were describing how good the imp raw abilities were. How smart he was, how strong he was, or how fast he was. And while the imp didn't exactly know how he knew this, he was aware that these stat points could be used to make him a lot stronger or a lot smarter than before. It would surely be useful to be able to get stronger before dealing with all of these people in front of him, all of which were seemingly still trying to understand what was going on, but the imp wasn't sure if he really should put all points into strength or speed. He really had no idea. The thing that was most useful to him at the moment was, after all, the imp's intelligence. The person that the imp just killed was incredibly weak, and seeing how he was the only one that even tried attacking the imp, he figured that he was the strongest amongst these people. Once he got that white liquid from them, he would probably be able to kill them for more of these points anyway, so he didn't need to worry about how he used the ones he had right now, probably. So, in the end, the imp quickly placed a few into strength and agility, and then put the rest into intelligence, all by just clicking the different words on the notification in front of him, although the imp was a little confused at why it didn't disappear like all other notifications usually did. But the imp didn't care much either, because with an actual quick punch, the notification immediately turned to mist and disappeared. And while the imp did feel a really sharp stinging in his head again, at the same time everything just looked so much clearer to him, and he was able to properly see through different situations. For example, he quickly made a connection that he didn't make before. There was a woman there, and she had a lot of children around her. And what she was holding was very similar to the small creature in the basket the imp was carrying. It looked a little different, sure, but they seemed to be the same in some way. And from that, the imp figured that the woman had to have some way to take care of these creatures, and swiftly stepped forward in front of her, holding the bottle he had with him toward her as he did so. Give food. The imp told the woman, who slowly glanced at the creature still crying inside of the basket, while the imp continued, "It hungry. Need food," he said angrily, just wanting her to get to it because the creature was making him feel weird the more it was crying. "Why you want me to feed that child?" she asked, and confused, the imp looked at the creature in the basket, figuring that she meant it, and then just nodded his head in response. Slowly, the woman took the bottle from the imp and nodded her head. Then can you give it to me for a moment?" the woman asked as she slowly handed the tiny child she was holding to one of the other children next to her, before extending her hand toward the basket, which he simply pulled away from her. "You give food. Give," he told her, and the woman slowly nodded and rushed to the side of the wooden box. Of course the imp followed her while she was doing that. And after stepping into the box, the woman came back out with another, larger bottle of the white liquid. "Here, this is the milk we give to the children," she said fearfully, and the imp frowned and looked at the two bottles. The liquid did indeed look the same, but the bottles were completely differently. Noticing that the imp was thinking about something like that, the woman slowly took a bottle out of her pocket and tried to fill it up with some of the milk, before handing the bottle to the imp. "Use this one," the woman told him, so the imp placed the basket to the ground and held the bottle toward the small creature, apparently also considered a child, but no matter what the imp tried, it wouldn't try and drink anything. Although, at this point he did notice a really unpleasant smell coming from it, now that he got close to it, and wasn't sure if it only just appeared now or was already there some time ago. "It not eating. Wrong food," the imp said as he growled at the woman, who tried to slowly approach the basket, seemingly also smelling that something was off, and then looked at the imp fearfully. I think its diapers are full." Chapter 21, Lonely Naiad. With a deep frown, the imp just stared at the woman, unsure of what she meant with what she just said. Diapers. It asked, wondering if this person was making up words to confuse him, and she quickly nodded her head in response. Why yeah, what it's wearing under the cloth clothes. The woman stuttered fearfully, and the imp continued to frown. Diapers make it cry. He asked, continuing to point the dagger at her. After all, he paid as much attention to the child as he could, so nobody could have snuck something into it that he didn't know about. And he doubted that the people at the town he was at before wanted to make this child cry so horrifically and put something like that on it. Nervously, the woman shook her head in response and slowly extended her hand toward the tiny child laying in the basket. See, can I show you? She asked, seemingly truly concerned for the child even if she never even saw it before now, and the imp slowly nodded, holding the tip of the dagger now directly against the woman's skin, so that if she made any wrong move, he would be able to fight her off immediately. Carefully, the then slowly pulled the dress that this child for some reason was wearing up and opened the cloth diapers up, revealing the bad-smelling substance to the imp. This is it. It needs to be cleaned. The woman told the imp, who slowly nodded at the woman, waving his hand at her to tell her to get to it already. Now that he at least somewhat understood what was going on, he was aware that it was a good idea to get rid of that dirt, even if the imp didn't understand why people wore things like that anyway. It had to get in the way when taking a shit, right? Well, obviously it did, as seen for this child. And before the imp knew it, the woman tried to stand up, but he simply grasped her arm and tried to make her stay by pushing his claws into her arm, and even if they weren't as sharp as other imps, they were still sharp enough to cause the woman to bleed a little bit. Not move. The imp growled at her, but the woman looked at the imp with a pained expression, quite literally caused by the pain she was feeling in her arm just about now. But I need water for this. We have some in the CA carriage. She explained, and the imp slowly looked at the wooden box, connecting it with that new word, before staring at one of the children standing next to it, the one that the imp encountered first before. Get water. He told it with anger in his voice, which seemed to work pretty well before, and the child hurried into the carriage to get what the woman was talking about, a small bucket filled with water, and placed it down next to the woman. Quickly, under the imp's direct supervision, the woman began to clean the cloth diapers with her hands, and then slowly tried to put it back onto the child, but the imp stopped her immediately, slowly boring the tip of the dagger into her flesh. No. It wet. We dry it. You make fire. The imp said in a commanding tone, and the woman twisted her face in horror, seemingly not able to cope with this situation anymore. Just make it yourself then. She yelled out as she hurriedly turned toward the imp to look straight at it, although she seemed to focus on something directly behind the imp instead, and the woman's face twisted into one of ecstatic pleasure at what she figured was about to happen. Guard. Hurry, kill Dash, she yelled out, but before she could finish, the imp already pushed the dagger deeper into the woman's arm. He didn't want to kill her just yet. After all, she might still be able to somehow tell the imp more about how to care for this kind of tiny child, which he would need to know if he wanted to make it all the way back to whatever place he was supposed to go right now. In reaction to the injury the imp just gave her, the woman began to scream, horrified and scared for her life, and simply tried to get away from the imp. Knowing that the woman didn't seem to be that much of a threat anymore, the imp turned around to take a look at who or what the woman was just talking to, and seemingly did so with just the right timing. Because just when the imp turned around, he saw a bright ray of light bouncing off the weapon in front of his face, closing in on him at a high speed. Immediately, the imp tried to dodge, but in the end didn't manage to fully do so. 39 health. Confused, the imp stared at the red notification, looking at the number created by this tiny scratch to his cheek. It was more than the damage that the imp did when directly stabbing that man's leg before, so this was a clear sign to the imp that something was off. This person in front of him was far stronger than the imp. That was as clear as day to him, and the imp simply stared forward at that man, who now just stood there, trying to properly inspect his enemy. But when the imp was looking at the man, he started feeling something weird, as if there was something that the imp needed inside of his pocket, before the man raised his eyebrows with an excited grin. You're a card owner. The man exclaimed with an ecstatic grin on his face, an imp with a FUCKING card. This has got to be my lucky day. Immediately after the man said this, he took a few more steps forward to get closer to the imp and raised his arm up high, before slashing down onto the imp immediately, although he took another step backward and as such managed to once more evade a direct hit from the blade, even if that really didn't make that much of a difference, apparently. 367 health. Warning. You have been affected by bleeding. If the wound is not treated, you will die in 19 minutes, 46 seconds. Immediately, the imp opened his eyes wide at seeing that notification. But most importantly, his eyes stuck to the word die. The imp didn't want to die, he really didn't want to. If he didn't want to die, he had to leave as quickly as he possibly could. The imp just needed to turn around and run as fast as his legs could take him. He left behind his bag because the strap was cut, together his book, the shiny things and the meat inside it. Now he only had his dagger and a cut-up, blood-drenched cloak. And most importantly, he ran away from that small creature inside of the basket. Just the fact that he was running away terrified the living hell out of the imp. He didn't know why, but it did. He knew he was supposed to bring that child somewhere, but he couldn't. He couldn't anymore, not now, not ever, not if it meant dying. The imp really didn't want to die. Dying was scary, so scary. But what was even scarier was the darkness that followed when the imp dropped into a river exhaustedly, his blood simply pouring out of him and mixing with the water of the river. And then, everything around the imp went black. Without even knowing what was going on now, the imp could only notice the weight of the water on top of him, combined with the seemingly infinite darkness that accompanied it. It was so cold around the imp, so incredibly cold. It seemed like everything was about to end, but the world seemed to have another idea. A bright, shining light appeared in front of the imp, in the form of a small, scaled woman. The imp knew it wasn't a monster, because he knew whenever he saw another monster, but this didn't seem like a person either. Proportionally, she may have been similar to a regular, grown and slim woman, but just from her height, she didn't seem to be any taller than the imp. Without knowing why, and without the ability to fight it off, the woman slowly ran her hand over the imp's upper body, directly across the wound that was now on his chest. The sheer pain that the imp felt from that simple, slight touch was incomparable to the pain that he felt when actually getting the wound. The little bit of air that he still had in his body was immediately pushed out through his mouth as the imp began to writhe in pain, and once more passed out. But instead of dying, like the imp thought he would in the first place, he woke up soon after, in the place where he seemed to have ran into the water before. At the very least, there was a lot of blood where he was laying right now, leading in a straight line through the dense forest in the direction where he encountered all of those people before. Slowly, trying to immediately return to where he was at before, and most importantly to the child that he left behind, the imp rushed back through the forest, ignoring the notifications that were still floating around behind him. Due to your affinity with water, a lonely naiad took a liking to you and healed your wounds. You have gained the affinity with the water element increased. And as the imp rushed through the forest, his already ripped up cloak, weighed down due to being soaked with blood and water, got stuck in numerous branches and became even more destroyed than it was before. But the imp didn't pay attention to all of that. Instead, he just approached the area where he seemed to have been nearly killed before, while the sun went down behind him. The imp continued further forward as quickly as he could, before he saw a small, kindling light in the distance, hearing some voices from the same direction. Jackpot! Do you understand what this means? I'm a double card wielder now. And this is the Ace of Cups as well. I can't believe how lucky I am. The same man that spoke before exclaimed happily, while the imp just slowly approached, trying to be as quiet as he possibly could ever be, both out of fear of that man, and simply because it was something that his body naturally did as if it was the most logical thing in the world. Chapter 22, 3 of Swords. When the imp looked over the plants that he was hiding behind, he soon managed to properly assess the situation. The children seemed to all be exhaustedly sleeping inside of the carriage, and the man and woman were sitting outside around a fire, the woman trying to properly aid her wounds while the man was looking at the 2 cards in his hands. But it seemed like the woman wasn't exactly happy about this either, because she was simply scowling at the ecstatic man constantly. Could you maybe help me? It's hard to do this myself, she said with a frown, and the man just shook his head without hesitation. No thanks, I'm really not good at any of that, he replied, continuing to stare at the cards with an ecstatic expression. But listen, the combination of these 2 cards is just insane. I always had a good agility and dexterity stat value, seems like fate wanted me to become the perfect thief. After all, huh? The man said with a grin, and due to how loud he was speaking, one of the children in the carriage apparently woke up and tried to go outside to see what was going on. Ah! Brat, get back to sleep, the adults are talking, the man said with a scowl, but once more the woman wasn't happy about what he was saying. Don't talk to the children like that. They didn't do anything, The woman told him, but the man simply glared back at her while one of the 2 cards he was holding began to glow, slowly turning into what seemed to be 4 different small blades, each connected to 4 rings on the man's hand through thin threads. But what was interesting was that the 4 blades weren't hanging down like the imp would have expected them to, but instead they were floating in the air, as if the strings were just supposed to make sure they couldn't fly off. "Shut it," the man said with a frown while one of the 4 blades moved in front of the woman's face, while the others just surrounded her head, spinning slowly around it. Startled, the child that was still standing in the doorway of the carriage stepped back inside and shut the door behind it, and the imp saw something there that seemed relatively familiar from the room that he and Evelyn were staying in before. A small board of wood was hanging next to the door, seemingly able to be held in front of the door by 2 hooks so that it couldn't be opened from one side. The children were annoying, and if he managed to put the plank in front of the door, none of them could escape and suddenly take the child that the imp himself was looking for with them. But for that to work, the imp needed to find the right moment to kill the men. The woman wouldn't be an issue, but the men was someone that the imp didn't want to live anymore. Luckily, the men seemed to be getting more tired by the moment, and might be falling asleep soon, so that was a good enough time. Well, at the very least that's what the imp was thinking before, but the men apparently had another idea. Slowly, he used the 4 blades to rip the woman's clothes up, not caring for the injuries he was giving her through that. What are you doing?" she asked, slowly holding her arms in front of her body to hide her exposed chest, although just doing that seemed to hurt a fair bit due to the injuries that the imp gave her. "Come on, just having a little bit of fun. Guard said with a smile on his face, continuing to cut the woman's clothes up until all of them dropped off of her body, before she dropped onto her back out of fear. "Guard, stop it," she yelled, but the men didn't listen to her in the slightest. Although, the imp did notice something else that was going on, which the men apparently didn't pay any attention to. Starting from the rings on his hands, the man had red lines running across his arm, as if he was bleeding. It didn't seem like it was a good thing in the slightest, but the rest of the man's body didn't seem to be in a peak condition either. He seemed hysterical, his legs were shaking, and he had dark rings under his eyes that weren't there when the imp saw him before. But because it seemed like this was a really good time to start with what the imp was planning, he quickly rushed through the bushes toward the carriage, hurrying to climb up the small step in front of the door to reach the wooden plank, and then swiftly managed to grab it and placed it in front of the door. And then, with his dagger in his hand, the imp slowly turned around toward the man and the woman, both of which were making quite a lot of sound. The woman sounded as if she was in a lot of pain, while the men seemed to have a lot of fun. But then, all of a sudden, the man seemed to be getting angry and was yelling at the woman as well. She continued to scream in fear, but then, she suddenly went silent, and the men began to try to figure out what just happened. I didn't hurt her, she did it to herself, she shouldn't have. The man muttered quietly as he slowly continued moving around like before, while the imp approached him from behind. He was a real idiot, wasn't he? This man got basically completely undressed, and he so easily exposed his back to his enemy. So obviously it was not hard for the imp to slowly step up to him and stab his dagger through the back of his neck. It was pretty hard to penetrate all the way through even then, but it did a fair amount of damage to the men, more than the imp ever managed to do. Critical attack against Guard Henson. Guard Henson minus 2,314 damage. The man's body tensed up immediately in response to that attack, and the 4 blades slowly moved toward the imp, although the moment one of them actually touched the monster's skin, it fell to dust. And the imp didn't even feel anything in response to that, it was only comparable to blowing on your skin. But nonetheless, the imp was pretty happy about this. The weapon that the men used to attack the imp before was laying on the other side of the fire, and the weapon that seemed even more threatening to him was now useless. And so, the imp had no qualms about continuing to attack. Although, it only took 3 or 4 more blows to actually finish the men off, and soon, other notifications appeared in front of the imp. Lethal damage done to Guard Henson. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You have 29 unused stat points. You killed another card owner, and have taken his card into your ownership yourself. You are now the owner of the 3 of Swords. 1/14 cards of the Suit of Swords acquired. 2/56 cards of the Minor Arcana acquired. Aptitude with the air element increased. Beginner air magic skill learned. With a deep frown, the imp quickly cut through the notifications, making the blood that was covering the dagger fly off in the same direction. And then, after hauling the man's body off of the woman's, the imp took a proper look at what was now in front of him. First, there was the card that he had before, the Ace of Cups, as well as the new card that was laying next to the other one, the Three of Swords. After picking them both up, the imp took a look at what was around him, and what he could use for later, swiftly noticing his own bag from before. The meat inside was starting to smell weird at this point, so the imp chose not to take that with him. After all, he had 2 new fresh sources of meat now, the 2 men that he killed before, and maybe a few of the children as well, depending on how everything went. So, instead the imp just took all of the shiny things out of the bag and placed it to the side for now until he found another good bag to use. But for now, the imp wanted to take a look at the woman. And when he looked, he immediately scowled in response. There was a cut in her neck, and even if she still seemed to be alive for now, it didn't seem like she would live for a long time like this. Then again, did he really need her? There were a lot of children in the carriage, so wouldn't it make more sense to ask them? The tiny creature in the basket was supposed to be a child as well, and it made sense that a child was able to best take care of another child. They were the same, after all. So, with little hesitation, the imp took his dagger and swiftly pushed it through the woman's forehead. Lethal damage done to Jasmine Howards. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You have 35 unused stat points. Once more, the imp slashed through the notifications with his dagger, and then, he had to take care of something else. Swiftly, he went back to the door of the carriage and opened it up, slowly stepping into the space. It seemed like only one of the children was awake at the moment though, and the imp was able to move surprisingly quietly, something that he himself didn't even expect, considering how clumsy he used to be. But even if the imp was seen by one of the children, it just stayed quiet, out of pure, simple fear of the monster in front of it. Slowly the imp grabbed the basket with the small child in it and confirmed that it really was the one he was looking for, and swiftly picked it up with his hand, before staring back at that one child. It seemed to be one of the tallest and strongest ones, so the imp figured it would be a good idea to have it help him, and the imp then swiftly pointed his dagger at it to make it do what he wanted. Out. The imp whispered, so that only the child could hear him, and it slowly stood up and made its way out of the carriage. When the imp put the board back onto the door, he placed the basket in his hand down next to him and then looked at the child in front of him. That child was simply staring forward at the 2 dead, naked bodies in front of him, and immediately fell to its knees and threw up. However, the imp wanted it to do something else. Chapter 23, Butchering. And then, the imp made the child help him out, and in a very specific way. The imp wanted the child to show him how to do things like make fires. He had no idea how it was done, but that was something that he needed to know from now on. After all, he needed some way to dry the tiny child's diapers after cleaning them, and as far as the imp could tell, people usually couldn't deal with the cold as well as the imp could. Especially now, the imp somehow didn't really feel cold at all, even if he didn't directly understand why that was. Either way, the imp quickly put the fire out and then looked at the child in front of him. Show. Make fire. The imp told it, and confused, the child just looked at him while shaking uncontrollably in response to seeing the dead bodies of the 2 people that took care of it until now. It was something that the imp understood, he felt the same way when it came to Evelyn, after all. So, with a sigh, the imp went over toward the 2 dead bodies and covered them up with his ripped-up cloak and whatever else he could find, and then turned toward the child. Make fire. He told it, and slowly, the child nodded its head and crawled up to the pile of sticks that the imp prepared, before grabbing a small piece of wood, a thin stick, as well as some dry grass, placing the dry grass on top of the small piece of wood before placing the tip of the stick against that dry grass, and then it began to rub the stick to make it move quickly. It took a little while, but soon enough, slight smoke started rising from the dry grass, and the child then placed his hands around the dry grass and slowly blew into it, causing the slight kindling inside of it to grow larger, before the child placed the dry grass into the center of the pile of sticks and continued to blow into the dry grass, before a small flame started to spread through it. Here. The child muttered nervously, showing the fire to the imp who slowly nodded his head in satisfaction, before looking at the basket with the tiny child in it, and then grabbed the small bottle that was laying next to it. This. How get? The imp asked, and the child just pulled his knees up to his body and shook its head. I don't know. It replied, it's cow's milk, I think. Cow's milk. The imp once more asked with a frown, and the child nodded slowly, we have some of it in the carriage, but otherwise you can get it at most farms. It replied, and the imp just pushed his eyebrows together annoyedly. What was this farm place supposed to be? He never heard of it before, but at the very least the imp might not need to get more, depending on how much of it they had in the carriage. Now, was there anything else that the imp might need to know? He didn't think so, so he probably didn't need the child anymore. As such, the imp swiftly stood up and stepped in front of it, holding his dagger up above it. But just when he wanted to stab the child with it, it quickly moved backward and shook its head violently. "No, no. Don't kill me, please." It exclaimed out of fear and pulled its body together into a ball, before letting its eyes drift toward the carriage, at which point it got an idea that might save its and the other children's lives. I can drive the carriage for you," the child yelled out, and the imp looked at it confused, slightly hesitating to actually stab it now. Seeing that this might actually work, the child slowly stood up and looked at the imp in front of it. "Why, you're going somewhere, all right? The carriage can bring you there more quickly," it explained, and now that the imp thought about it, it was true that the carriages it saw before were moving a good bit quicker than him back then. If that was how it was, then it might really be useful. However, he didn't know why he needed the child for that. "I drive," he said with a frown, but the child shook its head again. Please, we're going to be useful. My father was a coachman, so I know how to handle horses," it exclaimed, and the imp just stared at the child after hearing these unfamiliar words. At the very least, he understood that the child was trying to say that it knew how to drive the carriage, and if the imp was being honest, it did seem pretty troublesome, so he was happy being able to leave that to someone else. And on top of that, he might be able to have the children teach him words that he didn't know yet. That was something the imp was really interested in as well, after all. So, with a deep frown, the imp just nodded in response and turned toward the carriage. "We go when sun there. Sleep," the imp told the child with a frown, before stepping up to the carriage and removing the wooden bar in front of it to let the child back inside there, and confused and surprised. But also more than just glad, the child hurried inside of there without hesitation, before the imp shut the door again and placed the bar back where it was. And then, the imp had to deal with something else. First, he made sure that the tiny child was really okay. He figured it was a bad thing if it died, so he had to be sure it wasn't injured. After seeing no blood or wounds anywhere, he slowly nodded to himself and then went ahead and stepped in front of the two people that were laying on the ground. And if his sniffer didn't lie to him, then the dead body of the third person was also still nearby, so he would get to that later too. But before then, the imp had to properly prepare these bodies. After all, he knew that he wasn't supposed to eat them like he used to, so instead of digging his teeth into their flesh, the imp took the dagger and started slicing into the meat. He wasn't entirely sure what he was doing, though, and basically just hacked at the arm of the strongman for a while, placing the chunks of meat down to the side onto one of the pieces of metal from the man's clothes. Although soon enough, a notification appeared in front of the imp. Beginner butchering skill learned. It really annoyed the imp a lot that these kept appearing all the time, but he knew that he couldn't do anything about it. And they weren't necessarily bad either, except if they were red, of course. But even then, what the hell was butchering supposed to be? It was annoying when he had so many new words thrown at him from his enemies. Either way, the imp swiftly continued his work, and the new skill that he learned started leveling up a little more, and so the imp somewhat understood what it was that he was doing. And his dexterity went up a few times as well while he was taking the bodies of the people apart. Althog at that point, the imp remembered something else. He was supposed to have a lot of new stat points available to him, so the imp figured he should try and open his status again to reassign them. Status: Name, none, race, lesser imp, level, 80. Health, 920, mana, 1200. Strength, 12, Constitution, 12, Resistance, 13. Agility, 12, Evasion, 20, Dexterity, 11. Intelligence, 44, Wisdom, 20. Perception, 10, Willpower, 20, Charisma, 1. 35 stat points available. Skills: Dash, Apprentice Common Language Comprehension, level, 73. Dash, Apprentice Stealth, level, 56. Dash, Beginner Dagger Mastery, level, 6. Dash, Beginner Concentration, level, 18. Dash, Beginner Overeating, level, 13. Dash, Beginner Exhaustion Resistance, level, 34. Dash, Beginner Cooking, level, 6. Dash, Beginner Butchering, level, 13. Dash, Beginner Water Magic, level, 1. Dash, Beginner Air Magic, level, 1. Dash, Beginner Holy Energy Resistance, Level, 78. Blessings. Dash, Blessing of the Lonely Naiad. With a slight frown, the imp looked through this large notification and then tried to figure out what exactly he was supposed to spend the stat points on. In the end, the imp figured he should go for a few more different stats that he slowly figured out to be important over time. For one, the imp needed higher wisdom. It made it easier to remember a lot of things, and there were a lot of new things to remember these days, so it would definitely be useful. On the other hand, he was able to use his dagger far easier the higher his dexterity was, and it seemed to help in taking things apart as well. Other than that, his perception stat also seemed pretty useful. Actually, all of the stats seemed to have a really important use, except the charisma one, which the imp didn't manage to figure out yet at all. Either way, figuring that it was a good idea to do it like that, the imp tried to split the stat points up amongst 3 stats: wisdom, dexterity, and perception. Immediately after the imp raised his perception stat, he felt a sharp pain literally all over his body, although mostly on his face. His eyes hurt because of the light coming off of the fire, his ears felt like they were about to fall off through the cracking of the flames, his nose was overwhelmed by the smell of the meat and blood in front of him, and although all of these things settled down relatively swiftly, the imp still needed a little bit of time to properly get used to his comparatively heavily increased perception. Either way, the imp had to calm down a little bit, and then just tried to do one of the things that Evelyn did after they ran from the flying island, or when they were trying to leave Zaragon's place. She held her hand against her chest and breathed in and out deeply and slowly while closing her eyes for a moment. Immediately, the imp tried to do that, although it was rather tough to do when his hand was twitching around constantly, which seemed to be the result of him increasing his dexterity. But by just making his hands hold each other by interlocking them, that issue was fixed somewhat as well. Either way, like this, the imp was able to use that way of relaxing, and closed his eyes, trying to concentrate on his breath, although something else happened while he was at it. He could feel some kind of burning hot feeling inside of his body. It was just uncomfortable, so the imp really wanted to get rid of it, trying to push it out together with his other uncomforts, although he seemed to feel himself grow more exhausted when he did it for some reason. He did feel more relaxed at the same time, though, so it was fine. Although, when the imp then opened his eyes again, he immediately felt annoyed after seeing that a new notification appeared out of nowhere. Beginner Air Magic Skill leveled up. Chapter 24, Magic. Air Magic. The imp asked himself confused, trying to figure out what that actually was. He did hear the word magic before sometime, didn't he? The imp really wasn't entirely sure where he heard it, but he was close to positive that he did. And then, slowly, the imp started to remember. It was mentioned a few times whenever the 3 that the imp was with before were doing really weird things. One of those was when Evelyn immediately put the fire out with a few hand movements. That was magic, wasn't it? So what exactly just happened before that notification appeared? As far as he could remember, all he did was close his eyes, and breath in and out deeply. There was that weirdly hot feeling inside of his chest that the imp wanted to get rid of, maybe that was part of it. And so, the imp slowly tried to dig for it, he tried to actively seek that feeling out. It took him a while to do so, but when he managed to find the same hot feeling, he once more tried to push it out of his mouth, although he was trying to watch what was going on this time. Without the imp understanding why and how it became so strong, the breath that the imp pushed out of his mouth seemed to cause even the leaves of the bushes in the distance to wave around strongly for a few moments. It was a weird feeling, but at the same time, it was pretty interesting as well. The only thing that the imp didn't like about it was that it made him pretty tired to do that, but at the very least, he managed to figure out how to breath real hard. The imp had not the slightest clue how that might come in useful, but it was nice to play around with. Although, there was something else that the imp also wanted to play around with, it was that second card that he found. He somehow instinctively knew that he couldn't use the card that he got first for another while, even without the notification appearing that would tell him how long it would actually take. It was similar with this card, just that he instinctively knew that it would be dangerous to use the card for a long time. Slowly, he touched the card and tried to do something with it, just activate it in the same way that he activated the other card back then. But how did the imp actually activate that card? He was too scared to even think back then, so maybe it was just a lucky coincidence that it appeared just when he needed it. Although that did also seem pretty unlikely to the imp. He could feel something else when he was touching that second card though. The imp's hands became really cold, but it wasn't that the card itself was cold, but his hands themselves were slowly cooling down in response to him touching the card. Cold. So. Need hot. The imp exclaimed as he thought about it for a while, and slowly tried to repeat that magic from before, attempting to blow it directly onto the card. All that did, however, was blow the card out of the imp's hands to make it fly away pretty far, making the imp have to quickly stand up to go get it. He hurried back just as quickly when he grabbed the card again. There might be something even stronger than that man from before out there in the dark, after all. Either way, it seemed like that didn't really work. That did make sense though, the heat was just inside of his body, his actual breath wasn't warmer than it usually was, so the weird heat probably didn't work anymore when it left his body. Then that just left one solution to the imp. A rather simple one, at that. He just had to swallow the card, didn't he? That made the most sense, and the imp was really proud of himself for seeing this so quickly. He was a real big brain imp, after all. And so, the imp swiftly pushed the card into his mouth and tried to push it down his throat, although he soon noticed a fatal mistake in his plan. He wasn't actually able to bend the card, it was like a really hard piece of metal most of the time, even if it was so light and thin. And the card was way too big to swallow it just like that, so this solution might have to wait until the imp was larger than now. And so, the imp just sat there in front of the fire, trying to dry the card with his saliva on it, although when he did so, the imp noticed something else that was weird. His cloak was all ripped up, so he took it off sometime before, but even then he didn't notice it at all up until then. The imp's beautiful, red, soft skin had turned blue right in the center of his chest. And in a weird pattern, at that. So disgusting. The imp really had to cover that part of his body up now, so he had to get his hands on a new cloak somehow. Other clothes seemed too annoying, and he was at least somewhat used to a cloak by now. He quickly looked around the area, mostly around the two people that were laying there on the ground, and quickly found what he was looking for. It seemed a little too big though, so the imp cut the end off of it so that it wouldn't drag along the ground. And then, the imp chose to get back to work stripping the two dead people's bodies off their meat so that he could eat it later. The children would need something to eat after all, and because they were useful to him, the imp figured he should prepare as much as he could. And so, the imp continued to cut as much meat off of the bodies as he could manage. He really got a lot better at it, that was something that the imp was sure of. Just comparing the first piece that he cut off with the last piece that he cut off, it was as clear as night and day. Proud of his work, the imp wrapped some of the meat that he cut off in some cloth and put it away to the side, while going ahead and cooking some of the rest. He did only manage to take half of the woman apart though, so her upper half was still very much there. She looked a little weird just sitting there with such skinny legs, but the imp knew that there was no helping it. Just like that, the imp started to prepare some food for the rest of the night, even if he was soon interrupted by certain little creature. It started crying again, just like yesterday, so the imp swiftly placed all of the meat that he had to the side and rushed over toward it, trying to see what it was this time. Quickly, he looked for the bottle with the milk and held it up to its mouth, and to the imp's luck it quickly took the tip of it into its mouth and began to suck, slowly drinking the milk inside of it until it seemed somewhat satisfied. But even then, the tiny child continued crying, and the imp was pretty confused. "You ate. Why cry?" The imp exclaimed confused, before leaning in toward it, noticing a horrifically strong smell coming from it. Did it soil itself again? With a slightly disgusted expression, the imp slowly uncovered it from the small blanket on top of its body and placed that blanket onto the ground, before placing the child down there. And then, there was the next mystery that the imp had to solve. The child was wearing something completely different to yesterday, and it had not the slightest clue how he was supposed to get to that stinky mass inside of its diaper. Was it supposed to just cut the clothes open? That seemed pretty wrong, though. After a little bit of searching though, the imp found that he could pretty easily open up the top of the one-piece thing that the child was wearing, before pulling it out of that piece of clothing, setting it down onto the blanket while placing the clothes into the basket for now. And then, the imp just had to remember how that woman did this yesterday. To his luck, the moment that he managed to even loosen it, the sheer weight of the shit inside of this child's pants made it all drop open. Although the imp wasn't necessarily sure if that was actually something he could call himself lucky about, because with his new perception, it was really insanely disgusting. Swiftly, the imp picked the diapers up and brought them away to the forest, quickly throwing its contents away. He quickly came back to the child, though, and then the imp just needed to figure out a proper way how to clean the child and this soiled piece of cloth up. But then, the imp realized something. It was just cloth. There was some cloth left over from when he cut his new cloak up, so he really didn't even need to clean this dirty one. And if he really did need to use it, then he could just tell one of the children to do it. Either way, the imp swiftly cut the leftover piece of cloth into the shape of the old cloth diaper and then swiftly placed it onto the child after using some of the little bit of water left there to clean the child itself up a bit. And then, the imp just put the clothes back onto the child and placed it back into the basket, before the imp continued cooking until the sun completely went up, before swiftly wrapping the cooked meat up in some cloth as well, and then placed it down next to the basket with the uncooked meat and the child. He didn't really feel like staying here much longer to take the woman's body apart as well, and the meat that he got so far should last him for a little while. But even then, the imp collected everything that seemed a little interesting, including the weird yellow stick that the first man the imp killed swung around. And when he did all of that, he opened up the door at the back of the carriage and looked at the children inside of there. The 5 of them seemed pretty scared at the imp, but he really didn't care all that much and just called the child from last night out of the carriage. "Put inside," the imp said in a commanding tone, pointing at the basket with the tiny child in it as well as the meat next to it and the shiny things next to that. Slowly, the child nodded its head and did as told, but even then, it obviously had to hold itself back not to freak out in response to seeing the 2 people there cut up, or rather 1.5 people completely cut up because of the woman's current state. But for some reason, the child didn't seem as disgusted as the imp thought it would be. Instead, he thought he actually saw a slight grin on its face. Chapter 25, Smile. Soon enough, the child brought everything into the back of the carriage, and the imp and the child sat down on the seat in the front together, after the imp made the child get the 2 horses hooked up to it. For now, the imp wanted to take a look to see how the child would actually move this large box. He only ever saw it from the distance until now. And if he figured out how to use this thing on his own, there would be one less thing to rely on the child for. After all, the imp had no real reason to trust this child, besides the fear that it was feeling in response to the imp quite literally holding a dagger toward him. But even then, the child seemed surprisingly calm after a while, a lot quicker than the imp expected it to. And he really didn't like that at all. But then again, the imp needed it for now, so he didn't want to kill it just yet. Before the imp knew it, the carriage started to move forward in response to the horses moving. The child was saying some things to the horses though, which the imp was pretty annoyed about. He didn't like that the child was able to understand horse language and he wasn't. After all, he was so much smarter than this child. Well, even though that's what the imp thought, he had other things to concentrate on right now. For example, the fact that he was feeling very, very weird in response to the carriage's rough movements, even if it wasn't moving all that fast compared to walking speed right now. But later on, the carriage started moving way faster, and at that point, the imp could barely hold his food in. He couldn't show weakness like that to the child, though. So the imp held on through it, and even though he kind of hoped to get one of those wondrous skills that seemed to let the imp do things a lot better than he usually could, the imp was sure he could hold out even without that. He was a strong imp, he had no need for things like that. He was the smartest and bestest there was, of course the imp could hold out against simply feeling a little sick. That was what the imp thought at first at least. Beginner sickness resistant skill learned. With a glad expression, the imp nodded his head, glad to see that he was able to finally start feeling less like he wanted to die. But even then, the notification's existence in itself pissed the imp off, so he of course slashed at it with his dagger. It startled the child a little bit, but immediately afterward the child just sighed and shook its head before staring forward. Slightly annoyed that this child didn't seem to fear him as much as he wanted it to, the imp ground his teeth together angrily. "Me strong," he explained, and before he knew it, the child nodded its head in response. "Of course you are," it said quietly, and the imp smirked in satisfaction that this fact seemed so obvious to the child. "Me smart," the imp added next, and once more, the child nodded immediately. "Of course you are," the child replied, so the imp crossed his arms happily. "Me feared." He then explained, and as if it had been drilled into its mind already, the child nodded as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "Of course you are." It sighed slightly. Happy that the order of obedience had been properly established now, the imp moved on to something else that he wanted to deal with somehow. There were 2 things he was interested in, to be exact. For one, this weird mark on his chest. When exactly did it appear? There was something on his status too that surely wasn't there the last time he checked it before last night, this blessing of the lonely naiad. The imp didn't know what a naiad was, but the word blessing in and of itself made the imp's whole body feel weird, as if he was rejecting it with his whole existence. So, out of instinct, the imp quickly moved on from that. He could deal with that sometime later, after all, it didn't seem like this mark would disappear anytime soon. But then, there were these two skills, in his status. Air magic and water magic. Apparently, him breathing out real strong was related to magic. The imp somehow figured out that it was more something that had to do with that heat in the center of his body instead of breathing out in itself, but no matter what he did, the only situation where he was able to do anything with that heat was while doing that little practice. And whenever he did do that, it made him pretty tired, so it wasn't something that the imp liked doing all that often. He still didn't manage to figure out how to use that water magic, though. In the first place, he first probably needed to find a way to actually use that heat in other ways first and foremost, right? So, that's what the imp did, or rather, tried to do. For now, the imp did the exact same thing as before when breathing out strongly, just that he wanted to do one thing differently. Instead of blowing strongly out of his mouth, he wanted to do so out of his nose. If he could do that and switch between the mouth and the nose, then that was all the proof the imp needed to show that it really had to do with that heat. And then, after that, the imp would think of the next step. First, the imp slowly tried to gather some air in his body again, and then went to look for that heat, trying to bring it out of his body as air. And now, instead of breathing out through his mouth, the imp had to breathe out through his nose. It was as simple as breathing. For the first 3 tries, that's what the imp thought, at least. But whenever he tried to do that, he felt a lot of pressure in his nose and his mouth would practically be ripped open to let air escape through it. A little of it seemed to also get out through his nose, but for the most part it was still just through his mouth. The imp was feeling far too tired to continue after that though, and the child next to him seemed a bit too energetic himself. Its face had become slightly red, and it was trying to hide its expression from the imp, but it was pretty obvious it was laughing. Was it normal to laugh in a situation like that? Having a dagger pointed at you. After seeing the people that took care of you up until now completely ripped to pieces, stripped to their barest existence, until they were nothing but meat. Were you supposed to still be able to laugh? Even the imp still felt weird about what happened with Evelyn. Sure, there were a lot of times where he was feeling very angry at her, and he had a little bit of hatred in his body for her even now, but toward the end she chose to try and save him, didn't she? The imp could remember one time where he was fighting with his brothers, or rather, the imp himself was standing in the back and trying to get at least a single hit in, which he never managed to in the end, and the other imps chose to throw him toward one of the wild monsters so that they could take their time killing the monster. He wasn't hurt at all though, because the monster ended up just running away for some reason, so the imps just returned back to the horde. That was how you were supposed to be treated, wasn't it? So why did Evelyn try and help him? That's something that the imp didn't understand. Yes, she seemed to want to get rid of the imp at first. Yes, she treated him like the other two at the start. And yes, she was the one that actually captured him in the first place. But even after all that, the imp was pulled away from danger by her. Instead of using him like bait, she wanted him to keep living. At least that's what the imp thought was going on. He might be heavily mistaken, but for now he somehow wanted to keep that image in mind. So after experiencing both of those things, which was the normal thing? Even if the imp didn't really care about normal, right or wrong, his curiosity still took the better of him. The imp himself felt terrified whenever he was threatened by Thomas and James, or even when he saw his brothers slain on the ground, before eating their whole bodies due to feeling scared and hungry. So why did this child not act the same way? The way it saw those 3 people, including the first one that the imp killed, was not too far away from what happened with the imp's brothers. It was being threatened right now by a monster, which everyone else seemed to be scared off. That whole thing not only made the imp curious, but also nervous. If the child wasn't scared of him, then it might try and fight him sooner or later. The imp had to be careful about that, really, really careful. And he had to get stronger to make sure that the child couldn't beat him even if it tried, and for that it needed to kill even more than now. The imp wasn't necessarily thinking straight at the moment because of how tired he was, so it was hard to really put all the information he had together. Although, even then, it did seem to be a pretty complicated issue if even the imp couldn't figure out a proper solution, even if he wasn't thinking straight. But for now, the imp had to properly take a rest and stop trying to use magic, because if he fell asleep, he would be easy prey to the child. So under now circumstances could the imp actually let himself show weakness in front of it? Although, now that the imp actually thought about it, he didn't even hear a single monster ever since he got close to the carriage. It might be because of that weird feeling that the imp noticed from inside the carriage, and now that he thought about it, one of the people the imp killed mentioned something about a monster repellent. Slowly, the imp turned toward the child with a frown, rather annoyed at the fact that it was still smiling, even if it did stop laughing. Monster repellent. The imp said, and the child turned toward him and nodded his head. Yeah, we have one back there. Why, you feeling scared that other monsters might come and hurt you? The child asked, but the imp wouldn't have that and just chose to show the child a little something to put it in its place, pushing the tip of his dagger into his leg until it began to slightly bleed. But to the imp's surprise, the child didn't react all that much. Sure, its breathing became a little heavier and quicker, and its smile disappeared from its mouth, but neither did it move its leg away that much nor did his smile stay away for that long. Oh come on, do you have to do that? Chapter 26, Broken. Confused, the imp looked at the child as it was just sitting there like nothing just happened. It seemed to be scared for a moment there, but that soon changed and it just started smiling. So, the imp chose to push the dagger a little deeper. And the child didn't seem to even notice, and just looked forward. This wasn't good at all. But the imp couldn't show the child that it was worried. There was something wrong, but the imp had no idea, but at the very least he could be sure of one thing. He did damage the child, even if not by a lot. Arc -10 damage. Arc. The imp asked confused, for the other 3 people that he killed there were always 2 names there, but for this child just 1. But before the imp could think about this even more, the child turned toward him with a smile on his face. Yeah, what is it? The child asked, as if it was speaking to one of its friends, and the imp looked at the child confused. So its name was Arc, then. That was good to know. At the very least that's what the imp thought. It would be easier to speak to it if it knew the children's names. Instead of replying to Arc's question, the imp just slowly pulled the dagger back out of the side of his leg, causing a little bit of blood to start flowing. It seemed like that freaked the child out for a few moments again, at least judging from its heavy breathing, but soon enough he calmed down. And looked forward with his regular smile. The imp was confused, but also intrigued. Intrigued and scared. This child didn't feel hurt being stabbed, and even if it wasn't a deep stab, it should have at least hurt a little bit. Arc was still damaged, but there just didn't seem to be any pain. Even thought the imp wanted to play around a little bit to see if he could find out how much pain the child could actually resist. He knew he shouldn't do that, because that would probably just end up killing the child sooner or later. But this made the imp interested in the other children as well. If this one was like that, then maybe the other children were as well. Even if he couldn't play around with Arc, then he could maybe do so with the others. At the very least, that's what the imp thought, and he wanted to get to it when they stopped moving later that day, but for some reason Arc stopped the carriage by the side of the road before that. Why stop? The imp asked, immediately holding the dagger toward Arc's throat, and the child pointed forward at the 2 horses strapped up to the carriage. Once more, he was shaking a little bit at the start, but soon managed to calm down. It's been like 4 hours already, the horses need to rest for a while. And we should probably take a look to see how the other kids are doing in the back, right? Arc suggested, but the imp wasn't really all that happy with that idea. Why rest? Horses lazy? He asked, but the child just sighed and shook his head. Lazy? They're not lazy, but they have to pull this super heavy carriage for this long. If we don't let them rest, they'll pass out and die, and then you'll need to go on foot. Arc explained with a frown, so the imp started grinding his teeth, angry at the way that Arc was speaking to him, and just nodded his head. Down. The imp said in a commanding tone, and Arc did just as asked, sighing and jumping off of the carriage, letting the horses loose from the carriage for a little while before bringing them to the small river that they stopped next to, binding them to a tree standing next to the water. I'll get them back later, don't worry. Arc told the imp with a sigh and stepped up to the back of the carriage, taking the initiative to open the door up on his own to let the children out. And immediately when he did so, the other children stepped out the door, 3 of them walking on their own, but one of them a child at the same size of the child the imp brought with him, so it still didn't seem to be able to walk. Arc. One of the shorter children asked as it stepped out, immediately trying to hide from the imp, before it noticed the blood dripping down its leg, immediately jumping to the ground next to him. What happened? The child asked, but Arc just moved his leg away. Nothing, Clementine. Don't worry about it. Arc told her as he leaned in toward her, but Clementine swiftly placed her hands onto the wound, and before the imp knew it, she pulled them away again. The wound on Arc's leg disappeared, but in return, Clementine suddenly started crying and holding her leg at the spot that Arc's wound was before as blood slowly dripped out from under her hand. Confused, the imp just stood there, unsure what was going on. He didn't want to let any of them out of his sight, and he constantly had his dagger in his hand, ready to use it when needed. But before he could do anything, another one of the children looked over toward the imp. It was obviously scared, just like the other children beside the tiny one in Ark, but even then, it seemed to want to say something to the imp. What did you do to Ark? It asked with a stutter, and the imp just looked at the child and frowned. Stabbed. Ark not hurt. Damaged yes, hurt no. The imp told them quite clearly. He had no reason to lie about it, and he had no reason to just let this child just yell at him like that. You quiet. Or imp stab you. He said quite clearly, but another one of the children stepped toward the imp, giving the child it was carrying to the one that just spoke up before that. If you want to stab Sammy, then you have to stab me first. It exclaimed as it stood in front of the imp, and with a frown, the imp did just that. It was really annoyed by this kid. What did it think it was? It was the one that was the imp first met, which led him to this carriage in the first place, and back then, it was more than just terrified, wasn't it? But apparently, it was a lot stronger than the imp thought. Rudy -0 damage. Confused and in a panic, the imp looked at that notification and tried to figure out what exactly happened. The only time that the imp saw -0 damage until now was when he tried to attack Zaragon. So that meant that this child was as strong as that monster there. That seemed to also be wrong. Seeing that the imp was a bit startled and frightened at not being able to damage Rudy, the slightly round boy swung his fist at the imp. At first, he thought that was his own end, that he would die right there, but the notification that appeared after feeling a slight touch to the side of his head said otherwise. -0 health. And then, there came the next attack. -0 health. And the next. -0 health. And then a few more, until the boy was a bit too exhausted to continue. That was something the imp never experienced before, and it was more than just confusing. He noticed that this child in front of him was trying to attack the imp with as much force as he could extend, but no matter how often he tried, the imp didn't receive a single point of damage. It really just felt like someone rubbing the side of his head a little hard as well. It really didn't hurt in the slightest. Arg, this damn skill. Rudy exclaimed after finally stopping to try and attack the imp, holding his hands to his face as he did so, while Ark hurried over from the younger girl, Clementine, over toward this boy, Rudy, to cheer him up this time. Don't worry, Rudy. We'll definitely find someone that can hurt you at some point, and when we do, we'll seal that damn skill away so that you can be an immortal warrior. We spoke about this, didn't we? Ark asked the other boy, who slowly rubbed some tears out of his eyes before nodding his head. Yeah, you're right. I will definitely do that. And then I will protect all of you. Rudy said, now really starting to cry, and the imp just stared forward at the children with a confused expression. There were a few things he didn't understand, and a few things he roughly picked up. So some of these skills were the reason why the imp couldn't damage the boy, Rudy, but also why Rudy couldn't hurt the imp. The skills the imp had right now all seemed pretty helpful, so that was pretty confusing. But at the same time, at the very least the imp didn't need to worry about being killed by that boy. But then again, what exactly did Clementine do to get rid of Ark's wounds? He saw something similar before when Evelyn was drinking that red liquid after that monster attacked her so violently, back before the imp leveled up his first time. Now then, I think we should all try and get along here, shouldn't we? Ark suggested with a smile on his face, turning around toward the others with an even brighter smile, but they all just looked at Ark confused, before the young boy began to explain, come on, he's an outcast, we're outcasts. And technically he did kind of save us. And he came with a cute little child, and cut up his own clothes to make a diaper for it. He can't be so bad, can he? Ark asked as he stepped closer toward the imp with his constant smile, but the already confused monster of course didn't know what the hell was going on, and the other children didn't seem to be any better off at the current situation. Imp not save you? The imp exclaimed, trying to clear this out first. That was not at all what was going on, and the imp really didn't want this dumb child to think so. But before he knew it, Ark looked at the imp with his cheek so up high that his eyes were being pressed into horizontal slits. Of course you did. If you hadn't killed those three, we would have just been used in the most cruel of ways. Ark said, and slowly stepped away from the imp toward the other children, Clementine still crying and holding her leg while Sammy was comforting her, holding a tiny child in her arms. While Rudy just stepped up to them with a sad expression. And then, when he stood next to these 4 children, Ark turned back toward the imp. After all, we're all broken. Chapter 27, Holy Priestess. The imp looked at the children in front of him, trying to figure out what they meant. He knew about the word broken because it was in the story in his book, but he didn't understand what they actually meant with that in this situation. Broken things were supposed to be unusable, useless, or shattered, but these children seemed to be normal to the imp, even if they made him worry about a lot of things. Either way, the imp figured it wouldn't make sense to beat around the bush and just ask. You broken? He asked, and Ark replied with a nod, yes, we're broken. We are children that nobody else wants, because our skills have control over us, and not the other way around. What do you say, Mr. Imp? Will you throw us away like everyone else did, or will you let us stay with you? Ark asked, while the children behind him were seemingly scared of the imp, but Ark himself wasn't. Broken, how? The imp asked next, because Ark seemingly didn't understand what he asked him. With a sigh, Ark just crossed his arms and looked at the round boy next to him, Rudy. Let's start with him. You saw it already, so it shouldn't dash, Ark started, but before he could finish the sentence, the girl behind him, Sammy, stopped him. What are you doing? It's a monster. We can't trust it. She told the boy quietly, thinking that the imp didn't hear her. But on the contrary, he heard it quite clearly. But Ark just turned around toward her and smiled like normal, although a deep shiver ran over the imp's spine when he saw just the edge of Ark's eyes. You're saying he's a monster, but what about everyone else? Everyone that treats us like we're inhuman, like we're some tool to be used. Maybe you didn't realize it yet, but we were going to the capital. Do you know what they do with broken children there? They turn them into tools of war. Clementine would be someone used only to keep the soldiers alive over and over again no matter how much damage they take, you would be used to. Talk others into killing themselves, Leon would be used to rile up monsters. Ark exclaimed, slowly starting to get louder and louder as he was speaking before he started up yelling at the girl in front of her, both of them, Sammy as well as Ark himself, shaking heavily. But in response to what was happening, not only did the child that Sammy was holding in her arms start crying, but the child that the imp had to care for started crying as well. Immediately the imp rushed forward toward the carriage without a moment's hesitation. When he did so, all the children flinched in response and stepped away thinking they were about to be attacked, but they never thought that the imp would jump through the open door of the carriage toward the child. In the basket. As soon as he got there, the imp leaned forward to see if it soiled itself again, but noticing that this wasn't the case, he quickly grabbed the bottle laying next to it and wanted to feed the child some milk, but the child didn't seem to want to eat either. Instantly after realizing that something was wrong, the imp turned to the children outside of the carriage and grabbed the basket, carrying it outside before looking at Ark, who seemed to have caused the state the child was in. You heard it. What you do? The imp asked angrily as he ground his teeth together and leaned in toward Ark, and even now he didn't seem to be able to hold back and all of his emotions came out together, causing Ark to break down and drop to his knees while holding his face, sobbing. I didn't do anything. He began to stutter, and the imp slowly got way too annoyed at him to let this keep going. He thought this child might be of use, but the imp might as well use it to get stronger again by killing it. Because that's what he needed to do right now. He was a monster, why would he care if he killed a person? The imp was supposed to do that, wasn't he? So why did it feel wrong to stab this child then? It was right there, his dagger was in his hand, so what the hell was this child doing to him that he wasn't able to just stab it? Angrily, the imp ground his teeth and looked around himself, before noticing that the child that Sammy was holding already stopped crying. So, the imp figured it was more important to think about this now. What wrong with childs? The imp asked as he stared at the young girl, and she looked at the toddler in the basket and shook her head. It was startled. I think. She replied nervously, and the imp continued to just stare her down. How get rid of startled? He asked, and slowly, Sammy gave the child she was holding to Rudy, before she leaned toward the child in the basket to try and pick it up, but the imp stopped her. And held the dagger in front of her. Why he didn't just stab her arm to show his point was also unknown to him, after all, that's what he did with that woman from before. But somehow, he thought he shouldn't do this right now. No touch. The imp told her, but Sammy looked at him confused, but I dash. Imp say, no touch. He interrupted her with a glare, and Sammy took a step backward and nodded her head. Then. Hold the child. She explained to him, and the imp nodded and placed the dagger down on the ground so that he could use both his hands for this. Slowly, he picked it up like he thought was right, which was under its arms, but Sammy quickly stopped him and shook her head. "And not that way," she told him, and slowly took the other child from Rudy again to demonstrate. She placed the child's body against hers, the child upright, with the head above her shoulder, held by her right hand. And the other hand was underneath the child to hold the brunt of the weight. Slowly, the imp tried to hold the child like that as well, and slowly copied what he saw her do. And so, he was now holding the child like that, and was waiting for new instructions from Sammy. Just walk around slowly now," she told him, demonstrating what she just said again, and the imp quickly did the same, trying to calm the child in his arms down. And soon enough, it seemed like it finally stopped crying, and the imp looked at the child next to him, while it was now starting to giggle for some reason, moving its hands around happily, even pushing the imp's hood off of its head as it was doing so. The imp was a bit annoyed at it for doing that, but for now, he was at least glad that it wasn't crying anymore. But then, Sammy looked at the child and ripped her eyes open, taking a few steps backward confused. "Wait. That baby is..." she muttered confused, and the imp looked at her with a frown, not wanting her to yell and make the child cry again, but Sammy just continued, especially when Ark seemed to have calmed down a little and took a look at the child the imp was holding himself. "Is that baby the..." Ark asked quietly, but the imp just once more stared at him with a frown, although this time he was a lot angrier, because Ark was the one that made the child cry in the first place. Beginner Holy Energy Resistance leveled up. Slightly annoyed at the sudden notification that appeared in front of him as well, the imp quickly turned toward the children. "What?" the imp asked, and Sammy and Ark looked at each other nervously, before they stepped up closer to the imp. "She's the Holy Priestess, right? The one who's supposed to kill the Monster King together with the hero?" Ark asked confused, but the imp quickly shook his head. "Child. Fool. Imp, bring child away," he explained, but none of the children understood what he was talking about. But Rudy then stepped up next to the other two children. "But didn't Mr. Ernhoff tell us that she's supposed to be able to kill demons just by touching them?" Rudy asked, and Sammy and Ark turned toward him confused, before Sammy nodded her head. "Yeah. And imps are demons, right?" she asked in reply, but before she knew it, another one of the children walked up to the imp. "Mister is hurting," Clementine explained, and immediately, Rudy ran up to her and grabbed her without hesitation to make sure she couldn't approach the imp. But that imp was still confused about everything, although right now he really just wanted to know one thing: what Holy Priestess? The imp asked. He read the word holy before, and it was part of the notification floating right in front of him as well. The imp already figured out it had something to do with the child, but he really wasn't aware that it was supposed to be something bad that could kill the imp that easily. "The baby you're holding. Her eyes are shifting between every color there is, rainbow-colored eyes. That's a trait only the Holy Priestess has." Ark replied with a frown, completely confused at what was going on at the moment, but the imp just looked at the child happily giggling in his arms, confirming that its eyes were changing colors. And when he looked at the other children, theirs weren't changing their color at all, they just stayed the same. If that was the case, this child was supposed to be able to kill the imp that easily. But it was so weak and fragile, how was it supposed to do that? Sure, he felt a little bit of burning whenever he touched it, but it wasn't anything special. Just a bit of slight burning, as if he slapped his arm too hard. But Clementine muttered quietly as she looked toward the imp, "If the Holy Priestess likes him that much, can Mr. Imp really be that bad?" she asked with her head tilted to the side, and Sammy immediately spoke up in response. "He killed 3 people right in front of us for no reason. Of course he's bad," Sammy exclaimed, but the imp somehow had an issue with what she was saying. It wasn't like he just killed them for no reason. Even the imp learned that it's unnecessary to kill things that didn't attack you first, because that's something that Evelyn, Thomas, and James also always did. There were a lot of monsters in the forests that watched them for a few moments and then ran away, and they never hunted them after that. "White men attack imp," he told her in reply, and Sammy turned toward him confused. "White men wave stick and hurt imp, strong men attack imp too. Woman not attack imp, but woman with scary white men, so imp hurt woman. Imp kill woman, woman already near dead." The imp explained to them as best as he could. It wasn't like he had any regrets about killing them, that's not what it was at all. But they were dangerous to the imp and the child he was supposed to bring away, so that's why the imp had to kill them. And on top of that, after being injured by that strongman, the imp did kind of want to kill him, but that was also just because the strongman attacked him first. The imp didn't care about right or wrong, he just cared about dangerous and not dangerous. Those people were dangerous to him, so the imp killed them. That's all it was. Chapter 28, How Broken They Are. Slowly, with a smile on his face, Ark stepped toward the imp. See? He's not all that bad. All he did was defend himself. We would have done the same, wouldn't we? The boy asked as he slowly turned to the other children from beside the imp, before exactly that imp felt a slight cold of air approaching his throat. That being said, I personally don't have any qualms doing the same, Mr. Imp. I personally don't mind you coming with us, on the contrary, you're probably stronger than all of us at the moment and can protect us. But we're more than you. Only 3 of us may be able to injure you, but remember. Even you need to sleep sometime. Ark said with a smile, using the dagger that the imp so thoughtlessly dropped on his way into the carriage to grab the child in his arms. Slowly, it seemed like Ark was pushing the blade against the imp's throat, although he was really just touching it a little. Only if either of them rapidly moved would it actually cut the imp. The imp had to figure out a way to defend himself right now, overwhelm this child, and then get rid of it. He somehow didn't feel like killing any of these children, but if they threatened him like that, he had no choice but to, didn't he? But before the imp could actually come to a decision, Ark already pulled the dagger away from the imp's throat and grabbed it by the blade, holding the handle back toward the imp. Don't worry, I don't actually know how to use this that well. Ark pointed out with a slight laugh, before the imp continued to glare at him and quickly pulled the basket standing next to him closer with his foot before placing the child in his arms back into it, and then slowly took the dagger. From Ark again. Imp not kill childs. Childs not kill imp. The red monster said with a glare, as he took the dagger and placed it into the small bag hanging by the side of his hip, and Ark nodded his head with a smile. Alright, then I hope you trust me enough not to sit right next to me while I'm driving the carriage while stabbing my leg. Ark told the imp, and he did so with a slight smile, barely any animosity included in it, something that the imp didn't really expect. You didn't hurt me, but you drained a little bit off my health, so it would be great if you stopped doing that or I'll end up unconscious sooner or later. We don't want that, now do we? The young boy asked before heading back toward the carriage, but the imp had something else he still wanted to know. Why no pain? He asked the boy, and he looked back at the monster behind him again. Oh, right. Well, if we'll be staying together for a while now, I think we should better explain it a bit and introduce ourselves properly. I'm sure everyone is hungry, so let's do that over a little bit of food, huh? Ark suggested and stepped into the carriage, and at that point, the imp more than just happily nodded his head. If it was about food, he had more than enough prepared. These children sure must be hungry, so the imp had to share his food as well, didn't he? Wanting to share wasn't a feeling he has felt for such a long time. He first felt it when he killed that weird little bird sitting on the pile of sticks. And then gave it to Evelyn, but he didn't expect to feel it toward all of these useless children. So, the imp quickly stepped into the carriage and grabbed his bag of cooked meat, happily placing it down in front of the children. Eat! He exclaimed, and while Rudy, Clementine, and Sammy seemed pretty hungry and wanted to grab some of it, Ark actually knew where that meat came from. Ah, sorry, Mr. Imp. We can't eat that food. Ark explained, but the 3 other children looked toward him disappointedly. Huh? Why not? It's meat. Rudy exclaimed hungrily, already trying to extend his hand toward it, but he was quickly stopped by Ark, who simply grasped the other boy's arm tightly. I said we can't eat that food. That meat comes from something that will kill us if we eat its own. They're going to be able to smell us out, and they will be able to hunt us wherever we are. That only applies to people though, so monsters can eat it. Ark explained, and the imp just looked at him confused while taking one of the pieces of meat and starting to eat it, because why wouldn't he? It was just normal meat, but Clementine looked at the imp jealously. What? Why can Mr. Imp eat it but we can't? Clementine asked as she crossed her arms, but Ark just placed his hand on the top of her head and rubbed over it, something that made the imp stop for a moment. But soon enough, he just continued eating like normal, while the children went into the carriage and grabbed themselves some other food that the imp recognized from what Evelyn, Thomas, and James always ate, bread. But the imp didn't care, it was the children's loss, after all. And while they were eating, and the imp tried to figure out why he felt so calm around things he wanted to kill just a few hours ago, all of a sudden, Ark quickly began to speak again. Alright, then let's start our introduction. Let's go with Rudy first, again. Do you mind? Ark asked as he turned toward the other boy to his right, and he slowly shook his head. I don't mind. So, I'm Rudy. Are we also supposed to explain our skills? Rudy scratched his cheek as he turned back toward Ark, who just nodded his head with a calm smile. All right. I have two unique skills, called Perfect Defense, the strongest defense skill ever known. It makes it nearly impossible for attacks below a certain amount of damage to hurt me. I can't accidentally hurt myself either, because no damage can pass through my skin. And then, I have Impossible Attack. It makes me literally impossible to attack anything. I can't even hurt a fly. Rudy said in a complaining tone as he was pushing bread down his throat, and the imp took a short break from eating. That first skill sounded pretty useful, and the imp wanted to somehow learn it, but that second skill was really useless. It just turned Rudy into nothing but a shield. The imp wanted to ask about how to get that first skill, before Sammy spoke next. My name is Samantha, but everyone calls me Sammy. My unique skill is Liar's Truth. Everyone who hears me speak believes what I say is complete truth, but I can't control it at all. Sometimes I also believe myself, even. But right now the skill is sealed, so everything's fine. Sammy exclaimed with a somehow smug expression. It also sounded somewhat useful, even if pretty annoying if it couldn't be controlled. But that could just be solved by not speaking, so the imp didn't mind that condition, and also wanted to get that skill somehow. And next, he looked at Clementine, who seemed to also want to speak up. I'm Clementine. My unique skill is status. Ah, right, it's Damage Eater. It makes it so that I can heal any injury without issue, so tell me when you're hurting. She explained to the imp, and immediately he nodded his head excitedly. That would surely be useful to him. Good that he didn't kill her. Although, then he learned something else about that skill. Without issue isn't exactly right, though. She basically gets hungry for injuries, and whenever she hasn't eaten one for too long, she has to go ahead and eat it up to still that hunger. But when she does that, she takes the injury onto her own body. She doesn't get damaged by it, but she still feels the same amount of pain, so please don't rely on her too much. Ark added, so the imp just looked at the young girl surprised, before Ark spoke up again with a sigh. Hers is probably the most singular broken skill there is. He muttered quietly, before pointing at the tiny child that Sammy was holding in her arms. And this little one here is Leon. He has two unique skills as well. I think they were supposed to be loved by monsters and feared by monsters. The first one attracts monsters, the second one makes them run away, but if both of them are active at the same time, the monsters go mad and end up rampaging and killing everything they see. Both of them are sealed right now though, obviously. The young boy explained with a slight laugh, before crossing his arms with another big, broad smirk. And I'm Ark, the oldest of the group. I have two unique skills as well, one is negative emotion resistance, and the other is pain resistance. The first one includes stuff like anger, sadness, fear, and so on, so I'm basically happy most of the time. Well, except when I'm a bit overwhelmed like before, hee. Ark admitted with a wry smile, before pointing at his leg where the injury was before. And obviously, pain resistance makes me pretty resistant to pain. Not totally though, but small cuts like these are fine. And as the young boy explained these, the imp really just had to admire those two skills that he had. They would definitely come in handy for the imp. He under any circumstances had to learn them. How I get? The imp asked curiously, and the four children looked at the imp confused, and Sammy slowly scratched her cheek. She still seemed pretty scared, like the other children that could actually either register what was going on, different to the toddler Leon, or that could register fear itself, different to Ark as the imp just learned, but due to the oldest boy's help, they seemed to be able to have calmed down a little. How do you get unique skills? Sammy asked, trying to clarify what the imp meant, and the monster swiftly nodded his head because that was exactly what he was asking, and Rudy crossed his arms. You can't learn unique skills. You either have them, or you don't. We were all born with our skills. The chubby boy pointed out, and the imp looked at him just confused. Imp no learned skills? He asked, and Rudy nodded his head. Not unique skills, no. Rudy replied with a frown and just dropped onto the ground without any hesitation in a way that would have hurt any normal person, but Rudy himself was apparently just fine. After all, just like he said, he couldn't take any damage at all. But sad that the imp couldn't learn these skills after all, he looked at them all and asked about something else that they said. "What seal?" the imp asked, and Sammy slightly scratched her cheek as her face flushed red, pulling up her sleeve as she did so to show pitch-black drawings as well as scar-like carvings all over her skin. "This is a seal. It can stop you from using your skills. Mine and Leon's were too dangerous, so they were sealed," Sammy explained quietly, and Rudy sighed with a nod as he kept eating his bread. "They tried to seal my impossible attack skill as well, but they couldn't carve into my skin," he said annoyedly, before Art just slightly chuckled to try and lift the mood a bit, and then looked at the imp and the child in the basket next to him. "Well, now we've all been introduced. What about you, Mr. Imp?" Chapter 29, Monster Repellent. While continuing to eat his food, the imp just stared at the children and then shrugged his shoulders, trying to tell them that there isn't much to explain about him or the child with him, but Art quickly shook his head as he interjoined his fingers behind his back. "Come on, we've told you so much about us. So tell us a little about you. Like, what's your name, even?" Ark asked with a smile, but the imp just tilted his head to the side confused. "A name, huh?" He never actually knew if he had any name or not, at least in his status it says none. "Imp no have name," he replied due to that, and Ark slowly turned toward the other children with a broad grin. "Oh, then do you want us to name you?" the boy asked rather excitedly, but the imp just stared back at him and shook his head, but Ark didn't really accept that as an answer and huddled up together with the other children. And while they were doing that, the imp had to figure out a few other things. He didn't care much about what the children were doing right now, so the young monster just sat down on the ground, his dagger at the ready, before trying to do the thing with the strong breathing again, now that he felt like he wasn't all that tired anymore. Especially after eating, he felt just rejuvenated. So, the imp closed his eyes and concentrated on the heat in the center of his body again, because this interested him a little more than whatever these children were doing, and soon enough, the imp started to breath out strongly again. However, this time around, his mouth wasn't ripped open and he was able to release all of the air only through his nose. That was a strong victory for the imp. That meant that he was able to control that heat at least a little bit. He was a lot more tired than before though, so he couldn't play around with the heat any more than that for now. But at the very least, that air magic skill leveled up again, so that was a really good thing. The imp really needed to get better at this, though, and this seemed like the type of thing that could be solved through these stats, at least that's the feeling that he got when looking at them. So, he really needed to kill more things. "Should we just call him Mr. Breather?" Clementine suggested while the imp was thinking, but Ark just chuckled and shook his head. "Better not laugh about that. When I did, he stabbed my leg," the boy said with a slight laugh, before the imp just stared at them annoyedly and went back to thinking, before getting an idea after remembering something that the woman he killed mentioned when he first saw her. "Monster repellent," the imp said with a slight frown as he stepped up to the group of children, and Ark turned toward him. "Huh? That's the orb thing in the carriage, right?" the boy asked the other children, and they just slowly nodded in response while the imp stepped into the carriage to take a look around. It wasn't really hard to figure out what they meant, because the imp had a very weird feeling coming from a certain spot. He was kind of reluctant to grab it, but after a little bit of convincing, the imp slowly wrapped his fingers around the orb, even if it gave him a very, very weird feeling when he did so. It was like he just wanted to immediately get rid of that because his whole body was starting to get scratchy and stuffy, so, the imp quickly brought the orb outside of the carriage and laid it down on the ground and relaxed from this weird feeling again. "Ick," the imp muttered annoyedly, and then looked at the children. "I break?" he asked, but the children looked at him with confused, wide-open eyes. "What, no? Of course not," Sammy exclaimed immediately, although Ark stepped in with a curious expression. "Why exactly do you want to break it?" he asked, and the imp replied without hesitation, "Want monsters come here. Imp kill monsters, get stronger. Imp get stronger. Get smarter. Use hot better." The imp explained in a clear voice, and Ark crossed his arms with a nod. "You know what, sure, let's do that. It sounds exciting," the boy replied, before the other children looked at Ark confused. "What do you mean, exciting? That's horrifying," Rudy replied, but Ark just shook his head. "It shouldn't be an issue, especially for you. And look, Mr. Imp made it through to us without issue, so it can probably only defend against weak ones anyway," the boy pointed out, and quickly turned back to the imp. Go ahead and break it. Ark told the imp, who swiftly grabbed his dagger and stabbed it into the sphere on the ground in front of him. And even though the children beside Ark wanted to stop him, they weren't fast enough, and the orb slowly formed a crack and shattered in front of them. It gave out a small wave of heat around the imp that seemed very similar to the heat that he felt in his body, though, so that was good in itself. But either way, the icky feeling was completely gone now, so the imp turned toward the children. "You in carriage," he told them, handing one of them the basket with the child in it, and they all quickly did as told, rushing into the carriage. The only one that didn't get nervous was Ark, which was exactly what the imp expected. And then, the boy made a suggestion. "How about we keep going for now, the horses should have properly rested," he told the imp, who slowly nodded his head and sat down at the front of the carriage like before. While the imp was just sitting there, he took his large book out of his bag, the one where he first learned about the Ace of Cups. His whole goal for now was to try to control this heat to be able to activate the second card that he got, because it seemed like a useful weapon to him when he saw it. Maybe if he read about it in this book, he could find out about it. But then again, the imp wasn't exactly sure which card it actually was. He thought that he read something about a 3 of Swords on the notification though, so that seemed like a good place to start. The imp wanted to read through this whole book anyway, because if there were other useful cards, it would be good to know about them. The story of the 3 of Swords was also a pretty interesting one. It was about a young child that grew up in something called a circus, although the imp didn't know what it was, and he was known as the living puppet. In the shows he was part of, he was always connected to threads, and some other person would pretend to completely control him. Of course, the child itself wasn't really happy with all of that, but he continued on doing the same thing over and over again, until he got sick of threads and the men. That was using them to dictate his life. So, the child killed the men, using the very same threads that would always be connected to the rings placed around the child's hands. And after he took his first life, the arcane dealer appeared in front of him. Most of the threads that the child was holding snapped while he was pulling them around the man's neck, but with the card that the arcane dealer gave him, that didn't matter. The child was able to create new threads that could never break, with blades that were controlled by said threads. But this new weapon of his wasn't something that could be easily controlled. It spread out inside of the child's body and slowly turned him mad, before he was completely taken over by the 3 of Swords. For a while, the child was finally controlling the threads, but soon enough, the threads controlled him again. The imp thought about it for a while, and then remembered that he did notice these weird red lines running across the man's hands and arms when he was using the card, so maybe that was this spreading, but the imp really wasn't sure what exactly this madness meant. Did the man act weird back then? It did seem like he was hurting the woman, but the imp wasn't aware whether or not this was that madness or not. Either way, he was dead now, so it didn't matter in the slightest. But despite his hopes, the imp didn't get any closer to figuring out how to actually make that weapon appear. So after all, he had to figure out how to use this damn annoying heat. But it just made him so tired all the time, so the imp really didn't want to use it too often. It seemed like he really had to, though. He managed to control the air from his body and it didn't really help him much, so maybe he could try and use the water from his body instead. He had this water magic skill as well. But exactly what kind of water could that mean? There were 3 things that might be close enough to that, which the imp could immediately think of. First, his piss. He didn't need to go right now though, so he had to wait for that for a little longer. Then, there was his spit. The imp did already show his expertise in controlling his spit's trajectory back when he was with the horde, but it was so far away from the heat in his body that he really wasn't sure if he could do that yet. But the third type was the one that the imp was sure he could try and control. His blood. He always had some of it in his body, and it was probably around the place with his heat as well. And after remembering back to how the imp ate his brothers, he did know that there was one place with really a lot of blood right where the heat was gathering as well. His heart. So, without further ado, the imp tried to concentrate on that lump of meat by doing the same thing that he did before while Ark was starting to move the carriage again. The imp slowly closed his eyes and put his hand to his chest, where he noticed a slight bumping every once in a while, which seemed to come from his heart as well. So, the imp concentrated on that place in his body, trying to focus on that continuous beating as he was doing so. And before he knew it, the imp felt the heat slowly spread throughout his whole body. At first, it was just as if he was feeling cozily warm, as if sitting in front of a fire, but soon enough, the heat became burning hot as if he was pushed into the fire by someone. It came so quickly that the imp didn't know what he was supposed to do, and just grasped his chest as he was doing so, trying to hold out through the pain as much as he could. Slowly, the imp hunched over, just glaring at the notifications that appeared in front of him. Your mana spread throughout your body. A lesser imp's body is not supposed to handle mass amounts of mana. As long as this state is in effect, you will lose 1 HP per second. Chapter 30, Evolution. Confused, the imp stared at the notifications while trying to somehow handle all of the pain that he was feeling in every part of his body. And while he was in a lot of pain, he still somehow felt like his senses were sharper in some ways. But maybe it was just in return for the imp's ability to think straight that his nose was able to pick up a certain smell not too far from where they currently were. The imp wasn't sure how to stop this. He already lost all control over the heat, but it wasn't being pulled back out of every part of his body. It truly felt like he was being burnt alive. The notification told the imp that a lesser imp couldn't handle what was happening, but maybe he could handle it if he wasn't a lesser imp anymore. There was something that the imp could remember, one of the things that happened the day that he split off of the horde. The imp in front of him had growth on his back, and some hairy monster came and brought that imp away, speaking about Evo. And then, at a later point, he heard Thomas, Avalon, and James speaking about not letting the imp level up, because they wanted him to stay a lesser imp. So, the imp just had to level up as much as he could as soon as he could in order to have his body change so that he could become something beyond. A lesser imp, something that could handle this heat. And for that, the imp had to approach the source of whatever he could smell, and without hesitation jumped off of the carriage with his dagger in hand. He could hear Ark yell something from behind him, but the imp didn't care too much at the moment, because right now, getting rid of this pain was more important to this imp. Because if he didn't, he would die. The imp ran through the forest closer toward the source of the smell, before he saw it in the distance. A dark-furred beast standing on all 4 legs, with its back turned toward the imp. As far as the young demon could tell, there were a few more monsters nearby, but as long as he could kill this beast as quickly as he could, it wouldn't matter. Quickly, the imp rushed forward and grasped his dagger tightly in his right hand. It seemed like the beast somehow didn't notice him until the very last moment, but at that point, it was already too late. The imp jumped onto the monster's back and at the very same time, he stabbed the dagger into the back of its neck. Critical damage done to Shade Wolf. Shade Wolf minus 1154 damage. With a frown on his face, the imp pulled the dagger out of the back of the monster's neck and pushed it directly into its head without hesitation, and then, the notification he wanted to see appeared in front of him. Lethal damage done to Shade Wolf. Beginner dagger mastery skill leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You have 9 unused stat points. For a moment, the imp could feel the pain disappearing, but it came back as soon as he was hoping that it was gone completely, and the imp just continued running on forward toward the next closest monster that he could smell. This time around, he wasn't as lucky as his first time. There were 2 monsters, and they were both standing in his direction. They had green skin and they were wearing some cloth over their lower body. The imp didn't really recognize them, but he figured that this might become a little tough. So, the imp chose to take out the one that seemed stronger first, the one that was closer toward him. It somehow still seemed to take a little while for the 2 monsters to notice him, even if they were looking in his direction, so the imp was able to jump out from the bushes and immediately stab the first of the 2 right in the face, or more specifically, right in the eye. The bad-smelling mud-colored blood that covered the imp's cloak didn't put the imp off for a few moments, simply because his sense of smell was a good bit better right now, but the imp didn't care and looked at the notifications that appeared in response to him stabbing this monster. Lethal damage done to Goblin. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You have 17 unused stat points. And right when the imp tried to look at the other goblin, that one swung his club at the imp's head and immediately caused him a fair amount of damage. 713 health. While dropping to the ground, the imp glared at the goblin in front of him. It seemed like this monster was supposed to be far stronger than him, but the imp couldn't let it be like this either. He was losing health steadily, and to his luck, the pain that he was feeling all over his body was stronger than the pain he felt in his head right now. The imp was a bit dizzy when trying to stand up, but luckily, it seemed like he was able to dodge the next attack somehow and then stab the dagger right into the side of the goblin's body. Goblin minus 231 damage. And then, the imp pulled the dagger back out and stabbed the imp again, right when it was moving away due to the damage it just received. Goblin minus 177 damage. This time around, the attack was a bit more shallow than before, but it still did a lot of damage even then, and before the imp could even really think about it, he already stabbed the goblin again, but this time right in its chest. Critical damage done to goblin. Goblin minus 612 damage. And then, the imp pulled the dagger out once more while the goblin was trying its hardest to attack back, even causing some damage back to the imp, but soon enough the imp stabbed the dagger directly into the goblin's throat. Lethal damage done to goblin. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You have 20 unused stat points. You have reached level 100. Possible evolutions. Dash, Imp, Crimson, Azure, or Fern variants. Dash, Lesser Imp, Shadow, Unholy, or Sleepless variants. As a card owner, you have access to a unique evolution. Do you want to commence evolution into a unique subspecies of imp? Slightly overwhelmed, the imp tried to look through all of those notifications. The pain was still there, but now there was also this urge to choose something from what was in front of him. The word unique stuck out to the imp, however. He heard it a lot today, but he wasn't sure what he was supposed to think of it. The children had unique skills, and they seemed to be broken because of it. The imp didn't want to end up broken, but right now, he was most drawn to it despite his doubts. Right now, he just had to get to it already, and so, the imp said the word that popped into his mind at that time. Yes. He muttered, and immediately, all of the notifications in front of him disappeared, replaced by single different one. Commencing evolution. Evolution will be over in 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. You are unable to open your status during evolution. Mana overload stopped. Slowly, the imp noticed that the pain all over his body was disappearing. He was still aching, but the imp didn't care about that for now. The imp just had to return to the carriage to the children, and then he would let his evolution happen. Step after step, the young monster walked through the forest toward where he remembered the carriage to be, and soon found the wooden box as it stood in front of him. The imp approached the carriage, and immediately when he did, Ark looked at him surprised at the wound on the top of his head. "Mr. Imp, what happened?" he asked with a bit of worry and hurried over toward him, although he did somewhat hesitate after noticing the horrid smell that the imp was giving off due to the goblin blood, but in the end, he still helped the imp out a bit. The young monster itself was feeling tired right now, just incredibly exhausted. But he wanted to stay up to make sure nothing happened to these children. He wasn't sure why, but ever since he came back from that lake and was completely healed of all his wounds, the imp was more open to being with these children. The imp knew that he probably would have just killed them before that, but somehow, he just wanted to be around them. There was this other thing that appeared when he had come back, at the very bottom of the large notification, the Blessing of the Lonely Naiad. The imp looked at it a bit more closely once and made another notification appear, but he didn't really understand all that the notification was saying. Because there were words in it that he never heard before. However, now at least one of the sentences made a little more sense: your longing for a group to call your own is amplified. The imp still wasn't sure what this meant, but at the very least, he was sure that he wanted to protect these children, at least for now. They were weak, they didn't treat him with despise, and from what the imp was told, they needed him. It was probably due to his relatively delirious state caused by his injuries and fatigue, but to him at that moment, it didn't matter much who or what they were, but if he was able to get stronger than he was now, he would use any and all of his power to make sure these children wouldn't end up breaking even more. He would treat them as his own, as if they were his brothers or sisters. The imp didn't have much sympathy toward the horde for a while now, basically ever since he left and was taken by Evelyn, Thomas and James, so maybe these children were just supposed to be his new horde, but the imp was undoubtedly sure that his thoughts were genuine. And so, while the young monster dropped down onto the ground, these were the last thoughts that crossed his mind at the time. Chapter 31, Alone. At some point, although the imp didn't really know how long it's been since then, the imp woke back up with pain all over his body. He pushed himself off of the floor of the carriage as it was rumbling around. The imp's mind was incredibly hazy, he just wasn't sure what happened yesterday. He could barely remember what happened after he started feeling all of that pain, but he didn't remember any of what happened after the pain stopped, no matter how hard he tried to remember. As the imp was pulling himself up on one of the boxes standing against the wall of the carriage, he noticed that they were a bit smaller than he remembered. Not by much, but he was sure he wasn't able to look on top of them just yesterday, and now he was able to see it without an issue. But the thing that annoyed the imp the most was that his head felt incredibly heavy and was hurting far too much right now, and when he thought about that, he remembered being hit by that green monster yesterday. Trying to see if that wound was alright at this point, The imp raised his hand to the top of his head, although there was something else that troubled the imp far more now. There was a small, hard growth on his forehead, 2 of them actually. They weren't there before, so of course the imp was pretty worried about it and tried to find something to take a look at himself, although he noticed another thing then. His hands were a little different. The imp's skin was the same red that it was before, even if it seemed a bit smoother and definitely not as crumbly and dry as it was before, but the thing that worried the imp was that he basically didn't have proper claws anymore now. He knew that they were never as awesome as his brothers, but that didn't mean that he had to have them taken away from him. The imp still had slight claws, but they really weren't anything much to speak of. For the most part, his hands now seemed like a person's instead of a monster's, ignoring the color. A quiet voice muttered out from behind the imp, and when he turned around, he recognized its source to be Clementine, the young yellow-haired girl, and next to her was Rudy, still sleeping. Quickly, she hit the wall behind her a few times. "Ark!" He woke up. She exclaimed, and nearly immediately, the carriage seemed to come to a stop before 2 people jumped off the front of it and ran over toward the door to open it up, revealing a bright glimmer of sunlight coming from a red and orange sky. In the doorway stood Ark and Sammy, the latter holding the male tiny child Leon in her arms. The basket with the imp's tiny child was here in the carriage as well. He already made sure of that, but before he could even react at all and ask about what was going on, Ark already began to smile brightly. "Mr. Imp." Ark said happily and waved his hand to signal the imp to step outside, which he swiftly did with shaky legs after grabbing the basket standing next to him. "Wow, you look really different now," Sammy said with a slight frown, seemingly still pretty hesitant about the imp, but overall a lot more open to the idea of having him around. The imp was pretty confused at what she meant, although he immediately remembered when he finally noticed the notification floating in the corner of his sight. "Congratulations. You evolved and became a unique species. You are now a scholar imp." With a slight frown, the imp looked at the notification and then turned toward Ark and Sammy to ask them about it. "What is a scholar?" the imp asked them, before Ark raised his eyebrows in pleasant surprise. "You're not speaking in such a broken way anymore either," he exclaimed, before actually thinking about the imp's question. A scholar is like a researcher or something. Just someone super smart." Slowly, the imp turned to stare at the notification and then back at the children in front of him, while the 2 who were still in the carriage, Clementine and Rudy, stepped outside to them as well. "I evolved. I now am a scholar imp," the monster explained, his voice a lot clearer than it was before, as if he was actually supposed to be able to speak now. It was pretty hard to get used to this new feeling in his throat, but other than that, the imp didn't mind the way it was right now at all. But he was still confused about all that happened, so Ark, the smartest and most mature of the children here, once more took the initiative to speak. "So that's an evolution, huh? The biggest change are those horns though, right?" Ark asked as he turned toward the other children, and Clementine nodded her head with a pout. And even though he seemed to be in pain when they were growing, I wasn't even able to eat it," she huffed, before Rudy looked at her with a wry smile and shook his head. "I think it's better that way. You probably would have grown horns as well," the boy replied, and the imp looked at him as he was speaking before looking around at the other children. He remembered now, it was the same yesterday. This weird feeling that he had then, even if he couldn't explain it, he felt like he wanted these children to be alright no matter what. The imp was aware that he was a lot smarter right now all of a sudden, so he could also see that there were apparently different reasons for that, although he only had a rough idea about just one of them. There was a lot that the imp didn't know yet, so he would surely be able to find those reasons out if he properly spoke to them. But once more, first he wanted to know what exactly happened. "Before I fell asleep. What happened?" the imp asked the boy in front of him, the only one that was with him at the time, and Ark just interlocked his fingers behind his back and began to explain. "Well, you were doing that thing yesterday, where you seemed like you wanted to breath out so strongly again, but then you suddenly reacted weirdly and hunched over before jumping off the carriage. When you came back, you were covered in blood, reeked like a pig, and were injured. We brought you into the carriage dash." "I brought you into the carriage?" Rudy interrupted with a smile, and Ark just chuckled at him and nodded his head. "Yes, Rudy brought you into the carriage. Even if he can't damage anyone, he's actually pretty strong, you know. Anyway, we brought you into the carriage, washed your cloak, and then kept moving. Without you or the repellent, we had to make sure not to be found by monsters somehow." Ark explained to the imp, and he slowly nodded his head before looking at the sleeping child in the basket next to him. Who cared for it? The imp asked them all, and Sammy slowly spoke up. I did. She wasn't that much trouble though, at least compared to Leon. She explained, before the imp nodded his head, still staring down at the child in the basket. Thank you. I need to bring the child away, he said, truly grateful that she made sure nothing happened to it. No matter how much he changed, he still had the urge to bring it far away. The imp wasn't sure if it was because of the fear that he felt just thinking about not doing so, but while he was worried for this child for every moment of his thoughts, he felt more comfortable with the idea of staying with these 5 other children than her. The imp just felt colder toward her, even if he didn't necessarily feel all that warm toward these children either. But soon, Sammy frowned in response to what the imp told them, rather angrily. What do you mean you need to bring her away? She asked, and the imp slowly turned in the direction that he felt like he was being pulled and extended his hand forward. The child needs to be there. The child is the fool. I was commanded to by the king. The young monster explained, even if he didn't really understand the situation himself. So you just want to abandon her and bring her to some random king? Sammy asked angrily for some reason, and the imp turned back toward her slightly startled at her loud voice, before he nodded his head. Yes. He replied quite simply, but instead of continuing this conversation, he had something else to ask. Why do you not run? The imp asked the children, remembering back to when hundreds and hundreds of people ran away from a monster. And even the first time they met, Ark dropped to the ground out of fear, letting the imp unlock his useless charisma stat. Slowly, the 3 children beside Ark looked at each other with unknowing gazes. It seemed like they weren't exactly against being around the imp, but in the end just went along with what their leader did. And exactly that leader had a relatively simple reason. Because I'm not scared of you anymore. With a clear gaze and a slight smirk, the young boy, who was as tall as the imp now was, explained, before continuing, at least not constantly. Without the fear that regular people have of monsters, I can look at you rationally without anything talking to me in the back of my mind. You don't seem to want to hurt us, so I don't mind being around you personally. Ark told him, before the imp slowly nodded his head. Even if the other children weren't necessarily happy with Ark's answer, for the imp it was enough. Staying somewhere where you're safe at least for now always made more sense than going somewhere your life is in danger. And from the way that Ark was speaking sometimes before, that's what it seemed like was going on, at the very least. But now. Ark started, and the imp was pulled out of his thoughts again. Why aren't you killing us? You're a monster, aren't you? He asked, and for some reason, a slight shudder ran over the imp's back while the young boy was speaking. But without hesitation, the imp nodded his head. I am a monster. I do not mind killing anything. As long as they are dangerous. You are not dangerous. The imp replied, and slowly held his hand to his chest where the weird marking still seemed to be, while trying to think about his reasons. And you are broken. You are not normal. You are anomalies, right? The young monster asked them, thinking back at what Evelyn so happily told the others about back then when she realized that the imp was different. I am an anomaly, too. I am broken. And I don't like being alone. The young monster admitted, and just thought about it for a moment. There were 4 times in his life that the monster remembered being alone. Ever since he was born, he was together with the horde, made up of hundreds or even thousands of monsters, so he was never alone until he was looking for his brothers in the forest, running away from his notifications, before he was found by Evelyn, Thomas and James. Then, after Evelyn was eaten by Zaragon, while the world became hazy around the imp and everything just seemed so distant from him as he was running away from the most fearsome monstrosity he ever actually laid his eyes on, before he found the child in the basket currently next to him. The 3rd time was when the imp was attacked by that man, guard, and had to run away in fear of dying. He felt like he met someone in the water he dropped into, but he really couldn't be sure. But when he returned, he once more found the child in the basket. And the 4th time was when the imp was overcome with pure pain all over his body, and once more ran around the area for fear of his life. Every time the imp was in a bad situation, he was in fear, in a situation that scared the living crap out of him. Each and every time, the imp wanted to get away. So, he would much rather spend time with a bunch of people like them who treated him not too differently to how Evelyn treated him then. Be alone again. Chapter 32, Blood. Soon, the group started to move again, and the imp replaced Sammy on the seat in the front so that he could properly take a look out at whatever may be happening. But of course, he wasn't needed constantly, so he spent the time that he had to just keep reading his book. He already noticed that his status wasn't much different to before, just that his health and mana numbers were a bit higher, the latter escalely, and his race had really changed to Scholar Imp. But there was something that the imp himself was pretty worried about. It was the thing that happened yesterday, when the imp was trying to move the heat in his body around. Then, the notifications told him that as a lesser imp, his body wouldn't be able to take all that mana, and then the pain started. So now that he wasn't a lesser imp anymore, it should work, shouldn't it? Slowly, the imp chose to try the same thing that he did yesterday. He was worried about the same thing as yesterday happening, but if he was never supposed to be able to use this thing called mana, why did it increase in his status that much? Usually, whenever a number got larger there, it was a good thing, after all. But even then, the imp still wanted to be a little bit careful about this, so while he concentrated on the heat in the center of his body again, the imp just slowly tried to feel where his heart was, and once more slowly moved the heat into that heart. It was very hard to even barely move it, but in the end, his heart ended up taking the heat in without an issue, and the imp could feel it being spread all over his body. That's what happened last time as well, so the imp was still unsure if this would really end up fine. And just when he was thinking that, a notification appeared in front of him. Your body is being saturated in mana. You feel your senses grow more delicate, while your body becomes stronger. With a slight frown, the imp looked at these notifications before staring down at his own body. These ones were positive notifications, and he wasn't feeling any pain at all. Sure, his body felt a little weird at the moment, but it was a good type of weird. But at the same time, that feeling disappeared as soon as the imp's concentration broke down. Although, at the very least, the imp now knew that he could really do something like this. It didn't have the direct effect that the imp wanted it to have, meaning that his water magic skill wasn't increased, but in the end, the imp didn't really do anything with his blood directly. If his goal was to manipulate the water in his body in the form of his blood with his heat, then he did literally the opposite, letting his blood control his heat instead. So now, the imp needed to repeat this whole thing again now that he knew that he could really do this properly. Once more, the imp moved his heat to his heart, but this time didn't let it go like before. Now, he instead kept it directly in his heart, trying to move the blood that was being pushed away from it even faster, in whatever direction it may have been moving at the moment. Although, the only thing that really happened was that the imp's arm started to feel a little numb and turned pale, so he quickly let it go again and his arm recovered. In the end, though, something else also came out of that little practice, except that his arm was really starting to hurt for a few moments. Beginner water magic skill leveled up. With a smirk on his face, the imp just directed his thoughts back into the center of his body. He wasn't exactly sure why his arm started feeling like that, but he sure wanted to find out. So, he tried the same thing again, although he didn't seem to remember which way he made his blood flow last time, and this time around, the imp felt a little bit of pain in the left side of his belly. But again, the water magic skill leveled up once more. And then, the imp tried to move the blood using the heat into a whole other direction again, through a different one of these thin lines that he could feel. And then, his right leg started to hurt a bit while turning slightly pale. For now, the imp chose to do something else instead of moving his blood radically into any direction, and just used his mana to somewhat consciously let his blood move just a slight bit faster, for a simple reason. The imp's curiosity took over, and instead of wanting to try and use his magic a little more, he instead wanted to see what his manipulation of his blood had to do with the pain that was happening in his body exactly. For that, the imp wanted to figure out where exactly his blood was going naturally. He didn't really know for how long he was doing it, but soon enough he found that he now knew quite a lot about how his blood was moving through his body, even if not perfectly. But in the end, this let the imp figure out one important thing that he quickly wanted to try out, and then quickly grabbed his dagger to do just that. Slowly, the imp pressed the tip of the dagger into his finger, causing bright red blood to come out of it. There wasn't enough for the imp to actually try it out properly, so while it hurt him even more, the imp actually cut a little bit into his finger, surprising the child sitting next to him. "What are you doing?" Ark asked surprised, although with a bit of curiosity in his voice, and the imp just ignored him and tried to manipulate the heat again, slowly moving it into his heart and along the numerous different strands inside of his body over toward the ones closest to his finger. For a while, the imp held his hand downward onto a spare piece of cloth, causing drops of blood to steadily appear out of his wound and drop onto the cloth. But when the imp moved his blood in a way that it wouldn't give any more blood from the strands to his flesh in that area, the dripping stopped, and Ark raised his eyebrows confused. "Ah. Did you heal yourself?" he inquired, trying to lean forward toward the imp's finger as it began to drip more blood out of his wound when he let go of that control over his finger. And actually, he was able to make it bleed a little quicker than before as well, although that seemed counterproductive, really. He lost a little bit of HP through this, though, so it maybe wasn't the best way to test this new neat little trick out. If he had been able to use this sometime before, the imp wouldn't have needed to worry about running away from guard when he slashed him across the chest. Although in the end, that probably would have meant that the imp would have died instantly after the man's next attack. Either way, if he could stop himself from bleeding, that would definitely be useful. At least that's what the imp was thinking. For now he had to test it out properly later. For now, he had to stop himself from bleeding until everything healed at least a little bit to not let any more blood out. Naturally, I stopped the blood. The imp explained to Ark, who still seemed to be pretty curious about what just happened, but Ark raised his eyebrows confused. "What? How'd you do that?" he asked excitedly, but the imp just shrugged in response. "The water magic skill," the imp replied quite coldly, and Ark looked at him just as excitedly as before. "Whoa, water magic's so cool. I didn't know you could do that to your blood," Ark exclaimed, and the imp just looked at his finger with a frown. This was a rather simple thing to do for him, and he just started using this new skill. So this shouldn't be too hard for others to do either, right? Well, for now, the imp was happy that he could do it. Others really didn't matter much to him. What mattered most was that the imp was now able to use the heat at least a little bit, enough to be able to move it throughout his body. He couldn't really move it all that wildly though, not in a straight line at least, so he wasn't able to just pull it out of his body anywhere. For now at least, the imp had to move the heat through his blood toward place like his fingertips, something quite convenient for what the imp wanted to test out. First, he wanted to try it on the card he got at Zaragon's shop, and moved the heat from his finger into that card, causing a decorated, shiny golden cup to appear in its stead. That did remind the imp of those other shiny things though. Maybe he should try them out with the heat later as well. But for now, the imp looked into that cup, noticing that it was empty. The black liquid that was inside there was gone now, sadly, and a notification appeared just when the imp was thinking about the possible reasons for it not being there. The Ace of Cups will be refilled in 27 days, 17 hours, 31 minutes, 11 seconds. With a slight frown, the imp just took his dagger and stabbed the notification to make it disappear. Ark looked at him a bit startled for a moment, but then just started to slightly laugh at the imp about this, because it just looked pretty funny to him. Annoyedly, the imp tried to do anything and then found that his heat was still inside the cup. The imp wasn't sure how exactly he could feel that, but he did. And so, he swiftly pulled it back out of the dumb cup, before it turned back into a card. Surprised, the imp tilted his head to the side, and then pushed his head back into the card, and when he did so, the cup appeared inside of his hand again. And when he pulled it back out, it once more just turned into a card, and the imp made a relatively quick connection to how these cards worked. With the heat inside of it, it turned into something else, and without the heat inside of it, it would turn back into a card. That was pretty simple, actually. So, as simple as that was, the imp tried to do the same thing again, just with his second card, the Three of Swords. The story of this card seemed really unpleasant to the imp, but judging from it, he would go mad if he used these too long. The same thing happened with guard when he was using it as well, didn't it? Careful, so that the imp could pull the heat back out as soon as it seemed to become dangerous, he slowly pushed the heat into the card, and before he knew it a tight ring appeared around the imp's index finger. But weirdly enough, instead of the 4 that the men had before, the imp really only got this one ring, with only a single, pretty short version of the same weapon. It was still the same blade, but the string connecting them seemed pretty short when compared to the ones that guard had. But at the very least, he wasn't feeling as if he was being taken over, so that was good for now. Chapter 33, Disguise. For another little while, the imp just started to experiment with his new weapon a bit, finding that he was able to control it as if it was part of his body, similar to how he controlled his own blood by letting his heat flow inside of it. It was kind of tough at first, and the imp nearly stabbed his own eye out once, but one of his new horns luckily stopped any damage from happening to him, by blocking the blade. It still hurt a little, but at the very least the imp wasn't damaged or anything. And while he wasn't being taken over by this weapon, the imp knew that he was starting to feel incredibly tired after using it for too long, and soon just pulled his heat back out of the weapon and made it turn back into a card. This would definitely end up being pretty useful to the imp, although for now, he wanted to continue using the weapon that he had been using up until now, his dagger. What was that weapon? Ark asked curiously, and the imp turned toward him with a frown. The three of swords. It belonged to guard. The imp explained, and Ark raised his eyebrows surprised. Oh, that guy's. I didn't see him use it, but it looks cooler when you have it. Ark admitted slightly annoyedly, before starting to speak about something that apparently just popped into his mind. Ah, and there's something else I need to tell you. The boy explained, but the imp just kept staring at him, waiting for him to start talking. We need to stop by a village soon, with a lot of people there. Ark told him, and the imp looked at him questioningly. Why did they need to go to a village? If there were people there, the imp didn't really want to go there at all. He barely liked these children, so he really didn't want to go somewhere with a lot of different people. Or any people, at that. No. The imp replied quite clearly, but Ark just returned his look with a wry smile. Mr. Imp, we need to go there. We don't have a lot of food for us left, and yours will be rotten sooner or later as well. And we need the milk for the babies too. If we don't have that, we'll be done for sooner or later. Ark explained, while the imp just listened to him, before annoyedly nodding his head, making Ark grin broadly in reply. All right, perfect. We'll be there in around an hour. Ark explained, in a manner that seemed to insinuate that this was the plan all along, and the imp just looked back at him while grinding his teeth, before pushing his 2 cards into his bag and taking out his book. He needed to wait a bit until he wasn't as tired anymore, so while he was doing that, reading was probably a good way to pass the time. He already read about half of this book as well as he could, finding out about a lot of different cards that were supposed to exist. Some of them seemed really useful, others not at all, and then for others, the imp wasn't even sure what they were supposed to do. But all of them had in common that they were given to someone by the arcane dealer, even if the imp wasn't exactly sure who or what it was supposed to be. Either way, the imp liked this book. It told him a lot of different things that he didn't know before, and it wasn't scary like those dumb notifications. Even if they may be peaceful most of the time, the imp knew that they would come back around to attack him somehow. That was something he was completely sure of. But even then, this book was harmless, and most importantly, he got it from Avalon. So he wanted to take good care of it. Although then, Ark started to chuckle slightly. You know, the town we're going to has a bookstore. We don't have a lot of money, but maybe we can spare a bit for 1 or 2 more books. Ark explained, and the imp, slightly surprised at hearing this, turned his head over toward the boy next to him. There are more books? The imp asked, and Ark nodded his head immediately. Yes, of course. I think there was a bookstore. I didn't get a good look at the place the last time. But I think there was. Ark explained, and the imp turned his face back toward the book currently on his lap, before nodding his head. Then we can go to the village. With a slight nod, that was the conclusion the imp came to. If there were more books, then it might be a good enough reason to go. There was a lot of things he could learn from them, at least from what the imp could tell, so maybe he could get some books that told him more about this magic, or this weird blessing that he now had. And while the child was just laughing a bit next to the imp, he himself continued to read for now. Because he wanted to finish this book before starting with the next ones. Around an hour later, which the imp spent doing just that, Ark stopped the carriage by the side of the path they were on right now. The village that Ark was talking about could be seen in the distance, and the imp could feel a slightly eerie feeling from there, similar to that monster repellent that was in the carriage before. But the imp managed to fight through such things long ago, and it was nothing against what he felt while close to that floating island in the lake. Even then, the imp was confused as to why they were stopping all of a sudden, because they weren't actually at the village yet. And before the imp could even ask, Ark already pulled him off of the front of the carriage to bring him to the back. What are you doing? The imp asked, confused as he pulled his arm away from Ark, and the boy replied quite swiftly, well, you can't go into town looking like that, you'll be recognized as a monster right away. And we need someone to act as an ADUL. T for us, because children aren't allowed to be alone like this. The child told him, and then slowly opened the door of the carriage. Rudy, is everything done? Ark asked, and soon, the boy stepped outside and nodded his head in reply. Yes, here it is. The mask should be good enough for now. There's some spare pants that I shortened and tightened, a shirt, and some of Mr. Ernhoff's old gloves. And then of course some shoes as well, although they're Mr. Henson's, because, you know. Rudy explained and just pointed at the imp's feet, which were a bit larger compared to a person's, also because of the slight claws at the toes. Coolio. Mister, get dressed please. Ark told him and then handed him all of the things that Rudy seemed to have somehow changed around to make them fit better to the imp's body. But the imp was still a little confused about everything. Why did he have to wear all those different things and cover up his beautiful red skin? And as if Ark could read his thoughts, the boy started to laugh a bit. As I said, you can't be recognized as a monster, and I have personally never seen anyone with red skin, so we need to hide it. Ark explained, but the imp just clicked his tongue and took the different things from the boy's hands, and then with a few instructions from the children got dressed in them. They felt really uncomfortable, but at least they fit him. The imp hoped he would get used to these as quickly as he got used to the cloak, though. After all, he was constantly wearing that cloak now, no matter what happened, and he even made himself a new one after the old one was ripped up. It felt weird to wear something else on his chest underneath the cloak, though. The gloves and shoes felt especially out of place, but he just had to live with it. If someone noticed that he was a monster, he would probably be attacked, right? And then, the imp would have to either flee, would be killed, or would kill whoever attacked him. And he really wasn't feeling up to any of those things right now. But either way, the one thing that the imp somehow didn't mind was the mask that covered up his face completely. It was blank on the front and only had 2 holes that he could look through, but the imp didn't necessarily mind wearing this for at least a little while. Not constantly, but for now it would be fine. Alright, now he looks like just a really short person. But how can we convince people that he's really an adult? Ark asked with his head tilted to the side, comparing his own height with the imp's. He's way too short to be an adult. He explained, and the imp thought about this issue for a little while as well, until he remembered a type of person that was supposed to be very short even at the tallest they could be. Avalon showed him some of those on that floating island, after all. Can we say, I am a gnome? The imp asked, slowly getting a bit more used to his new ability to speak properly, and Sammy stepped up into the carriage's doorframe and shook her head. A gnome is way shorter than you are though, right? It's like, you're right in the middle of being a human adult and a gnome. She suggested, and Rudy immediately nodded his head, seemingly having a relatively good idea. Then let's just say his father was a gnome, and his mother a human. Rudy added, and Ark smiled brightly at that idea. Ooh, sounds good. That should work, definitely. And Mister's voice sounds more adult-like than ours as well, so it should walk. Ark exclaimed optimistically as ever, and the imp just shrugged. They should know other people better than the imp, so it would probably be fine. Then let's go, suggested the young boy and quickly made his way to the front of the carriage, although he wanted to do something else for now that the imp didn't expect, giving him the reins of the horses, explaining step by step what he had to do for now. According to him, it would look weird if a child was driving a carriage and the adult was just sitting next to it, reading a book. Slightly nervous about this, the group approached the village and the small gate in front of it. As they were doing so, Ark grabbed the book that the imp was reading before and flipped it open to a seemingly random page, and started to move his legs back and forth in opposite directions all the time while smiling brightly. When they came into sight, a seemingly very slow, overweight and lethargic man stood up from a small stool by the side of the gate set into the wooden wall. While he didn't seem to be very excited, the younger man, fully clothed in shiny metal armor and holding a spear in his hand, was shaking nervously. The older man seemed somewhat surprised by the imp's clothing, but just then, Ark spoke up with a happy smile, "Daddy, look. What's this word here?" He asked the imp as he held the book toward the imp, pointing at a random word, and the imp looked at it and frowned underneath his mask, "Fairy." He replied quite clearly, and just when the imp thought they were going to be stopped, the older man that seemed slightly suspicious at first simply waved them through the gate with a slight smile. Chapter 34, Growing Up. Once they got into the actual village, it didn't take long until Ark seemed to have spotted a small building with an open front, with a few other carriages and horses inside. "We need to go there," the boy told the imp, who tried his best to actually properly do this, stopping right in front of the structure, before a man came up to them with a bright smile. "Well then, how can I help you, sir?" the tall-built man asked, and Ark quickly spoke up with a stutter. We want to," he started to say, getting nearly infinitely quiet toward the end, tapping the imp's leg as he was doing so to give him the signal to start speaking. The imp said, as Ark had planned, but the young boy quickly interrupted him. "Wait, why you said I could do it? We want to put the carriage and horses into the stable," Ark exclaimed, trying to speak as excited and nervous as he could manage at the same time, and the man standing next to the carriage laughed and nodded his head with a smile. "Of course, for how long do you want to stay?" the man asked while softly laughing, before the imp slowly spoke up. They already spoke about these things while they were on their way to town, so the imp just needed to voice the conclusion they came to. "One night," he said with a clear voice, and the man slowly nodded his head. "All right, that's just going to be 1 large copper coin, please. 5 copper for the space, and 5 for the feed we're going to give the horses. Is that all right?" the man explained, and the imp slowly nodded and grabbed the bag next to him, trying to pull out the small bundle of coins that he was told to be the currency the man was talking about. It was pretty confusing to the imp. There were 3 different types of coins, and each then again had a small, normal, and large version of it. It was a bit weird, but in the end it wasn't hard to figure out for a smart creature like the imp. And so, he slowly opened the small bundle of a handful of large copper coins and gave it to the man. Each coin seemed to have a hole in the middle, and how things were apparently usually handled was that you pulled a thin piece of string through each hole to bundle some of the coins together to handle them more easily. The string that this one had could simply be pulled away from each other to open it up and would snap back together when each end was held near each other. It was something neat to play around with, but the imp was told he shouldn't do that in front of people. Either way, after giving the large copper coin to the man, he took a look at it and then slowly nodded his head. "All right then. You can come by whenever if you want to get anything out of your carriage, but check in with me when you do," the man explained, and then started with disconnecting the horses off of the front of the carriage and bringing them into the open structure, while the imp and Ark made their way to the back of the carriage, where the other children were already stepping out of, Rudy carrying the basket with the imp's toddler in it, and Sammy carrying Leon like always. "What should we do first?" Rudy asked, and before the imp could make a suggestion, the men running the stables walked up to them. I suggest you go ahead and go to the inn first. It's cheaper if you get a room during regular hours," he explained as he started leading the second horse into the stables as well, and when he came back again pointed a little bit further down the street. "It's one of the larger buildings here, so it's hard to miss. If you need to buy anything, there's a general store directly opposite to it as well. They have basically everything you need there," the man pointed out, and the imp slowly nodded his head while the children thanked the man for his help, before the imp made sure they had everything they needed from the carriage and then closed the door, before the men started to pull the carriage away. "Then let's do that," Ark said with a smile as he basically led the group into the direction that the man was pointing at, while the imp stayed at the back of the group, grasping his dagger underneath his cloak in case someone was going to attack them. It was slightly harder than usual to see because of the mask, so the imp had to be prepared for anything, and he didn't trust any of these people here. Ever since they got here, the imp was having this eerie feeling. At first, the imp thought it was the same feeling as the monster repellent, but the imp got used to that relatively quickly, leaving behind a different eerie feeling, as if someone was staring at the imp from behind at all times, breathing down his neck. But whenever he turned around, the imp never saw anyone or anything, but it put the imp on edge. To his luck, he wasn't really feeling all that tired. After his evolution, he was really energetic and could concentrate on a lot of things pretty well, so he was sure that he could stay up tonight too. Make sure that nobody just attacked them while they were sleeping. Either way, for now, the group entered the building that the men seemed to be speaking about before and quickly headed to the first person that they saw sitting behind a table, just smiling at them happily. "Hello there. How can I help you?" the woman asked, and the imp quickly spoke up before Ark could. He was in an inn before, so he kind of remembered how this worked. "We want a room for 1 night," the imp said, and the woman nodded her head with a smile, while the children looked at him surprised. While he wasn't actually there while the room he stayed in was ordered, they had to wait near the tables people went to get a room for a little while, so the imp picked a few things up from what the people there said. Right away. "Would you want a room for all of you, or 2 separate rooms next to each other?" the woman asked, and the imp quickly responded once more. "1 room for all of us," he said relatively quickly. Whenever the children were sleeping, it seemed like they did so together in the small carriage at the same time anyway, so a single larger room would already be an upgrade. But most importantly, the imp wanted to make sure that he could watch the children all at once. It would be a lot harder if he had to figure out how to watch 2 rooms at the same time. "Alright, then that's a 5-bed room," We can give you beds for the babies for free, sir. The woman said with a smile and a wink, and the imp nodded his head in response. Thank you. He said. After all, he learned that he was supposed to do that when people did something for him, and it seemed like the beds for Leon and the imp's toddler weren't normally included. That's just going to be 14 copper, please. The woman told him, and the imp slowly nodded his head and pulled his bag out slowly, trying to think about which coins that were then. A normal coin was worth 10 small coins, and a large coin was worth 10 normal coins. So that meant if she wanted 14 copper coins, the imp needed 1 large coin and 4 normal ones. Slowly, the imp pulled those away and then gave them to the woman. It was pretty hard to calculate that, but the imp somewhat learned how to do that with small numbers from Avalon, and the rest he kind of just tried to figure out while using his stat points, especially the later ones. He still had 20 from leveling up, and then it seemed like he got 10 as a bonus after evolving, so he used them as a little bit of practice as well, spreading them around intelligence, perception, and agility, because those seemed to be the imp's most important stats at the moment. So, after handing the woman the 5 different coins, he was given a key with a small numbered tag at its end. It's room number 19, right at the end of the hallway of the 2nd floor. After the woman told them that, the imp nodded his head and then slowly turned around toward the stairs, waiting for the children to go on ahead again. And after they went up the slightly creaking stairs and along the hallway, the imp gave the key to Ark and let him unlock the door, because he didn't really understand how it worked, before they all stepped into the room. And the first thing that Ark and Clementine did was hurry on over to the beds and throw themselves on them happily. Arg. A regular bed. Finally. Ark exclaimed with a happy laugh, pressing his head into the pillow, while Clementine just spread her whole body on a different bed. Nervously, Sammy and Rudy looked at the imp, who simply nodded his head at them, before Sammy slowly handed Leon to the imp, who set his dagger onto the small table in the corner, and then held the young boy who was just giggling now as well, while Rudy set the basket with the other child inside of it down. And then, the two of them rushed over to some beds as well, while the imp was left to amuse the 2 babies for a little bit. It seemed like such an unnecessary thing was important to them, so the imp figured to just let them enjoy it for a while. They would get back into the carriage tomorrow morning, after all. Just a few minutes later, the imp heard a sudden knock on the door, and warily turned toward Sammy to tell her to take Leon again, while the imp swiftly grabbed his dagger and hid it under his cloak while slowly opening the door. "Hello there, sir. We bring the beds for the babies," one of the 2 men said, and slowly, the imp nodded his head and made way for the 2 men to come inside with the 2 small beds with bars around them which they were pushing inside on wheels, before setting them in place so that they couldn't move. A few minutes later, the 2 men already left again, and the imp took a look at the 2 beds a bit confused. "Why are they different?" the imp asked, and Ark slowly stood up and took a look at them. "Well, they're for babies. So that they can't crawl outside in the middle of the night and hurt themselves." "Right?" Ark asked as he turned toward Sammy with a questioning look, and she slowly nodded her head. "Yeah, exactly," she said, but the imp was still confused, and figured that this was a good enough time than ever to ask about something that he wanted to ask about anyway. "Why are Leon and mine smaller than you? Why can they not talk? And why are children smaller than other people?" the imp asked, and Ark looked back at him confused. "Huh? What? Well, I don't know why, but soon, Leon and the girl, who we need to name at one point, will grow bigger and stronger and be children like us, and at that point will be more like other people, taller and stronger." Ark explained to the imp, trying to put it into words as best as he could, before the imp slowly nodded his head in understanding. "Like evolution?" he asked, and Sammy slowly sighed in response and shook her head, mumbling something to herself under her breath, "Kind of, but not really. We constantly grow until we're adults, and even then we become older and more wrinkly, you know. Isn't that the same with monsters?" Sammy asked, but the imp was pretty confused at that concept, shaking his head. "I always looked like before." Chapter 35, The Expensive Town. "You always looked like you did before?" Ark asked with a slight frown, and the imp just nodded his head in response, before continuing to speak about what he himself remembered about his life. "My first memory is from when I was walking with the horde. I was surrounded by other monsters all the time. I never grew up, I was always like this." The imp explained, but it seemed like something was very wrong about that fact. He definitely didn't remember being any smaller than the lesser imp version of himself at any point in time. Sure, He was slightly smaller than the other imps now that he thought about it, but it wasn't like any of the others were growing up either. Are there? The imp slowly started, unsure whether this was really something he needed to explore. Books about this. Books about monsters growing up. He asked them, but Ark just slightly shrugged his shoulders. Maybe, I don't know. We'll just have to see. I think we should get going and go shopping now anyway, right? The young boy suggested as he turned toward the other children, all of which slowly stood up from their beds as well, while the imp nodded his head. He might be able to find out soon, but he should try and see if he actually could figure these things out before trying. The imp didn't want to start anything impossible. Soon, the group then made their way out of the room, but for another moment, the imp stayed behind and made sure to really take a look at this place. He was feeling weird ever since they got to this town, so he wanted to make sure everything would be alright after they came back. And just to make sure, the imp used a small trick that he picked up from Evelyn. There was a little bit dirt in his pocket, so the imp pulled that out and closed the door until only his hand could fit through that slit, before throwing the dirt onto the floor in front of the door in the room. Evelyn explained it only briefly, but she said it was to see if anyone came in at night. When the dirt was moved a bit, it would mean that the door pushed the dirt out of the way. This way, the imp would need to make sure to squeeze himself through the door first, though, so that wasn't necessarily the best thing, but it should be fine. Slowly after, the imp closed and locked the door, before the group stepped down the stairs of the inn and back out of the building, and Ark turned toward the imp again. Should we split up to get things done quicker? He asked with a smile on his face. For a moment, the imp wanted to nod his head and respond with a yes, but then, he once more felt this eerie feeling from before creeping up on him. No. We will stay together. Less dangerous. With a slight chuckle, Ark shook his head. What do you mean, dangerous? You remember how Rudy can't be injured? The young boy asked, but the imp just stared at him and shook his head. Not injured, but captured. Rudy cannot defend himself, and he is still weaker than many others. There are a lot of ways to hurt someone that do not need a weapon. The imp told the boy, and the other children stayed silent, while Rudy seemed to start slowly freaking out about that idea, and then the imp simply turned and looked around, trying to find the general store the men from the stable spoke about. Let's go. The imp told them, waiting for them to get moving first so that he could have all of them in their sight at all times. Slowly, Sammy opened the door to the dirty, smelly shop while Rudy hid behind her, nervous about all those ways to hurt someone that the imp just mentioned. And when the imp stepped inside of the shop after all of them, everyone went around the small space together to try and figure out what they may need. Dried foods, simple spices, and some simple clothes that everyone could wear while alternating between clothes while the dirty ones would be washed. Of course, they also got a lot of milk, even if they would need to try and get something new at another town on the way, because this milk would spoil not too long from now. Other than that, they didn't really need anything important besides some cloth diapers, so after they bought those as well, the group wanted to make their way out of the building as well, although the woman behind the counter spoke up about something before they could open the door. You don't seem to have that much money left. If you need some work, then maybe you should try and ask around town. Or you can sell some things you don't really need anymore. The woman suggested, and the imp looked at her and nodded his head. I will think about it. Thank you. He replied, and then turned back around before they left the shop. It was true that they didn't have that much money left, at least not enough to spend the same amount they did just now again, but it shouldn't be anything to worry about. After all, everything in this shop was so cheap. The clothes were a normal copper coin at most per outfit, and while they weren't necessarily as nice or cute as Sammy wanted them to be, they would do. Let's bring this to the room. Sammy said as she was holding Leon in her arms as well as a bag with some diapers hooked up to her finger, and the imp shook his head. We should bring it to the carriage. The imp said instead, and Sammy looked at him with a frown. But our room is right across the street. She exclaimed, and the imp nodded his head. If we bring it to the carriage we only have to carry this once. He replied, before Sammy looked at him annoyedly and rolled her eyes at him. Right. Sammy muttered to herself, before the imp looked at the other children and then told them to get moving toward the stables. There, they soon saw the men from before, who brought them to their carriage, and after bringing everything inside, the imp noticed something weird. Nothing was out of place from how he remembered it, everything seemed to be like they left it. But there was a weird, lingering smell inside of here that he didn't recognize. Sure to remember this, the imp stepped out of the carriage again and they all then made their way along the main street, trying to look for the bookshop, while the imp was looking at some of the other shops in the street, trying to look into the windows at the front to read the signs next to the items displayed there. There was a small bottle with a red liquid inside of it, for example, and it looked similar to the liquid that made Evelyn heal so quickly back then. And surprisingly, on the sign next to it, it said, 5 large silver, the most important thing that the imp saw so far. And the shop was so clean and inviting as well, so it seemed to make sense for it to be so expensive. But to the imp's surprise, everything was that expensive in this street. There was something called a jeweler near the apothecary the imp was at just now, and it sold some things in the small gold coin range, which really surprised the imp. They could buy a lot of milk with that money, after all, and it was just for those small rocks and shiny stuff. Either way, the imp figured it wouldn't make sense to look at these things and continued, but over and over again, his attention was pulled to the different shops. A bakery with incredibly expensive cakes displayed in the front of the window, and a clothes shop with clothes that cost at least a small silver at the cheapest. Although, weirdly enough, all of these shops were completely empty. There didn't even seem to be anyone behind the counter, but they were so clean nonetheless. The only places that had any sort of customers were the dirty, run-down shops, of which there were only 2 or 3 in the whole town, while there were about a dozen of those luxury shops. None of the people here were wearing anything but the same cheap clothes that Sammy complained about before that the group ended up buying. Not a single one of them was wearing any of those shiny things from the jeweler, and if the imp saw anyone eating anything, it was something dirty from the ground that even the imp was hesitant about eating. This was such a weird town, no wonder he was feeling all of these eerie stares in the back of his head all the time. There was definitely something off about this place, but the imp wasn't sure what yet. They should just stay the night and then get going in the morning again, that seemed to be the best choice. Ah, look. There it is. Clementine exclaimed happily as she pointed into the direction of one of the dirty, run-down shops in the area, with a small picture of an open book displayed on the wooden sign in the front. With a nod from the imp, the group headed toward the shop and headed inside, before the imp saw the biggest collection of books that he has seen so far in his young life. And to his luck, the price tags in front of the books read things like 1 copper or 8 small copper, so as the imp thought, this was one of the cheap shops. Even if that seemed rather surprising to the imp, books seemed so useful, they should be more expensive than diapers, shouldn't they? Either way, in the end, the imp didn't want to complain about this lucky turn of events and started looking around. It was relatively easy to look over the whole room in the shop from any place, so the imp let the children roam around a little while he went to speak with the sickly, elderly man behind the counter. And after the imp made sure the man got his attention, he just smiled down at him with a shaking voice, although it seemed like that shaking was caused by weakness rather than surprise or fear like the imp was used to. "Ah, yes, how can I help you, young man?" he asked, and the imp quickly thought about what information he needed the most and narrowed it down to 3 topics. Books about beginner magic, general knowledge, and monsters. The imp explained quite clearly, before the elderly man nodded his head. Of course, of course," the man replied and slowly stepped in front of the counter, moving his hand toward one of the shelves. For 1, magic theory and practice, and here would be a monster encyclopedia. And general knowledge is the broadest topic of them all. There could be history, geography, economy, herbology, all kinds of topics that might be interesting. The elderly man explained, and then moved his fingers through his small goatee. "Do your purchases have a general reason?" the man asked, and the imp slowly nodded his head. "I just learned beginner magic skills. We are moving through the forests alone, so I need to know more about monsters. And I don't know much about anything, so I need to change that," the imp explained, even if he kind of hid a few facts about the second reason he named. After all, he couldn't tell this man that he wanted to buy a book about monsters to find out if he was normal. Chapter 36, Books. If you want, you can take a look into a few books here and then just pick whichever you find most interesting," the elderly man explained to the imp with a smile on his face, before the imp slowly nodded his head in response. For now, he had already decided to buy the books on magic and monsters that the shopkeeper suggested, but for the book on general knowledge, the imp had to look around a little more. He hoped to find a book that just told him whatever he needed to know. It was annoying that there wasn't a book called Everything You Need to Know If You're a Recently Sentient Imp. Maybe he should do that himself when he got even bigger-brained. Either way, the imp just quickly sat down on one of the chairs that stood in the corner of the shop, where he luckily had a pretty good view on the children as well. And when the imp started flipping through a book called Plants Galore, he noticed something else going on. Sammy sat down in the corner in a spot with a few colorful books and had Leon sitting on her lap while she was doing so, seemingly reading it to the toddler. The imp wasn't sure why exactly she was doing that, but he was wondering if he should be doing the same thing for the baby right next to him. If he was able to teach her how to speak, it would make it much easier to find out if she was hungry or shat her pants, after all. The imp would only do that later, though, with any book that he would buy today. For now he had to actually decide which books to buy other than the two he already decided beforehand. This book he had right now seemed pretty useful as well, and it told him about a lot of plants that he never even heard of before. Although that wasn't hard, considering that the only plants the imp knew by name were trees. Or rather the generic word tree. He couldn't really differentiate between them that well either. So maybe this would be a good idea to take with him, because there seemed to be some plants that were supposed to be poisonous. The imp himself didn't eat anything but meat and bones in his life so far, so he didn't really care about that, but he saw that the children were eating some plants before. He didn't want them to die by eating random leaves, so maybe he should buy this book as well. And just as he put this on the pile of maybe books, Rudy came up with one that he seemed to be interested in on his own. Mister, could I maybe have this? The boy asked and slowly held the book in the imp's direction, while the young monster himself just took a look at the cover. And then took it from the boy to start looking through it. To his surprise, it was a cookbook, something that had a lot of recipes in it to make different types of food. You can cook? The imp asked Rudy, and the boy slightly scratched the back of his neck. Well, if it's already dead, I can cut it up. And I like to eat, so I want to at least try. Rudy explained, and without hesitation, the imp just sighed and placed the book away. Disappointed, the boy was just about to turn around, before the imp looked at him confused. He placed it on the yes pile, so why was he looking so sad? Either way, it would be useful if he could have Rudy cook. The meat that the imp himself made wasn't really that good. He wasn't sure if it was because it was human meat or because of his new perception stat, but the imp noticed it being pretty tough and chewy, and just not good at all. Maybe the imp could kill some animal instead, they usually tasted pretty nice. For now, the imp went back to picking some books to buy to expand his knowledge with. Just a little while later, the imp picked a total of 5 books for himself, as well as the book that Rudy asked for, bringing them all to the counter where the elderly man was already waiting, smiling at the imp. As he approached. Magic theories and practices. A monster compendium, then plants galore, as well as a simple geography book. And a book about spirits. And a cookbook. The elderly man asked, feeling like this was a rather surprising combination of books, but in the end it wasn't that much of a surprise if one thought about it. Although the one most surprised about one of these was the imp. He was flipping through the book about spirits just to see if there may be anything important in there, and when he did, he caught a glimpse at the word Naiad, something that was in his blessing. He sadly didn't find any books about blessings themselves, but maybe this would bring him closer to finding out what exactly the mark on his chest was, and how he could get rid of it. It didn't hurt him right now, but it didn't seem to do him any good either, so the imp wanted to just get rid of it. Before anything bad could happen while he was being careless about it. Well, you know what, I'll give you a discount. The elderly man said with a smile on his face, there haven't been many people buying books here these days. So I'm glad that some youngsters like you chose to do so. The man pointed out, and then started mentally calculating the price, while the imp nodded his head and thanked him, before turning around, noticing the stares of a certain boy. Mr. Imp. You're really buying the book for me? Rudy asked with a slight sniffle, and the imp nodded his head, slightly confused. You asked for it, so why are you surprised now? The imp asked, and not only Rudy but Ark and Sammy looked at him rather surprised as well. Is he actually pretty nice? Sammy asked, and Ark just smirked at her with a slight chuckle in the back of his throat. She said about the man-eating monster. And while the young boy laughed, the imp just slightly glared at him, not wanting the men behind the counter to hear, but luckily his expression didn't seem to have changed at all from before. Alright, that would be 11 copper. The man explained, and the imp nodded his head and quickly handed the 2 coins to the men, one large and one normal, and then pulled the books from the shelf while asking Rudy to take half of them, while asking Ark to pick up the basket. But just before the imp stepped out of the room, the elderly man wanted to stop him. That reminds me, do you have any plans on attending tonight's festival? The elderly man asked him, slightly looking past the imp toward the children, with a slight smile on his lips. The imp thought he was really nice, but he didn't really know what a festival was, and just tilted his head to the side confused. Seeing that, the elderly man quickly explained. "Oh, so you don't know about it yet?" The man asked surprised, and the imp nodded his head in response. Each and every night, this small, tired village is turned into the most wonderful place on this vast planet. You can do whatever you may wish to do, and everybody will end up the happiest they've ever been. It's quite a sight, to tell you the truth. Of course, if you do not wish to attend, you should go ahead and stay inside. Nobody will blame you, just know that you will be dearly missed. And with that, the elderly man once more just smiled at the imp and the children behind him, before the imp himself just nodded his head. "I will think about it, thank you," he replied, before turning around and making sure that the children all properly left the shop. When they were on the street, the imp noticed a bright light shining into his eyes through the small holes in the mask, which he quickly tried to shield himself from. Of course. It was the sun being a bit of a bitch about having to go to sleep, just like each and every night. While, now slightly annoyedly, walking forward back toward the inn with the children, the imp noticed something else for a split moment. Or rather, he wasn't sure if he really noticed anything, but for just a split moment, the light stopped shining into his eyes and the imp was able to see the outline of a large, deep black figure creeping above the town. And while it disappeared just as quickly as it appeared in the first place, and nobody else seemed to have noticed it at all, the imp was sure that he didn't just imagine it. The eerie feeling that he felt on the back of his head was still constantly there as well, although it only appeared again. When the imp left the shop. "Hurry up," the imp told the children in front of him, feeling slightly tense at the current situation. Following what the imp said, the group made their way back to the inn where they would spend the night, and then they would continue on forward to whatever place they needed to go. Quickly, they all rushed into the building and up the stairs, back to their room. And luckily, the imp remembered that he prepared a little something to see if anyone went into the room, slowly unlocking and pushing the door open, squeezing himself through the smallest slit that he could, before trying to see if the dirt was moved in any way. While looking at the floor, the imp was pretty sure this counted as the dirt being moved, considering that there was not a single speck of it left. None of it, not even a small pebble that might have been mixed in. Confused, the monster looked around the room to see if anything else was out of place, but everything other than the dirt was like it was when they left. Even the slightly dirty sheets on the bed, which had some mud on them from the children's shoes after they jumped on them, had been left as they were. "Come inside, quickly," the imp told the children without a single moment of hesitation. He looked around the whole room to make sure that nobody was there, so now that he was inside, it would surely be safer in the room than out there. When the last of them, Rudy, came into the room as well, the imp shut the door and locked it immediately, holding the key tightly in his hand while placing the books down on the table in the corner, next to the small window. They would surely be safe for now. After all, the imp was there and he would not stop looking at the children inside of the room for even a single moment. Although, maybe that's exactly what he should have done. Because if he had, he might have seen the pitch-black face staring at him from right outside the second-story window, not even a whole step away from him. Chapter 37, Learn. "Rudy, show me the book you're reading," Clementine exclaimed happily, as she jumped onto the bed that the young boy was laying on. With a slightly embarrassed expression, Rudy nodded his head and slowly held the book over toward her. It's a cookbook specialized in making food from ingredients in the wild. So it also explains a little bit about how to best gather them and know what's edible and what's not. He explained, and Clementine smiled brightly in response. "Oh. That's such a grown-up book. Can you read to me a little?" the young girl asked excitedly, before Rudy nodded his head, pointing at one of the words on the first line to concentrate on where he was at. Easy way to know if a plant is edible, is to see if any animals have eaten it. Rudy read out loud, letting even the imp hear him. He read that part in the book before briefly as well, and it wasn't all that hard to the imp. But on the other hand, Clementine looked at him with an excited expression. "Whoa. You're so good at reading." She laughed, seemingly truly meaning what she was saying, and Rudy scratched the back of his neck excitedly. Was that normal? The imp really wasn't sure, but maybe he should ask them about it. "How high are your language comprehension skills?" the imp asked rather loudly so that everyone in the room could hear him. It seemed like the skill that supported how easy it was to read and write and such things was that one, after all. I don't know. I can't read my status," Clementine admitted embarrassedly, but on the other hand, Rudy, Sammy, and Ark seemed to be at least somewhat aware. Apprentice level 5. Sammy replied relatively coldly, and Ark nodded his head. Mine is similar, apprentice level 11, hee hee. Ark said smugly, and Rudy quickly smirked smugly and crossed his arms. Hee hee, mine is apprentice level 19. He exclaimed, and the imp looked at them surprised. They were able to speak so well, so he didn't think that their skill level would be so much lower than his own. What about you, mister? Ark asked curiously, and the imp slowly opened his status and chose to take a look again. It seemed like the most important things were the word at the start and the level, huh? Apprentice level 89. The imp explained, and the others looked at him excitedly. That's really high, right? Ark asked surprised, and Sammy quickly shook her head. Yes. Even my papa was stuck at level 99. She explained with a slightly bitter expression, and the imp looked at her confused. What do you mean, stuck? The imp asked, and Sammy slightly frowned at him in response to the sudden question, and then crossed her arms with a huff. Humph, how can you not even know something that basic? She replied and looked away, before Rudy smirked in reply and slightly laughed. You don't know either, huh? He asked her, and Sammy's face flushed red and she shook her head. Of course I do. I just don't want to tell him. Sammy replied, before Ark chuckled and looked at the imp. Well, I don't think I'm completely right, but I think different people can do different things better than others, and that expresses itself in how fast a skill can level up, and to what grade you can bring your skill. Some people can't even learn certain skills at all. That's just how it is, apparently. It does change over time though. As children, our skills level up really slow, and babies like Leon or the priestess can't learn skills at all yet. The boy explained, before scratching his cheek embarrassedly, as long as they aren't unique skills, at least. He added, and the imp slowly nodded his head in understanding. It seemed like he wasn't really able to teach the babies how to speak after all. That would make things a little more annoying, though. With a slight sigh, the imp stood up from the chair he was sitting on in the corner and placed his book down on the table, before stepping up to Rudy's bed. Sitting down on it next to the boy. Confused, Rudy looked at him as the imp took the book from him, and then ran his finger over the first line that Rudy just read. He did it similarly to how Evelyn did it back then, so that Rudy would be able to learn it properly. A good way to know if a plant is edible is to see if any animals have eaten them. He said out loud, while looking over at Rudy, showing him the next sentence while just looking at him through the mask on his face. Keep reading. The imp told him, and slowly, Rudy nodded his head and did as he was told, although slightly startled by the imp sitting next to him. Mamani mean, animals seek an instinctive. Rudy started, although he felt pretty nervous being watched by the imp like this, although the monster just placed his finger on the word and then turned toward Rudy. Instinctively. He told him, and Rudy looked at the word and slowly repeated what the imp said, trying to start the sentence again. Many animals can instinctively differ. What's this word? The young boy asked rather carefully, and the imp took a quick look. Differentiate. He explained, and Rudy slowly nodded his head and then continued to read, with the imp helping him out wherever he could, until Rudy managed to finish reading the sentence properly. Many animals can instinctively differentiate between food that will kill them, and food that is safe to eat. The boy exclaimed proudly, and the imp slowly nodded his head in response. Good job. The imp said, and even though it was in a rather monotone voice, Rudy seemed pretty happy about it. And so, for the next little while, the imp continued helping Rudy read the cookbook, while the other children curiously listened in as well, as if someone was reading a story to them. It seemed like before in the bookstore, Sammy wasn't actually reading to Leon, but instead just showed him some pretty pictures in a simple picture book, so the imp promised to help the other children read later as well. But just a little while later, the imp noticed that the children all seemed pretty tired, and the two babies that were already placed into their own beds were sleeping already as well, so the imp slowly stood up from the bed and made his way back toward the corner of the room to the chair and table. You four, go to sleep. The young monster told them, we will leave early. He explained, and the children slowly nodded their heads, tiredly climbing into the beds that they reserved for themselves, while the imp started to read one of his books, the one he was most interested in right now. Magic Theories and Practices. It seemed like a book that both went quite in-depth about magic, but also described the more general things at the start, so the imp was most interested in that. Once he would find out what he needed here, he would look at that book about spirits as well. What the imp found out while reading the book about magic was pretty interesting, really. Magic was largely split up into two parts: manipulation and creation. The manipulation part described the control over the elements that naturally existed in the world, something that around 95% of magicians focused on. And now that the imp thought about it, it was the exact same thing with him. After all, he manipulated his own blood through the water inside of it with the help of his water magic skill, and the air in his body with the help of his air magic. Creation magic was something quite rare and hard to actually accomplish, but it seemed like this book didn't focus too much on practical creation magic either. This was a book for people that just started out, so it made sense, at least in the imp's own logic. For now, he chose to try out some practice methods for people with beginner-grade magic. First there was practice for air magic, something that he already managed to do before, which was to increase the strength of your breath by pouring your mana, or as the imp called it, heat, into it. That seemed to be step one of the practice, and the next step was for those that already managed to do the former. You were supposed to control the air that left your body while it was outside of you. This had to be done by keeping your mana inside of the air at all times and constantly being aware of it. So, the imp figured he could just try this out. He already had a pretty good awareness of the heat, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue. Slowly gathering his concentration, the imp let out a deep breath out of his mouth, that quickly swirled some of the dust on the ground away from the imp. But then, the imp slowly closed his eyes and concentrated on whether or not he could feel heat from anywhere here in this room. And as if he was trying to take it all back into his body, he took a deep breath. Judging from the light gust of air that hit his body and flipped the pages in his book around a little, it seemed like he managed to do it right. And it seemed like the notifications figured the same to be the case. Beginner air magic skill leveled up. Seeing that there was a slight bit of progress in his magic, the imp thought to try and repeat this again. The goal of this practice was apparently to properly be able to push your released breath around you quite easily. So, the imp figured he shouldn't stop practicing until he managed to do that. For a while, that was all that the imp did as well, even if he got pretty tired in the process. But in the end, he managed to make great progress, because he was now able to move his breath around in a rough circle on the floor. It probably wouldn't help him much to do really anything at all, but it was better than nothing. He could expand from there. So for now, the imp figured he should take a little break until he wasn't feeling just as tired anymore, and leaned back in the chair, properly looking into the room in front of him. Everybody seemed to be sleeping, so that was good. Hopefully nothing would be happening tonight and they could depart just like intended. The imp really didn't like this town at all, so he wanted to get away as quickly as possible. Slowly, the imp noticed something about his thoughts that he wasn't really aware of before. If he wanted to leave as quickly as possible, why didn't he? They were literally inside of the carriage while he was thinking about it before, so why didn't they just get away immediately? But it seemed like it was slightly too late for that now. Because the moment the imp realized that something was going on, a loud bell rang throughout the whole town, and bright, purple light shone through the window while laughter could be heard from the streets. And the eerie feeling became unbearable. Chapter 38, Shadow. That night, the imp made 3 big mistakes that would greatly impact the flow of the night toward the negative. While holding his hand over his face, the imp pressed his mask further onto his skin, simply out of reflex in response to this overwhelming feeling. Slowly, the imp stood up and looked out of the window, peeking in between his fingers directly onto the street. That was his first mistake. To his surprise, what he found was extraordinarily unordinary. At least from what the imp could tell out of instinct, this situation was completely fake, fabricated, and utterly abnormal. Numerous forms, dressed in bright colors, most of them similar to red, pink, or purple, were walking around on the streets while people were making lots of noise with different tools. Some were pulling on random threads on a box, others were blowing into a metal horn, and then others were just hitting a box. For the first time, the imp also saw that the expensive shops were being walked into, and quite a lot at that. And whenever someone left one of the shop, they came back out with numerous things all at once. Some of the people that were walking around were recognizable to the imp, because he saw them in the shops or they just caught his eye while they were on the street, but most of them were in uncomfortable situations. Mostly, they were completely undressed, some of the colorful forms were throwing fruit at them while others were walking them as if on a leash. But they all had one thing in common. They were absolutely enjoying what they were doing, at the very least they were smiling brightly in pleasure and happiness all the time. And then, the imp heard a noise behind him. "Mister, what's that noise?" Rudy asked quietly as he woke up and sat up in his bed, rubbing his eyes as he was doing so. And at around the same time, the other children were also waking up, while the babies were waking up and screaming around as well. "I don't know. Stay in here," the imp told them as he hurried over toward the door with a frown on his face and unlocked it, slowly taking a peek outside as he was doing so. That was the imp's second mistake. At first, the imp wasn't able to see anything at all, and his sight became dark, the few spots that he could see being very bad. After all, that's what happens when someone pressed their eye directly against the eye hole of your mask from the outside. The moment that the imp noticed the pressure on his face, it was already too late, and his body was being thrown through the room, before he hit his head at the rough wooden wall. Critical attack. Minus 221 health. You feel dizzy and out of control of your body. Confused, the imp tried to look forward, but he couldn't really see all that much. His sight was just completely blurred, and his mask was slowly drooping down over his eyes. The imp wanted to adjust it, but he couldn't move his hands no matter what he tried to do. But at least, he could still hear everything like normal, and he saw the outlines of everyone. There were the children in the room, confused, startled and scared at the pitch-black, unproportional figure that just entered the room. The first that the figure approached was Rudy, and it pressed its face directly toward the child's, with just a few fingers within between them, before the figure started to speak in a voice that sounded as if it was reverberating from everywhere around the imp so that he could hear it loud and clear, while also sounding muffled as if he spoke through thick cloth. "Envy," the figure said, and pressed its finger against Rudy's forehead, before the round young boy's figure simply disappeared into nothingness. The imp wasn't sure what just happened, but he knew that the other children were like paralyzed, although Leon and the holy priestess were crying just as loudly as before, as if penetrating the imp's skull. And while nobody knew what to do, the pitch-black figure approached the next child, Clemente. Just like with Rudy, it held its face directly in front of hers, and then placed its finger on her forehead. Gluttony. Just like that, another child's figure disappeared into nothingness. And then, a different child could be heard starting to cry. It was Sammy's, who was slowly being approached by the figure in black. She tried to move her head away from it out of fear, but that didn't mean much to the figure. While its feet stood directly where they were, the figure's upper body moved closer toward Sammy, as if its body was stretching itself longer. And then, it repeated the same as before. Pride. It said, and slowly pushed its finger against Sammy's forehead, before she disappeared like the other two. All the whilst this was happening, the imp was obviously trying to get up, trying to make his body move. But no matter what he did, it felt like his whole body wasn't his own, and he weighed 100 times his normal weight. Slowly his vision got better, but his body stayed the same, while the figure approached Ark. Even if the boy was highly resistant to things like fear, the imp noticed that even he was sobbing in response to seeing the figure in front of him after what it just did to his friends. But before he knew it, the figure made its choice. Lust. And so, the next child disappeared. Just like that, the figure made its way over toward the babies, while the imp could feel his body slowly returning to his control, due to a single emotion he was feeling. Pure and utter anger. But it seemed like the figure cared little about that, as it simply approached Leon, curving its body over the side of the bed to hold its face in front of his, before touching the baby's forehead. Sloth. And then, when one of the crying voices disappeared, the imp's anger overcame whatever was just happening to him. Although at that point, the figure had already approached the last one in this room beside the imp and itself. The holy priestess. For some reason, it seemed hesitant to do the same thing to her, and some of the black on its body seemed to be moving away from it the closer its face got to her, but it still followed through, holding its finger toward her as it was doing so. Greed. Immediately when the figure touched the child's forehead, the baby disappeared like the others, but the figure's hand was also seemingly slowly starting to fall apart, taking damage from the girl's existence. At that moment, the imp remembered something. She was supposed to be the holy priestess, and the holy energy she gave off damaged demons. The imp somehow learned the holy energy resistance skill, so he was protected for now, but if this other being was also a demon, it wouldn't have that. It didn't matter though, because the child was now gone anyway. And the imp's anger got so much stronger. With the dagger he had in his hand, the imp ran forward toward the figure and tried to stab it right into its body. And to his luck, he managed to do so. At least that's what the imp thought at first, but when he took a closer look, the imp noticed that a large hole opened up in the figure's body, where the imp was supposed to have stabbed it, letting the dagger completely miss him. But luckily, the figure's hole soon closed up, although unluckily, right around the imp's hand. He managed to pull it away, but as he was doing so, the dagger got stuck inside of the figure's stomach. Al Huffet didn't really seem to mind that fact. Due to the rash movement, the imp lost his balance and ended up falling backward onto the ground, right next to the basket where the baby was usually laying in. And the figure was now approaching the imp, so he had to defend himself somehow. With those thoughts, he quickly grabbed the basket's handle and just threw it toward the figure's head. And then, that part of the figure's body disappeared in a large hole, although it regenerated itself just as quickly as it appeared. While the imp thought that this was it now, something else happened. The piece of cloth that the baby was usually wrapped in dropped out of the basket while the imp threw it, and slowly dropped to the ground right in front of the figure. And without noticing, the figure stepped on that piece of cloth, although it didn't do so for long. The foot that touched it immediately disappeared and was pushed away by the cloth, and the figure started screaming in pain. Of course, due to the peculiarities of its voice, that in itself hurt the imp an incredible amount, but he was able to just fight through that. Obviously the imp noticed that the cloth for some reason damaged the figure, maybe because the baby was always laying on it and it became holy through that, or some other reason the imp didn't know about. But either way, this was a good enough weapon for him for now. Quickly he picked the cloth up and wrapped it around his fist, trying to tie it around it so that it wouldn't drop off, and then immediately threw his fist toward the figure. And while the imp did, the figure turned toward him, stopping to scream for just a split moment to say a single word while staring at the imp, wrath. But this time, the imp's attack connected. Although just for a second, because the area that the imp touched even just slightly just splattered outward out the back of the figure. Demonic Shadow minus 134 damage. You attacked using the opponent's Bane. Damage increased by 100. Total damage, 13,400. Confused, the imp looked at the notification while the figure, the Demonic Shadow, continued to scream in pain. And that chance was of course used by the imp. Demonic Shadow minus 161 damage. You attacked using the opponent's Bane. Damage increased by 100. Total damage, 16,100. Demonic Shadow minus 117 damage. You attacked using the opponent's Bane. Damage increased by 100. Total damage, 11,700. Demonic Shadow minus 159 damage. You attacked using the opponent's Bane. Damage increased by 100. Total damage, 15,900. You killed the Demonic Shadow. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You have 7 unused stat points. After staring at the figure as it slowly disappeared into nothingness as if just seeping away, the imp quickly picked up his dagger and got rid of the notifications. He read through all of them, of course, but the imp had to take care of something else. And that started with opening his status. Name, none, race, scholar imp, level, 8. Health, 1200, mana, 2350. Strength, 20, constitution, 20, resistance, 20. Agility, 32, evasion, 20, dexterity, 22. Intelligence, 64, wisdom, 31. Perception, 43, willpower, 20, charisma, 3. 7 stat points available. Skills. Dash, Apprentice Common Language Comprehension, level, 90. Dash, Apprentice Stealth, level, 57. Dash, Beginner Dagger Mastery, level, 21. Dash, Beginner Concentration, level, 43. Dash, Beginner Overeating, level, 18. Dash, Beginner Exhaustion Resistance, level, 56. Dash, Beginner Sickness Resistance, level, 6. Dash, Beginner Cooking, level, 13. Dash, Beginner Butchering, level, 19. Dash, Beginner Water Magic, level, 11. Dash, Beginner Air Magic, level, 3. Dash, Beginner Holy Energy Resistance, level, 96. Blessings. Dash, Blessing of the Lonely Naiad. Chapter 39, Blue Lights. What did the imp need most right now? Did he need to be stronger? Did he need to be faster, smarter, or more perceptive? He really didn't know, but he couldn't just waste these 7 stat points on something useless right now. The imp was slowly starting to freak out over what was actually going on, and his thoughts were completely out of order. The children all disappeared, and he had no idea where the hell they were now. But the imp was mostly just terrified. After all, if such a creature like the demonic shadow was just walking around the place just like that as if it was normal and sending people off as if it was the easiest thing in the world, what other creatures may be there? Would he be able to survive this place? Maybe if he just stayed here in this place, then he could do that. What was the imp supposed to do against beings that strong? Sure, he had the piece of cloth, but what if that was just a fluke? The imp really had no way of knowing that this would work on all enemies that he might face in this town. But he had to try. The imp didn't know where that feeling came from, but as if his hand was moving on its own, it clicked on the willpower stat a few times, and the imp managed to calm down again without an issue. Finally, the imp was able to actually think, and then tried to figure out a way to use the cloth to attack. It was the only thing that he knew would work on demons other than himself. His skin burnt when he was touching it, but it wasn't more than a bit of unpleasant pain, so it was completely fine. In the end. But he wouldn't be able to fight with the cloth wrapped around his hand like this, so the imp had to come up with another idea. He had seen only few people actually fight so far, but he remembered that there was one person that fought with his hands sometimes. James. And the imp managed to see him wrap some strips of cloth around his hands as well, so maybe if he was able to remember how it worked, he would be able to move his hand properly even while using the cloth as a weapon. He had to really concentrate as hard as he could on that one moment where the imp managed to catch a glimpse of that action. What did he do? How much cloth did he use? Did he need anything else beside that? And then, a single bright flash covered his whole sight, and the imp jumped backward in fear over what just happened. He didn't want there to be another enemy coming to attack him like that shadow. But nobody was there. Nothing. It was as if everything was all right. The only thing that the imp managed to see was a new notification. Scholar Imp's racial ability unlocked, memories of a scholar. The imp was confused at what the notification was saying, but after a little while, he realized what it seemed to refer to. That flash of light wasn't an enemy. It was an ability that the imp himself had. So once more, he just had to try and do the same thing as before. Like always, he just had to repeat what he did before. And when the imp concentrated as hard as he could on that single memory of seeing James use the cloth on his hand, the flash of light appeared again, but the imp soon found what that flash of light was. It was the light of the morning sun shining into his eyes. For a moment, the imp was confused at what was actually going on. Why was he back here? With the burnt-down fire and a body of water behind it, while Thomas just exited the tent that the three of them, him, Evelyn and James, were sleeping. In last night, while the imp was forced to stay up the whole night because of the rope slung around his neck that would choke him to death if he lost the strength in his legs. The imp now fully remembered again. It was just then that James, who was standing next to the tent at the time, started wrapping his fingers in a certain, specific way. When the imp concentrated on those motions, it was like the world around him had become just James' hands and the imp. Or maybe not even that, it was as if the imp himself disappeared as well, and the motions of James' hands were all that was left. And then, after a moment that felt infinitely long, the imp found himself back inside of the room in the inn. Immediately, he managed to get to work, and quickly used his dagger to cut the cloth up into as many strips as he possibly could, and then tried to tie the ends together somehow so that he could get a single long strip, which the imp quickly started to wrap around his fingers, just like in this memory that he just saw. After a little while, the imp's right hand was now wrapped in the cloth instead of the glove that was there before. A little bit of the cloth was left, so the imp just wrapped it around the base of the dagger's blade, so that he could at least do some damage to people that he stabbed with this, if they were just like the shadow and evaded normal attacks. Now the imp might actually have a chance against these enemies. But the imp was sure he needed to use whatever weapon he could, so he quickly grabbed one of his cards out of his bag and held it tightly in his hand, while stuffing the other back into the bag. Carefully, the imp made his way back toward the door and then slowly opened it up, taking an immediate step backward as he was doing so in case another shadow wanted to come rushing in. But this time around, there was nobody there, and the imp slowly stepped through the hallway, still careful to see if there was anyone there, but the only thing he could hear was laughing in different moans of either pleasure, pain, or both at once from behind the doors he was passing. And then, just as the imp was about to start walking down the old wooden stairs, a door opened up behind him and the imp heard a female voice speak up. "Oh. Is it another customer?" she asked, and the imp immediately tried to turn around and bared his dagger toward her, but the woman seemed merely amused. She had pale red skin, and all of it was exposed to the air with the exception of a single strip of cloth bound around her head to cover her eyes. A thin tail was moving from the left to the right and back from her behind, and 2 short horns were sprouting on her forehead. In the room behind her was a man was laying on a bed, completely unclothed and unconscious, while the woman was simply smirking at the imp while supporting her bosom with her arm. Interesting, there aren't many men that can resist my charms that easily, the woman said with a smirk and leaned forward toward the imp, holding her face toward his, with only a little bit of distance between them. The imp wouldn't fall for that again, so while the woman was reaching for his mask and slightly moved it to the side, the imp extended the hand wrapped in the holy cloth, which was burning itself into his skin just so slowly, toward the woman's throat. But then, the woman noticed one of the new peculiarities of the imp, his 2 small ruby horns. Another demon? She asked surprised, and at the same moment she finished her sentence, the imp pressed his hand around the woman's throat, and immediately heard the sound of sizzling from that spot while she started to scream in pain. But soon enough, she grew unable to properly speak and was only giving out muffled sounds, as blood started streaming onto the imp's arm. The woman fell to her back while the imp tried to push her further into the room she came out of, and the moment he got a good grip on her, he removed his hand from her throat. Lesser Succubus minus 2191 damage. For now, the imp ignored the message, and then just quickly pushed his dagger downward onto the being's face, cracking through his skull with a loud sound as another notification popped up in front of him. Lethal damage done to the Lesser Succubus. You have killed the Lesser Succubus. You leveled up. You have 1 unused stat point. With a frown, the imp finally looked at the notifications. He was happy that this did so much damage, but he didn't understand why he only leveled up once. Either way, he quickly put the stat point into willpower again, because it seemed to be pretty important right now, and the imp then quickly stood up again and made his way back out of the room, properly adjusting his mask again while swinging his dagger around to the side to make most of the blood splatter off onto the ground. And then, the imp returned back toward the stairs and hurried down them, trying to ignore the feeling of pain on his hand caused by the tight cloth around it. But just then, though, another notification appeared. Beginner Holy Energy Resistance skill leveled up. The pain slightly went down in response, but it still hurt him quite a bit even then. He could hold out, though. After all, what would happen to the children if he didn't? The town wasn't that large, so it shouldn't be an issue to find them wherever they were. This kind of thing didn't happen everywhere after all, so it was probably just something for this place, so they had to be nearby. At the very least, the imp figured that the town wasn't that large, although he was met with quite a surprise when he stepped out of the door. Not only were there all those large, nearly giant and disproportionate figures in front of him, some with horns, others with more limbs than a spider, while others were simply freakishly large. Large enough to see above the buildings of the town. But the imp didn't even need to be that tall to see one particular thing that changed all of a sudden when he stepped out of the building compared to before. While the only thing that could be seen in the distance before were mountains, a blue sky, and large trees, they were now completely replaced, without a single exception. The blue sky turned into a dark red, as if it was dried blood, and while there were still mountains to be seen, they were now directly around the town, as if this town was at the bottom of a bowl. It definitely wasn't like that before, but the thing that worried the imp the most were none of those things. It wouldn't have mattered what changed directly around the town if it was all empty. But around the town, numerous structures could be seen built along the steep sides of the mountain, and there were 7 particularly large buildings around. But there was one fact that the imp was sure about. This town had become many, many times larger. While the young demon was trying to figure out what was going on here, he looked into the distance toward the place where the moon should be, and just then found a red sphere just slightly glowing in its place, illuminating this town that was decorated with blue lights. Chapter 40, Lord of Wrath. Carefully, the imp stepped through the streets filled with purple light, nervous at being possibly attacked by someone. First, he needed to find out where the children were, they just had to be nearby, the imp knew it. And then, the imp suddenly reached the edge of the town, where not only the gate, but also the stables with the carriage was. It was good to know that this part of the town was just like normal, at least. But starting with the gate itself, the town became completely different. The gate was far, far larger than it was before, and a single figure stood in front of it slowly letting the people, or rather demons, in and out of the town. It was everyone that went through there a question, where the imp heard the same words from before over and over again. The imp figured that if he could find the children anywhere, it would be in the demonic town surrounding them now. And so, the imp just joined the line. He would have preferred to kill all of them and just rush through, but the imp knew that he would die immediately if he tried to do that. No, if he wanted to survive, he had to play along with what the other demons were doing. Just a few minutes later, the imp then found himself in front of the figure at the center of the gate, which then asked him the same question as everyone else. "What is your sin?" It asked in a slow and deep voice, and the imp slowly repeated the word that the shadow said to him before. Wrath. Immediately after that word, the imp heard the other demons around him somehow gasp in surprise. He didn't know why, but he didn't care either. Although, no matter what he did, he couldn't stop listening to them. A demon of wrath. Aren't they dangerous? What if it attacks us? With immediate, pure annoyance, the imp turned toward the source of those voices. One of the demons was sitting on a human's back, while the human itself was on all fours. Another one was stuffing its face with the food that cost so much in this town. And the last was simply staring at the imp, eyeing his weapons and outfit jealously. While clicking his tongue, the imp slowly turned back toward the gatekeeper, who looked intensely back at him. "You are rare. Lord Wrath will like you," it told him, and grabbed the imp's whole body without him being able to do anything against it, and started to walk off while a different, nearly identical gatekeeper took its place. "Where are you bringing me?" the imp asked angrily, but the gatekeeper just stayed silent and continued to carry the imp in its giant hand through the demonic town. No matter what the imp tried, he wasn't able to get out of it, and he wasn't able to move his arm to touch the gatekeeper with the cloth either. But in the end, maybe this would help the imp figure out where the children were. If there was a Lord Wrath, there should be a Lord Gluttony or Lord Lust as well, right? Soon, the imp was brought over toward one of the giant structures that were built on the side of the mountains, and the closer they got there, the emptier it got. But soon, the gatekeeper stepped through a large open door into a giant, empty room, with nothing but a single seat on the other side. "What do you think you are doing?" a loud and angry voice asked, its source being a figure sitting on that seat. With a broad, dumb smile, the gatekeeper got closer and held its hand out to show off the imp inside of it. "Found Wrath Demon," it explained, and with a slight laugh, the men on the other side of the room stood up and approached the gatekeeper, letting the imp actually properly see him. He had dark red skin and 2 large horns on the side of his head, and his skin itself seemed as if it was made of rock in sharp angles and cracks, making the demon seem more than just intimidating. It gave off a pure feeling of anger that the imp was able to recognize fairly quickly. After all, he knew anger pretty well. For now, the man was smiling, but soon, he held his hand forward toward the gatekeeper's face before his expression changed so grim and horrid that the imp could feel his whole body tense up. "What took you so long?" the man asked, and with a loud crack followed by splattering, the gatekeeper's head was simply shattered into a million pieces that all shot backward in the direction they came from. The gatekeeper's body collapsed and its grip loosened, letting the imp squeeze himself out of the hand, while the demon in front of him kept speaking. "Useless creature, now the floor is dirted. Shadows are the ones to judge others and bring them to us, not you," the man said with a disgusted expression, before he turned over toward the imp, however. This time it seems that it was right. A demon with the sin of wrath is quite rare. Although, you seem to be pretty special already. There aren't many demons born in the realm of the living either. I can see why it thought it should show you to me," the man said with a seemingly pleased expression, leaning in closely toward the imp, who simply took a step backward in response to him getting closer, but the face of this man just turned sour immediately. Of course, wrath is born out of grief, and grief is born out of betrayal. It makes sense for you to be careful, however. As the man spoke, he slowly pressed its hand around the imp's neck. "I don't like it at all. Not in the slightest. Do you know why demons of wrath are rare?" As the man's grip tightened and his fingers started boring themselves deep onto the imp's skin, close to breaking through into his flesh, the imp tried to furiously escape. It's because demons are unable to resist their personal sin. And when a demon of wrath and another meet, it usually doesn't end nicely. The demon, the Lord of Wrath, added. "Demons of wrath are rare, because I killed them all. Same with anyone from that town of disgusting humans who were inflicted by wrath. Without a single exception, they are all dead. Now, you piss me off quite a lot, so how about you dash?" All of a sudden, the Lord of Wrath stopped speaking, feeling a burning pain in the arm he was grasping the demon with. Immediately, it let go of the imp, who dropped to the ground immediately and grasped his own throat. Good thing that he managed to reach this man's arm, otherwise he would probably be dead now. Lord of Wrath minus 1215 damage. "You damned." The Lord muttered quietly, the whole air he was giving off immensely and insanely intimidating to the imp. but of course, he just had to do something, anything to be able to get away from this demon. As quickly as he could, the imp ran back toward the entrance, but the Lord of Wrath seemed many times faster than the imp. How? How did a measly, lowly demon get a hold of holy energy? The Lord asked and once more tried to grasp the imp, but he quickly tried to use the card that he pushed into his glove. And immediately, a ring formed around his right hand with the cloth around it, although he activated it with his left, and the blade slowly sprung out from it and started floating around. But the imp didn't care, and just tried to use the swift quick blade to move toward the Lord. It seemed like he didn't care much about it, because he didn't think it could even hurt him, but to both his and the imp's surprise, the blade made a small cut on the Lord's chest that soon started to sizzle and give off steam. Lord of Wrath -13. You attacked using the opponent's Bane. Damage multiplied by 30. Total damage, 390. The imp stared at the notification and then back toward the Lord, who seemed to be just as confused as the young demon, but then just stared at him with pure hatred. You. He exclaimed, but the imp didn't leave him much time to think and just tried to sprint away. For some reason, the Lord stopped for a few moments, and the imp got the time that he needed to get out through the door. Now, there were 2 sets of stairs next to him leading back down to the streets, but the imp, without thinking much, stopped there for a moment, just for a single moment. But that single moment was used to the fullest by the Lord. With a single movement of his hand, the railing behind the imp shattered into pieces and the imp was thrown off of it, dropping down toward the streets with high speeds. There was not a single being down there below him, and nothing that could stop his fall. If he didn't come up with some sort of idea, he would just die immediately. At the very least, that's what the imp was thinking at first, but then it was as if his body was acting on its own, on reflex, and his mind was getting to a single decision as if pulled toward it. The imp ripped his mask off his face and took in as much of the air into his body as he could, and then, all at once, used his whole body to push downward toward the ground while pushing all of the air back out of his body. With the help of an immensely strong gust of air, the imp managed to somehow stop his fall for just a split moment, before he started to fall again. But at that point, he was only a meter or 2 in the air, and the drop was no longer lethal to him. 67 health. While heaving for the air that he just lost, the imp tried to start moving again. He was overcome with tiredness because he used up a lot of his heat, or mana, so he had a lot of trouble actually getting back up. But, there was still some of his mana left inside of the weapon around his finger, which he quickly pulled out. It wasn't a lot, but at the very least, it let the imp get back up and start running. He couldn't take whoever or whatever this Lord was on, so he wouldn't be able to take on the other lords either. But from what the Lord of Wrath just told him, the shadow that was there before sent the children to them. So he had to go to these other buildings to get them back. Chapter 41, Useless. The imp didn't know what he was supposed to do. He had to get the children back somehow, but he couldn't do it just like this. He was nearly killed by the Lord of Wrath, and it didn't seem to be very hard for him to do that either. And obviously, the imp was just dragging his body around right now. He didn't really hurt himself back there, but he had trouble breathing and he couldn't concentrate ever since then, simply because he was too tired. There were a few things he did notice though, for example that his air magic leveled up 5 times just through that one thing that he did. Or that he lost his mask, and was now running around through this crowd of confused demons. The imp knew what he had to do, he had to get stronger. Much stronger. But what if he was too late? What if the other lords were like the Lord of Wrath, and would just end up killing them sooner or later? Maybe they already were dead since long ago. But the imp didn't want to think of that. First, he had to do something else. Somehow, the imp had to replenish his heat, his mana. Was there any way of doing that described in his book? His book was still in the town. But the imp didn't know where else but there he was supposed to start looking for ways to get stronger. The imp wasn't strong, but he was smart. He somehow had to find ways to fight against these lords, as weak as he was. He had to turn his smarts into his strength. Dragging his body along, the imp hurried back down the mountain and back toward the town, immediately rushing through the gate. Of course, he was stopped by the gatekeepers as he was at it, though. "What is your sin?" it asked, this being that was completely identical to the one from before. And the imp just clicked his tongue and stared it deep into his eyes. "Wrath. Now, let me through, or before, you can be killed by the Lord of Wrath, for bringing me there. I will take care of that," the imp said in a quiet, angry voice while heaving for air, using a type of language that he himself didn't know he could use. The gatekeeper slightly flinched in response to the imp, seemingly because he mentioned the Lord of Wrath, and the imp simply rushed through the town back to the inn, and back up the stairs toward his room, only slightly glancing into the room where the dead succubus was still laying on the ground. While another woman, seemingly also a succubus, was pleasuring a different man to the one that was laying on the bed before. The imp rushed into his room and locked the door behind himself, immediately grabbing the different books that he had. Intensely, he stared at the first one, the one about magic, and read through it as quickly as he could. But no matter what he tried, the imp couldn't concentrate on whatever the pages, the words, the letters, were trying to convey to him. For just a moment, the imp had to calm himself down to be able to learn whatever this book had to offer. Slowly, the imp had to make sure there was nothing distracting his mind, and took a deep breath. The imp had to concentrate properly. If he was able to learn such a comparatively useless ability like wrapping his hand in some cloth, then he should be able to learn what was in this book as well. Slowly, the imp concentrated on the page in this book, and read through it as carefully as he could, of course still trying to do so with some speed. Page by page, the imp's knowledge increased, and what was in this book turned into part of himself. He couldn't use most of what all of this was describing just yet, but at the very least, he knew how to do it for when he would grow capable of it. The book also described a little bit of basic information on the small orbs that the imp found in the pheasant's nest. They were supposed to be magic stones of different elements, and each of them seemed to have a different effect to it. It said that there were different ways to use them, and that they could be processed into other things as well, but the most basic use was to enable the use of effects that were like magic, without needing the magic skill. But even then, the higher your affinity was, the stronger the effect could be. For now, the imp tried to do all of this with a random one of the magic stones that he found, the light green one, which, according to the book, stood for the wind element. His mana seemed to have slowly replenished as well, so he could do that. Slowly, he placed his finger onto the magic stone and let his mana flow into it by leading it along through his blood, and he could swiftly feel a slight flow of air around his hand that wasn't there before. With the activated magic stone still in his hand, the imp moved his hand to the side, and could notice that the flow of air suddenly got strong enough to flip the pages in the book around. And then, he remembered that there were a few different things that some of the magic stones were embedded into. His dagger, the golden stick that the imp found in the nest, and the staff that the men in white from before seemingly attacked him with using holy energy. Especially the latter of the three seemed useful to the imp right now, if he was able to somehow make use of it. First, he tried out the one on the dagger. Nothing really happened for a little while, but when he tried to touch the blade of the dagger to place it away, he soon noticed that it was hot enough to hurt his fingers even through the glove. This surely seemed to be useful, but not useful enough right now. He had to use these white, slightly golden magic stones on the staff somehow. They seemed to be the ones that produced holy energy somehow, and if that was the case, then using these would end up helping the imp out immensely. The imp wasn't sure how he should use the staff itself, but he was able to at the very least pop the magic stones out of it. But when the imp first tried one of them, the magic stone quickly started to make his fingers burn and even sizzle a little bit, and he ended up dropping it down onto the floor. The imp didn't understand how, but the reaction seemed a lot stronger than what the imp felt when attacked by that man. Using the staff. Maybe it was exactly because he wasn't supposed to use it that the reaction was so strong, and the stone wanted to fight the imp off somehow to scare him away, but to his luck, he didn't care about the pain. The cloth around his hand was hurting a fair bit more, but it seemed to let him properly attack the other demons, and maybe even made his three of swords have holy energy. Just in case, he couldn't take the cloth off just yet. Either way, for now, the imp had to move on to one of the other books. The one about monsters that he bought didn't seem to have anything about demons inside of it, but the imp read it anyway, just in case. He remembered everything as quickly as he could, but really did just end up finding information about highly dangerous monsters, some that were weak but highly venomous, and others that could only be killed through poison. It was just ridiculous what kind of monsters there were. They were so different to the imp that he wasn't even sure if he could call himself the same kind of creature as them, but in the end, he clearly was a monster, wasn't he? That was the little knowledge that the imp had even before he was captured by Evelyn, Thomas and James. Either way, now that he had wasted his time reading through that book, the imp threw it to the side and went to the next one, the one about the spirits. Maybe this mark on his chest was able to help him. He learned a lot of different things about a lot of different spirits, and that only certain, high-tier spirits were able to give out blessings. A blessing from a spirit apparently allowed you to summon one of its kin made up of your own mana when you reached intermediate grade in the skill. Something that the imp was still very far from achieving. So while the information was useful for later, it was utterly useless right now. Of course, the imp slowly grew desperate. The basic techniques about magic and the things about magic stones that he learned seemed the most useful out of the things he learned from these books until now, but this still wouldn't be enough to kill the lords, the imp was sure of that. Desperate to find anything that might be able to help him, the imp slowly started to read through the other books that he had, and once more, there was nothing there that helped him beside knowing about some edible plants. But then, the imp remembered that there was another book laying around somewhere that also spoke about such things, and quickly rushed over toward the cookbook that he bought for Rudy, immediately starting to flip through it. He didn't care much about the different dishes, although he still read through whatever seemed like it could help him in any way possible, but the parts about poisonous plants and ways to prepare venomous animals properly was something that the imp thought might be helpful somehow. In the future. Not now, not in this situation. None of these books were helpful to him in the slightest. Angrily, the imp threw the book to the other side of the room, staring down at the floor underneath him. And just then, a slight glimmer stuck out to the imp, coming from in between the floorboards. Now that he thought about it, this was exactly where the shadow died before, so maybe this was something that had dropped after being killed. Carefully, the imp picked it up, and looked at the small, deep black magic stone that was now in between his fingers. Slowly, out of instinct, the imp pushed his mana into the small orb, causing his fingers to be completely enveloped in darkness in the form of a thick black mist, just like the 1 inch that the demonic shadow was made up of. It didn't seem to be able to get any further than his fingers right now, but at that point, the imp realized something. If he just looked closely enough, he would be able to find useful things amongst what seemed to be completely useless. And so, the imp rushed out of the door toward the place that seemed the most useful to him inside of this useless town. The bookstore. Chapter 42, Tanaga Jean. Quickly, the imp rushed through the groups of demons in front of him toward the place that he remembered the bookstore to be, and without hesitation, he tried to rip the door open the moment that he found the place. But just to add on to his bad luck, the door was not opening at all, no matter what he did or how hard he pulled or pressed. Hee hee. Look at that young one over there. The voice of a woman laughed behind him. How dirty he is. He must be from the slums, huh? Otherwise, who would choose such a rundown place out of all these beautiful, high-end stores? She asked, and when the imp turned around, he saw a demon that looked nearly identical to a human, with the exception that she had red skin, holding her finger to her lips with a pitiful expression on her face as she stared at the imp. Ooh. Such a nice glare, isn't it? The female demon pointed out as she looked over at the heavily disproportionate man, with arms long enough to touch the ground while walking upright, next to her, before that man nodded his head. Of course, of course. But for a demon from the slums, he has some pretty nice equipment, doesn't he? The demon asked and extended his long hand over toward the imp, trying to grab the dagger that he was holding in his hand. But of course, the imp wouldn't have that. He figured that this might be as good a time as ever to try a little something out. While pulling the cloth around his hand away from his palm for a few moments, something that hurt the imp by itself because his skin was practically completely burnt away. At this point in time, the young demon stuffed some of the white golden orbs in between 2 layers of the cloth. He couldn't touch them directly when they were active either, so he had to do it this way. Do you want this? The imp asked, and slowly held his dagger forward to the male demon, who immediately nodded his head. Ooh, of course, of course. How much do I owe you? I can give you a coin or 2, or I can spit in your face if you're into that. The demon asked, but the imp quickly shook his head. Break the door open for me. Then I will give you the dagger. With a slight smile on his face that he could barely keep up while suppressing his anger, the imp tried to hit off a deal. Every other demon here was smiling brightly, so he figured he had to fit in at least somewhat. Without hesitation, the male demon formed a bright grin on his face and took a few steps closer to the door, before pushing his thin, long fingers in between some cracks in the door, just to simply crack it open by pulling it apart in the center. There you go. Now, a deal is a deal, give me the dagger. With the same bright grin on his face since before, the demon leaned forward, trying to grab the dagger with a smile, before the imp nodded and quickly handed the dagger to him, but before the demon left, the imp extended his hand forward. This was something that he's seen a few times over the past few days. When 2 people finished up a deal, they shook their hands on it. The imp was just playing with the hope that this demon knew about that as well. Ah, of course, of course. If you find anything else you can give me for basically free, just let me know. The demon replied, extending one of his long hands toward the imp, who was more than just glad that this demon fell for it. because the moment that their hands touched, the imp pushed his mana into the small magic stones on his palm, while using his other hand to press the demons further against them, trying to grasp it as tightly as he could. Of course, the other demon noticed this as well and wanted to pull his arm away immediately, but before he could react, the imp already activated the card that he had up his sleeve, quite literally, causing the small blade connected to the ring on his finger through a string to appear. And without hesitation, the imp made the blade push itself into the demon's arm, which was rather easy, because it just opened up like butter hit by a hot knife. What are you doing? The demon asked confused, feeling his arm start to burn up from the inside out, in a pain that it had never felt before. Of course, the other demons around them noticed that something was going on as well, but most of them just passed by with nothing but a glance. After all, they couldn't know that the imp was using holy energy on this demon. I changed my mind. Give me the dagger back. The young imp told the demon, who just grabbed the dagger tightly and shook his head without hesitation. Or rather, at least he tried to do that. It's mine. Shut it. The male demon exclaimed, while standing there as if frozen in place, something that the imp didn't understand in the slightest. It was the same with the Lord of Wrath. He also couldn't move around when he was injured by holy energy, at least not until the damage fully recovered. Maybe this was a way to beat them, then. It's my dagger. If you don't give it back, I will kill you. I was just planning on testing this out a little, but I won't hesitate to finish you off either. The imp explained to the demon in front of him, while the female demon that was with him before seemed to have left as well, out of pure boredom, probably. Then just kill me. You know what happens when a slum dweller kills one of us, don't you? The demon asked with a broad grin, completely sure that the imp wouldn't even dare injure him, but he just sighed in the end and let go of the demon's hand, before taking a step closer, making the blade of the three of swords drag along his arm as he was doing so, slowly and painfully ripping it open while causing quiet sizzling and bubbling along the way. And then, the imp simply pulled the blade out and placed his hand onto the demon's chest. The magic stones were hurting him quite a bit as well, so Beginner Holy Energy Resistance skill leveled up. Beginner Holy Energy Resistance skill hit level 100 and became Apprentice Holy Energy Resistance skill. Just then, the strong pain simply disappeared. Same with all the constant pain that his skin was receiving through the bandages. As if they were just nothing but a lie before. So, the imp figured he should test the weakness of demons out a little more, and grabbed one of the magic stones from underneath the cloth, before slowly pressing it, in its active state, against the demon's bare skin after ripping its clothes open with the help of the blade. Slowly, the magic stone was digging into the demon's flesh, causing bubbles around it, before the imp got a bit of an idea. Last time, his blood carried his mana around with it naturally when it touched his heart, so maybe something similar could happen in this situation. This, holy energy, seemed to be something similar to mana, after all. And so, the imp tried to push the small white golden orb deeper and deeper into the demon's chest, while he himself was trying to understand what was going on. What are you? He asked, just when the imp started to feel a slight bit more resistance than before and had to start pushing a bit harder, while the demon's arms seemed to be able to slowly move again. The imp asked confused. He really wanted to find out if this was a good way to kill the lords, but if this demon started being this annoying, then it probably wouldn't work out. The imp was lucky that he managed to trick him, but this male demon was obviously far stronger than the imp himself. There was no doubt about that in his mind. Just when he was thinking that, however, the magic stone started to move deeper again while the demon was starting to freak out even more. And then, finally, the imp managed to reach what seemed to be the demon's heart. Exactly then, the demon's pain was apparently far stronger than ever, while the imp himself simply pulled his fingers away in response to the demon in front of him convulsing and moving around so suddenly. This of course attracted a little bit more attention from the other demons around as well, but there were a lot of weirdos around, so all that he got was a swift glance from anyone that even cared enough. That was just perfect to the imp. Especially because he was now able to properly look at the notifications telling him about the damage he has been doing to this demon through all of this. And then, before the imp knew it, another notification appeared in front of him. Lethal damage done to demonic Tanaga gene. With a nod, the imp looked forward at the figure of the demon collapsing on the ground, while everyone was just staring at the corpse with disgusted expressions. Ugh, he one of those gluttony demons that just drink booze all day. One demon asked, simply staring down at the dead Tanaga gene. Others said similar things, but that first one already made the imp understand that nobody cared at all at what just happened, and that they would just look past most of what he could and would do here. So, without hesitation, the imp just quickly pushed his fingers into the sizzling wound and pulled the magic stone back out. He didn't want to waste it, after all. The imp knew that this was a more than just valuable experience in trying to kill the demons, even if something bothered him. He didn't level up from killing this one. That's the first time that happened, though. Either way, there was no time to think about useless stuff like that. He could mess around a little bit with that Tanaga gene because it would probably help him somehow defend himself against the lords while he was trying to get the children back, but in the end, he still had no idea how to even approach them. So of course, he was still headed into the bookstore which he now gained easy access to. Chapter 43, Sorry, I Lied. Slowly, the imp took a look around himself, trying to figure out if there was any sort of clue toward finding out how to best distract or kill the lords. He didn't see any books about demons here, or else he would have bought it to find out more about himself, but maybe the imp could find something out if he just looked closely enough. And just when he was concentrating on finding any possible clue, the imp overheard a quiet thumping noise from further into the shop, behind an old wooden door, which slowly opened up a crack with a quiet creak. Who is there? A voice, sickly and paranoid, asked, barely noticeable because of the low volume the man was speaking and being drowned out by the noise from outside. If the imp hadn't been concentrating on what was going on inside of the shop, then he probably wouldn't have noticed it either. Slowly, the imp turned his head over toward the bright eye staring at him, before making his way over to the door to open it up. Maybe there were more books back there with this old man. Don't come in. The man exclaimed immediately and shut the door at the same time, trying to make it impossible for the imp to come through there. But the imp wouldn't try and make another demon open the door for him again, not this time around. Instead, he simply stood there in front of the door. He knew that the man was still there, he could see his shadow from underneath the door after all, and so that the man couldn't see the imps, the young monster climbed on top of the counter. And while this was happening, the imp took his time to properly prepare for whatever might happen after this, readying his blade and his card as well. It took a while for the man to think that the imp just left, and just when he tried to open the door to double-check and stuck his eye out in between the door and its frame, the imp jumped toward the slit that opened up and stabbed his dagger right into the man's eye. The imp wasn't trying to kill him like this, so he only pushed the tip of the dagger inside, and to his luck, it seemed like the man didn't die. Joffrey Johans minus 317 damage. You permanently blinded Joffrey Johans' right eye. With a slight nod to himself, the imp slashed through the notification floating next to him, and while the man on the other side of the door dropped to the ground in pain, the imp simply opened the door and stepped into the room beyond. He stared at the elderly man that was running the shop earlier today, now completely unclothed and sweaty, and of course also bloody due to the imp's own actions. There was a small bed in the corner of the room, right next to a bookshelf with some interesting-looking books on it, as well as a small table on the other side of the bed. The bed itself wasn't anything special, it was probably in a worse state than the beds in the inn room the imp was in before. It was dirty, haggard, cut up, and most importantly, it was in such a horrid state now after having a dead child on top of it. The imp wasn't exactly sure what happened here, but there were some blood splatters on the wall that the child's head was leaning against, and judging from how it was still running down the wall a little, that was probably the source of the loud thud that the imp heard before. But it was weird. If he thought about how one of the children he was with before was in this state, the imp was overcome with indescribable anger that couldn't even be calmed if this whole town was burnt to ashes. However, while looking at the state of this child here, the imp didn't feel anything at all. Not sadness, not anger, nothing. This child didn't have anything to do with him, after all. Nonetheless, once more, the imp drifted off into the area of what if. What if this was one of the other children? The young girl that was laying there might as well have been Sammy or Clementine, and what would the imp do then? And with those thoughts, the frustration over letting that shadow take them away in the first place resurfaced, and he knew that something had to be done right here and now to quell that anger and frustration. Slowly, the imp stepped up to the man that was laying on the floor in pain, trying to pull his body toward the door, but the imp stopped him and just pushed his dagger into the back of the man's leg. I need a book. The imp said in a quite clear voice. He was there for a reason, so he had to act like it. But in response to hearing the young monster's voice, it seemed like the elderly man turned toward the imp in surprise. It's you. From earlier today, with those children. The man exclaimed, and with annoyance clearly written on his face, he slowly started to twist the dagger around in a circle. I said, I need a book. About the lords. With a clear, angry voice, the imp started to pull the dagger out of the man's leg, slowly pushing his mana into the magic stone attached to the handle to make the blade hotter, before once more stabbing the dagger back into the man's leg after noticing that the man was hesitating. "Tell me no and I won't kill you," the imp told him, and without a single moment of hesitation, the elderly man nodded his head furiously in fear of death. He knew that this monster would definitely do something like that to him. After all, the imp already gouged his eye out and practically destroyed his leg without a moment's hesitation. There's a book on the lords on my shelf, the dark red one. Trying to lift his arm toward the book he was speaking about, and slowly, the imp made his way over there and climbed up on the different segments to try and reach it, before pulling the book he seemed to mean out. After flipping through it for a few moments, the imp soon saw that it seemed to really speak about them, so at least this man wasn't a liar. Slowly, the imp sat down on the bed, unbothered by the dead child behind him, and started to read through the book with utmost concentration, an act that more than just baffled the elderly man. And on top of that, the man was getting incredibly angry at being interrupted and attacked like this now, especially when it was just getting good. If it was just sitting around there like that, then the elderly man would surely be able to do his best and try to overwhelm him, right? He maybe didn't look like it, but he did study under a quite reputable mage for a few years, and when he was banished from the town and couldn't finish his studies, he went to a monastery and learned beginner holy arts. The man never had a true talent for it, so he ended up not being able to push it past that beginner grade, but with his prior knowledge as a mage's apprentice, he still had a trick or two up his sleeve that he could use on a measly, weak demon like that. Slowly, the man pulled his shaking finger in front of himself and pointed it at the imp, carefully opening his mouth to whisper something while the imp was deeply immersed in this book. "Theser arger, logris partis requiem," the man muttered, slowly drawing a circle of dim light into the air as he was speaking. He was repeating this multiple times while trying to finish the circle of light, and only when he was apparently done, he said something else. "Zurgran." With a big grin on his face, the man started to laugh loudly as the circle of light was starting to twist around in a circle, shrinking down into a single spot, before causing a bright light to shine outward, illuminating the whole room completely so that neither the imp nor the man were able to see anything anymore. The imp felt a slight burning all over his skin, and there surely was some sizzling and bubbling in some parts, but nothing really threatening to the imp. It barely did 300 damage to him, and the elderly man seemed more than just exhausted from this one. Clearly annoyed, the imp stood up from the bed and placed the book to the side, slowly stepping up to the confused elderly man. "How, you are a demon? Nothing but an imp. How didn't you die from this?" the elderly man asked angrily, and the imp started to grind his teeth and stared at the man in front of him. If he could use these kinds of attacks, maybe he had something that could help him. Anything with holy energy. The imp muttered quietly as his skin was starting to recover from the attack, but the elderly man was still just too confused to understand, so the imp repeated it a bit more lengthily. "I want anything you have that has holy energy," the imp told the man, who just stared at him scaredly, slowly moving his last good eye over toward a big box in the corner of the room. With a frown, because he simply wanted to kill this man as soon as he could now, the imp turned around and slowly opened the box up. Just from touching it, he felt slightly uncomfortable. It seemed to be roughly at the same level as the cloth around his hand, although that was just the box itself. What was important was what was inside of it. Slowly, the imp opened the box up, and before he knew it, he was met with an air that in and of itself was already quite annoying for the imp. It didn't damage him at all, but it made his eyes water pretty badly, and the imp thought that was pretty annoying. And so, the imp slowly grabbed the different things inside of the box that might be useful to him. A small metal chain with an X in front of a star-shaped surface on it, a small book that gave off a pretty uncomfortable feeling in and of itself, a staff similar to the one that the man from before had that the imp got the white golden magic stones from, as well as some bright white robes, once more also just like the ones that the imp saw on that man before. Just after touching these things a little, the imp could already tell that they should be more than just helpful to him if he made proper use of them, and immediately grabbed as many of the things as he could and stuffed them into his bag. And then, with a smile on his face, the imp stepped up to the elderly man, who was laying on the ground in fear as he was being approached, but then shook his head immensely as he stared the imp in the eye. "Why, you can't go back on your word. You said you wouldn't kill Dash," the elderly man exclaimed, but before he could finish his sentence, the imp pushed his dagger straight through the elderly man's cheek, cutting through his tongue as he was doing so before the tip of the dagger came back out of the other cheek, and the imp just stared at the man, saying only 3 small words as he was doing so, slightly tilting his head to the side while showing his just sharp teeth in a grin. "Sorry, I lied. Chapter 44, Hungry. You leveled up. You have one unused stat point. Slowly, the imp turned toward the notifications and slashed through them with his dagger, at the same time getting rid of the man's blood that was still on it. And then, the imp just started to look through the book again, now that he could do so undisturbed. Surprisingly, the book told him about the characteristics of each of the lords. Apparently they were written down by hand, though, so some parts of it were hard to decipher, but at the very least, the imp was able to read the most important things. And in the end, he quickly found the one that seemed the most dangerous at the moment, in the sense of probably being the first to cause any sort of injury or even death in one of the children. The Lord of Gluttony. According to what was written in this book, the Lord of Gluttony never stopped eating, and never hesitated to devour even living creatures to take their life with his stomach. The others seemed more harmless than this one, at least initially so, meaning that the imp should try and go there first. As far as he remembered, the one that was sent to the Lord of Gluttony was Clementine. Even if she was used to experiencing pain, she was a frail young girl, and probably the weakest out of the group with the exception of Leon and the priestess, of course. So it seemed like a good idea to take care of them first. He thought about getting the priestess or Leon first, but as long as he didn't have someone else with him to carry them, he wouldn't be able to do much anyway. And the priestess especially might be fine for a while just because the demons would avoid her, or would be unsure of what exactly they should do with her, considering that she constantly gave off holy energy. As far as the notes went, the Lord of Gluttony was the one that was most easily avoidable out of the lords, because his body was so overwhelmingly large that he couldn't even carry it himself, meaning that he was simply sitting around in the central hall of his castle at all times. So, the imp now had to go there, quickly pushing the book into his bag while rushing out the door again, stepping over the elderly man's dead body as he was doing so, and then made his way outside, where the corpse of the Tanaga Jin was still on the ground, slowly turning into a mud-like form. Probably due to the holy energy still contained in the inside of its body. But even then, none of the other demons seemed to even care all that much, so the imp hurriedly made his way around town toward the closest gate. There, the imp was soon able to see a few demons that seemed like they would know which is the castle of the Lord of Gluttony, considering that they were stuffing their faces with food constantly. And so, the imp quickly stepped over to them. "Where can I find the Lord of Gluttony?" The imp asked quite clearly, before one of the demons looked down at him annoyedly. "Huh? What's this shrimp asking?" one of them said, and the imp just stared at him, waiting for an answer. "It's that one," the demon told him, or that's what the imp thought he said. He couldn't really hear, because his speech was muffled by the cake that was filling out the near entirety of the demon's mouth. But at the very least, the fat demon pointed at one of the castles, and it was the one opposite to where the Lord of Wrath was, so the imp nodded his head and quickly turned around. Moving his legs as fast as he could, the imp moved through the gate, not even waiting for the gatekeeper's question before answering with wrath, rushing to the other side into the demonic town immediately, where the imp had to push himself through the crowd of different demons first and foremost. He fixated his eyes on the large structure looming above him in the distance, at the side of this giant mountain, and simply moved along the path that seemed to be the shortest toward it. A few times, he ran into dead ends in this maze-like town, but after simply trying again, the imp managed to properly get close enough, and then stood in front of the stairs to the castle. Right around here were basically only demons that were eating as much as they could, and each and every single shop seemed to sell only food, although it all seemed quite dirty and disgusting, even though the imp really didn't mind. But when the imp tried to make his way up the stairs, he was stopped by what seemed to be a guard, currently eating the leg of a fellow demon. "Where is your offering?" the guard asked, and the imp looked at him confused. "No offering, no audience," he said, and momentarily pulled the leg out of his face to block the stare, before the imp looked at the guard. "I am the offering," the imp explained, so the guard looked the imp up and down and shrugged. "Then go," the guard said quite clearly, making way for the imp again before the young monster stepped up the stairs in front of him slightly confused. This was far too easy, wasn't it? With a slight frown, the imp continued, starting to rush up the stairs as he was doing so, before he started to hear crying. Crying that he quite quickly recognized, because he heard it the first time he actually consciously paid attention to Clementine. The imp picked up his pace and tried to rush up the stairs on all fours, immediately turning toward the large space beside him, before seeing what was practically a wall of red taking up at least half the giant room. Most of it was the skin of a certain demon, which made the imp understand what exactly was meant in the book. And then, the imp looked around, trying to find the source of the crying, before he quickly found Clementine sitting next to that large demon, her hand forcefully pressed against its skin while she was obviously having more than just pain in her stomach. Immediately, the imp rushed forward without a moment's hesitation, getting his dagger ready while trying to run past the demons here in this room, most of which were distracted with eating something. Even the Lord of Gluttony was. And so, the imp had the chance to instantly just grab Clementine and pull her away from the Lord. The moment he did so, a few things happened, however. First, Clementine immediately collapsed into unconsciousness, while the Lord of Gluttony's body started to react by forming cracks on its stomach skin, followed by a loud scream caused by the pain accompanying that. "Who dares?" the Lord asked, chunks of meat and coagulated blood flying around as he was doing so, and the imp just tried to run away back to the exit, although his path was quickly cut off by the other demons in the room, whose attention was drawn to him now. "Don't let them go," the Lord exclaimed, and immediately, the other demons in the room rushed toward them, but they were all so round and heavy that they were too slow for the imp, letting him run past them quite quickly. But sadly, it seemed like the door was just closed by some of the demons, so even then, the imp couldn't escape. Quickly, he let Clementine's body down, and even if it maybe was a bit rough, the imp didn't have time to be careful. But even then, he still pulled out the white cloak that was in the chest at the bookstore, immediately wrapping Clementine's body with it. Even the imp's fingers were hurting as he was touching it, so he was sure that none of these demons would dare touching Clementine like this. But now, the imp had to think. He had to really think about what he needed to, or even just could, do in order to get out of here safely. And so, while rushing through the room, trying to dodge the heavy demons around him while attempting not to slip on any blood or meat on the floor, the imp took out whatever he could that had holy energy out of his bag and wrapped it around his hand. He stuffed the white golden magic stones in between the layers of cloth on his hand, and wrapped that necklace that was in there around his hand. And then, the imp grabbed his dagger in that hand as tightly as he could and rushed toward the Lord of Gluttony, immediately heading for the cracks in its stomach. Immediately when the imp got close enough into stabbing distance, he simply pushed the dagger forward, all the whilst trying to push out as much of his mana out of his hand as he possibly could, to activate the card and the magic stones he had there all at once. 221 health. Ignoring the notification, the imp tried to press further forward, just staring at the point where his dagger touched the Lord of Gluttony's body. The string of the three of sword had slung itself around the dagger and their blades had become one, while the dagger itself was burning its way through the imp's hand. Cracks seemed to have formed around where the tip of the imp's dagger touched the demon in front of him, and starting from those cracks, the whole area around its stomach began to bubble and sizzle, giving off steam or smoke, and the cracks just grew farther than they were before, and in the end, enveloped a small area with a 2-meter diameter in the front of the demon's stomach. And then, as if it was made of opaque red glass, it simply shattered into pieces. Blood and stomach acids poured toward the imp, which he quickly tried to avoid by just stepping to the side. Lord of Gluttony's shell minus 1,342 damage. The imp immediately ignored the notification and sprinted through the flood of liquids intertwining with each other, slowly digging through the floor underneath them. The imp didn't care all that much about that, though, he managed to get through without actually touching any of the parts that dissolved things, and while trying to use this time that the imp gained by surprising and confusing the demons in this room, who were all running out of this room all of a sudden, opening the door for the imp while they were doing it, the young scholar imp made his way toward the young girl at the side of the room. As quickly as he could, the imp picked Clementine up and ran toward the door, and only then really had time to look at the notification that appeared. Only then did the imp realize that something was up. He damaged the Lord of Gluttony's shell. He didn't damage the Lord of Gluttony. Slowly, the young imp turned around to look at the figure of the large demon, whose stomach was cracking open more and more. And then, through the opening in the stomach, from the darkness that was inside of that false lord's body, another form stepped forward. It wasn't nearly as large as the demon from before, similar to the Lord of Wrath in both shape and aura, while the true Lord of Gluttony slowly opened his mouth. Ah! How hungry I am! Chapter 45, Joy. The true Lord of Gluttony's voice made the imp immediately halt. He didn't know why, but this one was far more intimidating than the Lord of Wrath, even if what the Lord of Gluttony was saying himself was in a far calmer tone and demeanor. Whenever the Lord of Wrath spoke, it didn't affect the imp much, it simply sounded like mad rambling to him and he didn't pay much attention to what he was saying, but rather how to escape from that situation. But right now, his need to escape was exactly part of the reason why the Lord of Gluttony was so intimidating. The pure, instinctive hunger that the Lord was feeling mixed into the aura that he was giving off to the outer world, and immediately gave the imp a single mental image. that of prey being hunted by a predator. And the imp didn't like which position he took up in that situation at all. He wanted to run away as quickly as he could, but just the sound of the Lord's slow footsteps as he was treading through the mixture of blood and stomach acids was horrifying. The imp just had to somehow take another step forward, just a single one, and he would be able to take it from there. He was sure of that. And so, the imp had to somehow divert his attention from what was going on behind him somehow, and there was one quick way that the imp figured might work. Trying to slightly move his hand that was shaking from having its skin nearly completely burnt away by holy energy, the imp tried to move the tip of his dagger toward a place that he didn't really need at the moment, his stomach, and slowly ran across it with the edge. 112 health. Now, the imp had two ways to distract himself. The pain on his stomach, and the notification floating in front of him. It somehow worked, but only barely. The imp was just able to move forward a little bit toward the steps in front of him, and the Lord of Gluttony was already getting closer and closer toward him. But the moment that the imp placed his foot onto the first step of the enormously long set of stairs, his body started to push forward as if moving on its own, and the imp started to practically sprint forward as fast as he could. Just like that, the imp managed to see the end of the stairs quite soon. The guard that stopped him before was still standing there, looking at the backs of the demons that ran away from this place, but the imp just had no time to mind him and just ran past him immediately. It seemed like the Lord of Gluttony was standing at the top of the stairs, just staring forward into the empty distance, but the imp didn't want to wait until he got riled up and chose to follow him. He wasn't in the mood to die today, after all. And so, the imp just sprinted into the distance, directly along the middle of the way between the Lord of Gluttony's castle and the next ones. From behind him, a loud crash sounded out, followed by more demons trying to run away from that direction, so the imp figured that it had something to do with the Lord, and he just sped up even more, until he was completely out of breath, trying to stop near one of the last buildings in front of the edge of the forest surrounding the demonic town. In a slim alleyway where it seemed quite unlikely for anyone to be or come, the imp set Clementine down and sat down next to her, trying to wait for the girl to wake up before continuing. Taking that time, the imp took a close look at his wounds. For some reason, his own wounds weren't healing as fast as those of the other demons that he saw, but maybe that was just because he was technically weaker than them, or because he just reacted differently to holy energy than them in the first place. He didn't become unable to move when he was damaged through holy energy, after all. But the imp still had to try and somehow close the wound on his stomach up now. Losing too much blood didn't seem good either. So for now, the imp took off his cloak and properly got rid of his now ripped up and bloodied shirt, by throwing it against the wall in front of him, and then looked down at his body, noticing something else. The blue mark on the imp's chest had spread out a little with thin blue lines. It wasn't by much, but he was sure that this definitely was a bit larger than the last time he looked at it. The imp didn't really understand what this meant, but he had no time to really think about that anyway. Instead, the imp tried to think about what he should do to close this wound. But before he could do anything, he felt a slight touch against his skin around that wound, and it started to slowly close up. Immediately, the imp grabbed the hand and pushed it away, looking over at Clementine next to him who was now slowly getting drenched in blood. "What are you doing?" the imp asked her, and Clementine, with tears in her eyes, simply started to grasp her stomach and slightly looked at the young demon in front of her. Thank you, for saving me," she said, quietly starting to sob. Even she understood the situation, knowing that she really shouldn't pull attention to them at the moment, but the imp just stared at her, before grinding his teeth. "Don't," he told her, slowly moving the white cloak that he wrapped her into the side to take a look at her stomach, which was now completely covered in numerous wounds from different sources. For one, there was of course the fresh wound that she just took from the imp, but there were also different cracks all around it, similar to the ones that formed on the Lord of Gluttony's fake body before. The imp wasn't entirely sure what he was supposed to be doing against this, but he was still panicking at seeing so many deep wounds on such a small body. "You aren't losing health?" the imp asked her, just to once more confirm that she couldn't actually die from this but just felt all of the pain. Like it was explained to him before, and Clementine slowly nodded her head, although shakily, trying to somehow bear with the pain without screaming out loud. And then, the imp got an idea. There was a line in the book about the lords, speaking about how holy energy was the savior of the people, but the demise of the demons. The imp wasn't entirely sure, but at the very least he was hoping that this would really work out. If holy energy hurt demons, being their demise, then it being the savior of people meant that he somehow should be able to help Clementine using it, right? Slowly, The imp placed his dagger down next to him and pushed the 3 of swords back into his bag, while pushing his hand against Clementine's stomach, directly onto her wound. Immediately when the imp did so, Clementine couldn't hold it in anymore, starting to scream as loudly as she could, but the imp quickly pressed his other hand against her mouth to stop her from doing so. "Quiet," he told the young girl, before starting to push his mana out of his palm and into the magic stones, causing a relatively high amount of holy energy to pour out from them. Before, the amount was practically explosive, but right now the imp was trying to let it out slow so that he wouldn't hurt his hand anymore, and so that he could make sure he wasn't really injuring Clementine in any way. And soon enough, the young girl seemed to calm down, the blood stopping to flow from her body. Apparently it wouldn't kill her anyway, but she was still in pain as long as this wound wasn't somehow gotten rid of, and if she was in pain she wouldn't be able to walk around on her own. Carefully, the imp pulled back his left hand from Clementine's mouth and his right hand from her stomach, taking a proper look at whether or not she really was fine. "Does it still hurt?" he asked her, trying to rub away some of the blood from her stomach with part of his cloak to get a proper look at the wounds, while Clementine slowly nodded her head. "MHM. But no as much," she replied, so the imp looked at her with a satisfied expression. "Can you walk?" the imp asked her, but Clementine just looked back at him and pulled her legs toward her body. Can we stay here for another few minutes? Just a little while, please?" Trying to hide her face, Clementine pushed her forehead against her knees, and the imp slowly nodded. "A few minutes," he replied, just trying to make sure that he as well would be able to get rid of a little bit of his exhaustion. There were a question that the imp wanted to ask her, but in the end, he just stayed quiet about it, because he figured he knew the answer already. He wanted to know why Clementine had to heal the body of the Lord of Gluttony. It was probably to let him eat as much as he could without breaking like he ended up doing. And so, the imp and the young girl just sat next to each other, the monster trying to prepare as much as he could for the next lord, while the girl was trying to stop her crying caused by fear as well as physical and mental pain. While the imp was preparing, he also took a look at the book once more, and then noticed a page right at the very back of the book, mapping out the 7 different areas of the town, mostly describing which castle and area belonged to which lord. Right now they came from the Lord of Gluttony, and when seen from the town they went left, so it would be the Lord of Pride, and then the Lord of Sloth, so where Sammy and Leon were. Behind that was the Lord of Wrath, so they would have to try and stay as far away from there as possible and maybe pass through town again, to get the Rudy from the Lord of Envy, and then the Priestess from the Lord of Greed, before moving on to the castle of the Lord of Lust to get Ark. Slowly, the young monster continued to read about the different lords that would be coming next, first the Lord of Pride. According to the book, as long as you complimented them as much as possible and stayed humble, you might be lucky enough to get away from him alive. Sounds easy enough. Or it would, if the imp had any idea what either compliments or humbleness were. He didn't read about it before, so maybe he just had to improvise or ask Clementine about it on their way to the next castle. Either way, for now, the imp luckily got the first of the children back and knew where he could get the others. And that made him feel a joy that he couldn't even express if he wanted to. Chapter 46, Backstabbing. After a little while of sitting around and trying to catch a breath, the imp stood back up properly, put his cloak back on while Clementine stood up as well, wiping tears out of her eyes. Seeing that she was obviously still scared, the imp slowly extended his hand toward hers and slowly grabbed it. It relaxed him when Evelyn did it, so he was hoping it would relax Clementine as well, although she just looked at the imp surprised for a moment. "Let's go," the imp told her, and Clementine slowly nodded her head, before the imp made sure that she was really properly wearing the cloak to cover as much of her body as possible. Slowly, the two of them then made their way over toward the next castle, the castle belonging to the Lord of Pride. And the closer that they got to that castle, the stronger the change in the environment got. The streets that were covered in blood and meat practically everywhere in the area for gluttony were now as spotless as they could be, and there were barely any demons around, although the few that were there looked at the imp and Clementine with twisted expressions of disgust. For now, the imp ignored it, because it was a good thing they were able to just rush through there without an issue. But the first problem came when they reached the castle and were met with the guard that stood in front of the set of stairs leading up to the room the imp needed to get to. "Don't enter, you mongrel," the guard said, immediately pointing its weapon toward the imp and Clementine. The imp wanted to immediately use this chance to attack, but before he could do that, a small thought in the back of the imp's head was trying to tell him to act, to say something that might get this guard away. "I don't want to enter," the imp said, and the guard looked at the imp with a twisted expression of anger and annoyance. "Ah! You don't want to go see our almighty lord? What are you, a liar?" the guard asked angrily, but the imp just shook his head without hesitation. "Who would want to go see such a useless, disgusting lord?" With a mocking voice, the imp just stared at the guard, who was looking down at him with pure anger, even if it wasn't comparable to the anger that the Lord of Wrath showed. While Clementine was grasping the imp's hand more tightly, scared at what was going on, the imp himself just kept staring forward at the guard, who was seemingly about to attack the imp and Clementine, but the imp figured out a reason why he wouldn't. "If you kill me, you will make the entrance to your lord's castle dirty. I don't think he will like that. How about you let the lord himself kill me? He is the one I insulted, not you." The imp pointed out, and the guard immediately nodded its head, stepping behind the imp and Clementine to force them up the stairs, even though that was exactly what they wanted. And on their way up, the imp was really quickly trying to come up with what he could possibly say to trick them, and then, all of a sudden, a number of notifications that the imp didn't expect appeared. Proficiency boost deactivated. Skill, Apprentice Common Language Comprehension, will now level up like normal. As a bonus for upgrading your skill through this boost, you will gain extra proficiency. Apprentice Common Language Comprehension skill leveled up. Apprentice Common Language Comprehension skill leveled up. Apprentice Common Language Comprehension skill leveled up. Apprentice Common Language Comprehension hit level 100 and became Intermediate Common Language Comprehension. Immediately, the imp felt something in his mind click. All the words that he had heard up until now, that he had read up until now, and that he had misunderstood up until now were starting to make far more sense than he ever could have imagined. It was like someone ripped open a door that was only open for a thin slit until now. And with that, the imp understood the meaning behind some words as well, not just the meaning that words themselves had. He truly figured out what lies were, and why you told them, and in what situations which lies were best used. But instead of being able to think about lies, there was one single truth that crossed the imp's mind, which he couldn't resist but voice in a low, mumbling voice. "Skills are truly amazing, aren't they?" the imp asked himself with a whisper, and soon enough, when he finally reached the top floor that the stairs were connected to, a large open room with a similar structure as the two others the imp had seen until now. And while seeing the figure at the other side of the hall, staring down into the center of the room toward the young girl sitting there on her knees, her forehead pressed against the ground in fear as she was practically begging, the imp remembered one of the stories from the book about the minor arcana, the different cards that the imp had collected two of so far. The story was about a beggar, who had gotten more power to his voice through an ability given to him by the arcane dealer, the Four of Pentacles. Using that voice, the beggar collected more and more money and became a rich man, until a knight brought him to the king after finding out about his ability. Without hesitation, the beggar managed to convince the king that the knight was a traitor, and the knight was executed without anyone else finding out about his voice, and the beggar was given a noble title and land with as much money as he could imagine. He was later killed by one of his servants because he didn't voice his wishes properly, but that was beside the point. Using the speech that the imp read there and could remember quite well, he figured he might be able to convince the Lord of Pride if he really tried. When the Lord of Pride spotted the imp, Clementine, and the guard escorting them, his expression became sour. "What do you think you are doing, interrupting me like this?" the Lord asked, and the guard immediately started to speak, while the imp grabbed Clementine's hand and started to sprint forward. "This wick dash. My lord. I came to warn you." The imp interrupted the guard, surprising not only the guard himself and Clementine, but also Sammy, who didn't expect to hear the imp's voice all of a sudden. Or ever again, to be exact. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion, the imp grabbed Clementine's hand tighter and continued running forward, pushing Clementine in front of himself. "I know I am not much to look at, my lord, but please, listen to me. I am nothing but a mere imp, looking up to such a prideful ruler such as you. I always wanted to show you how much even those demons with sins other than pride look up to you. And then, I finally found the perfect gift." The imp exclaimed, trying his best to change the speech from the story to fit his needs better, before he momentarily ground his teeth and pulled his hand away from Clementine before holding both of them toward her, while Clementine looked at the imp with confused fear, and Sammy stared at him with pure disgust. This human has the ability to take any injury of another onto herself. Any sort, without any danger of her death. Not only is this chivalrous, but a pure sign of pride. You understand what I mean, don't you, my lord? The imp asked with an excited, broad grin, while the guard who had brought them up here looked at the imp with anger, shaking his head vehemently. "That is not true, Lord. This imp was insulting you." The guard exclaimed angrily, but the Lord of Pride, seemingly amused and curious, looked at the imp. "Now how does that make sense? It is true that it is a wonderfully prideful present, of course." The Lord started, and the imp's expression for a moment nearly dropped, because he didn't really expect that the Lord would really believe the imp's rambling. But before anything happened, the Lord continued. "Now you, who has come with an offering, I will give you the right to speak first." The Lord said benevolently, and although the imp was confused, thinking that he was already speaking first anyway, the young demon took the chance. "It is not I that insulted you, my lord, but rather this fiend. When I told him about how much I look up to you and wanted to give you this gift, the guard simply tried to take her from me, saying that you, my lord, are not deserving of such a wonderful present. He much more wanted to take it for himself." The imp explained, and while the guard's expression twisted in horror, the Lord of Pride stared past the imp, Clementine, and Sammy and looked right at the guard. "Is that true?" the Lord asked, slowly standing up from the throne he was sitting on, before he started making his way over toward the guard in an intimidating manner. Once the Lord was too far away to hear him whisper, the imp immediately kneeled down next to Sammy and made sure that she could stand. It seemed like she wanted him to get away from her, because she was purely disgusted, but she stopped when the imp whispered into her ear. "I'm going to attack him. When I do, take Clementine and run out the door. I will be right behind you. But be careful, she's still hurt, and the stairs are steep." The imp told her, before immediately standing back up like normal and followed behind the Lord of Pride, leaving a baffled Sammy right next to Clementine. The imp also used the chance where he was kneeling down to fiddle with some things and pushed the three of swords back underneath the cloth. All that the imp had to do was to injure the Lord even slightly, and then he would be unable to move for a few moments. The imp first saw this effect on the Lord of Wrath, after all, so it obviously also worked on them. "Don't listen to a mongrel like that, Lord," the guard said, even though exactly that sentence was his downfall. With his head twisted upward and his eyes looking downward onto the guard, the Lord just stared at the guard and extended his hand forward to the guard's head, grasping it completely with a single hand. "Do not command me," the Lord said, and the moment that the imp heard the first crack in the guard demon's skull, he pushed his mana out of his hand to once more create such an explosive attack as before. "Sammy, Clementine," the imp exclaimed, while a flash of golden white light appeared around the imp's hand while a thread started connecting the imp's dagger with a ring that just appeared on his finger, and was pushed deeply into the Lord of Pride's back. Lord of Pride minus 612 damage. -436 health. With a shocked expression, the Lord stared at the imp behind him while the clattering of footsteps could be heard while Sammy and Clementine sprinted past them toward the stairs. There weren't any guards in this room, luckily, so the girls could just enter the staircase immediately. And just when the imp pulled the dagger back out of the Lord's back, he got an idea for how he might be able to avert the attention from himself and the girls to another troublesome enemy. "This is a message from the Lord of Wrath. Answer it, if your pride allows you to." Chapter 47, Dyed in Shadow Colors. The moment that the imp pulled his dagger out of the Lord of Pride's back, the imp rushed out toward the door, following the two girls that were doing their best to rush down there. And the very moment that he managed to catch up to them, he grabbed Clementine by her right, and Sammy by her left hand, trying to pull them behind him as quickly as possible. The imp was aware that his right hand was pretty injured at the moment, just from the backlash of all that holy energy at once, but he just wanted to make sure that both of the girls were able to follow him properly. It seemed like Sammy was incredibly confused at what was going on, but the imp couldn't stop and just explain. For now at the very least, they had to make their way toward the castle of the Lord of Sloth, while trying to clear away from the direct path toward the Lord of Wrath's castle as much as possible. Because if the imp's lie worked on the Lord of Pride, then he would most likely go right there the quickest way possible. And then, after running for a while, the imp once more saw the demonic town around him change into a different environment, where a lot of demons were simply sleeping on all kinds of surfaces. On the ground, on hammocks, and even on random dirty blankets. Luckily, there was a spot in the distance where nobody seemed to really be, so the imp pulled the girls over there and then grabbed a random currently unused blanket so that they could hide and cover especially Sammy up. And when they were sitting in the alleyway, the imp stopped and quickly pulled the blanket over Sammy, who was breathing pretty heavily together with Clementine, although the moment that she got the chance to, she immediately hugged the other girl next to her, her whole body shaking. I was so scared," Sammy said in a quiet voice, before slowly pulling away from Clementine and looking at the imp. Before, in the Lord of Pride's castle, she had a pretty disgusted expression at what the imp was doing, but it seemed like she somewhat understood his intentions now. "Thank you for saving me." "Saving us," the young girl told the imp, who just slowly stared back at her. "Sorry for letting this happen to you." After slowly turning away to make sure nobody was around them, the imp looked back at Sammy and Clementine before handing the blanket to Sammy. "Cover yourself with this, so that the demons can't see that you are humans," the imp told them, and Sammy slowly nodded her head as she took the blanket from him, although she couldn't help herself but look at the imp's hand, which was very, very slowly recovering from the damage done to it. Through the holy energy. What happened? Sammy asked, a bit worried, and the imp just looked at his hand before pulling out one of the holy energy magic stones from underneath the cloth. "This happened. This hurts demons when I use it properly, so that's what I'm doing." The imp explained quite clearly and slipped the magic stone back in between the cloth layers, before Sammy looked at the imp just confused. "But aren't you a demon?" she asked, and the imp slowly nodded his head in response. "I am. But because of the girl, the priestess, I can resist the thing that hurts demons more than others. Not perfectly, but well enough." With that explanation, the imp slipped his hand into his bag and pulled out the notebook filled with information about the lords again, trying to read up more about the Lord of Sloth, while Sammy just quietly covered herself in the blanket to make sure her skin could be seen the least amount as possible. "What are we doing now?" Sammy asked, and the imp slowly raised his hand to point at the castle in the distance in front of them, only momentarily lifting his head to look away from the book's page, and then said, "We are going to the Lord of Sloth to get Leon," he explained, and Sammy looked at the imp confused. "He was also taken?" she asked, before the imp simply slowly nodded his head. "You all were. But the shadow that brought you away is dead," he explained, and then, the imp closed the book again before turning toward the two girls. "Let's go," the imp said in a clear tone, and although the two girls were pretty exhausted, they nodded their heads in response. And while they were on their way, the imp asked something that he was wondering right now. "Why were you bowing to that lord?" he asked, and Sammy slowly looked away from him. "Rulers that rely on their pride like being bowed to," she explained quite clearly. "I was trying to buy time, I guess," Sammy added quietly, while the imp nodded his head, noting this knowledge in his mind so that he could possibly make use of this if he ever was in this kind of situation again, where he needed to appease someone that he couldn't fight against. "Where did the others go?" Sammy asked after a little while, before the imp quickly explained the situation a bit more. And after hearing him out, the young girl slowly held her hand to her chest. "I hope they're okay," the girl muttered, and the imp slowly nodded his head. "I think they are," he replied, making Sammy look back at him confused. "What do you mean?" she asked him, and the imp quickly told Clementine and Sammy what he meant, and what he thought was going on. "I don't think they are allowed to kill. In that town, the demons and humans are walking around together, although the humans are in power. I don't think anyone was killed there, though." "Really? So this is normal in that town?" Clementine asked as she slightly turned her head to the left to look toward the town, and the imp nodded his head. "I think so. And we need to hurry. I think all of this will disappear again when the night is over. If we are outside of town, we might have to stay here until the town is back," the imp explained, and that mere idea seemed to make the two girls shudder, something that the imp did really understand. Either way, soon enough, the three of them got close enough to the castle, and the only guard stationed there was seemingly sleeping on the floor in front of the stairs. It seemed like this town was the easiest to hide in, because everybody that might be able to find them was simply asleep. So, instead of taking the extra risk accompanied by having these girls come with him up there, the imp just told them to hide for now, in a spot near the castle that would allow them to rush directly toward the town. The town's gate was luckily directly within sight as well, even if it was quite far away, meaning that they could just run straight forward if needed to. "Stay here, I will be right back," the imp explained to the girls, who both nodded their heads while the imp got to work with the plan that seemed to work the best for this. While the Lord of Sloth was practically never awake, there were times when he could be woken up fairly quickly, and if that happened, nothing good was to follow. So, the imp figured he should go the safe route and just try to make use of his stealth skill somehow, and for that, wanted to add something else into his arsenal. While pressing the shadow magic stone against his chest, as close to his heart as he could, the imp pressed his mana into the stone through his hand into the stone, and then threw that stone into the imp's body toward his heart, so that the shadow could be spread throughout his whole body. At least that's what the imp was somewhat hoping would happen. And soon enough, it seemed like his hopes were fulfilled, because he could feel his body slowly changing into a different state. It was as if he was far lighter, far quicker, and far quieter. As soon as this change was noticeable to the imp, a notification appeared to confirm this fact. Your body is being saturated in shadows. You become quicker, harder to notice, and close to silent. With a satisfied nod, the imp looked down at his body, happy to see that his body was black and mist-like, just like the body of the shadow from before. Sammy and Clementine were quite surprised to see this happen, but considering that they watched this whole thing unfold, they were more than just aware that this was actually the imp, and as such weren't more scared than they usually were. I will be right back, the imp said, his voice becoming quite weird through this all. It was like his regular voice was still there, just that it was overtoned by a voice whose source couldn't really be pinpointed that easily. Either way, the imp was sure that this was perfect. He wasn't exactly sure why the children were all brought in front of the lords, but he didn't care all that much either. The imp was actually pretty glad that, at least so far, they were all brought in front of the lords and were still there when the imp got to them. At the very least, he hoped that everything would be the same with Rudy, Ark, and the priestess as well. As quickly as the imp could, he rushed up the stairs, and when he got to the top floor, he silently stepped into the dark room in front of him. It seemed like this whole place was covered in blankets and pillows, to allow anyone to sleep anywhere in this room, which a lot of the demons here even did. How useless all of these guards were. They were supposed to protect the Lord, weren't they? Then why did they allow themselves to sleep? Annoyedly, the imp stepped through the room, and the little bit of sound that he was still making was muffled by the blankets underneath his feet. And then, in the corner, in what seemed to be a cage, the child that the imp was looking for was laying on its back, silently sleeping. The space in between the bars was too slim to fit through, so the imp somehow had to find the key to open it. And that was the rather rough part about all this. He was starting to feel a bit droopy as well after using a lot of his mana, so he had to properly hurry to make sure he could get Leon out of the cage before anyone woke up. And so, the imp chose to first look with the guards laying around near the cage itself. Luckily enough, the first guard had the key, and the imp was able to open the cage pretty quickly. But just when the imp stepped into the cage to get Leon out, something happened that would ruin how well this all was going. And in the end, it was the fault of the imp himself, because a loud explosion happened outside, blasting away a corner of this castle even, and the imp was able to see the source of that explosion. The Lord of Wrath's castle. And as the imp was staring at that spot in the distance, from the corner of his eye, he was able to see the large, heavy-bodied demon standing up, slowly turning toward the imp. Chapter 48, Third Mistake. With tired, lifeless eyes, the Lord of Sloth looked at the imp, practically locking eyes with him. It seemed like the Lord wanted to say something for just a moment, but he just sat down again and kept sleeping, without minding the young monster at all. On the other hand, the rest of the demons in this room, as well as Leon, all woke up. And while Leon was starting to cry due to being woken up like this, while held by a figure made of shadows, the guards came closer to the cage, and the imp had to act quickly. He definitely wouldn't be able to fight his way through them, and he wasn't fast enough to get out through a gap while carrying Leon. So in order to escape, the imp just did something that only worked out due to pure luck. And that started by closing and locking the door of the cage. The imp let go of Shadow Magic Stone and instead grabbed one of the Holy Energy Magic Stones while activating the Three of Swords. Through that thread and the blade connected to it, the imp was able to actually pretty easily let his mana flow to the outside. And so, the imp ripped off part of his pants and used the cloth to bind the magic stone to the blade in a way that it couldn't get out. Then, while pushing as much of his mana through the Three of Swords as he could, the holy energy that was given off was scaring away the other demons. But the only thing that the imp now needed to do now was pretty simple. He had to rely on his luck to an extent and just push open the door of the cage again, grab Leon, and then rush out of there while using the high amount of holy energy to get rid of the demons. The blade wasn't moving that quickly due to the extra weight, and it was straining the imp pretty heavily, but this was the only way he could somehow defend himself against this many demons while using both his hands to hold the baby. And so, the imp just did exactly that, and unlocked the cage again, quickly kicking it open while he went to grab Leon, and then just ran out toward the exit. With the holy energy, the highly unmotivated demons that were chasing him were pretty easily lost, and the imp could start rushing down the stairs. Although then again, this somehow seemed far, far too easy. He managed to break into 3 of the castles, and break back out quite easily 4 times. Considering how strong these lords were, that was just unlikely. The imp didn't really know why this all was going on, but he did know that he didn't have time to think about it either, and so just rushed down the stairs. Although he was soon met with a bit of an issue. Part of the stairs were broken, and it was a pretty long fall until then that the imp wasn't sure he could survive. He managed to somehow break his fall when dropping out of the Lord of Wrath's castle, but he didn't want to risk that again. So instead, the imp had to come up with some sort of idea, before he remembered something that he might be able to make use of himself. First things first, the imp removed the cloth from the blade, and then tried to push the blade into the wall. It seemed like even materials like this somewhat reacted to holy energy, so the imp was able to cut through it relatively well like this. With a nod, the imp then started to use the blade, or rather the thread, to bind Leon tighter to the imp so that he could hold him safely with just one hand, before digging his fingers, which were covered in holy energy, into the walls. It wasn't easy, but soon enough, he was able to get a good hold of everything, and with a bit of faith, the imp was able to try and hold himself up with one hand. It was hard, incredibly hard, but it worked. The imp was able to push his feet into some grooves in the wall sometimes so that he could properly dig through the wall further to slowly let himself down. And it really worked pretty well, at the very least until something that happened a little while ago happened again. Another loud explosion shot through the demonic town. And thus, the imp's third great mistake of the night revealed itself. The first mistake was to look out the inn's window onto the street, getting his attention onto what was going on in the first place. The second mistake was to open the door and look into the hallway, practically inviting the shadow inside. And the third mistake was averting his gaze from the wall in response to the explosion. The very moment that he did, he lost concentration and slipped, slowly falling backward. Although, it probably wasn't actually that slow, it just seemed that way to him for whatever reason. And within that infinitely long, short moment, the imp made a single decision, which turned the outcome of the third mistake away from the unfavorable death, toward an outcome that was pure luck. Deeply hidden in demise. Quickly, the imp held Leon as tightly as he could while making the three of swords push toward the wall, and instantly had it did itself as deeply inside of it as possible. The imp's fall was stopped for around a moment, when they were just a meter or so away from the ground, although it wasn't perfectly stopped. Because at that moment, something snapped. And it wasn't the thread of the three of swords, but rather the thin threads inside of the part the whole weapon was connected to. The muscles inside of the imp's finger. Once the muscle snapped immediately, a loud crack followed while the imp's whole right index finger was dislodged. Whatever happened after that was just a clear outcome, now. Within a single split second of a moment, the imp's finger was ripped away from his hand, and the imp stared at it while the three of swords turned back into a card and fell onto the imp's together with his finger, still wrapped in part of the holy energy-soaked cloth, while the imp was laying there, staring upward. -212 health. Critical damage. You permanently lost one of your fingers. Slowly the imp stood up, still holding Leon tightly, and just tried to concentrate on stopping the bleeding on his finger for now by controlling his blood flow through water magic. Dizzy, the imp packed his finger and the card into his bag and stood up, slowly trying to make his way over toward the spot where he left Clementine and Sammy before. The moment that he saw the two girls and they saw him, they rushed over toward him, seemingly scared because of the explosions from before. And then, they noticed what happened to the imp's hand. "Why you? How?" Sammy asked, quickly taking Leon from him before taking a closer look at his finger, and the imp just stared back at her. I don't know. I fell, and then I wasn't falling, and my finger was off," he explained, and before Sammy and the imp could react and stop her, Clementine grabbed the imp's hand and immediately wanted to eat the injury. For a moment, it seemed like small bloody rips were forming on her index finger, but they disappeared nearly as soon as they appeared in the first place. Something that they found pretty confusing. Although Clementine was obviously feeling physically unwell after trying, and failing, to heal the imp, she kept trying, and soon, Sammy grabbed her hand and stopped her. "Stop. Maybe it doesn't work on demons," she suggested, but Clementine immediately shook her head. "No. I did it before. It definitely works on Mr." The young girl protested, and Sammy looked at the imp confused, before he just shook his head. "Don't worry. It's fine." The imp muttered quietly, slowly scrambling through his bag to grab one of the small red magic stones, and then pressed it against the wound on his hand where his finger was before, pushing his mana into the stone. This immediately caused some flames to appear around the magic stone, together with some red notifications that the imp simply tried to ignore, because he was well aware that he was taking damage through this. But soon enough, the wound seemed to have closed after being burnt shut, and the imp slowly grabbed a water magic stone to clean his wound up, before drying it on his cloak and wrapping the open spot with the holy energy cloth. "I'm all right. See?" the imp pointed out as he held his hand forward toward the two girls, who were just looking at him confused. "Why?" Sammy asked as she stared at him, but the imp didn't really understand the question, and just stared back at her with a questioning expression, before Sammy ground her teeth and stared at the imp. "I asked you why. Why are you helping us? Why are you reacting like it's nothing if you lose a finger for us? We saw it just there as well, your hand is completely messed up because you're using holy energy the whole time, right? So why are you doing all that to yourself just for us?" she asked, incredibly emotionally upset over all of this to the point of getting teary-eyed, and the imp just looked back at her and shrugged. "I just want to," the imp explained, before swiftly grabbing the book out of the bag, quickly trying to read through it to look up more information about the Lord of Envy to find out how to get Rudy back best, before shutting the book again and looking at the two girls. "Let's go," the imp told them when he had all the information, grabbing the blanket that Sammy was wrapped in to help her cover up Leon as well, before turning around and heading to the street. It seemed like it was a little bit messy right now, with a lot of rubble and dead demons laying around there, but they could still rush through this part of the demonic town properly to get to the regular town in the center of the mountains around them. It took a little while, and around 2 more explosions, for them to reach the town again, where the imp immediately made a single choice. Most demons, even the gatekeepers, seemed to have abandoned this place at the moment, so instead of heading toward the other side of town to exit there, he headed toward the inn with the girls and the baby, and brought them to their room. What the imp had noticed was that while the demonic town was in chaos, this town here was in a practically perfect state, and the only dead body around on the streets was the Tanaga Jean that the imp killed before. Other than that, this place seemed like just a quiet town at night, if one ignored the red light from the moon and the blue lights from the decorations. Either way, if it was like this, the imp felt like this place would be safe enough to go ahead and leave the girls and Leon here while he went to go grab the other 3. Chapter 49, Quick Escape. "Please, come back quickly," Sammy said quietly as the imp left the room, before the monster stopped for a moment and then just nodded his head in response. He didn't want to leave these 3 alone here, but it was safer here than out there, amongst all those demons and lords. While the imp hurried through the hallway toward the stairs, he finally took the time that he didn't have to directly pay attention to his surroundings to take a proper look at his hand. He knew that he could burn his wound closed by the way that meat sometimes stuck together when cooking it, so he was glad that this worked as well, but the imp had to admit that this hurt like a bitch, even now. His health did recover again a little, although the imp had issues actually staying awake for too long at the moment, meaning that he had to hurry as quickly as he could. Luckily, because it was Rudy who he was rescuing next and then the priestess, he could give the priestess to Rudy and then send him off on a straight path toward the town. Rudy couldn't be hurt, after all, and if Rudy made sure to try and hide from the demons while he was running, the imp was sure that he could trust him to make his way back to the inn safely with the key. And then, the imp would go and get Ark back immediately afterward. Then they just had to go back to town and somehow wait for this place to return to normal so that they could get out of this horrid place as soon as they possibly could. In the distance, the imp could already see the place he was heading to next, although there seemed to be something else going on. There were even demons gathering at the foot of the tower-like structure, something that wasn't the case at any other place until now. Because he was pretty short compared to these other demons, he could pretty easily fit through some gaps that were in between them, before looking at the ground in front of the castle. The imp was quite surprised, as it was completely cracked up, although the rest of town seemed pretty well kept. But before the imp knew it, he could see the reason for the cracked-up ground. Something dropped down from the area in front of the entrance to the main hall, and that thing was Rudy-shaped. Of course, the imp wanted to rush forward and get him out of there, but he couldn't really do that in this situation. Soon enough, the imp could relax, however. That was because Rudy simply stood up as if nothing happened. Sure, he was dirty and his clothes were nearly completely ripped up, but at the very least he didn't seem to be bleeding or anything like that. He was obviously terribly scared and was sobbing like there was no tomorrow, but at the very least there wasn't any direct danger to his life. While the imp was sighing in relief, he heard the demons around him mutter amongst each other. "How amazing. It's not hurt at all, is it?" one of them asked, and the rest of the demons seemed to be saying similar things, before they started to quietly whisper one thing as if it was a mantra. "I'm so jealous." This eerie, creepy sound made the imp shudder immediately, so he was sure to Rudy this was all far worse. And as if he was expecting something, Rudy slowly stared upward and held his arms above his head as if wanting to shield himself, but when nothing happened looked back up only to have a face staring down at him. And that face belonged to who the imp could only assume to be the Lord, letting his body hang down from an invisible rope as he turned and twisted his body to stand down while keeping his face perfectly in place, constantly staring at Rudy, who dropped down onto his back, startled. Slowly, the Lord of Envy grabbed Rudy by the throat and picked him up before slamming him back onto the ground. "Why won't you die? Over and over again, I tried to kill you, but nothing worked. How envious I am of that body. Tell me your secret." The Lord exclaimed in a mad voice, while Rudy was struggling to get away from the Lord's grip. While grinding his teeth together annoyedly, the imp tried to figure out a way to deal with the situation without being killed instantly. The imp pushed himself back behind the crowd and looked around, trying to find any way to divert their attention, while in the distance a loud explosion echoed through the whole of the demonic town, still coming from the Lord of Wrath's and Lord of Pride's castles. But somehow, if the imp couldn't see the source of the explosion in the distance, he wouldn't be able to pinpoint it on sound alone, simply due to the echo. And as the imp was looking back at the demons in front of him, he noticed that they had turned their heads and looked at the explosion in the distance as well, before once again hearing some demons whisper about their jealousy about the power that caused those explosions. Through these three things that the imp noticed, the echo, the diverted attention, and the jealousy, the young monster came up with an idea that he hoped would work out well enough. Slowly, he grabbed the shadow magic stone out of his bag and pushed it against his chest while stepping over toward a hard-to-notice area, and then did the same thing as he did before to turn his body shadow-like. Your body is being saturated in shadows. You become quicker, harder to notice, and close to silent. Immediately after seeing that notification, the imp tried to completely reverse that third point that was mentioned in the notification, and stepped up behind the crowd. With a deep breath of air filling his lungs, the imp prepared to use the trick of spreading air further for his voice as well. Hoping that it would work, and yelled out a single sentence. "I know the boy's secret." Immediately, as fast as he could, the imp rushed back into the hard-to-notice spot while his loud voice, which had become incredibly hard to find the source of as it seemed like it was coming from basically everywhere around him, echoed through the crowd and toward the Lord of Envy. Immediately, it seemed like the imp's plan seemed to work, and the demons were looking around at each other to figure out who said that, and soon enough the Lord also tuned in. Who? Who said that? Who knows the secret that I don't? The Lord exclaimed angrily, loudly stepping toward the crowd. Of course, since nobody could give an answer to that, the already pissed-off Lord didn't react to this very happily, and before he knew it, the imp could see ripped-off limbs and dead bodies fly through the street. Without hesitating for a moment, the imp rushed around through an alley until he arrived at the place where Rudy was laying, trying to make sure that none of the demons were paying attention to him or the boy laying on the ground exhaustedly. And then, as fast as he could, the imp rushed toward Rudy and grabbed his hand and pulled him along into the direction of the castle of the Lord of Greed, while the imp turned around for a moment and yelled out once more. "The boy is running to the Lord of Wrath." He yelled out as he pulled Rudy into an alley where they could hide behind some rocks and boxes, while the young demon was peeking out, just to see the Lord of Envy rush through toward the castle of that Lord of Wrath that was the first one here to nearly kill the imp, before the demon slowly relaxed and sat down onto the ground, while Rudy was seemingly just sitting next to him tiredly, just incredibly scared of the unfamiliar figure next to him. Seeing how that might be confusing, the imp stopped running his mana through the shadow magic stone, slowly making his shadow form disappear. But even then, it seemed like it took a while for Rudy to recognize the imp, as tattered and exhausted as the demon was, but the imp didn't mind that at all. He was just glad that Rudy ended up realizing that it was him in the end. And when he did, the boy immediately started crying, while the imp tried to pull the cloak in his bag around the boy's body so that they could get moving quickly. "Stand up," the imp told Rudy quietly, and the boy did so with a nod. "We're going to get the priestess, and then you will return to the inn. Sammy, Clementine, and Leon are there waiting already." The imp explained swiftly as he looked around the corner onto the street to see if there were any demons there, and then quickly pulled Rudy along by his hand, although the boy just looked at him confused. What? Can't we go back to the inn right now?" Rudy asked, but the imp just shook his head. "No. I want you to take the priestess with you while I get Ark," the imp explained, and Rudy just stopped walking, and the imp was pulled back immediately. "Please don't make me stay here," Rudy asked quietly, and the imp once more shook his head. Greed demons are different to envy demons. They stay to themselves and want to protect what they have, rather than steal it from others. "Just wait for me in an alley, and I will bring the priestess to you. Then I bring you to the gate of the town and head back to the last castle alone." "All right," the imp suggested, and while grasping his arm tightly, Rudy just looked down onto the ground, and the imp took a step closer to push his head up, so that he could look him in the eye. "I need your help. Please." With a clear voice, the imp told this to the boy, who just slowly bit his lip and nodded silently in response to this, while the imp once more started to pull Rudy behind him toward the next place. It might be a bit hard to get the priestess out of the castle, because she might be locked up or something, but at the very least he could be near to sure that she wasn't dead or injured yet. According to the book, the Lord of Greed took good care of all of his possessions, especially if they were unique like the priestess was. Chapter 50, Dumb. "Wait here," the imp told the young man in front of him, who slowly nodded his head in response. "Come back quickly," Rudy asked of him, and the imp just slightly formed his lips into a smile, trying to reassure him, although he wasn't entirely sure if that worked the way that the imp wanted it. 2. Because Rudy just seemed even more nervous as the imp turned around and left toward the structure not too far away from them. Slowly, the imp made his way over toward the stairs, in front of which stood a guard, like usual. And just to lure him away and distract him, the imp took out some coins out of the pouch in his bag and threw them away so that the guard could hear and see the coins on the ground, which he quickly rushed toward. And so, once more trying to make use of his shadow form, the imp onto and up the stairs toward the room at the top of the tower-like castle. The moment that the imp reached it, he noticed something that was very different to the other castles. The door was shut, and it didn't seem like the imp would be able to open it that easily. Knocking onto the door as hard as he could, the imp tried to make someone pay attention to him, and apparently from the inside, someone was reacting, although more in a nervous rush to hide than open the door, so the imp sighed and just started to think about what he should best do in order to get inside. "I have a gift," he then yelled out while stopping the flow of his mana through the magic stone, and now, there once more were sounds from the inside, although this time, they came closer to the door. What gift?" a voice from the inside asked, and the imp took the pouch in his hand and moved it around to make the coins clatter, and the door opened up without hesitation and a thin hand reached out. Its surface was seemingly very damaged and had just recovered, meaning that the priestess was seemingly still inside there. Either way, now that the hand was reaching out, the imp had a good idea at what he could do. He took some of the cloth that was around his finger before, the finger that had now been ripped off, and immediately pulled it around this hand. Instantly, sizzling sounds appeared and smoke started rising off the spot, and the imp pushed his dagger right through the cloth, trying to push it into the Lord's skin, so that the cloth couldn't fall off somehow. Immediately afterward, the arm tensed up and veins were popping up all over it, while the imp knew that everything worked and the Lord was now unable to move. Through the thin gap in the door, the imp rushed into the room and looked around, immediately able to see mountains and mountains of shiny rocks and coins, many of which the imp never saw before. There were books stacked on top of each other, jewelry and flasks that seemed too valuable to just have laying around like this, and of course in the middle of it, the priestess, laying inside a golden bowl, that the imp immediately ran toward without minding anything else. Of course, the Lord of Envy didn't like that very much. "Don't touch it. That's mine. Mine," the Lord exclaimed angrily, but the imp didn't listen at all and just picked the young girl up. Seeing him, the girl immediately started giggling and extended her hands toward his face, so the imp just slightly smiled at her and grasped the bowl tightly, slowly trying to head back to the door, where the Lord was using one of his 6 arms to try and reach out for the dagger in one of his hands. On his way out, the imp tried to open the door as far as possible and rushed out, grabbing the dagger as he was going. The fastest that he could, the imp rushed down the stairs, past the guard and toward Rudy, who was already nervously waiting. But just when the imp and Rudy wanted to make their way over toward town, the young boy started staring at something in the distance behind the imp fearfully. And just for a moment, the imp turned around and saw that it was the Lord of Greed, climbing down the side of the tower along the stairs using its many arms. Immediately, the imp tried to think about what to do, and then grabbed the girl and pushed it into Rudy's arms, switching the white cloth she was wrapped in with some black cloth from his bag, and then bundling the white cloth up before placing it into the center of the bowl. "Run toward town as quickly as you can. I can't come with you, sorry," the imp told Rudy, who was staring at him scaredly. What, but you said that dash. I know what I said. I'll make it up to you in town. Take the key, and run. While pressing the key to the inn room into his hand, the imp tried to make Rudy start walking forward, but it seemed like the boy was too scared to get going. So, the imp did something that he felt like he had to do, moving a step closer toward Rudy. If you stay here any longer, I will make your life hell. Get away from here this very moment, you useless child. The imp said in the most fear-inflicting voice that he could, and Rudy's body started shaking wildly, before the imp pressed his teeth together and just stared into the boy's eye. Just fucking go. The imp swore, yelling as loudly as he could. This obviously pulled the attention of some demons around to him, but that was what he wanted to do anyway. Keep attention on him instead of Rudy, who slowly realized how serious the situation was and turned, running away into the distance toward the human town. And while Rudy was running there, the imp turned around to see where the Lord was, and to his surprise, he was already right in front of him, opening his mouth wide. You! Give it back! The Lord exclaimed and pushed his hand forward, and the imp just immediately tried to activate the Three of Swords, and a ring appeared right around his middle finger, while the holy energy poured into that blade. And as the hand of the Lord was moving toward the imp quickly, the Three of Swords pushed forward as well, directly through the Lord's skin. This obviously once more caused bubbling and sizzling, just as the imp expected, and most importantly it made the Lord freeze up, giving him more than enough time to start running away again. A deep wound like that seemed to take far longer to heal than the shallow one that the imp caused with the cloth, and he was able to already make his way toward the next castle. At least that's what the imp thought, but before he could pass into the alley, a few demons stood in front of him, staring at the bowl in his hand. It was made of gold, what else did he expect? The imp ground his teeth and turned around, seeing that somehow, the Lord already started recovering. And then, the imp realized what might have happened. He built up a resistance to it just like the imp did, although obviously not as much. It still seemed to allow the Lord to recover much quicker, however. And so, before he knew it, the imp felt the Lord's hand around his neck, while the others grasped his body in different places. Immediately afterward, the imp was pulled away back toward the tower and then saw the ground get further and further away, while the hands around his body grew tighter by the moment. Then, the door was pushed shut in front of him, and the imp was thrown into the pile of treasure. Now, stay. You are mine now, mine. Only mine, only mine. The Lord muttered quietly, crawling up to the throne before huddling up on it, pulling his legs onto his chest while looking around the room nervously. And then, the imp just looked around. He wouldn't be killed. He didn't need to worry about Rudy arriving in town. As long as he got another chance to escape somehow, then the imp would be able to just run toward the castle of the Lord of Lust and get Ark back as well somehow. Then everything would be perfect. The imp just somehow had to figure out how to best get out of this place again. Although, in the book about the Lords, the imp read that the demonic town would appear each and every single night, and would disappear when the blood-red moon in the sky couldn't be seen anymore. At the moment, the moon was in the center of the sky, so only half the night was over so far. From what the imp read, it didn't seem like the Lord of Lust was the type of demon that cared about captives all that much, except if they could pleasure him, whatever that meant. Ark seemed to be out to annoy most people around him, and that wasn't pleasant at all, so the imp figured that would be fine. And so, he figured it wouldn't be hard to get Ark back, and then they would return to town, wait for day to come again, and then get out of there. With a satisfied nod, the imp slowly stood up, and although the Lord was constantly staring at him as he was moving, he didn't do anything. It seemed like for now, the imp would be able to move around in this room without an issue. But most importantly, the imp stepped in front of the Lord and slowly spoke. "Can you tell me about the things you own?" The imp asked, slowly trying to make use of how the Lord was supposed to like showing off, as was said in the book. It seemed like the Lord was slightly suspicious, but the imp just tried to smile somehow, before the Lord slowly asked, "What? What do you want to know about?" He asked quietly, peeking at the imp between his fingers, and the imp swiftly spoke. "What is the most useful thing you own?" Slowly, the Lord reached his hand out toward one of the piles directly next to his throne, pulling out a small bag. This. It's a spatial bag. It can hold a lot more things than what it looks like. The Lord explained, turning the bag upside down just to cause a stream of coins and gems to pour out of it, and the imp looked at the amount of things that appeared out of seemingly nowhere, before the Lord placed the bag down on top of that pile, and then the imp just stared at it with a slight Smile. What is the most dangerous thing you own? The imp asked next, and the Lord pointed toward the other side of the room toward the bowl, where he seemed to still assume the priestess to be. That over there. He explained, and so the imp slowly nodded his head. Makes sense. The imp replied, and then he slowly pulled a small orb out of his bag. This is the most interesting thing I own. Want to try using it? The imp asked, and the Lord slowly nodded his head, before the imp gave the small holy energy magic stone to him. Don't do anything yet. You see, the way that you use it is very simple, but it might hurt. Do you see the slightly golden color? If you put that sphere against your heart and put all your mana into it, you get the ability to turn anything you touch into gold. The imp explained. It seemed like none of the lords were especially smart, so he was hoping that this would work somehow, choosing to slowly demonstrate what he meant. Carefully, the imp ground his teeth and cut into his chest, slowly placing the magic stone inside. 189 health. This might be really, really dumb, but it seemed like the Lord was also really, really dumb, and repeated what the imp was doing as well. Now, you can put your mana into that stone. The imp explained with a smile, and the Lord slowly did as told, seemingly too greedy for gold to think about anything else. And then, the imp sighed slowly in relief, pulling the magic stone back out before using a flame magic stone to burn the wound shut again. Because right now, the Lord's whole body was starting to bubble up and sizzle, because it fell for the imp's lie. Chapter 51, There's Something in My Throat. The imp stared forward at the Lord of Greed as his body was starting to bubble up and steam rose from his mouth and nostrils, while the Lord's body had simply frozen up. And while that was happening, the imp hurried up and grabbed the bag that was laying on top of the pile next to that Lord. He hadn't expected to find such a useful item this quickly, and hearing that the most dangerous things in here were the baby priestess, even if she wasn't actually here, as well as the Lord himself from the imp's position, he didn't seem to have much to worry about. He wanted to test this small trick out, maybe injure the Lord somehow to make it freeze up and give him another chance to escape, but like this he had more than just that. He had a chance to kill this demon. But first, just in case, the imp rushed around the room and picked up whatever seemed most useful to him personally. That included not only the different books, but also some of the coins and smaller trinkets that could be found here. Of course, the Lord of Greed wasn't happy about that, but there was nothing it could do anymore. It just had to sit there and slowly wither away. Although the imp did want to try and help him out with that, and activated his 3 of swords, and it connected with his dagger and probably also the holy energy streaming out of his hand, and the imp simply pushed the blade slowly against the demon's forehead, trying to make it push deeper and deeper. Soon, the imp was met with a strong, solid surface inside of the Lord's forehead, although it seemed like the Lord's body was giving in, considering that the blade was slowly moving forward, as if slowly opening up. And so, soon enough, a certain few notifications appeared in front of the imp. Lethal damage done to the Lord of Greed. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You have 49 unused stat points. You have slain one of S experiments. Doesn't take kindly to this. Immediately, the imp felt dizziness come over him as he gained a massive experience that he had never gotten before, and an uncomfortable feeling together with the last 2 notifications that appeared, speaking about the devil. The imp didn't know who this was, or what this was, but he at the very least was aware that this wasn't a good thing. Either way, for now, the imp just had to leave again. This demon behind him was now dead, so he could leave without any issues after stuffing the bag full with as much stuff as he could. It was pretty heavy, although still not as heavy as it would have been if he had carried all of this stuff by hand outside of this special bag. At some point it seemed to be completely full, so the imp pulled it shut by the strings at the top and slung it around his shoulder, before heading toward the door. Of course, he also grabbed the white cloth that was still in the bowl, it would come in useful, after all. All of this just felt so off that the imp had no clear explanation for it. They were so strong, but why was it so easy to kill this Lord of Greed? Why was it so easy to trick the Lord of Pride into fighting the Lord of Wrath, and why was the Lord of Envy so easily convinced where Rudy supposedly went? Right now the imp wasn't sure if he was just smarter than he thought he was, or if these lords were dumber than he thought they were, or maybe even both. Either way, this situation felt off, and the imp couldn't explain it. But in the end, there was no reason to complain, because this only helped the imp out more. Although, just when the imp stepped onto the stairs, he noticed that something else was going on. The tower was slowly starting to crumble down in the center of the large room, as if it wasn't able to exist without the Lord being alive. Immediately, the imp started running, because his instincts told him that he wasn't going to have a good time if he didn't hurry the fuck up, and just as he thought, a few of the steps he was placing his feet onto instantly broke down the moment he touched them. He was able to react quickly most of the time, although he did fall sometimes. It drained a little of his health each time, although never enough to actually be life-threatening. And then, at the bottom of the stairs, the imp was bruised all over, the freshly closed wound on his chest and the wound on his hand where his finger once was had opened up again, while the imp's cloak nearly completely ripped up. But it didn't matter, he had to keep going. For some reason, it seemed like this area around him here was breaking down as well. These streets that were under the control of the Lord of Greed were now slowly crumbling, just because the imp killed it. But he was fine with that, really. He didn't care if such a horrid being died. He made the mistake of making that shadow steal his children, so it wasn't the imp's fault that he had to die. But exactly that thought reminded the imp of something else. When the Lord of Wrath was reprimanding the gatekeeper for bringing the imp to him, he had said, "Shadows." More than one. With a bad feeling in his stomach, the imp continued on forward, just rushing ahead as quickly as he could and even put some of his available stat points into agility to speed his body up some, just because he wanted to get back to the children as fast as he could. The others he split up between intelligence, wisdom, and perception. And so, the imp just started booking it toward the last castle, the one belonging to the Lord of Lust. And the moment that he entered into the area seemingly belonging to that lord, the whole vibe just changed. Demons were out on the street, intertwining their bodies together tightly with each other, oftentimes with a lot of different people at once. The imp really didn't understand the reason behind this, although he recognized some of these demons to be similar to the succubus that he saw and killed before. But that didn't matter to the imp, in the end. A few of the different demons tried to stop the imp as he was rushing through, grasping his body in different, uncomfortable places, but he just continued on forward no matter what happened. And then, just when the imp could see the stairs leading up to the top of the tower-like castle, he heard something very different at the same time. Through all of the pleasured moans and sounds of giggling and laughter, the imp could hear the voice of someone crying. And it was a voice that he recognized pretty well, to be exact. It was Ark, and if he was crying somehow, it must mean that something horrid happened to him. So of course immediately, the imp turned his body and rushed through the alley, before he saw a large man standing in front of him, holding the young boy by the shoulders while numerous demons were gathering around them. They were holding Ark in ways that the imp saw all throughout this area of town, and their heads were in places that the imp didn't imagine anyone wanting their heads to be. But most importantly, in the mass of demons, the completely unclothed Ark seemed to practically be swallowed down into the mass of deep red, demonic flesh. Then, for just a single moment, the imp and Ark locked eyes, and the young demon couldn't fight against the movement of his body anymore. A single urge overcame him, that was caused by all of these demons around him that he had seen until now. Slowly, the imp took off his tattered cloak, his pants, and his shoes, placing his bags to the side together with this apparel, so that he was only left standing there with the cloth around his arm and a little bit of cloth around his hips to cover his nether regions up. And so, the imp slowly approached the group of huddled-up demons, constantly just staring at the little bit of Ark's skin as he could see, and then held his palm forward toward the figure that the imp only imagined to be the Lord, judging from the other lords the imp has seen until now. Huh? What, you get turned on by my face, huh? The Lord asked with a grin and slowly leaned forward. You know what? Sure. With such a great new toy, I'm in a good mood. With a slight whistle, the Lord placed his cheek against the imp's cloth-covered palm, before the young demon himself just glared at him and all at once activated the 3 different kinds of magic stones that were now hidden underneath the cloth. Fire magic stones, wind magic stones, and holy energy magic stones. The imp wasn't sure if it would work, but it seemed like holy energy was something that easily stuck to other things, judging from the cloth around his hand, so he thought, why not other magic, And immediately as he activated these 3 different elements, an explosion shot forward against the Lord's face that immediately ripped through his flesh, causing his jaw and most of the rest of his face to be completely obliterated. Of course, the other demons behind him weren't left unscathed either, and the imp was soon surrounded by numerous notifications telling him about the damage he did to them, and how he even killed a few lesser succubi and lesser incubi, although those were the only ones that this attack immediately killed. The cloth around the imp's hand was ripped off immediately as well, and the few pieces that were still left on it slowly fell off when the imp grasped his palm in pain. But the pain in his hand didn't matter anymore, and the imp grabbed some of the cloth that fell down and bundled more of the fire, wind, and holy energy magic stones together inside of it, before grabbing onto one of the Lord's wounds to pull himself up on it, and then stuffed the bundle of cloth right into the shocked Lord's throat. He wasn't able to move due to the holy energy, of course, so this wasn't a hard thing to do, really. But no matter how easy it ended up being, the imp wasn't able to hold back the joy he felt when he stared deep into the Lord's horrified eyes, and pushed his mana into the bundle of cloth inside of the Lord's throat. Chapter 52, Arrow. While the imp stared forward at the figure of the Lord's body collapsing, a number of notifications appeared. Lethal damage done to the Lord of Lust. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You have 28 unused stat points. You have slain one of S experiments. Doesn't take kindly to this. The imp slowly turned around and looked at the number of demons, still huddling around Ark. It seemed like even if they didn't die, they were still hit at least momentarily, and as such they had to first recover from the damage done to them before they were able to move. And so, the imp just grabbed them wherever he could and pulled them away from Ark's body, before grabbing the young boy by the arm to pull him away. Of course, the first thing that the imp did was use the white cloth to give Ark something to cover himself up with, and then he quickly rubbed some of the blood on his body away before putting his clothes back on. He didn't want to reek of this Lord's disgusting blood when he got back to the others, so that's why he took his clothes off just then. Then, the moment that they had all that they needed on them, the imp simply took Ark's hand before he pulled him away out of this side alley, and quickly headed toward the nearest large street, although the building seemed to slowly start collapsing. At this point, the Tower of the Lord of Greed had fully collapsed onto the town below, and from what the imp could see in the distance, so did the towers of the Lord of Pride and Envy. The town of the Lord of Gluttony still seemed to be standing, at least compared to those others, but there were still a lot of different things going on there. And the Lord of Sloth's tower still just had a few chunks missing in it, although it was alright otherwise. And for some reason, this sight of chaos all around this place that was just so unkind to him and the children filled him with joy, and the imp could simply continue pulling Ark along toward the human town in the distance. Most of the demons around him seemed to be practically undisturbed by what was happening to the town around them, and continued on doing whatever they were already doing beforehand, while the imp just scowled at them and went on together with the boy, before they finally reached the gate of the town and stepped through them. It seemed like a lot of the humans that lived here had gone outside onto the streets again in response to the loud sounds of chaos surrounding this town, and they were especially staring at the imp as he stepped through the streets with a sobbing child in tow. And just then, the fat, lazy guard that let them enter the town with the carriage before stopped the imp. Not to mention the food-covered clothes he was wearing, his expression was both exhausted and horrified as he fell to his knees in front of the imp. What's going on? I thought as long as we held up our side, you would all stay here. Do you know how many people we sacrificed for your dash? The guard exclaimed, but before he could finish, had the imp's dagger in his chest. Oh, so it really was you people that made the lords appear? The imp asked, and the thinly, nervous young man that was with the fat guard instantly ran up to him. Why you, what are you doing? He exclaimed, and the imp slowly pushed the dagger deeper into the guard's heart, just glaring at the young man. That's what I would like to know. Because of you, I nearly lost the children. I lost my finger. Nearly died numerous times. And all that just for you to have a little fun. The moment that the imp asked this, he pulled the dagger out of the chest of this guard and pushed it back into his body. Right through his eye. Lethal damage done to Eric Kirks. The moment that this round, heavy body collapsed on the ground, the young man next to him fell backward and just stared at the imp in fear. What? Leave, please. Don't hurt us. You killed him, so we're even, right? The young man asked, his knees shaking wildly as he tried to get used to this horrible feeling. Sure. The imp said with a smile, stepping away beside the guard's limp body together with Ark, who seemed to be slowly calming down, and the young men and the onlookers stared at the imp confused, and the young demon himself just looked into the sky toward the dark red moon, seeing that it was nearly by the horizon. And so, the imp quickly brought the boy to the inn while everyone in this town stepped aside the moment they saw him. Just a few moments later, the imp pushed the inn door open and stepped inside, quickly finding the children huddled up together in between two of the beds. We're back, he said, and immediately, the children raised their heads and stared at the two figures in the doorway, before they jumped up all at once and rushed toward them, before one of them pointed out one more small thing. Mister, your hand is... Sammy muttered quietly as she looked over at it, and the imp slowly turned to take a look at it. Beside the blood seeping out of the poorly closed wound where his finger once was, the imp basically had no single intact patch of skin left on there, as it was all either slowly burnt away by the holy cloth, the holy energy magic stones, or just now the explosive combination of 3 different magic stones. The imp did take a lot of damage throughout this night, and while most of it always recovered again, there were currently a constant 200 health missing that weren't recovered again. "Don't worry," the imp said clearly, before slowly looking around the room. "Take everything you can carry, we are going back to the carriage," he announced, slowly walking over to some of the books spread across this room, before picking them up with his left hand. He was barely able to move his right one at the moment. The children, one after another, helped and chose to pick up some of the other books as well before following the imp outside as he headed toward the stables. There, it didn't take long to find the owner of the stables either, who they quickly asked to take the carriage out. Of course he was surprised to find out that the man he had met before was actually a demon, but for the most part, he didn't seem too shocked to do his job. And so, when the children sat back down inside of the carriage, the imp slowly sat down at the front and tried to remember what exactly Ark always did and what he was told before when they entered the town and the imp took over, and the imp tried to somehow steer the carriage toward the closest gate, and the blood-red moon went down beyond the horizon, before the demonic town simply disappeared in a flash the moment that the day's first sunlight streamed across the world. The gate in front of the imp also changed back to the one that the imp passed coming in here, but he still had something else that he wanted to do here. He stepped off of the carriage and directly toward the building that was next to him, which still had its door broken down from last night. The corpse of the Tanaga Jin had disappeared by now, however. And as the imp was standing there, someone else walked up to him again. And it was the young man from before again, who was seemingly just pretty shocked to see the imp standing there for some reason. "How are you still here? You demons disappear every morning," he exclaimed, and the imp nodded his head. "Those demons?" "Yes." "Me?" "No." The imp pointed out, and slowly stepped up to the young man, before stabbing the blade of the 3 of swords directly into his leg, slashing through it to make him drop to the ground, before doing the same to his other leg as well, to make sure he couldn't stand up. "Now, you spoke about being even, didn't you?" he asked, slowly stepping up to the screaming young man before grabbing him by the hair, dragging him into the bookshop. This actually was very exhausting and painful to even the imp, because he had to use both hands, and one of them was utterly fucked up at the moment. Once in there, the imp stood in front of the young man and manipulated the 3 of swords to cut into his chest a little. Of course he was being heavily damaged right now, and that would surely continue on for a while, but for now, the young man wouldn't die from this wound yet, at least that's what he was hoping. He was doing this for a very specific reason, after all. And so, having cut his chest open, the imp simply pushed one of his last fire magic stones into that wound, as deep as he could, until it reached the man's heart. Just like that, the imp once more hurt himself by burning his fingers on the stone, as it was currently being kept active by this man's body, while the flames seeped through his very being and started to burn him to ashes, using the books around him as fuel to spread the fire around. Satisfied at the fact that this man still didn't die just yet, the imp stepped out of the bookstore and sat back down on the front of the carriage, driving it out of the town, which had just started to catch fire behind him. The imp wasn't entirely sure where he was supposed to be going right now, and he didn't know what to do next. He still had that urge to bring the priestess away to somewhere, but it was far weaker than it was before, so the imp was thinking about maybe just not doing that. Maybe they should just head off to some place and live there peacefully. That sounded good enough, didn't it? And so, for now, the imp just brought the carriage to a halt about an hour away, which seemed far enough away from that town, right next to a small pond, and then walked up to the back of the carriage to open the door up. "You can come out now," the imp told them, and quite nervously and slowly the children did as told, placing their feet onto the cold ground in front of them. "Everything's back to normal now, right?" Rudy asked nervously as he grasped his arm, and the imp slowly nodded his head in response. "It is, yes," he replied, and the children slowly started to relax, before the imp pointed at the pond. "Let's clean ourselves up." With a nod, they followed the imp to the small body of water, and the imp slowly placed his hand into the water, and while the imp expected a painful stinging, what he found was rather different. He felt nothing. Blood streamed outward from his wounds on his hand, but the imp didn't feel anything. Confused, he slowly pushed his teeth against his arm to see if he felt any pain at all, and soon just pulled back when he noticed that he did. With a slight sigh, the imp stared forward into the water, before Ark sat down directly next to him. You don't have a name yet, right? He asked, and the imp slowly shook his head. I don't. The imp replied, before noticing that the other children, Sammy carrying Leon, and Rudy carrying the priestess, walked up behind him as well. Can we still give you a name? Sammy then asked, and the imp nodded his head. You can. The young demon said, and then looked to his left as Clementine sat down next to him. We came up with one just now, she admitted, and Rudy slowly, nervously spoke up as well. You saved us. And you got hurt for us. That's why we could only choose one name for you. The young boy said quietly, and the imp just kept staring into the water while Ark spoke again. The name of the first hero. He muttered, Arrow. Chapter 53, Boar's Leg. A possible name has been chosen for you. Do you want to be named? After this notification appeared, the imp slowly read through it and then couldn't help himself but slightly smile in response. Of course. You are now. Slowly, the imp turned toward the children around him and then stood up. Thank you for giving me a name. The imp told them, and it seemed to be hard for these children to hide their joy at their suggestion being accepted. But then, one of them asked a pretty important question. And what next? Ark asked with a bright smile, like he always wore on his lips, all the whilst both Leon and the priestess started crying at roughly the same time. For now, let's eat. The imp suggested, slowly standing back up before drying his hand by waving it back and forth, and him and the children made their way back to the carriage, where Rudy quickly grabbed a few different things from inside. There's one thing I want to try, then. He muttered quietly, holding the cookbook in his hands. While I'm preparing everything in here, can one of you here get some firewood? The plump boy asked with a nervous expression, obviously both excited and scared to make food for the others four. The first time. I will go. The imp said with a clear tone in his voice, already trying to take a look around to see if there was anything around that could be of use, although he then also noticed that the others seemed rather conflicted about it. They were probably worried about being left alone, but luckily, Ark tuned in not long after he noticed this as well. Alright, go already. We'll be fine for a few minutes. The young boy exclaimed and pushed his arm forward while giving the imp, now known as Arrow, a thumbs up. With a slow nod, the imp then just turned around and left toward the bushes around them so that he could pass through into the woods. It didn't really take that long to find a fair amount of suitable firewood, the issue was more about trying to carry it properly, with his hand in the state it was. He couldn't bend his fingers properly right now, so he mainly just used his stiff hand to push the wood against his chest to keep it in place. But just then, Arrow saw a piece of wood that seemed just perfect. It seemed kind of out of place though, mostly because it had a very different color to the wood that the imp was carrying so far. Although before he knew it, the piece of wood was pulled away through the bush it was sticking out from, and the imp could hear a voice on the other side, making him immediately hide. Ah, here it was. I nearly thought I lost it. A shaking, male voice said, before slow footsteps could be heard, muffled by the heavy breathing of what seemed to be an animal, which the imp could swiftly confirm by stealing a glance from in between a gap in the bush he was hiding behind of. Arrow's stealth skill was pretty high, so it should allow him to stay here properly hidden until that old man finished the boar off with that weird weapon of his. But to the imp's surprise, the old man didn't try to kill the boar at all. Instead, he was carving into the piece of wood, simply calmly sitting right next to the boar. Arrow had some quite weird feeling about this old man, although he couldn't directly pinpoint it right now. If he wanted to find that out, he had to try and move around the small clearing to maybe get a proper look, although it seemed like Arrow had already been noticed. Isn't it kind of rude to spy on a defenseless old man such as myself? He asked, and the imp's body immediately froze up. Haha, there's no need to try and deny it. I already know you're there. The old man chuckled, and the young demon ground his teeth together and stood up. How did you know? I heard you, how else? Replied the man quite swiftly, and the imp held his dagger tightly, simply not believing that. How could you know I was not another animal? You saw me, didn't you? If Arrow was seen, then that might be dangerous. The people at the town before also seemed nice enough, but then they turned out to be horrible creatures that couldn't be trusted. If the imp was seen, he might have to kill this man. Oh, don't worry. The old man muttered quietly, slowly turning his head toward Arrow, who was now able to see that he really was telling the truth. Because this old man had a single large scar running across his face. From one eye, over the bridge of the nose to the other eye. I can assure you, I did not see you." With another low chuckle, the man turned back toward the wood in his hand and continued to carve into it, while Arrow just stared at his back confused. He really wasn't able to see him. Confused, the imp stepped up behind the old man, once more grasping his dagger tightly. It didn't matter whether or not he was actually seen, as long as it was known that he was there. This man was dangerous to Arrow and the children. And so, the imp just held the dagger in his left hand and chose to push it straight into the back of the old man's neck. But instead of having blood splattered on him like usual, what followed was the sound of metal hitting metal. Arrow didn't really understand what just happened, but it seemed like this old man perfectly defended against an attack in his blind spot with a small carving knife. Now, at least wait until I help this little one out, will you?" The old man asked, turning his head to just smile at the imp, who slowly just stared at him. Arrow was pretty curious about what the old man was doing, so he just let him do what he wanted for now, and chose to for a moment just watch what would happen next. And what happened was that the wood was surprisingly quickly carved into different pieces, which the old man joined together with each other, before slowly pouring some sort of white liquid in a bottle onto the boar's leg. Or rather, what was left of it. It seemed like most of what was supposed to be underneath the knee just wasn't there at all. Once the boar seemed to have actually calmed down, the old man pulled some string around the upper part of the boar's leg and then used another knife he had with him to cut the leg just straight off, leaving what just seemed to be a flat stump underneath the knee. Arrow at first thought that the boar would jump up any moment now because of the pain it was in, but it just simply kept laying there quietly, before the old man ran his hand over the stump and muttered something quietly. "Nayad, logris erderkrus thul orgum, jayad har was. Giadis naya." As the old man was speaking, water seemed to slowly be gathering around his palm, slowly covering the wound at the end of the boar's leg. It seemed like the blood from the wound was slightly mixing with the water, but in the end, the wound was slowly closing itself down. The old man seemed quite exhausted after that one, but he still continued on. And while he pulled away his right hand, which was still holding the small bubble of slightly red water, his left hand was attaching the wooden leg that was just finished to the not yet fully closed wound, and then pushed the water back against the place where the wood and the flesh were touching. Just a few moments later, the old man then held his right hand to the side and let the water flow down his fingers into the ground, while his left hand ran over the wooden leg a few more times, before the old man pushed himself up using both of them and then grabbed the different tools that were laying next to him and placed them into the large box that stood next to him, slowly approaching Arrow when he was done. Of course the young demon was confused at what exactly was going on and readied himself to attack the old man, but instead, the old man just turned back around, right toward the boar. "A hunter set a trap out here, you see," he said after a little while, and the imp slowly turned toward him surprised. But before Arrow could ask a question, the old man already continued. "It happens surprisingly often. People pass through on their travels, set up camps, and as they of course want to eat, also set up traps. Some of them end up not being used for a while, and then aren't taken down. The trap this time around was a rather gruesome one, causing in the scene from before. I didn't think I should let such a beautiful young animal die for naught." The old man chuckled, before slowly pointing his finger forward, where the boar could be seen slowly standing up. It didn't seem to be in any major pain right now, even if it wasn't used to walking with this false, wooden leg. Either way, for a moment, the boar looked at Arrow and the old man, before huffing out air through its nostrils and grunting. The imp thought it would come to attack them now, but instead, it just turned around and left into the deeper forest. "Now then, should we continue on from where we had left off before? Is there a reason you want to kill me?" Slowly, the imp just looked at him, up and down a few times, and then sighed. "There is not. My mistake, sorry," Arrow said quite clearly, before looking at the wood in his arms as well as the large chunk still laying on the ground where the old man was carving before. "Can I take that wood?" he asked, and surprised, the old man nodded his head. "Go right ahead, young man." Satisfied with that answer, the imp slowly stepped over there and piled everything onto the sticks in his arms, before he heard the old man speak up again. "Are those children I am hearing with you?" The old man inquired curiously, and the imp immediately turned around. "They are. Don't go near them," Arrow told him without a second of hesitation, before the old man simply chuckled. "Sorry, I was just slightly curious. It's not every day you see children like that travel with a demon, after all." The very moment that this man revealed that he knew who, or rather what, Arrow was, he dropped the wood to the ground without hesitation and pushed his mana into the three of swords, trying to attack the old man to get rid of him. He was far too dangerous after all. But instead of having his throat pierced, the old man simply dodged the imp's attack with a single step to the side. He immediately turned his body to try and attack him with his dagger and the three of swords at the same time, of course, but once more, the old man simply dodged his attacks with incredibly agility. For a short while, the imp nearly completely exhausted the little energy he actually had left in his body, and then just stared at the men with a deep heaving. "Who are you?" Arrow asked, and the old man just put his hands behind his back and shook his head while clicking his tongue. Youngsters these days don't even have the manners to introduce themselves first. The old man muttered quietly, while the imp realized something. He realized what this weird feeling he had about this man was all about. "My name is Jura, I'm a prosthetist." This old man was a card owner.